Chapter 001: The Binding of the Sect System and the Compensation of the Emperor's Cultivation. In the ancient wilderness continent, within the eastern region of Wild State, lies the Ethereal Sect, the mysterious cloud sect at the grave site. A disheveled man sat on the ground, engulfed in profound sorrow, his voice a cacophony of despair. "Master, it has been 10 years since you departed. Do you have any idea how I have endured these years? Had I not been misled by your deceptive words, I would never have agreed to cultivate under your guidance. You have deceived me terribly." Chen Xuan, bellowing in anguish, wiped his tears and snot on the grave, utterly devoid of the dignity expected of a cultivator. A decade prior, he was a promising young man toiling in a factory, leading a monotonous life confined to a routine. Despite being an orphan, he possessed a sunny disposition and was steadily moving toward a brighter future. His plan was simple: to work diligently for 10 years, save some money, open a breakfast shop near the factory, find a girlfriend, and raise a couple of children to live a fulfilling life. However, one fateful night, the factory experienced a sudden power outage. Tasked with shutting off the power supply, he inadvertently pulled the wires from the circuit breaker. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a fantastical realm known as the ancient wilderness continent. Upon his arrival, he learned that this was a world of cultivation, where those with greater innate talent achieved higher accomplishments in their pursuits. Yet, it was also a perilous world, teeming with cultivators, demon tribes, and ferocious beasts. He had witnessed a formidable demon manifest its true form, casting a shadow that eclipsed the sun, devouring an entire city with a single mouthful. He had also seen a human warrior cleave that beast in two with a single stroke of his sword. Moreover, he had beheld the awe-inspiring sight of thousands of cultivators soaring across the sky, igniting within him a yearning for this extraordinary world. Logically, having crossed over, he should have been the favored child of destiny, destined to attract the attention of powerful figures vying to take him as their disciple, ultimately leading a life of glory and triumph. Yet, reality starkly contrasted his expectations. The vastness of the ancient wilderness continent rendered him an ordinary person. Unable to venture far, he could not even escape Wild State, let alone explore its corners. In his quest for cultivation, refusing to succumb to his fate, he resorted to borrowing from unscrupulous lenders to acquire the most basic cultivation techniques. Whether it was a swindle or sheer misfortune, after months of practice, he experienced no progress whatsoever. Eventually, as his debts mounted and the lenders pursued him relentlessly, he was forced to flee under the cover of night, becoming a vagrant. Later, he heard of an upcoming recruitment event, believing this to be his chance. After enduring numerous hardships, he journeyed across mountains and rivers to sign up, only to find that no sect would accept him, shattering his dreams of being the protagonist. Departing from the recruitment event, he resigned himself to a life of wandering. Yet, in a moment of desperation, he encountered an elderly man, exuding an aura of celestial grace as master, now peacefully resting beneath the soil. The elder had fed him a medicinal pill, instantly revitalizing his weary spirit, leading him to believe he had finally encountered a mentor with discerning vision. Thus, in anticipation, the elder, with a benevolent countenance, uttered that timeless phrase: "Young man, I perceive in you bright eyes and a radiant smile, as beautiful as a jade crown, a graceful figure akin to a jade tree in the wind, effortlessly charming and remarkably gifted, truly a rare prodigy. Though you may now be a diamond in the rough, with the guidance of a distinguished master, it won't be long before you shine, illuminating the mountains and rivers. I am the 107th generation patriarch of the mysterious cloud sect. Might you be willing to become my disciple? Together, we shall embark on the grand path of renown and save the world." Upon hearing the elder's inquiry and gazing into his magnetic eyes, Chen Xuan did not need to contemplate. There was no need for deliberation. After a life of begging, enduring hardships, and narrowly escaping death, he had finally encountered a discerning mentor who lauded him so extravagantly that declining would be an affront to fate itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt and prostrated himself, pledging to be his disciple. Little did he realize that the days following his apprenticeship would mark the commencement of a nightmare. Post-acceptance, he learned that the elder bore grave injuries and had but a short time to live. He could not fly and could only walk back to the sect with him. As they journeyed, the elder grew increasingly frail, and Chen Xuan dutifully served him, attending to his every need, even more attentively than he had for his former girlfriend. Thus, the two of them persevered for half a year until they finally reached the gates of the ruinous ancient mountain, the entrance to the sect. At that moment, however, the master could no longer endure and passed away. Before departing, he entrusted the position of sect leader to Chen Xuan, ensuring his ascension as the 108th patriarch of the mysterious cloud sect. Just after becoming a disciple, my master departs. What cruel fate is this, thrusting me into the zenith of the sect? With such thoughts, Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement, bearing his master's corpse as he ascended the mountain. Yet, upon arriving at the sect, he was utterly dumbfounded. Before him lay not a resplendent sect, but rather a desolate ruin. The tales of thousands of disciples during the peak era and myriad strong individuals were mere fabrications. At that moment, the sect was devoid of life, save for a few standing structures. Not a single soul was in sight. Confronted with this scene, Chen Xuan broke into tears. What folly, this so-called son of fortune, this sect leader. This was a trap that could claim lives without remorse. How could an ordinary person like him navigate the treacherous, ruinous, ancient mountains? With no other recourse, Chen Xuan settled at the mountain gate, commencing a secluded existence. Yet, despair deepened as he diligently practiced the legacies left by his master, only to find them utterly ineffective. He often questioned whether the cultivation techniques were fraudulent. However, even if they were false, there was no escape due to the rampant feral beasts and monsters within the ruinous ancient mountains. As an ordinary man, he could not hope to leave. Thus, the days turned into years. A decade passed in the mountains like a single day. Finally, one morning, Chen Xuan awoke from his meditation, perceiving the presence of spiritual energy, and successfully entered the first realm of cultivation, refinement. In that moment, Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with emotion and wept once more, rushing to his master's grave to vent his frustrations and complaints. Master, you truly possess the art of deception. 10 years of cultivating energy to reach the first level, and I fear my innate talent is inferior even to that of a dog. You dare proclaim me a prodigy and implore me to save the world. Is this merely an attempt to prevent the demise of the Ethereal Sect? Must you deceive me to such an extent? You may rest assured, dear master, for your disciple is utterly despondent. Chen Xuan's agitation grew more fervent. Yet at that moment, his stomach growled audibly, compelling him to halt his tirade. Wiping away the tears from his eyes, he unsteadily rose, deciding it prudent to fill his belly before resuming his complaints. After all, time is plentiful in the mountains, and he had no shortage of it to squander. However, just as he stood, an ethereal voice suddenly resounded within his mind. Ding! The 15-year charging period has concluded. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the most powerful sect system of the myriad realms. Boom! As the voice echoed, Chen Xuan was jolted, rendered speechless. A system? By heavens, there truly is a system. How splendid! When did you arrive, dear system? I have awaited your presence with great anticipation. In an instant, Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Had the system not manifested, he had resigned himself to a life of solitude in the mountains. To his astonishment, a system had indeed appeared. Surely, the tales were not misleading. In response to Chen Xuan's fervor, the system promptly replied, Ding! This system existed prior to the host's traversal, however. An unforeseen incident during the transition delayed your wait. We apologize for the inconvenience. Existed prior to my traversal? Chen Xuan was momentarily dumbfounded, his mind reeling. So, it had been present for 15 years. Alas, why did it only show itself now? Reflecting on the past 15 years, a tumult of emotions surged within him, and he exclaimed, 15 years. Do you comprehend how I have endured these 15 years? Ding! Our sincerest apologies. This system shall provide compensation to the host. The system's voice conveyed genuine regret. Compensation? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, halting his sorrow, and inquired eagerly, what sort of compensation? I must warn you, if it is inadequate, I shall refuse it. Would a portion of emperor-level cultivation suffice as compensation? After a brief pause, the system tentatively posed the question. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Emperor-level cultivation? Had the system erred, or had he misunderstood? This was the pinnacle of the ancient continent. Incredulously, Chen Xuan questioned, "What did you say?" Compensation shall include a portion of emperor-level cultivation, along with an unparalleled weapon, a Taiwan sword. Would that be acceptable? This is the utmost compensation this system can offer. The system, sensing potential dissatisfaction with its initial offer, added an additional weapon. At this juncture, Chen Xuan could no longer contain himself. 15 years in exchange for a portion of emperor-level cultivation and an unparalleled weapon. What a bargain. What immense value. Thus he promptly nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, "Absolutely yes. How splendid. Quickly, grant me my compensation." Chapter 002. The Supreme Weapon, the Emperor's Sword, slicing through the stars. The Emperor, the mightiest cultivator of the ancient continent. The phrase beneath the Emperor, all are but ants, serves as the finest testament to the Emperor's formidable power. While there exist beings beyond the Emperor, known as the Immortals, they have yet to manifest. Even the former emperors have tirelessly sought their presence, suggesting that the Immortal may merely be an ethereal realm, perhaps not existing at all. Hence, the Emperor stands as the pinnacle of martial prowess on the continent. A single drop of blood can slay gods and demons. A mere strand of hair can collapse the ancient heavens. As for the supreme weapons, they rival the Emperor in magnificence, classified as extraordinary treasures, hence referred to as supreme weapons. These are weapons of unparalleled might, exclusively wielded by the emperors. The materials required to forge supreme weapons are exceedingly rare, and many emperors spend their entire lives in pursuit of the components necessary to create just one. Consequently, not every emperor possesses a supreme weapon. Those who do are invariably the most formidable of their kind. It is said that an emperor at the pinnacle, armed with a supreme weapon, can contend with immortals. Even in the absence of the emperor, the mere presence of a supreme weapon can sweep away all realms beneath the emperor. One can only imagine the might of the emperor alongside a supreme weapon. With these two rewards in hand, he could traverse the ancient continent with impunity. Even the venerable emperors would elicit no fear. The infusion of emperor-level cultivation is commencing. Please prepare to receive it. As the system prompted, the emperor's essence began to flow into Chen Xuan's body. In an instant, Chen Xuan trembled, fully immersing himself in the reception of the emperor's cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivation surged through him. Chen Xuan's aura transformed, and his realm began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the 9th layer of qi refinement and reached the foundation establishment stage. The frenzied speed of his breakthrough left Chen Xuan in awe. However, the cultivation he was receiving was but a single drop in an ocean. One can only fathom the terrifying heights he would attain if he were to fully embrace this vast ocean. Boom. Foundation establishment, 9th layer. Boom. Spirit Sea convergence. Spirit Sea. 9th layer. Boom. Skyward realm. Concentration realm. Celestial king realm. Sovereign realm. Pre-saint. Saint. Pre-emperor realm. Boom. As Chen Xuan surpassed the pre-emperor stage, explosive sounds resonated within him. His flesh and blood were evolving, and his cells were undergoing transformation. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous thunderous sounds echoed. All 66 trillion cells within Chen Xuan underwent their ultimate metamorphosis. Simultaneously, all 260 bones in his body shattered their constraints, transcending the laws, impervious even to the rules of heaven and earth. In an instant, the surrounding void twisted, and countless rhythms flowed into his flesh and blood. Time seemed to lose meaning as Chen Xuan completed the most terrifying ultimate evolution. Every inch of his flesh resonated with the flow of Dao rhythms. Even as his lifespan approached its end, this body would remain immortal for billions of years. Should he fully unleash his aura, the surrounding void would likely shatter under the pressure. Feeling the surge of his newfound power, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Astonishment reflected in his gaze. What an astonishing body! A single drop of essence can subdue countless deities and demons, while a mere strand of hair possesses the power to collapse the ancient firmament. This is indeed no mere fabrication. If I were to release my suppression, even a single breath could shatter the entire realm of the mysterious sect. Fortunately, The system has just assisted me in restraining my breakthrough aura. Otherwise, the area within 1,000 miles would have been crushed. After this moment of reflection, Chen Xuan continued, System, claim the Supreme Emperor's Sword. Ding. The Supreme Emperor's Sword has been granted. Please check your inventory. Suddenly, the void before him trembled, and an ancient long sword gradually tore through the air. Materializing before Chen Xuan, the Supreme Emperor's Sword appeared tranquil, its blade inscribed with the 3 characters for Supreme Emperor's Sword. Though it seemed unremarkable at first glance, Chen Xuan understood that the blade harbored immense power. Once fully awakened, even a sage would struggle to withstand it. Thus, Chen Xuan reached out to grasp the hilt of the Supreme Emperor's Sword. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the Supreme Emperor's Sword completely revived, resonating with Chen Xuan. At that moment, he felt that even a casual swing could potentially sink an entire continent. With this thought, Chen Xuan's impatience grew. In a flash, his figure vanished, soaring toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst the starry sky, gazing at the distant celestial bodies. Chen Xuan raised his hand and swung the sword. Instantly, a distant star exploded, reduced to cosmic dust. Meanwhile, on the ancient continent, powerful observers monitoring celestial phenomena were taken aback. What transpired? A star has vanished. No, it has not merely vanished. It has exploded. It seems to have been obliterated by some force. Could it be that a transformation has occurred in the heavens? The observers were filled with trepidation. Many ancestral figures from sacred grounds opened their eyes in unison, peering into the starry expanse. I sensed the aura of an emperor and the presence of an imperial weapon. Could an emperor be awakening? A great era is upon us. Relay the order. Multiply the cultivation resources for all sacred disciples by 10 and open the sacred realm. The emperor has emerged. 8th and 9th brothers, accompany me to pay homage to the emperor in the starry sky. In the starry void, Chen Xuan regarded the exploded star, secretly marveling. The power of an emperor combined with a supreme weapon is indeed formidable. With a mere gesture, one can pluck stars and slice through the moon. My years of perseverance have not been in vain. Ding! A 10-star genius has been detected. Please proceed to recruit disciples. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed coldly. Chen Xuan realized that he had yet to fully understand the system's capabilities. Lightly, he inquired, System, what functionalities do you possess? Are there rewards for recruiting disciples? If the rewards are meager or unsatisfactory, I shall decline your task. After all, I already possess the power of an emperor and a supreme weapon. I am not in need of trifles. System, dear host, bestowing you with the power of an emperor and a supreme weapon is not intended for you to become complacent. The system, seemingly on the verge of tears, explained with a troubled expression, It is not difficult. It is quite simple. Then please elaborate. Chen Xuan nodded, gradually stowing away the Supreme Emperor's Sword. The sword seemed to integrate with him, obediently diving into his spiritual sea, relishing the nourishing aura. All right. This system is known as the strongest sect system of all realms. As the name suggests, it requires the host to develop the sect into the strongest across all realms. The development of a sect naturally requires disciples. Thus, the host must recruit disciples to enrich the sect, to encourage the host's enthusiasm for recruitment. The following rewards are offered. For the recruitment of a disciple with a potential rating of 10 stars or above, the host will receive an opulent disciple recruitment gift pack, which guarantees at least one immortal summoning card, with other rewards being random. For recruiting a disciple with 10-star potential, the host will be rewarded with a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack, containing at least 2 emperor summoning cards, 2 sage summoning cards, and additional random rewards. For recruiting a disciple with 9-star potential, the host will receive a lavish disciple recruitment gift pack, which guarantees 2 sage summoning cards, along with other random rewards. For recruiting a disciple with potential below 9 stars but above 6 stars, the host will receive a standard disciple recruitment gift pack, which includes 1 king summoning card. Note, all summoned powerful beings from summoning cards will be absolutely loyal to the host. Additionally, every 10 summoning cards of the same level can be combined to form a stronger entity. Furthermore, Emperor and Sage cards can only be combined once, while King cards, being of lower grade, can be combined twice but not thrice. The realm levels are Chi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Spirit Sea, Void Flight, Spirit Gathering, King, Emperor, Sage, and Immortal. Chapter 003, The Emergence of a 10-Star Genius, Lin Fan. A summoning card for 100% loyal powerful being, and it can be synthesized. The rewards are rather appealing. However, the recruitment requirements are somewhat stringent. Upon seeing the system's notification, Chen Xuan fell into contemplation. Nevertheless, with his emperor-level cultivation, as long as he is determined to recruit disciples, it should not pose much difficulty. After all, the vastness of the ancient continent is immense, teeming with numerous 10-star talents. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan nodded and declared, "I accept this task. Excellent host. To assist you in discerning the talents of your disciples. The system additionally rewards you with a pair of insightful eyes, capable of detecting everyone's talents and hidden abilities. You will also receive a foundational construction blueprint for your sect, which contains a super spirit gathering array. Please proceed swiftly to recruit disciples, lest others seize the opportunity before you do." Very well. Chen Xuan nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished, heading directly to the location indicated by the system. This location, precisely aligned, was situated within the vast region of his sect. Ancient continent, eastern domain, wild state. At the edge of a towering cliff, several disciples from a sect were pursuing a fellow disciple. "Lin Fan, you cannot escape. Surrender quietly, and we, your brothers, may grant you a swift end." "No, we must not grant him an easy death. I intend to torment him severely for having killed my younger brother. He must pay." "Enough. Quickly dispatch him, so we can return to claim our reward. Brother Wang has promised that whoever brings back Lin Fan's head shall gain entry to the second level of the Divine Ability Pavilion to select techniques." The disciples clad in the attire of the Divine Sword Sect slowly advanced towards the cliff. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, standing at the cliff's edge, was gravely injured. Gazing at the faces of his fellow disciples, he could no longer suppress his laughter, which echoed into the heavens. "Ha ha ha, pack of lapdogs. Wang Chong bullies his peers, seizes my resources. I merely defended my rights and harmed him, yet the sect offers me no justice and expels me, issuing a manhunt against me. Who is truly in the right? If I do not perish today, I shall surely kill Wang Chong and this pack of lapdogs." Lin Fan roared to the sky, expressing the anguish within his heart. He was originally a disciple of the esteemed Divine Sword Sect, a dominant power in the wasteland. Upon entering the sect as an outer disciple, he was filled with fervor to serve the sect. Although his innate talent was not particularly high, he nevertheless managed to enter the inner sanctum through his natural comprehension of the sword path, becoming a revered senior brother. He believed he would dedicate his life to the sect. However, internal disciple Wang Chong, relying on his father's status as an elder, ran rampant within the inner sect, oppressing his peers and subjecting countless female disciples to torment. Yet, in pursuit of his cultivation and in gratitude for the sect's nurturing, he endured it all. Unfortunately, Wang Chong's tyranny escalated to the point where he sought to eliminate him during an external training mission. In a moment of self-defense, he unintentionally injured Wang Chong, leading the sect to unjustly expel him and issue a manhunt against him. Such a sect left him heartbroken, feeling as though his unwavering loyalty had been cast aside. Wang Chong was indeed excessive, but who could blame him when he was the son of an elder from the Divine Sword Sect? Perhaps if he had provoked someone else, the repercussions would not have been so dire, but crossing Wang Chong was a grave mistake. Regrettably, today was destined to be his last. Several fellow disciples approached with disdain etched on their faces. Lin Fan, aware that his demise was imminent, understood that the Divine Sword Sect was one of the two dominant powers in the wasteland and the sole Supreme Sect. As a mere insignificant figure who had offended an elder of the sect, he faced a fate of certain death. Nonetheless, if he were to die, he would do so on his own terms. Lin Fan raised his voice to the heavens, declaring, My fate is mine to command, not to be dictated by heaven." With that, he turned to leap off the cliff. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Wait, don't jump." Lin Fan paused, bewildered, and glanced at the newcomer. An elder of the Divine Sword Sect? Unlikely. The sect had no elder this young. Could it be that he was here to save him? That seemed improbable. After all, the Divine Sword Sect was the only supreme sect in the wasteland. Who would dare oppose them? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the man spoke again, a smile illuminating his face. "Young man, I see in you bright eyes and a radiant smile, beautiful as a crown jewel, graceful as a jade tree, and possessing extraordinary talent, truly a rare genius. Though you are currently a diamond in the rough, with the guidance of a great master, it won't be long before you shine brightly, illuminating mountains and rivers alike. I am the 108th generation sect master of the Misty Sect. Might you be willing to become my disciple? Thus embarking on a path of fame and glory, and rescuing the suffering souls of the world? Upon hearing this, not only was Lin Fan taken aback, but so were those around him. Accepting a disciple? Surely, he could not be oblivious to the current situation. Moreover, he wished to take in a disciple who was being hunted by the Divine Sword Sect itself. Was he not disregarding the sect entirely? And what was this Misty Sect? He had never heard of it. Witnessing this, a disciple immediately shouted, "How audacious! A mere inconsequential sect dares to take in a traitor of the Divine Sword Sect before our very eyes. Do you wish to oppose the Divine Sword Sect?" Silence. Chen Xuan did not even turn around, raising his hand instead. Boom. The disciple instantly disintegrated into a mist of blood. Hiss. In an instant, everyone inhaled sharply, particularly Lin Fan, whose eyes widened in astonishment. A single strike to annihilate a practitioner of the Spirit Sea's fifth layer? Who on earth is this man? How dare he offend the Divine Sword Sect? Could he be from a reclusive sect, oblivious to the formidable reputation of the Divine Sword Sect? With this thought in mind, Lin Fan hastily cautioned, "Senior, you have slain a member of the Divine Sword Sect, a dominant power in the Wild Continent. They will not let this go. You should leave quickly to avoid attracting trouble. Indeed, you actually dared to kill someone from our Divine Sword Sect. You are doomed. You shall perish. Even if you are a master of the Sky Ascension, you cannot escape our pursuit." A disciple of the Divine Sword Sect threatened with confidence. After all, there were many Sky Ascension experts within their ranks. Furthermore, the notoriety of the Divine Sword Sect was so immense that merely hearing its name could send shivers down one's spine. Thus, even though they recognized the strength of the individual before them, they remained unafraid. "Humph, the Divine Sword Sect is nothing. I can obliterate it with a mere gesture," Chen Xuan remarked nonchalantly, gazing at Lin Fan without a trace of concern. "Now, tell me if you wish to become my disciple. If you agree, I will eliminate a few of them to vent your frustrations. If you refuse, I shall take my leave." "Excuse me? Vent my frustrations?" Lin Fan gasped, puzzled. "Have you heard of my story with the Divine Sword Sect?" "No, I haven't heard your tale, but your face tells 1,000 stories." Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile, and information about Lin Fan materialized before him. Name, Lin Fan. Realm, Spirit Sea 4th Layer. Constitution, an unawakened ancient sword body. One of the most tyrannical physiques from the ancient era, possessing an innate affinity for the sword path. Once awakened, it can command the sword path, and upon achieving great mastery, it can transcend the sword path and wield the sword to become an emperor. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, inner sect disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, having endured countless hardships to gain entry. Relying on his innate affinity for swordsmanship, he entered the inner sect, yet faced oppression and covert sabotage from the elder's son. After resisting, he was expelled and hunted by the sect. The details unfolded. Chen Xuan was indeed correct. The man's face was replete with tales. Thus, when he had just slain a member of the Divine Sword Sect, he showed no mercy. A killer must be prepared to meet death. I am willing to become your disciple." Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Initially, he feared implicating the mysterious sect, but now that the other party claimed to be aware of his story and declared the Divine Sword Sect could be easily obliterated, he recognized the extraordinary nature of this individual and was eager to accept the apprenticeship. After all, without the protection of a sect, he would eventually face extermination at the hands of the Divine Sword Sect. To find someone willing to take him in was indeed a great favor. "Excellent. Then I shall first assist you in avenging your grievances." Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction before turning to face the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. In an instant, the disciples trembled in fear. You dare? You will not have a favorable outcome for killing us. Brothers, let us attack together." The disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, filled with terror, launched an assault on Chen Xuan. Yet, before their divine abilities could be unleashed, with a snap of his fingers, Chen Xuan produced a crisp sound that reverberated through the air. In an instant, every disciple of the Divine Sword Sect trembled, and then, boom, they erupted into a mist of crimson, dispersing into the ether and vanishing entirely. Gasp! Lin Fan's pupils constricted once more in disbelief. My heavens! With a mere snap, he annihilated numerous practitioners of the Spirit Sea. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of those in the Sky Ascendant's realm. It could only be achieved by elders of the Concentration realm. Indeed, I have not chosen my master in vain. In that moment, Lin Fan's gaze towards Chen Xuan was filled with profound reverence. Disciple, why do you not kneel and pay your respects to your master? The ethereal voice jolted Lin Fan from his astonishment. Startled, he immediately knelt on the ground with a thud, exclaiming, Disciple Lin Fan pays homage to master. Clap, clap, clap. 3 resounding bows echoed powerfully. Just then, a notification chimed in Chen Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a 10-star potential disciple. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack has been received. Good disciple, rise. I shall take you back to the sect. Chen Xuan, elated by the system's reward, didn't he spare a moment to respond. He raised his hand to lift Lin Fan, and they ascended into the skies. At the peak of the Ethereal Sect, Lin Fan gazed at the desolate surroundings, the crumbling peaks and dilapidated buildings, with a bewildered expression. Master, is this truly the Ethereal Sect? Why does it appear so barren? Alas, I completely forgot to renovate the sect. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly concocted an excuse, saying, this is merely an illusion. I shall dispel it and reveal the true visage of our sect. With that, he silently urged the system. Quickly, use the sect construction card. Ding! Sect construction card successfully utilized. Sect facilities manifesting. The system's voice resonated. The construction card vanished from existence. Chen Xuan feigned a grand gesture, waving his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled. Countless peaks surged skyward, becoming majestic and imposing. On these summits, various pavilions and grand halls materialized. In the blink of an eye, a brand new sect unveiled its splendor. Simultaneously, as the sect facilities emerged, the super spirit gathering array inherent to the construction card was activated. An overwhelming tide of spiritual energy began to converge, instantly increasing the surrounding aura 1,000-fold. Feeling the intensifying spiritual energy, Lin Fan found himself instinctively absorbing it with vigor. Even his injuries began to heal faintly. Gasp! Is this the true nature of the Ethereal Sect? It is indeed a hidden great sect, with spiritual energy surpassing that of the Divine Sword Sect by countless measures. To cultivate here for a single day would equate to months in the outside world. Lin Fan was astounded, his reverence for the sect soaring as he followed closely behind Chen Xuan. Ahead, Chen Xuan led the way while quietly opening the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. System, open the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding! Luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2 Emperor summoning cards. Guaranteed reward. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 2 Sage summoning cards. Guaranteed reward. Note, all summoned strong individuals will be unconditionally loyal to the host. Gathering 10 cards of the same rank allows one to summon a mightier being. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 9 celestial veins of the sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfected ancient sword body. The ancient sword body. Every cell is imbued with supreme sword intent, granting the utmost mastery over the sword path, capable of commanding a myriad of swords. Congratulations to the host for receiving the celestial scripture, the ancient chaos sword technique. The ancient chaos sword technique, a swordsmanship cultivation method left by the sword immortals of the ancient era, capable of reversing the yin and yang of the cosmos. Wielding the sword across the currents of history to glimpse the past, present, and future, hence the name Chaos of Heaven. The rewards have been received, and Chen Xuan, who led the way, felt a surge of energy throughout his body. His comprehension of sword intent reached its zenith in an instant. At the main peak's sect master hall, the figures of the master and disciple gradually emerged. Observing the imposing bronze hall, Lin Fan's steps grew increasingly hesitant. Disciple, why do you walk so slowly? Hurry up. Chen Xuan sensed something amiss and turned to urge him. Lin Fan trembled slightly and cautiously replied, Master, why have we not seen any senior brothers or elders along the way? At that moment, he felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled into a realm of great peril. Despite the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them, akin to a celestial paradise, the vast sect remained devoid of any other presence, rendering the silence rather bewildering. Ever since our sect has secluded itself, we have not taken in any new disciples. Those former disciples have now ascended to the status of elders. Our elders are either in seclusion or wandering the world. My emergence from seclusion is to recruit disciples and to re-establish the presence of the Ethereal Sect. Chen Xuan explained without a hint of hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. He even refrained from utilizing the summoned cards he had just obtained, choosing to preserve them for the synthesis of more powerful beings. Is that so? Then does that mean I am the eldest disciple of this generation? Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Fan not only breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a surge of joy within. He quickly caught up with his master's pace. Moments ago, he feared he had been deceived into a terrifying place, only to discover that the sect's seclusion was the cause. No wonder the spiritual energy is so rich. He was indeed fortunate. Not only had he joined a secluded sect, but he had also become the senior disciple. To be the senior disciple of such a sect was exhilarating. In an instant, Lin Fan was filled with exuberance. Observing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and continued to lead the way, soon bringing him into the sect master's grand hall. The sect master's hall, as its name suggests, is the residence of the sect master. Upon entering the hall, Chen Xuan beckoned, "Disciple, come forth, and I shall help you activate your ancient sword body." The ancient sword body. Do I possess a special constitution? Lin Fan was taken aback and hurried forward, unable to suppress his curiosity. Master, do you mean to say that I possess the special constitution of the ancient sword body? He understood that the ancient sword body was the most formidable sword constitution from the ancient times, naturally attuned to the sword path. Indeed, you possess the ancient sword body. Chen Xuan affirmed with a nod. With his master's confirmation, Lin Fan stood momentarily stunned. No wonder he had always felt an intrinsic affinity for swords. Cultivating sword techniques and divine abilities had also come remarkably easily to him. It seems I possess the most formidable physique of the ancient era, the ancient sword body. However, I have heard that to fully activate the ancient sword body, one must first invoke the ancient sword intent. Yet, in this time of great upheaval, it is not only the ancient sword intent that is elusive, but even the ancient corpses are nowhere to be found. Contemplating this, Lin Fan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, and with a sense of helplessness, he said, "Master, I have heard that the ancient sword body requires the ancient sword intent for activation. Otherwise, it will merely grant an affinity for the sword path, without allowing one to truly comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. The mere ancient sword intent is but a trifle for me." Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile, raising his hand to condense a surge of sword intent, which he then infused into Lin Fan's body. In an instant, Lin Fan trembled, as his entire being was awakened by the catalyst of the ancient sword intent. Every inch of his skin awakening deepened his understanding of the sword path, further amplifying his admiration for his master. However, there was no time for lingering thoughts, as he continued to immerse himself in the comprehension of swordsmanship. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated within Lin Fan's body. Following this, his form emitted the harmonious sound of myriad swords resonating, signifying that the ancient sword body had been completely activated. With a swift flicker, Lin Fan opened his eyes, his understanding of the sword path reaching an unprecedented level. He had also awakened the inherent divine abilities of the ancient sword body. In that moment, his hair danced without wind. Raising his arm, he spoke to the void, "Sword, come forth." Boom. His voice resonated through the grand hall, echoing outward. Clang. Wherever the sound traveled, be it across mountains or within the earth, a tremor akin to the resonance of swords surged forth. Subsequently, countless broken and rusted swords emerged from the soil, materializing from the water pools, all soaring toward the Ethereal Sect. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of long swords flew into the hall of the sect leader, encircling Chen Xuan and Lin Fan in a gesture of submission. This was indeed the innate divine ability of the ancient sword body, a natural supremacy over swords. Yet, these swords were not only incomplete, but also of inferior quality, rendering them useless if kept. Chen Xuan simply uttered a word, "Depart." Clang. The hundreds of swords trembled in unison, turning to flee the hall, returning to their original resting places. Chapter 005. Bestowing the Celestial Classic, a glance across space. Gasp. My master is also of the ancient sword body. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan drew in a sharp breath. No wonder his master possessed the ancient sword intent. It turns out that his master shares this extraordinary physique. In that moment, Lin Fan's admiration for Chen Xuan soared to indescribable heights. His master had saved his life and awakened his physique, granting him a second chance at life. Such kindness and affection could never be repaid in a lifetime. Lin Fan immediately knelt on the ground, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Disciple thanks you, Master. There is no need for such formalities, my disciple. You are the current senior brother of our sect. I hope you will diligently cultivate and uphold the prestige of our sect. By the way, I have in my possession a celestial classic that is perfectly suited for cultivation of the sword path, and I shall bestow it upon you. As he spoke, Lin Fan found a tome in his hands. He glanced at the book, and prominently inscribed upon it were the words Celestial Classic. The ancient chaos, sword art. Mastery reaches its zenith, reversing the chaos of yin and yang, traversing the river of time with a sword in hand, affirming one's sovereignty through the blade. A resounding shock reverberated within Lin Fan's heart, leading him to question whether he had been slain by the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. Perhaps everything he encountered was merely a figment of his imagination in his final moments. Good heavens! The celestial scripture. How could this be? Such a treasure is beyond even the sacred grounds. To think that his master would casually present it to him, and he had only just begun his journey. Such trust bestowed upon him was overwhelming. Lin Fan was so exhilarated that he could scarcely articulate his feelings. He discreetly pinched his thigh, the sharp pain eliciting a grimace. Hiss! Drawing a sharp breath, he finally confirmed that all of this was indeed real. He hastily clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." "Indeed. Let us commence your training," Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile. "The initial stage is the most challenging, and fortunate for you. I currently have the time to offer guidance." "Certainly." Upon hearing that his master would personally instruct him, Lin Fan eagerly opened the scripture to peruse its contents. Before long, he had absorbed the material, yet there were a few aspects that eluded his understanding. He lifted his gaze, prepared to inquire of his master. However, at that very moment, he noticed his master's attention diverted elsewhere, a frown creasing his brow as he uttered two words. "Impudent." "Master, what troubles you?" Lin Fan inquired, taken aback and filled with concern. "Nothing of consequence, merely reprimanding an individual who knows not their place." Chen Xuan gradually withdrew his gaze, uttering a statement that left Lin Fan in a state of confusion. Were they not within the grand hall of the sect leader? There were no others present. How could one reprimand someone? Lin Fan was puzzled, yet he did not dwell on it, instead choosing to seek clarity on his uncertainties, awaiting his master's elucidation. A quarter of an hour rewound in time. Within the grand hall of the Divine Sword Sect, several elders stood in animated discussion below, while the sect leader, Yushan, remained expressionless in his seat. "Have the investigations yielded any results?" Yushan inquired, casting a discerning glance upon the elders below. One elder, tasked with investigating the disappearance of disciples, promptly cupped his fists and reported, "Sect leader, the soul tokens of 6 inner disciples have shattered. Upon examination, no traces were found at the scene of the deaths. Is there truly no hint of a clue? No residual aura?" Yushan's brow furrowed, his dissatisfaction palpable. This morning, he had received word of a traitor within the sect and had subsequently issued a pursuit order. However, the order was solely for the disciples, with no elders involved, intended as a trial for the disciples. Yet, unexpectedly, not long ago, the soul tokens of 6 disciples had shattered, and these were inner disciples. The simultaneous demise of 6 inner disciples was no trivial matter, prompting him to assign the investigation to the elder of the punishment hall. However, half a day had passed, and all he received was the disheartening news that no clues had emerged. It was indeed perplexing. Not a single trace remained. It was as if they had vanished into thin air at the edge of a precipice. The elder of the punishment hall shook his head. Elder of punishment. Could it be that Lin Fan enlisted aid? Perhaps his accomplices murdered our disciples and subsequently rescued Lin Fan? After all, his body has yet to be found. At that moment, Elder Wang Ben from the Techniques Hall could no longer contain his inquiry. He was none other than the father of Wang Chong, the esteemed elder of the Techniques Hall. He was unconcerned about the number of disciples lost. His sole preoccupation was when the perpetrator, Lin Fan, would be apprehended. After all, he had a late-born son who had been nearly robbed of his masculinity due to Lin Fan's actions. If he could not capture Lin Fan to exact revenge, he would have no way to answer to his son and would remain unable to vent his pent-up frustration. It was unlikely. Lin Fan possessed a clean background, devoid of connections in the secular world, and thus no one would come to his aid. Moreover, to simultaneously eliminate 6 of our core disciples without leaving a trace was beyond the capabilities of a practitioner at the Sky Realm. It must be the work of someone at the spirit-gathering realm. A mere inner sect disciple like Lin Fan could never have a formidable ally from the spirit-gathering realm. I suspect it is individuals from other factions targeting us. Elder Xing carefully analyzed the situation, then clasped his hands together towards the mountain, stating, "Sect leader, considering the multitude of geniuses within our sect, we are about to commence a new round of disciple recruitment. It is inevitable that this will incite envy from other factions. I implore you to utilize the divine artifact, the Void Mirror, to investigate the cause of these events. If there truly are other factions intent on undermining us and destabilizing our position as a dominant sect, we must be prepared in advance. The Void Mirror is merely a fragmented divine artifact. Each use diminishes its lifespan. Are you certain that our sword sect is being targeted?" Yushan expressed reluctance. Weapons are classified into spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and imperial weapons, with divine artifacts being exceedingly rare. Even our dominant sect possesses only one incomplete divine artifact. It is precisely this artifact that has allowed us to establish ourselves in the wild state as a formidable force. However, employing the Void Mirror will consume its lifespan, ultimately leading to its complete destruction. To expend the lifespan of a divine artifact in pursuit of the cause of our disciples' demise seems, to be frank, a gross misallocation of resources. Sect leader, if the disciples were mistakenly killed, it would be unfortunate. However, if there truly are other factions covertly targeting us, knowing sooner would enable us to take preventive measures. As the saying goes, one should not fear 1,000 foes, but rather the one that could be fatal. There are numerous sects in the wild state that aspire to supplant our sword sect. Noticing Yushan's reluctance, Elder Xing continued to assess the pros and cons. The other elders echoed their agreement. "Indeed, I support Elder Xing's proposal. I too support it." Agreed. Only a divine artifact can unveil the truth. The elders voiced their unanimous consent. Yushan recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly acquiesced. "Very well. If that is the case, we shall employ the divine artifact." With a grand gesture, he summoned a cracked mirror. The mirror hovered in the air, facing the shattered soul tablet. Yushan raised his hand and infused spiritual energy into the Void Mirror. In an instant, the mirror spun wildly, seeking the last trace of the aura left on the soul tablet. Before long, the scene within the mirror crystallized at the edge of a precipice. Upon confirming it was indeed the sight they had suspected, sect leader Yushan intensified the flow of spiritual energy to continue the search. Once again, the celestial realm within the Void Mirror descended into chaos. However, this time, before the scene could stabilize, a pair of profound eyes suddenly appeared within the Void Mirror. It seemed as if those eyes could see through the mirror and directly into their souls. In that moment, everyone in the hall was taken aback. Sect leader Yushan was so startled that he hastily ceased the flow of spiritual energy. But at that very moment, the voice belonging to those eyes resonated from the Void Mirror. "Impudence." Boom, boom. The sound instantaneously pierced through the Void Mirror, sending the leader of the Divine Sword Sect, Yushan, flying. With a grunt, he staggered backward, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, the scene within the Void Mirror vanished, and the divine weapon was reduced to mere ashes. How formidable! How astonishing! Yushan, unable to lament the loss of the Void Mirror, widened his eyes, filled with sheer terror. "Master, are you all right? Quickly, fetch a healing elixir." The other elders, alarmed, hurried over. It is worth noting that their leader was a formidable cultivator at the mid-stage of the concentration realm. To think he could be harmed by something within the Void Mirror was utterly inconceivable. Supported by the elders, Yushan quickly consumed a healing elixir and gradually regained his composure, casting a lingering glance at the spot where the ashes of the Void Mirror had dissipated. Upon discovering that the ominous pair of eyes had vanished, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 006, Merging 9 Celestial Veins. Achieving 5,000 times spiritual energy concentration. What on earth transpired, Master? Why was there a voice emanating from the Void Mirror? It seems incapable of replicating sound. The elders inquired anxiously. What was the nature of those eyes? Could they be the instigator? The previous scene had completely exceeded their understanding. "Shoo, do not speak recklessly." Yushan furrowed his brow, swiftly cautioning the elders. Then, with utmost caution, he continued, "Those eyes can traverse the void and behold us through the mirror. We have all been laid bare before its gaze. Moreover, I sense that it merely issued a warning. Otherwise, had it chosen to act, we would have been annihilated in an instant." "What? Hiss. How terrifying. My heavens. To be able to see us across dimensions? What level of cultivation could this be? Surely not that of a heavenly sovereign. A heavenly sovereign should not possess such capabilities. At the very least, it must be at the imperial realm or even a half-saint. What? A half-saint? In an instant, all the elders were taken aback by the mere mention of the term half-saint. After all, half-saints were entities only found within sacred grounds. Had they inadvertently offended a sacred domain? A chill ran through the crowd. I do not know, but I can sense that those eyes can pierce through all. Regardless of whether it is a sovereign or a half-saint, there is no need to investigate the matter of the disciples' demise. If we were to provoke those eyes, our divine sword sect would surely face obliteration. Yushun replied, trembling internally. He was uncertain of the opponent's strength, but he knew that those eyes were not to be trifled with. Very well. This formidable being must have been wronged by our disciple, who was subsequently eradicated with ease. Since he did not strike down the master, I believe he will not hold us accountable. This matter must remain confidential, with no leaks permitted. Dismissed. And what of the assassination order against Lin Fan? The elder from the Techniques Pavilion, still unwilling to give up, cautiously glanced at the master. After a moment's hesitation, the master replied, Lin Fan should not be connected to those eyes. Let us retract the assassination order for now and instead initiate a covert capture. Remember, we require him alive, and during the capture, no offenses must be committed. If it proves impossible to apprehend him, then it shall be. At the mysterious Cloud Sect, guided by Chen Xuan, Lin Fan had begun to tread the path of cultivation. As for why he was able to comprehend so swiftly, the reason was rather simple. Firstly, he possesses the ancient sword body, which endows him with an innate affinity for the sword path. Secondly, the immortal scripture, although derived by a sword immortal, is particularly suited for those with a sword physique to cultivate. Thirdly, the abundant spiritual energy within this realm renders it an ideal environment for cultivation. Given these numerous advantageous conditions, his learning progresses at an extraordinary pace. Disciple, there are numerous houses outside the main hall. Feel free to select one for your residence. Chen Xuan gestured toward the adjacent structures as he exited the grand hall of the sect master. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, subsequently seeking out a suitable dwelling to report to his master. However, upon turning around, he was astonished to see Chen Xuan soaring into the sky. Concurrently, 9 translucent colossal dragons materialized in Chen Xuan's hands, hurtling toward the ground with his commanding gestures. Hiss, is this a spiritual vein? No. The aura emanating from it is far more formidable. Could it be a divine vein? Perhaps even an immortal vein? Lin Fan's heart raced at the revelation. The spiritual vein is an intangible entity formed from the confluence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, typically nurtured by nature itself. As for the immortal vein, it is a rarity that most cultivators rarely even glimpse the divine veins, let alone the immortal ones. Yet, his master could manifest an immortal vein with his bare hands. Such a feat is utterly terrifying. For a moment, Lin Fan stood in a daze, his eyes wide as he watched his master establish the immortal vein. Soon, as the first immortal vein fused with the mountains and rivers, the surrounding spiritual energy surged dramatically, and the celestial barrier of this realm began to thin. This surge of energy was a staggering 1,500-fold. Indeed, it was an immortal vein. The moment the first immortal vein was set, Lin Fan felt the exponential rise in spiritual energy, leaving him utterly astounded. Boom. The second spiritual vein plunged into the earth. The surrounding energy continued to escalate. Hiss. Now at 2,000 times. Moreover, the celestial barrier grew even weaker. Lin Fan's eyes widened once more. This was merely the placement of 2 immortal veins. What magnitude of spiritual energy would be unleashed if all 9 were established? Amidst Lin Fan's incredulous gaze, one by one, the immortal veins, under Chen Xuan's deft movements, penetrated the mountains and rivers with thunderous roars. Soon, all 9 immortal veins were seamlessly integrated into the landscape. The spiritual energy at the peak of the mysterious Ethereal Sect soared to an astonishing 5,000 times that of the outside world. Of course, this was the main peak. However, even the other mountains surrounding it boasted energy levels surpassing 4,000 times. Even in the remote corners beneath these towering peaks, the spiritual energy concentration reached 3,000 times. Yet, in comparison to the celestial barrier, this energy felt negligible. For at that moment, The celestial barrier within the mysterious Ethereal Sect had become extraordinarily fragile, allowing various Dao rhythms and principles to be perceived with minimal effort. In certain areas, the Dao rhythms even seeped through the celestial barrier, visible to the naked eye. This is the true essence of terror. What, one might ask, is the greatest fear in cultivation? Is it seclusion? Or is it combat? Neither. The most profound dread in cultivation is the inability to comprehend. Without comprehension, no matter how arduous the training, one's cultivation cannot progress. Especially in the later stages, breakthroughs hinge on various insights. At present, the rules of the Misty Sect have manifested, and the flow of Dao rhythm is palpable. Remaining here for cultivation is akin to facing negligible difficulties in overcoming cultivation bottlenecks. Provided one is willing to endure hardship in their practice, breakthroughs are inevitable. It is no exaggeration to assert that if a dog were thrown into the Misty Sect, it would likely ascend to become a formidable demon in no time. Indeed, our sect exudes an aura of dominance. I must diligently cultivate to live up to my master's high expectations and to honor the nurturing environment of our sect. With a sense of astonishment, Lin Fan stepped into his chamber and began to immerse himself in rigorous training. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, having completed the arrangements for the celestial vein, wore a satisfied smile. The rewards bestowed by the system were indeed remarkable. With such transformations within the sect, it is likely that recruiting disciples will become significantly easier in the future. As for the summoning cards, Chen Xuan had no intention of utilizing them for the time being. After all, he had already attained the cultivation of an emperor. Summoning one or two more emperors would yield little satisfaction. It would be more prudent to reserve them for synthesizing celestial beings. As for the saint summoning card, it was even less relevant. Who would desire a saint when one could synthesize an emperor? The system had indicated that the cards could be synthesized, but an emperor and a saint could not undergo secondary synthesis. This means that a saint summoning card can only synthesize into an emperor, while the resultant emperor card cannot be further synthesized, but can only be summoned for use. Conversely, the emperor summoning card can be synthesized into a celestial being. Thus, the optimal strategy for maximizing the benefits of summoning cards is to synthesize emperors into celestial beings and saints into emperors. After all, it is a rare sight to behold a celestial being in this world for countless millennia. If our sect were to possess one, it would undoubtedly be remarkable. With a celestial being in our ranks, assembling a cadre of emperors as elders would also be quite advantageous. As for the rewards for the lower-tier disciples, they can all be synthesized into saints to serve as external elders. After all, the elders of the Misty Sect cannot be of a rank lower than a saint, lest we diminish the prestige of being the most formidable sect. At that time, as the sect leader, I would command a multitude of saints and emperors. What a splendid spectacle that would be. With this thought, Chen Xuan broke into a grin. It is uncertain whether the system detected his musings, but it suddenly chimed in with a reminder. Ding! Detected that in 3 days, the Sword City will host a disciple recruitment conference where a genius with 10-star potential is expected to appear. The host is advised to mark the date and attend the recruitment. A recruitment conference? Chen Xuan was taken aback and questioned. System, are you mistaken? You want me to compete for disciples at the Sword Sect? Ding! Not at all, host. Although the recruitment is held by the Sword Sect, you need not go to their sect directly. Simply attending the Sword City will suffice. Moreover, there will be more than just the Sword Sect present. Numerous smaller sects and various factions will be there to pick up the discarded disciples. Therefore, the host can attend under the pretext of collecting discarded talent. Discarded disciples? Chen Xuan thought, how absurd. Here I am, the future leader of the strongest sect, an emperor-level sect master, and I am expected to scavenge in front of a mere hegemonic force? Chen Xuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. However, upon realizing that the individual in question was a 10-star gifted disciple, his ire dissipated. After all, the thrill of obtaining a rare card was truly exhilarating. All right, I understand. I will be there. With that, Chen Xuan swiftly entered the grand hall of the sect leader. Chapter 007. The Eldest Disciple's Continuous Breakthrough. Proceeding to the recruitment conference for talent acquisition 3 days later. At the Misty Sect's master peak, Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of murky air. He had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. In merely 3 days, he had transcended 5 minor realms. Truly, this environment was a paradise on earth. Moreover, the celestial grade technique bestowed by my master proved to be exceedingly powerful. After cultivating it, My combat prowess had soared by at least several dozen times. My master mentioned taking me to recruit new disciples. I should inquire about when we shall depart. Rising, Lin Fan exited his chamber and entered the grand hall, clasping his fists in respect. Master, I have completed my cultivation and have now attained the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. When shall we set forth? With eager anticipation, he awaited his master's praise. After all, transcending 5 minor realms in 3 days, even the prodigies of the sacred lands would likely find such an achievement daunting. At the pinnacle of the spiritual sea? Quite commendable, his master replied, albeit with a hint of jest. However, compared to me, you are still a fraction behind. I recall breaking through from the 1st to the 9th level of the spiritual sea in the mere span of a breath. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, offering praise that inadvertently included himself. To break through 9 minor realms in a single breath? Lin Fan was taken aback, utterly disbelieving. Humph, what a boast. Even the ancient emperors could not achieve such feats. No matter how formidable my master is, it cannot be possible. Nevertheless, despite his skepticism, Lin Fan humbly remarked, I am but a foolish disciple, unworthy of comparison to my master. That is sufficient. Let us be on our way. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction and took flight. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly followed suit. Thus, the master and disciple soared towards the Sword City. However, given Lin Fan's previous status as a disciple of the Sword City, to prevent being recognized and causing trouble for his master, he donned a bronze mask to conceal his identity for this journey. Sword City, an establishment under the auspices of the Sword Sect. Its proximity to the sect made it a favored haven for those seeking to become disciples. At this moment, the area outside Sword City was bustling with people, a veritable throng that threatened to burst the city at its seams. Such was the allure of a dominant sect. Aspirants flocked endlessly, all eager to join the Sword Sect and ascend to greatness. Of course, numerous sects also sought to recruit talent, for exceptional disciples converged here. Even a casual selection would yield more prodigies than those found at their own doorsteps. Halt! What brings you here? As Chen Xuan and Lin Fan approached the city gate, they were intercepted by 2 gatekeeping disciples. Chen Xuan paused and replied with deliberation, We are here to recruit disciples. Recruiting disciples? The gatekeepers wore blank expressions, as if accustomed to such encounters, and promptly began to rub their fingers together. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan immediately grasped their intent. No wonder the Sword Sect allowed others to recruit. It was also a means of generating income. He inquired nonchalantly, How much? 300 spirit stones. Quite reasonable. Chen Xuan remarked. Do not dawdle. Please expedite the payment. There are many waiting to enter the city. Seeing the confidence of the visitors, the gatekeepers urged them on. Merely 300 spirit stones. Chen Xuan nodded, turned to Lin Fan, and instructed, Disciple, pay the fee. Lin Fan, though momentarily startled by his master's reminder, did not feel the slightest discontent. To be of service to his revered mentor was a blessing cultivated over a lifetime. He would not hesitate to part with 300 spirit stones, and even if it meant sacrificing his life, he would gladly comply. With a cheerful disposition, he retrieved the 300 spirit stones and tossed them over. Upon entering the city, he recalled his master's admonition, one must never use power to coerce others. All must be voluntary. Should anyone dare to oppress or force, they must bear the consequences. As they approached, the gatekeeper disciple did not forget to offer a final reminder. The master and disciple paid them no heed and proceeded directly into the Sword City. Upon entering, the bustling streets of Sword City instantly captivated their senses. The sounds of pedestrians, vendors hawking their wares, and the clamor of price inquiries filled the air. Even Chen Xuan found himself enchanted by the scene. Having secluded himself in the mountains for a decade, he had not witnessed such a vibrant throng in ages. On the streets, one could see a plethora of handsome young men and beautiful women. Of course, there were also some middle-aged folks and elders. They traversed the crowd, casting furtive glances, occasionally appearing in alleys to intercept young boys and girls. Fear not, it was not robbery, but rather an attempt to recruit. Young man, I see a promising future in you, with a well-rounded appearance and a demeanor befitting greatness. Would you care to join our moon cycle sect? Entrance means becoming an inner disciple. Step aside. I have never heard of your moon cycle sect. I aim to join the Sword Sect as an outer disciple. Young lady, last night I observed celestial phenomena and foresaw the emergence of a prodigious talent. I have sought you here. Would you join my carefree sect? I would take you as my cherished disciple. Move aside. I am on my way to become an outer disciple of the Sword Sect. I have never heard of your carefree sect. One after another, the scheming elders lured the youth in the alleys, their mannerisms strikingly similar. Witnessing this scene left Chen Xuan bewildered, for he had once spoken in the same manner when he recruited Lin Fan. He turned to glance at Lin Fan, who wore a composed expression. Having previously been a disciple of the Sword Sect, he had encountered many such scenarios, thus remaining unperturbed. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt a hint of embarrassment and discreetly led the way forward. Master, should we find a place to stay first? Or go directly to seek the person you are looking for? Lin Fan inquired respectfully along the way. Let us go directly to find him. Once we have taken in a disciple, we shall return. Chen Xuan replied earnestly as he gazed in the direction indicated by the system. Before long, he spotted a maiden clad in a fitted, sheer gown. Although the streets were filled with attractive individuals, her presence still caused quite a stir. She was tall and graceful, and wherever she went, her aura overshadowed that of all other beauties. In an instant, countless eyes were drawn to her, showering her with astonished glances. Yi Qingcheng name. Yi Qingcheng, rebirth of a quasi-emperor. Realm, 6th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Physique, reincarnation celestial body, spirit unbound by reincarnation, consciousness eternally indelible. Each death brings rebirth with blood essence and memories intact. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, the reincarnation body born after 10,000 years. Having undergone 9 cycles of reincarnation without attaining the rightful path to become an emperor, now stands on the threshold of the 10th cycle, reborn a millennium ago. Just half a month prior, memories of a past life began to awaken. Detailed information emerged vividly in Chen Xuan's mind. With a slight smile, he murmured to himself, still a girl from 10,000 years in the future, my apprentice, you now have a junior sister. With that, he strode directly towards the young girl. Huh, junior sister? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively followed his master's lead. However, as the two approached Yi Qingcheng, a young man clad in the robes of the Divine Sword Sect blocked the girl's path ahead of Chen Xuan. Upon glimpsing the young man's visage, Lin Fan halted abruptly, urgently warning, Master, that is Wang Chong, the son of the elder from the Techniques Pavilion. It is because of him that I have been hunted. How fortuitous. In that case, you may take your vengeance upon him later. I shall ensure your safety. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. Yet, such domineering words startled Lin Fan, who expressed concern. But won't this bring trouble to you, master? This is the vassal city of the Divine Sword Sect, teeming with disciples of various sects, and so close to the Divine Sword Sect itself. If something occurs, they will be the first to receive news. Fear not. Remember, our Misty Sect does not cower before any power. Even if an emperor were to arrive, you need not be afraid. The sect will provide protection. Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan felt a surge of determination. The Misty Sect fears no forces. Even in the face of an emperor, they stand resolute. Could it be that there are indeed unparalleled masters within the sect? With this thought, Lin Fan was utterly exhilarated. He nodded fervently, declaring, All right, I shall avenge myself by slaying him. Very well, but do not approach just yet. Let us observe what he intends to do with your junior sister. Chapter 008. The reincarnated celestial body from 10,000 years, hence Wang Chong's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement as he scrutinized Yi Qingcheng. A true gem indeed. That figure, that visage, that complexion, that slender waist. How utterly enchanting. At that moment, Wang Chong's gaze was filled with desire. It had been far too long since he had encountered such a rare beauty. Now that he finally had, to let this opportunity slip would be a disservice to his reputation as the Divine Sword Sect's dandy. Thus, Wang Chong beamed as he positioned himself before Yi Qingcheng, feigning concern. Miss, you must be here to participate in the Divine Sword Sect's disciple recruitment event, correct? The entrance examination has commenced today. Why have you not yet attended? Have you perhaps lost your way? Allow me to escort you to the Divine Sword Sect for your entrance test. No, thank you. Yi Qingcheng frowned, shaking her head in outright refusal. Yet, the young man remained undeterred, his eyes still filled with desire. My lady, I am Wang Chong, an inner disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, and my father is an elder of the Techniques Pavilion. I can recommend you for entry into the sect, saving you considerable hassle. Moreover, if you perform well in the outer sect, I can easily use a bit of influence to secure your admission into the inner sect. What do you say? Shall we get acquainted? With that, he awaited her response with eager anticipation. seemingly confident in his success. Unexpectedly, the reaction of Yi Qingsheng was rather indifferent. She merely shook her head in refusal. The reason for her denial was quite straightforward. Lin Fan was no longer part of the Divine Sword sect, so why should she join? Furthermore, given her exceptional talent, she could directly enter the inner sect without any recommendations. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to join any sect at this moment, Yi Qingsheng stated calmly before turning to leave. However, such an attitude instantly extinguished Wang Chang's patience. His expression darkened as he coldly threatened. If you do not wish to join the Divine Sword sect, then what brings you here? Do you think my sect is merely a place you can enter and exit at will? Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingsheng felt a bitter smile emerge. She had not desired to come here either. She had been forced to traverse into this realm. In her previous life, she resided in the ancient continent a mere 10,000 years in the future. During that era, she was extraordinarily gifted and experienced a path of remarkable growth. Although she was an orphan without family, her cultivation journey was relatively smooth, akin to a destined protagonist from a novel. However, her encounter with a woman named Lung, she completely altered her perception of her own identity, making her realize that she was not the heroine, but rather a supporting character. Each time Lung Shi appeared, she would inevitably bring about her demise, and there was no escape from death. In her previous life, she had faced 9 cycles of reincarnation, each ending in her murder, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. In her first life, during her developmental years, she dealt with several obstacles due to certain conflicts. Eventually, a girl named Lung Shi, who had achieved remarkable cultivation, found her and without any hesitation, reduced her to ashes, claiming it was revenge for her family. It was then that Yi Qingsheng understood that the obstacles she had dealt with included Lung Shi's family members. After being obliterated, she was reborn to the original starting point, commencing her second cycle of reincarnation. This time, she took extra precautions to avoid offending Lung Shi's family. Even when encountering them, she maintained a cordial demeanor, fearing that Lung Shi might surpass her in cultivation and seek her life. Yet, fate has a way of playing tricks on individuals. The heavens arranged for a man to be by her side, deeply enamored with her, despite her indifference towards him. Little did she know, the girl Lung Shi would cross paths with her once again, attempting to seize that very man, leading to her demise once more, for he was indeed her boyfriend. Upon discovering this, Yi Qingsheng felt a surge of frustration. Thus, in her third cycle, she refrained from provoking the girl and avoided any interaction with the man. Yet, fate dealt her the same hand, as she again encountered both of them in an unexpected corner, resulting in yet another fatality. Thus, in the subsequent cycles, she could not escape the fate of being annihilated by that girl. Even when she attempted to preemptively strike Lung, she always managed to evade her, only to return stronger and kill her. This cycle of death nearly shattered her resolve. By the 9th life, she abandoned all tactics of contention against that girl and devoted herself to rigorous training, limiting her interactions with others. Eventually, she ascended to the quasi-emperor realm with remarkable speed, readying herself to re-emerge into the world. According to the timeline, at that juncture, the girl was far from her opponent, nowhere near the quasi-emperor realm. Thus, she resolutely emerged from her seclusion. Indeed, as she anticipated, the young girl reappeared, her abilities far inferior to her own. She was, in truth, no match for her. Just as she believed she could effortlessly vanquish her opponent, another unfamiliar man suddenly materialized, striking her, who was on the brink of becoming an emperor, into oblivion with a single slap. It was only moments before her demise that she discovered this newly appeared man was the girl's elder brother, possessing the cultivation of an emperor, far surpassing her prowess. Moreover, their master was a man named Lin Fan. Upon receiving this revelation, Yi Qingsheng was left utterly dumbfounded. The girl was already outrageous enough, and now an elder brother appeared. An elder brother who was an emperor. Not only had he reduced her to ashes with ease, but there was also a master above them both. Good heavens! Just how formidable was Lin Fan, that even his disciples could reach the level of emperors. Opposing them was a certain path to dire consequences. Even if she could perpetually reincarnate, it seemed she could hardly escape the fate of being obliterated. Who knew what realm Lin Fan truly belonged to? Thus, upon understanding this, Yi Qingsheng silently resolved that in her next reincarnation, she would seek out Lin Fan to become his disciple and grasp his coattails. However, to her astonishment, in her 10th life, she found herself traversing back a millennium, becoming the eldest daughter of the illustrious Yi family, second only to a hegemonic power. She had awakened the memories of her previous 9 reincarnations merely half a month ago. This revelation shattered all her plans, especially when considering the possibility of encountering that girl once more, who had continuously bested her. She could not suppress her anxiety. Yet, following the awakening of her memories, she unexpectedly learned that the Divine Sword Sect was convening its triennial disciple recruitment assembly, with her father, the clan leader, extolling the might of the sect, triggering fragments of recollection from her past life. Lin Fan, it seemed, had originated from the Divine Sword Sect. For reasons unknown, he had subsequently departed from the sect and soared to greatness. Had she inadvertently traversed to Lin Fan's era? Her heart trembled, and she eagerly sought information about Lin Fan, soon discovering that he was indeed a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, and furthermore, an inner disciple, not held in high regard by the sect. Upon learning this, she wasted no time and, following her father's guidance, ventured forth alone to participate in the Divine Sword Sect's disciple recruitment assembly. She confidently assured her father that she was absolutely certain she would become an inner disciple. Her father, in his excitement, presented her with countless treasures to enhance her strength. Yet, as fate would have it, destiny loves to play tricks. This morning, as she steadfastly prepared to attend the tests, she learned that Lin Fan had been expelled from the sect. The reason remained unknown, as did his whereabouts. Her hopes of clinging to his coattails were dashed once more. As for joining the Divine Sword Sect, her enthusiasm had completely evaporated. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of where to find Lin Fan. Therefore, she held no goodwill towards the Divine Sword Sect disciple before her. After all, with her capabilities, even if she joined the sect, her status would undoubtedly surpass that of this individual. With a little manipulation, she could certainly become the sect leader's personal disciple. However, considering that Lin Fan had been expelled from the Sword Sect, should she join, it could potentially lead her into a state of opposition against him. Thus, she promptly abandoned the notion of aligning herself with the Sword Sect. In this lifetime, she had a family and a career, unlike her previous solitary existence. Offending a dominant force like the Sword Sect could jeopardize her family's standing, prompting her to soften her tone as she said, "I apologize, but I truly do not wish to join the Sword Sect at this moment." Today, whether you like it or not, you will join. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Wang Chong sneered, gesturing dismissively towards the distance. Instantly, several disciples of the Sword Sect emerged, surrounding Yi Qingqing. Stop! Just as Wang Chong prepared to take action, a sharp voice rang out. Shortly after, 2 men, one tall and one short, approached them slowly. Could it be that the Sword Sect would even forcefully recruit disciples? The newcomers were none other than Chen Xuan and Lin Fan. It was Lin Fan who spoke, his expression inscrutable behind a bronze-eye mask. Lin Fan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Chong instinctively shouted Lin Fan's name. Lin Fan replied, "You can recognize me? You are the only one in the entire sect who dares to oppose me without any backing. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you." Wang Chong let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Well then, how dare you show your face in Sword City? Last time you ambushed and injured me. This time, you shall not escape." With that, he commanded, "Brothers, let us take him down." At his command, the other disciples of the Sword Sect spread out, encircling Lin Fan and Chen Xuan. Meanwhile, upon hearing their exchange, Yi Qingqing was taken aback, her heart racing. Reflexively, she glanced towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, could he be the master of Lung Shi, the formidable powerhouse from 10,000 years hence? In that instant, Yi Qingqing was rendered speechless. She had never anticipated that her search would lead her to him so effortlessly. She resolved to cling to his metaphorical coattails, determined to seize the opportunity to earn his trust while he was engaged in battle. With this thought, Yi Qingqing became increasingly vigilant, ready to act at a moment's notice to rescue him. Though she was but at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea, she possessed numerous techniques accumulated over 9 lifetimes. Even if an elder were to arrive, she was confident in her ability to escape with Lin Fan swiftly. However, at that moment, the disciples of the Sword Sect suddenly found themselves immobilized, as if their legs had been rooted to the ground. What is happening? I can't move my legs. Neither can I. It feels as though my legs are glued to the earth. I'm stuck too. A wave of panic swept through the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Fan smiled knowingly. He understood that his master had intervened, granting him the opportunity for revenge. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Chong, coldly declaring, "Wang Chong, prepare to meet your end." With that, he raised his hand, gathering a palm of spiritual energy, and directed it towards Wang Chong. Wang Chong's heart trembled. Though he was at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea, he believed himself to be a level above Lin Fan. Even if he felt somewhat weak, being one rank higher was not a mere illusion. Even in the absence of allies, he remains unafraid. Lin Fan, in a direct confrontation. You are no match for me. Today, allow me to demonstrate the might of the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea realm, the Tiger Fist. With that, he immediately exuded the aura of the 5th layer, raising his hands to conjure a pair of fists that surged towards Lin Fan's palm with fierce intent. Boom. In an instant, the two powers clashed. However, as Wang Chong's Tiger Fist made contact with Lin Fan's palm, it disintegrated into nothingness. Following this, the palm descended with the weight of a mountain, continuing its relentless path towards Wang Chong's head. Hiss! Wang Chong gasped in shock, utterly astonished. Impossible! Impossible! How could you, merely at the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea realm, obliterate my Tiger Fist in an instant? He was greatly alarmed and hastily summoned all his spirit energy to form a defense. Yet, before the defense could manifest, that massive hand had already landed on his head and suddenly pressed down. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the bluestone floor was instantly cratered, and Wang Chong vanished without a trace. In that moment, everyone around was stunned, all peering into the pit. They could only see a blur of blood and flesh. Who said I was merely at the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea realm? I am now at the 9th layer, Lin Fan murmured, with vengeance fulfilled. The hatred and obsession in his heart dissipated entirely. He then turned to Chen Xuan, clasping his fists in respect. Master, I have avenged my enmity. Boom. As those words left his lips, the crowd finally snapped out of their stupor. Good heavens! A disciple of the Divine Sword Sect has turned to mush. Murder! Murder! A disciple of the Divine Sword Sect has been slain. Run for your lives. In an instant, the surrounding young men and women were startled, fleeing in all directions. After all, this was a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Moreover, it was on their turf. To dare commit murder here, was that not akin to inviting death? Those who remained to watch were either of considerable background or believed themselves to possess sufficient strength. As the crowd scattered, the few disciples of the Divine Sword Sect were left dumbfounded. Even though they had regained their ability to move, they had lost all confidence in capturing the murderer, the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Good heavens! Did Lin Fan truly break through 5 minor realms in just 3 days? How is that even possible? And what of the silent figure beside him? Is he his master? No wonder they were paralyzed earlier. It must have been his master's doing. In that moment, the disciples were utterly shocked, too intimidated to utter threats. Swiftly retreating to signal the sect elders, only daring to observe Lin Fan and Chen Xuan from a distance, fearful they might escape. However, it was evident they underestimated Lin Fan and Chen Xuan. Escape? That is the act of the weak. At this moment, Chen Xuan not only chose not to flee but nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. When it is time to strike, one must strike. This aligns with the true essence of my mysterious cloud sect." With that, he slowly approached Yi Qingcheng, smiling gently. "My lady, I observe in you a remarkable constitution. You are destined for greatness. Would you be willing to become my disciple and join my mysterious cloud sect? I am the 108th generation leader of the Miao Miao sect, a sect of formidable strength and profound heritage, destined to cultivate you into an emperor." With this declaration from Chen Xuan, those surrounding him were momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, he dares to approach for discipleship despite his situation. What audacity! I have never encountered such boldness in my life. The Miao Miao sect? I have not heard of this sect, have you? I too am unfamiliar with it. It must be an obscure sect. Yet, such boldness is astounding. To have slain a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect and still dare to recruit disciples on the spot. How reckless! Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Yi Qingcheng was equally astonished. The Miao Miao sect? The 108th generation leader? Lin Fan's master? Could it be that she has encountered a truly significant figure? Her luck is extraordinarily fortuitous. If not now, then when should she bow? Without a second thought, Yi Qingcheng knelt before Chen Xuan, her voice trembling with excitement. "Disciple, Yi Qingcheng pays respects to master." Thud, thud, thud. With this, she bowed 3 times, the sound echoing against the stone floor. This scene left everyone nearby wide-eyed and agape, unable to believe their own eyes. She has truly bowed. Good heavens! Is she not courting disaster? Alas, this girl. She is doomed. Those who offend the Divine Sword Sect do not meet a good end. And she dares to become a disciple? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity. This girl appears to possess remarkable grace and exceptional talent. Yet her fate seems grim. The leaders and elders of the surrounding minor sects lamented. Chen Xuan, however, remained unfazed, for the system's rewards had just arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting a disciple with 10-star potential. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift package has been delivered. Please check. Chapter 010. A single utterance shocks the elders, their eyes widening once more. Good, good, good. My dear disciple, please rise. The ground is cold. After successfully accepting a disciple, Chen Xuan eagerly assisted Yi Qingcheng to her feet, then smiled broadly as he introduced Lin Fan. Qingcheng, this is your senior brother, Lin Fan. From now on, you shall be my second disciple. Qingcheng acknowledged her senior brother, expressing her eagerness for his guidance. She was overwhelmed with joy. Now, she has become Lin Fan's junior sister. No longer fearing the cold, after 10,000 years. When she stands before her, would she dare lay a hand on her, the masteress niece? Moreover, if her master could teach Lin Fan so skillfully, surely he would not fall short in guiding her. Greetings, junior sister. As for guidance, we are all disciples of the sect. Let us strive together. Lin Fan reciprocated with a bow. All right, now that you are acquainted, let us depart. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, preparing to lead the two back. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed through the Divine Sword City. Old one, you dare to kill my Divine Sword Sect disciple and still attempt to leave? Surrender at once. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in. Shortly after, two elders from the Divine Sword Sect appeared in the air, landing on the street. Where's my son? Where's my son? One of the elders, Wang Ben, who happens to be the father of Wang Chong, immediately sought news of his son upon his arrival. Today marks the first day of the Disciple Recruitment Conference, and he was tasked with patrolling outside the sect alongside his cousin to maintain order. Suddenly, he received a communication from the Divine Sword City, informing him that Lin Fan had appeared there and had killed his son. Upon hearing this news, Wang Ben nearly collapsed, urgently dragging his cousin to fly over. Quickly tell me, where's my son? He randomly seized a disciple from Divine Sword City, anxiously inquiring. Elder Wang Shitty he is. The captured disciple trembled all over, paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to respond. Speak, quickly. Wang Ben, in a state of agitation, sprayed the disciple's face with spittle. The disciple, overwhelmed with terror, momentarily forgot how to articulate his words. Fortunately, at that moment, other disciples provided an answer. Elder Wang Shitty, he is in the pit. With a swift motion, Wang Ben appeared at the edge of the pit. Upon seeing the pile of muck within, he instantly broke down. Ah, my son, my son. Wang Ben howled to the heavens. His powerful aura could no longer be contained, erupting forth entirely. Boom. A tremendous pressure emanated from him, instantly suffocating all the young men and women nearby. Ah, such overwhelming pressure. I can hardly breathe. Is this the power of the half-step condensing spirit? The dominance of such a force is indeed formidable. It is said that the inner elders of the Divine Sword Sect are at least in the late stage of the Skyward Realm. The true protectors of the mountain are all at the condensing spirit level. Is this the might of the late stage of the Skyward Realm? Though I too am in the Skyward Realm, I fear I could not withstand even a single blow against this pressure. Truly, in the path of cultivation, the higher the realm, the more pronounced the gap between each level. In an instant, the surrounding crowd was astonished, hastily attempting to resist this overwhelming force. Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng also changed countenance, feeling the immense pressure. However, just then, Chen Xuan slightly lifted his head, and the pressure on the two instantly dissipated. It is the master. Both turned to gaze at Chen Xuan, filled with a profound sense of security. Lin Fan, you dare to kill my son, pay with your life. At that moment, Wang Ben suddenly launched himself towards Lin Fan with incredible speed, leaving everyone bewildered and unable to react. This left Lin Fan utterly speechless. He had donned a blindfold. How could anyone recognize him as Lin Fan? However, at this moment, Chen Xuan was not one to be trifled with. To dare to act against his disciple in his presence was akin to digging beneath the feet of a sovereign, an act of folly. Ants, Chen Xuan uttered expressionlessly. Boom. The words ants transformed into a wave of pressure, surging towards Wang Ben. Upon being struck by these two words, Wang Bin's body exploded with a resounding crash, showering the area with blood. He didn't even manage to utter a sound. Gasp. Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Exploded? My heavens. This man seems to be the 108th generation head of the Miao Liao sect. Is Miao Liao sect that powerful? Just 2 words, and he obliterated an elder at the peak of the skyward realm? Could he be at the condensing spirit level? The 2 words carried an aura of intimidation that rivaled even that of the pinnacle of the spirit concentration realm. Wang Bin, after all, was a master at the peak of the void control realm. It was unfathomable that even the esteemed leader of the Divine Sword sect, a figure of the spirit concentration realm, could achieve such an overwhelming effect without resorting to physical action. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Surely, he could not be stronger than the leader of the Divine Sword sect. In that moment, the crowd turned their vigilant gazes towards Chen Xuan, fearful that he might suddenly unleash his wrath upon them. Even the 2 disciples by Chen Xuan's side were taken aback by this display, particularly Yi Qingqing, who widened her beautiful eyes in awe, her heart racing with admiration. Master is so imposing, truly worthy of having taught Brother Lin Fan. I hope to inherit even a fraction of Master's prowess in the future. Lin Fan remarked. Master is indeed remarkable when he chooses to act. He delivers a decisive blow. He can annihilate even the elders at the peak of the void control realm in an instant. The 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously clasped their fists towards Chen Xuan, praising, Master, your might is unparalleled, and the mysterious Cloud sect is formidable. Enough with the flattery. Let us return. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he took off into the sky with Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to intervene. Even Wang Bin's cousin, Wang Shuang, stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Once the figure of the assailant vanished completely, he began to curse at the surrounding crowd. He can't escape. The sect leader is currently presiding over the disciple recruitment meeting at the mountain gate. I will report this to the sect leader, and he will capture him without delay. With that, he retrieved a communication talisman and reported, Sect leader. A grave incident has occurred in Divine Sword City. The elder from the Technique Pavilion was obliterated by a single word from Master Lin Fan. Requesting assistance, requesting assistance. Whoosh. The communication talisman shot forth a beam of white light, racing towards the direction of the Divine Sword Sect. He remained on the spot, murmuring to the ashes of his cousin, Cousin, do not blame me for not intervening. He is simply too powerful. Had I acted, I would have been reduced to ashes as well. Your son is gone, and now you are too. Grandfather has only the 2 of us as grandchildren, and I have no descendants. We cannot allow grandfather's line to end here. Wouldn't you agree? Moments later, the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect, accompanied by several inner sect elders, descended from the mountain. As he surveyed the scene, he listened intently to the reports being given. Mysterious Cloud Sect? I have never heard of such a sect. Moreover, aside from the 1 inner disciple, how could Elder Wang have left no trace at all? Even in obliteration, there should have been some residual energy. Yushan stared in bewilderment at the spot where Wang Bin had perished. Sect leader. The location where Elder Wang vanished seems devoid of any traces, just like the 6 disciples. Suddenly, the reminder from the Elder of Punishment jolted Yushan from his thoughts. He trembled in disbelief, exclaiming, could it be the eyes from the void mirror? Very likely. Upon hearing those words, the Elder of Punishment felt a shiver run through him. After all, the events that transpired in the void mirror had filled them with dread. Quick, did anyone remember the appearance of that person? Draw it for me. Yushan urgently inquired of those present. I remember his appearance. Soon, a minor sect leader stepped forward, exclaiming excitedly, I recall what he looked like. Quickly, let us get it drawn. Yushan urged anxiously. The man nodded, producing paper and pen to commence his drawing. In a brief moment, he captured the likeness of Chen Xuan and his 2 disciples. The 3 figures lay neatly on the paper. Master, it is complete, he exclaimed, handing the artwork over. Yushan eagerly accepted it, unfolding it to behold the image. Instantly, those familiar eyes appeared on the page. Both Yushan and Elder Xingfa felt a jolt in their hearts. Indeed, it was those very eyes. Yet, before they could fully register their astonishment, the eyes on the paper suddenly blinked at them. Reflexively, they tossed the drawing aside, leaping in unison with startled cries. What the, Master? What is wrong with the Master? The other elders, taken aback by the reactions of Yushan and Elder Xingfa, hurried to inquire. However, Yushan was far too preoccupied to respond. for his heart raced uncontrollably, and a chill ran down his spine. It was him. It was truly him. Oh heavens! He had inadvertently offended him once more. Cursed fate. Yet, the glance seemed devoid of anger. Relieved yet trembling, Yushan retrieved the fallen drawing and commanded the assembly. Inner disciple Wang Chong and elder Wang Bin, abusing their positions as elders of the Divine Sword Sect, have maliciously harmed fellow disciple Lin Fan and are deserving of death. In the course of the investigation into Wang Bin and Wang Chong, they have unwittingly provoked powerful figures from other sects, bringing trouble upon the Divine Sword Sect. Their demise is justly warranted. Relay my decree. This matter is henceforth concluded. No further investigations shall take place, and we shall restore Lin Fan's name within the sect. With a grand gesture, Yushan dismissed the assembly and hastily departed from Divine Sword City. He did not continue presiding over the disciple recruitment meeting, but retreated into the Master S Hall, seeking refuge from the unsettling encounter. Those eyes had startled him twice. Anyone would be left in disarray. Fortunately, the entity did not pursue further trouble. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Within Divine Sword City, Yushan's words swiftly spread. The name Misty Sect began to circulate, though that was a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan sensed someone sketching his portrait and blinked, delivering a fright. After all, the individual was merely observing his visage with no ill intent. Thus he refrained from resorting to lethal measures. Junior sister, prepare yourself. We are about to enter the Misty Sect. Lin Fan reminded his junior sister as they approached. Yi Qingqing paused momentarily, perplexed by her brother's words. What preparation was necessary for entering a sect? Was there a trial to overcome? Not dwelling on it, she nodded, yes. Thank you for the reminder, brother. With that, she followed her master and brother into the Misty Sect. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual energy enveloped them. Yi Qingsheng was taken aback, clearly astonished by the overwhelming aura. Even having stepped into the realm of near emperors, she had never encountered such a bountiful source of spiritual energy. In an instant, her soul seemed to be elevated, her entire being floating in an ethereal state, uncontrollably spreading her arms wide to embrace the overwhelming aura surrounding her. This aura is remarkably dense, she murmured to herself. Hee, that's nothing, junior sister. Why not take a moment to feel it more deeply? Lin Fan chuckled, prompting her once more. Yi Qingsheng was taken aback, immediately channeling her focus to perceive the energy around her. Before long, her eyes widened in astonishment. The barrier between heaven and earth is so fragile, it feels as though it could burst with a mere poke. Is this the environment of our sect? To cultivate and comprehend here must be exponentially more effective than anywhere else. A surge of excitement coursed through Yi Qingsheng, her pupils dilating in awe. Was the cold she from my past life training in such an environment? It seems only natural to struggle in such conditions. Noticing her daze, Lin Fan grinned and said, Junior sister, it is a blessing for us to join the Misty Sect. You must dedicate yourself to your training from now on. No slacking off. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Yi Qingqing responded with enthusiasm. She then cast a glance at Chen Xuan, who walked ahead with a steady pace, unfazed, showing no inclination to introduce the sect, nor to engage in conversation. This made Yi Qingqing pout in frustration. She had so many questions. Why was the sect so quiet? Why hadn't they encountered any senior brothers along the way? However, as her master remained silent, she felt it inappropriate to inquire and turned her gaze back to Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan did not ponder deeply, as the senior brother, he naturally felt compelled to elucidate the sect's details. Thus, he earnestly relayed to Yi Qingcheng the information that Chen Xuan had previously shared, leaving her in a state of shock. Particularly, when she learned that the Misty Sect was a reclusive sect and that all disciples had been promoted to the rank of elder, her astonishment reached new heights. The collective strength of all disciples elevated to the elder tier was unimaginable. Moreover, she had just been accepted as the sect leader's personal second disciple. Such a title was immensely prestigious. Filled with excitement, Yi Qingcheng gazed at her master, yet Chen Xuan maintained his stoic expression, leading the way. Of course, Chen Xuan's demeanor was not a mere act of solemnity. He was in the midst of receiving system rewards. The luxurious recruitment gift package had successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Emperor Summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Sage Summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Ultimate Illusion Tower, a sect facility. The Ultimate Illusion Tower consists of 9 levels with thousands of rooms, each capable of manifesting diverse scenarios and perilous environments corresponding to varying realms, allowing cultivator spirits to enter the illusions for training. Time flows within the illusion at 10 times the speed of the outside world. 10 days spent in the illusion equates to 1 day outside. Note, when the cultivator's spirit enters, the experience is 100% authentic. Any injuries or death within the illusion are felt as if real, yet the physical body remains unharmed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate skill. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Reincarnation Immortal technique. The Reincarnation Immortal technique, created by the Reincarnation Immortal, promises eternal life beyond the cycle of reincarnation, rendering one immortal and indestructible. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 tons of Enlightenment Tea. Enlightenment Tea embodies the essence of the Tao and the rules of heaven and earth, assisting cultivators in their path to understanding. Ding. The ultimate illusion tower has manifested within the sect. As the system's voice faded, an array of rewards was instantly credited. Gazing at the treasures within the system's space, Chen Xuan smacked his lips. He had amassed 4 Emperor summoning cards and 4 Sage summoning cards. He believed it would not be long before he could summon an Immortal. Furthermore, the ultimate illusion tower could be utilized by disciples for their cultivation. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra and the Supreme Techniques could be bestowed upon these 2 newly accepted disciples. The only thing he could use was a hefty 10 tons of Enlightenment Tea. Goodness, 10 tons. Could that be excessive? It seems it must be awarded to the disciples instead. As Chen Xuan made his way toward the main peak, he contemplated the system rewards in silence. At the same time, a colossal tower, comparable to a mountain, suddenly appeared in the clearing of the sect, gradually transforming from ethereal to solid, ultimately coalescing into a towering edifice reaching the heavens. Chapter 012. Family Correspondence. Yi clan mobilization. Meeting upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the giant tower, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng were taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, look! A giant tower has appeared over there." Awakened by the astonished voices of his disciples, Chen Xuan glanced at the ultimate illusion tower and began to impart knowledge with utmost seriousness. "Disciples, there is no need for alarm. This tower is the ultimate illusion tower. Once a cultivator enters, their spirit will traverse through various secret realms and perils conjured by the tower, while their physical form remains entirely unharmed. It serves as a tool for the cultivation of our sect's disciples. You are welcome to explore it when you have the time. My disciples may enter without any restrictions." Wow, such formidable functionality! If the physical body is unharmed, does that not equate to possessing immortality? In an instant, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng were profoundly astonished. After all, cultivators often face battles. Only through combat can one continually surpass oneself. Yet, battles frequently accompany the specter of death. If there exists such a cultivation tower, would it not alleviate many life and death crises on the path of cultivation? Moreover, the privilege of unrestricted access for Master S direct disciples implies that others would face limitations. Being Master S direct disciples means they could enter at will? Heavens! To be a disciple under Master S guidance is indeed an immense stroke of luck. They would be the first to utilize the good things. In a moment of excitement, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng were rendered speechless. Ding! A 10-star potential disciple has been detected and will appear near the Rule's secret realm in 7 days. Please prepare to accept disciples. Host. At the main peak, before the grand hall of the sect leader, Chen Xuan had barely caught his breath when the system's prompt for accepting disciples rang out again. 7 days? We shall speak of that in 7 days. Without a moment's thought, Chen Xuan disregarded the system alert. 7 days is still ample time. With that thought, Chen Xuan raised his finger slightly, and both Yi Qingsheng and Lin Fan found a book materializing in their hands simultaneously. He commanded, "You two. One a reincarnation body, and the other a primordial sword body. I grant you the appropriate techniques and powers, so cultivate diligently. In 7 days, follow me to the Rule's secret realm to accept new disciples." Yes, the two promptly bowed, and then began to peruse the books in their hands. Lin Fan's reaction was relatively composed, having previously encountered the celestial scriptures. Thus, the sight of the Supreme Divine technique did not astonish him as much. Although the Supreme Divine abilities are recognized as the most formidable techniques in existence, they have largely fallen into obscurity. In comparison to the celestial scriptures, they still seem somewhat lacking. Conversely, Yi Qingsheng was far more taken aback. holding the reincarnation celestial scriptures in her hands. Her expression mirrored Lin Fan's when he first beheld the celestial scriptures, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The celestial scriptures. It was indeed the celestial scriptures. And the mysterious cloud sect possessed them as well. This was utterly terrifying. She grasped the scriptures with fervor, at a loss for words to describe her current state. After all, she had traversed 9 lifetimes and had never encountered the celestial scriptures. No wonder she had been unable to defeat Long Shi in each of her lives. It turned out that the opportunities inherited by Long Shi had surpassed her imagination. If such a formidable sect were to be vanquished, it would indeed be a miracle. You are all studying the celestial techniques from the celestial scriptures. It may be somewhat challenging to cultivate. I shall provide you with some enlightenment tea leaves. You may use them to comprehend any aspects you find perplexing. If you still have questions, do not hesitate to seek me out. Having finished speaking, Chen Xuan reached into the void and retrieved 2 handfuls of enlightenment tea leaves, tossing them toward the 2 individuals. Upon witnessing the floating tea leaves before them, both were immediately struck with astonishment, their pupils contracting sharply. Marvelous! So many. Indeed, there were an overwhelming number. They had anticipated that their master would provide each of them with a single leaf of enlightenment tea, yet to their surprise, it was a handful for each. This handful must contain at least 100 leaves. Their master was indeed exceedingly generous. Thank you, master, for your gracious gift. The disciples shall diligently cultivate to bring honor to you and the sect. The 2 hurriedly expressed their gratitude while stowing away the tea leaves. Very well, go and cultivate. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, preparing to ascend to the top level of the ultimate illusion tower. However, at that moment, Yi Qingcheng promptly inquired politely, Master, I have been away from home for several days and wish to send a message to my family, informing them that I have become your disciple and joined the sect. So they need not worry. Is that permissible? The message talisman could transmit information over long distances, but it would reveal the location from which the message was sent. Hence, she dared not act without consulting her master. Certainly, now that our sect has emerged, we need not fear revealing our location. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, and then took a step toward the ultimate illusion tower, his figure vanishing in an instant. With the affirmation, Yi Qingcheng felt a surge of excitement and promptly bowed in the direction where Chen Xuan had disappeared, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Junior sister, these vacant rooms are unoccupied. You may choose anyone you like. I must go cultivate for the upcoming Rule Secret Realm in 7 days, where numerous dominant forces will participate and talents from the surrounding states will gather. You should also cultivate diligently to avoid disappointing the master. Lin Fan kindly reminded her as they exited the Grand Hall. Yi Qingcheng immediately clasped her fists in thanks. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I have also heard of the Rule Secret Realm. It is said to be an ancient space filled with countless heavenly treasures, accessible only to cultivators under 30. At that time, the talents from the nearby states will converge to compete. I shall not let Master down. Indeed, strive to make our mysterious cloud sect renowned in the Rule Secret Realm. As they spoke, the 2 entered the room and commenced their rigorous training. However, Yi Qingcheng did not immediately engage in her cultivation. She carefully placed the celestial scriptures and enlightenment tea leaves on the bedside, and then retrieved a communication talisman to send a message to her father. After all, when she left home, she had vowed with utmost sincerity that she would undoubtedly become an inner disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Several days had passed since then, and the recruitment conference of the Divine Sword Sect had commenced that very morning. If she continued to remain silent, her family would inevitably grow anxious. Father, your daughter has joined the sect, and all is well. Do not worry, Yi Qingcheng conveyed to the talisman, then sat cross-legged to begin her practice of the reincarnation celestial scriptures. Meanwhile, within one of the countless prestigious families of the wasteland, the Yi family, the patriarch, Yi Changsheng, was addressing all the elders and ancestors as he held a motivational assembly for the young disciples of the family. In the vast training ground, over 1,000 youthful disciples, primarily in their teens, stood under the blazing sun, all gazing intently ahead. Before them, a long table stretched for several meters, behind which sat a row of esteemed family elders. Even the family's venerable ancestor, Yi Junlin, was present, listening intently to the patriarch's address. Although the ancestor held the highest status within the family, this was the patriarch's moment to shine, and it was not his place to intervene, even as the revered elder. Observing the multitude of young disciples before him, Yi Changsheng raised his voice. My dear sons of the Yi family, it is widely acknowledged that cultivation is arduous, exhausting, and perilous. Yet, countless individuals continue to brave the challenges. But for what purpose? Is it for longevity? No. Is it for the sake of showing off? No. It is to grow stronger. Yes. But why strive for strength? Perhaps many do not comprehend. The singular purpose of becoming stronger is to protect oneself, safeguard one's family, and provide shelter for future generations. Do not fear the hardships and exhaustion. The family will flourish through your efforts. And it is thanks to you that our lineage will become ever more splendid. Yi Changsheng paused to take a sip of water, then continued with renewed vigor. Imagine, decades from now, when you stand in my position, facing your sons, grandsons, and future descendants. If you lack sufficient strength, how will they thrive? How will they mature? Just as we were once your age, if we had not diligently cultivated and aspired to better ourselves, you would not enjoy such a comfortable environment for growth. You might find yourselves oppressed or face threats to your lives from powerful adversaries intruding upon your homes, bullying your parents, brothers, and sisters. Therefore, we are the future you. You are the past we once were. You are destined to become the pillars of our family, upholding our legacy. Yi Changsheng's fervor intensified with each word, his voice rising in passion. The children in the training hall began to adopt a somber demeanor, seemingly aware of the consequences of neglecting their training. A few particularly ambitious youths clenched their fists tightly, their small hands visibly straining with tension. Even the elders seated on either side could not help but be moved, genuinely admiring the compelling nature of Yi Changsheng's speech. Seeing that the emotions of the crowd had been sufficiently stirred, Yi Changsheng felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. He raised his voice once more, proclaiming, "Come, join me in singing our Yi family battle song." He declared, "In the storm, prepare yourself, sing." He said, "What is this little pain in the storm? Wipe your tears, do not fear, for at least we still have dreams." He said, "What is this little pain in the storm? Wipe your tears, do not ask why." In an instant, the harmonious chorus of thousands resonated throughout the entire Yi family estate. Even the elders of the Yi family, their faces flushed and voices raised, joined in the grand chorus. One cannot help but acknowledge that their first ancestor was a true visionary. Not only did he innovate the assembly for motivating the youth within the clan, but he also created the family battle song. It is precisely due to these two significant contributions that the Yi family has remained steadfast through the ages. Whenever the family faced decline, one or two extraordinary individuals inspired by these innovations would emerge, leading the clan back to prosperity. Thus, although the Yi family may not have been the strongest, they have maintained a lasting legacy, never allowing their lineage to falter. Suddenly, Yi Changsheng's communication talisman flickered in his pocket. He bent down and quietly informed the elder beside him, "Elder, I must take my leave for a moment. Please announce the conclusion after the song." With that, he slipped the talisman into his pocket and departed the scene, returning to his courtyard, where he eagerly retrieved the communication talisman. His excitement stemmed entirely from the fact that this talisman was connected to his daughter. Its flickering indicated she had sent a message. Their family had been amassing strength, and now they awaited her initiation into the Divine Sword Sect, where she would become a vital disciple. This would allow them to engage with dominant forces, exchange resources, and ultimately achieve the transformation into a powerful entity. Therefore, he was filled with anticipation regarding his daughter Yi Changsheng's news, as was the entire family. Taking a deep breath, Yi Changsheng infused spiritual energy into the talisman. Soon, his daughter's voice resonated through. "Father, I have entered the sect. All is well, do not worry." "Entered the sect? Ah, splendid." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yi Changsheng exhaled in relief. However, upon reflecting further, he realized he still had not ascertained whether she had become a disciple of the sect's leader, nor had he heard about the initiation process. This left him somewhat perplexed. After much contemplation, he resolved to clarify the matter. Thus, he sent her a message. "Chingcheng, have you become a disciple of the sect's leader? Was the entrance examination difficult? I knew you would not disappoint me. While in the sect, be sure to get along well with your senior brothers and sisters. I will arrange for someone to bring you spiritual artifacts and elixirs to gift to your seniors, fostering good relations." Whoosh. The message was sent. After a brief moment, upon arriving at the Misty Sect, Yi Changsheng was startled from her meditation. She picked up the communication talisman with a sense of helplessness, yet she still began to listen. Upon hearing her father's inquiries, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. This was because she had not joined the Divine Sword Sect, but rather the Misty Sect. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingqing ultimately resolved to speak the truth. Thus, she sent a message. Father, I have entered the sect under the Master. Moreover, the assessment was not difficult, as there was no test. The Master took me in because he valued my potential. Please refrain from sending any elixirs, as there are currently only 2 disciples in the sect, my senior brother and myself. The elder disciples have all aged. Whoosh. The message was dispatched. When Yi Changsheng received this response, he was momentarily rendered speechless. No assessment? Only 2 disciples? The elder disciples have all aged? Was this truly the Divine Sword Sect? Surely no other sect could be so outrageous. Goodness, could it be that his daughter had been deceived? He had previously cautioned her countless times not to trust anyone from the Divine Sword City. With this thought, Yi Changsheng was filled with panic and exclaimed, Daughter, are you certain you have joined the Divine Sword Sect? Do not let anyone trick you. Yi Qingsheng replied, Father, to speak frankly, I have joined the Misty Sect. In that instant, Yi Changsheng, holding the communication talisman, felt tears welling up, nearly reaching the point of despair. His daughter had indeed been deceived. He exclaimed, How could a nameless sect have ensnared you? Daughter, you must return at once. The Divine Sword Sect's recruitment event is in just a few days. If you miss it, you will have to wait for years. Come back immediately, do you hear me? Yi Qingsheng countered, Father, you must not speak ill of the Misty Sect. My master would be displeased. Moreover, the Misty Sect is not as unremarkable as you suggest. It is a hidden grand sect of the wilderness continent. It is perfectly normal that you have not heard of it, since it has just emerged. Furthermore, this place is a land of immortality, with a cultivation environment 1,000 times better than the Divine Sword Sect. I am progressing rapidly in my training, and my master has even provided me with an immortal scripture for cultivation. Yi Qingqing recounted all the advantages of the Misty Sect to Yi Changsheng. However, Yi Changsheng could hardly believe such nonsense. A hidden sect with slumbering elders, a land of immortality, and immortal scriptures? Such childish tales were hardly credible. Qingqing, I command you to return at once. He roared. I will not return. I intend to join the Misty Sect. Father, do not persuade me any further. In due time, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. With that, Yi Qingsheng closed the communication talisman and resumed her cultivation. After all, continuing this argument would lead nowhere. Neither side could convince the other. When she eventually achieved great success in her training and shone brilliantly within the realm of rules, he would surely understand that the Misty Sect was indeed a supreme grand sect. With such thoughts, Yi Qingqing smiled as she immersed herself in her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng, waiting in vain for his daughter's reply, was on the brink of fury. The family's strongest prodigy, the hope of the entire Yi clan, had been duped into joining a nameless sect. This was utterly unacceptable. He promptly took the communication talisman to seek the elder, intending to have him deduce the location indicated by the talisman, as he prepared to personally retrieve his daughter. However, upon learning that Yi Qing had not joined the Divine Sword Sect, but had instead been deceived by an unknown minor sect, the elder nearly leapt from his seat in distress. What did you say? Qingsheng has been duped by an obscure sect? Chapter 014. Father, what brings you here? Boom. Upon receiving this information, the elder angrily struck Yi Changsheng on the head. I told you to accompany Qingsheng, yet you did not. And now look what has happened. Qingsheng has been misled. You have driven me to fury. If anything befalls her, do not blame me for turning against you. The elder huffed and puffed in exasperation. Despite his scolding, he did not cease his work. Soon, through the intricate carvings on the communication talisman, he deduced the source of the information. Found it. It lies within the chaos ancient mountains. I shall accompany you. The elder tossed the talisman aside, ready to lead the way. Seeing this, Yi Changsheng quickly restrained the elder, saying, There is no need for that, elder. It is merely a minor sect with only 2 disciples. Surely they are just a ragtag group. I can handle this. You may await my news at home. With that, Yi Changsheng ascended into the air, heading towards the chaos ancient mountains. Once airborne, several families nearby were left in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Isn't the head of the Yi family at the peak of the spiritual sea? When did he enter the airborne realm? He appears to have done so with remarkable stability. Wow. Yi Changsheng has concealed his cultivation level all these years. No wonder the Yi family has been so confident in their endeavors. It appears he is quite the formidable one. But where could he be rushing off to? Has something happened to the Yi family? In an instant, discussions erupted among the inhabitants of the surrounding cities, especially from the head of the Sun family, the Yi family's long-standing rival. At this moment, he gazed upwards, clenching his fists in frustration. Well done, Yi Changsheng. I never expected you to hide your true power. However, his tone shifted as he chuckled, wearing a look of amusement as he watched the direction in which Yi Changsheng had vanished. What does it matter if you conceal your strength? Our Sun family's elder is on the verge of breaking through to the spirit solidification realm. I dare say you are unaware of this. Hee, when you encounter our elder, the expression on your face will be truly remarkable. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. At the Misty Sect, after a day and a half of vigorous flight, Yi Changsheng finally reached the designated coordinates. Observing the desolate mountain gate, he irritably sent a message to his daughter, urging her to come forth. At the main peak, Yi Changsheng, after a night of cultivation, slowly opened her eyes. Wow, I have actually reached the 8th level of the spiritual sea. The cultivation environment here is indeed terrifying. Although she had been cultivating for a night and a half, most of her time had been spent comprehending the reincarnation immortal scripture. Her actual cultivation was limited to just over half a day. Yet, even this allowed her to break through 2 minor realms. This illustrates just how formidable the Misty Sect's environment truly is. At that moment, the communication talisman by the bedside flickered briefly. She cast a glance at it and ultimately decided to listen in. After all, she had ignored the previous messages. Daughter, please come back. I beg you. Are you coming home or not? Don't provoke your father. I can be quite fearsome when angered. If it comes to that, I might just storm into your sect. Do you believe me? Daughter, I am already at the entrance of the mysterious Cloud sect. If you don't come out, don't blame me for causing a scene and showing you no mercy. After the last message rang out, the talisman fell silent. Yi Changsheng was startled, instantly leaping out of bed and rushing outside while sending a message to her father. Father, please don't be rash. I'll come out right away. With that, she hurriedly flung open the door and dashed down the mountain. To be honest, she never anticipated her father would come in person. She fervently hoped he wouldn't act impulsively. Otherwise, if he really barged into the sect, she wouldn't know how to plead her case to her master. Soon, at the entrance of the sect, Yi Changsheng spotted her father, Yi Changsheng, surveying the surroundings, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Quickening her pace, she approached him and exclaimed, Father, what brings you here? My daughter. Yi Changsheng's eyes brightened as he began to scrutinize her. Yi Changsheng felt a shiver run down her spine and responded, Father, what are you looking at? Do I have flowers on me? Phew. Thank goodness, you are unscathed. You stubborn girl, come back with me. Upon confirming Yi Changsheng was unharmed, Yi Changsheng seized her hand, determined to leave. Yi Changsheng, dumbfounded by her father's actions, stood her ground, feeling as though her feet were weighed down by lead, and patiently explained, Father, I cannot leave. I am a disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect and cannot leave the sect without permission. You are driving me mad. The mysterious Cloud sect, is it? Very well. Since that is the case, I must see what makes this sect so special that you are bewitched by it. Unable to budge his daughter, Yi Changsheng grew angry and turned to storm into the sect. Seeing this, Yi Changsheng was taken aback and hurriedly intervened. Father, you cannot just barge into the sect. Otherwise, I want to be able to explain myself to my master. Huh? Explain what? If you have the ability, stop me. Yi Changsheng scoffed, determined to proceed. Helpless, Yi Changsheng had no choice but to throw a punch, pushing him back and advising, Father, if you continue this way, do not blame me for taking action. Yi Changsheng retorted, Very well. You dare to raise your hand against me for a mere sect? Today, I shall overturn this sect. With that, he began to retaliate. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Yet, as the battle progressed, Yi Changsheng discovered that his daughter's strength had significantly increased. Although he sensed her breakthrough, no matter how one looked at it, she was still at the Spirit Sea realm, while he was a formidable presence at the 4th level of the Sky Master realm. For a moment, he found himself unable to suppress her. Father, can you please stop this madness? If you truly wish to enter and take a look, be honest. I shall report to the master, and only with their consent will you be allowed inside. Not bad. Your combat prowess is indeed growing stronger. Today, let us see if you can truly stop me. Yi Changsheng responded with a non sequitur, instantly amplifying his combat strength. Seizing the moment when Yi Changsheng was momentarily distracted, he dashed towards the sect. It's over. Observing her father's retreating figure, Yi Qingqing began to formulate her apologies for later. After all, he was her father, and she could not truly resort to any extraordinary measures against him. Boom. The moment Yi Changxing crossed into the sect, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from all directions. In an instant, countless rules of heaven and earth, the essence of Tao, began to manifest intermittently. Yi Changxing trembled, instinctively halting his steps, frozen in place. Is this a celestial realm? His head spun, the world around him whirled, and he felt as if his soul had transcended, his entire being floating in an ethereal bliss, momentarily forgetting his purpose for entering, lost in rapture. Chapter 015. A deep bond between father and daughter. The second disciple guides her father through the sect, the ultimate illusion tower. At the pinnacle, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, a galaxy shimmering within his gaze. The ultimate illusion tower, yet still somewhat lacking. It cannot confine a being of the emperor realm. A stranger has appeared within the sect? Suddenly, the changes within the sect caught Chen Xuan's attention. In a flash, his figure vanished, reappearing before Yi Changxing in an instant. Startled, Yi Changxing was jolted from his reverie of enjoyment as his joyous spirit returned to its core. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the mysterious sect? Chen Xuan pronounced with a calm demeanor, his voice resonating like thunder, causing Yi Changxing to shudder, a compelling urge to worship surging within him. This feeling was even more intense than meeting the leader of the Divine Sword sect. Could he be the leader of the mysterious sect? Yi Changxing's heart tightened, momentarily at a loss for how to explain himself, for he realized this sect was indeed unlike what he had envisioned. The overwhelming spiritual energy, the rules of heaven and earth entwining everywhere with the essence of Tao. To call it a celestial realm is no exaggeration. Perhaps it is truly a hidden, superlative sect. And he had trespassed into this super sect. How could he possibly explain himself? In a moment of trepidation, Yi Changxing fervently pondered his defense. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Qingqing approached, providing an explanation on his behalf. Master, this man is my father. I am guilty of allowing him to enter the sect without permission. I implore you to punish me. With that, Yi Qingqing knelt before him. Observing this, Yi Changxing also came to his senses, hurriedly kneeling as well, pleading, Senior sect leader, please forgive me. Upon learning of my daughter's entry into the mysterious sect, my paternal instincts compelled me to intrude. If punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me. And do not hold my daughter accountable. In that moment, he fully believed his daughter's words. He distinctly felt the might and mystery of the mysterious sect. Realizing that the Divine Sword sect was indeed incomparable, leaving him with no inclination to resist, only reverence remaining within his heart. Since you are Qingqing's father, you shall be spared. However, should there be a next time, our sect shall not show mercy. Rise. Upon learning that the other party was Yi Qingqing's father, Chen Xuan displayed remarkable composure, refraining from anger. After offering a few words of admonition, he gently raised his hand, effortlessly lifting both individuals from the ground. Feeling the enveloping force coursing through him, Yi Changxing was once again astounded, for this singular power rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. It was evident that his daughter's words rang true. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. I shall surely remember your teachings. Thank you, master. The two men quickly clasped their fists in gratitude. No need for such formality. Since you are here, let us converse within the hall. Chen Xuan nodded, gesturing grandly. And in an instant, the three soared into the air, the world spinning around them, until they found themselves in the grand hall of the sect leader. Then, with another sweeping gesture, Chen Xuan conjured 2 cups of tea upon the nearby table. He smiled slightly and said, Patriarch Yi, having traveled such a distance, please accept this humble offering of tea as a token of respect. I am most honored. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yi Changxing could hardly entertain the thought of refusal, carefully settling himself before reaching for the tea. However, upon discerning the leaves within the cup, he was seized by a fresh wave of astonishment and exclaimed, Insight tea. 2 leaves. Indeed, the tea in his hand was none other than Insight tea, and it contained 2 leaves. Good heavens! Such a precious commodity. His daughter's master had chosen to serve this to guests, and with 2 leaves to boot. Was this not a monumental waste? In that instant, Yi Changxing was overwhelmed with shock, hastily cradling the cup to his lips and drinking deeply, not even leaving a drop behind. And he did not forget to roll the leaves into his mouth. The essence of the tea compelled him to close his eyes in reflection. as years of cultivation dilemmas unraveled within that fleeting moment. Upon reopening his eyes, he felt as though he had transformed entirely. He was filled with elation, realizing that the insight tea was indeed as legendary as rumored, possessing remarkable efficacy in fostering comprehension. Observing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand once more, refilling Yi Changxing's cup. The latter promptly expressed his gratitude and eagerly consumed it in one gulp, even using his tongue to gather the remnants from the cup. His exaggerated manner of drinking left Yi Changxing speechless beside him, yet not daring to remind him in front of her master. She resorted to a feigned cough to attract her father's attention. Ahem. Yi Changxing remained oblivious, continuing to savor the cup. Ahem. She coughed again. This finally caught Yi Changxing's attention. As he licked the cup, he looked up with a puzzled expression and asked, "My daughter, what is the matter? Is your throat uncomfortable? If so, drink less tea and more water. Hand me your cup as well." Yi Changxing silently pushed her cup toward him. Yi Changxing downed it in one go. Seeing this, Yi Changxing's face was adorned with dark lines. How had she not realized that her father's audacity was so profound? Chingcheng. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the main seat, that of her master. Yi Changxing was startled, quickly rising to clasp her fists, declaring, "Disciple is here. Since your father has arrived, you should show him around to put his mind at ease." Chen Xuan seemed to notice the exchange between the two and smiled while giving a gentle command. Upon realizing this, Yi Changxing hurriedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Yes, thank you, master." Afterward, she discreetly gestured to Yi Changxing, urging him to rise quickly. Only then did Yi Changxing reluctantly get up from his seat, clasp his fists in salute to Chen Xuan, and follow his daughter out of the main hall. "My dear daughter, this truly is a remarkable place." Outside the hall, gazing at the picturesque landscape and the abundant spiritual energy, Yi Changxing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Without the presence of the sect leader, he felt considerably more at ease and relaxed. Humph. I wonder who just claimed that the Piamiao sect was not worth visiting. Yi Changxing immediately pouted in retort. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Changxing swiftly covered his daughter's mouth, glancing cautiously around and whispering, "Shh, be quiet. We mustn't let the sect leader hear us." Humph. Observing her father's growing reverence for her sect, Yi Changxing felt an unexpected sense of pride and couldn't resist letting out a few triumphant sounds. "Chingcheng, I must admit my earlier mistake. I misjudged you without conducting proper inquiries. From now on, you can cultivate diligently here. Make sure your master is pleased with you. The rise of our Yi family depends on you. I am fully aware of the need to cultivate diligently. Father, allow me to show you around. My master instructed me to do so to ensure your peace of mind." Yi Changxing rolled her eyes and began to lead the way. Peace of mind, indeed. Absolutely. Yi Changxing quickly smiled, then muttered softly, "With the master around, I have been forgotten. I will heed my master's words and disregard my father's." "What did you say, father?" Yi Changxing suddenly turned back. Yi Changxing promptly beamed and replied, "Oh, nothing, nothing. I was just saying how wonderful your master is for welcoming me with the enlightenment tea on our first meeting." As he spoke, he carefully extracted 6 pieces of the tea leaves from his mouth and stuffed them into his daughter's hands. "My dear daughter, here is a treasure for you. Hold on to it tightly so that your master doesn't see it." Yi Changxing, witnessing the crumpled, damp tea leaves in her father's hands, nearly choked on her meal from 3 days prior, clenching her fists tightly, unable to pry them open despite her father's attempts. "Why don't you take it? You silly girl. This is something I specifically saved for you. I couldn't bear to eat it myself." Yi Changxing whispered in exasperation. Chapter 016. The Yi family's submission and the reward of the 9. Seeing her father in such a state of distress, Yi Changxing felt a surge of emotion. Although the manner in which he presented the enlightenment tea was rather unappealing, it was ultimately a gesture of his goodwill. It reminded her of childhood days when she would eagerly snatch treats from her parents, oblivious to whether they had enjoyed them first. Yet, while she appreciated the sentiment, she had grown into a young lady and couldn't continue to snatch food from her father's hands. Moreover, it was rather undignified. Yi Changxing rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Father, you should eat it. My master has given me some too." She then produced a handful of enlightenment tea leaves for Yi Changxing to see. Good things are never too many. The final word was left unfinished, and Yi Changxing's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment as he exclaimed a curse. "What? So much?" Indeed, it was an astonishing quantity. That was an entire handful. Having painstakingly accumulated 6 leaves himself, he felt an immense sense of value. Yet his daughter had received a whole handful. It seemed that the leader of the Miao Miao sect truly regarded his daughter as a disciple to be nurtured. In that moment, Yi Changsheng was overwhelmed with excitement, yet he grew increasingly conscious of his demeanor. The leader had kindly taken the time to cultivate his daughter, and he must set a good example, leaving no room for any negative impressions. Consequently, he became mindful of his posture, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. Father, please take some. I cannot possibly use so many by myself." Yi Qingqing offered him half of the leaves. However, Yi Changsheng immediately stepped back, firmly refusing. "No, these are given to you by the sect leader. You absolutely cannot share them with anyone, not even your own father. It would be quite unfortunate if the leader were to take offense. I have more than enough with these 6 leaves. When we return, I will share them with your ancestors and the elders at home." As he spoke, he stuffed the 6 leaves back into his mouth. "Father, could you refrain from shivering so much?" Yi Qingqing said with a sigh. Just as the father and daughter were whispering to each other, Lin Fan emerged from the training tower and, seeing the two of them in hushed conversation, inquired with curiosity, "Junior sister, what are you two discussing?" His voice cut through the air unexpectedly. Yi Changxing jumped at the sudden sound. "Senior brother, it's nothing. My father came to visit me, and my master asked me to show him around." Yi Qingqing quickly greeted Lin Fan and offered an explanation. Upon realizing that this was his junior sister's father, Lin Fan became more courteous, promptly clasping his fists in salute. "Ah, so you are Uncle Yi. I am Qingqing's senior brother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings." "Greetings," Yi Changxing responded, acknowledging Lin Fan with respect. Lin Fan was taken aback and immediately returned the gesture. In no time, the two were caught in a bowing exchange. "Ah, senior brother. My father and I have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. We shall converse later." Finally, Yi Qingsheng could no longer bear it and hastily pulled her father away from the scene. At times, she truly felt helpless. The embarrassing incidents she encountered over 9 lifetimes paled in comparison to the humiliation her father brought upon her in this life. Observing the retreating figures of the father and daughter, Lin Fan felt a flicker of envy in his gaze. Regrettably, he was all alone, with no family to speak of. However, since the day he joined the sect had become his home, and his fellow disciples were his family. Lin Fan turned and headed back towards the main hall to continue seeking guidance on the challenges he faced in his cultivation. In the afternoon, after a day of exploration, Yi Changsheng had come to a profound realization about the power of the sect. Before his departure, he returned once more to bid farewell to the sect leader. Inside the sect leader's grand hall, Yi Changsheng respectfully took a seat, finished the Tao Enlightenment tea in his hand, and rose to clasp his fists, saying, "Respected sect leader, your esteemed sect has just emerged and is not well acquainted with the outside world. Although the Yi family is not a dominant force in the wilderness state, it is still a prominent family. If the mysterious sect ever finds itself in need of the Yi family, I implore the esteemed sect master to speak freely. The Yi family shall not hesitate to lend its support." Ding. Loyalty to the Yi family has been detected. How could a formidable sect exist without allied forces? Please accept the Yi family as a vassal power and offer a sweet incentive, rewarding them with a 9-bin Yellow River Formation. 9-bin Yellow River Formation. This formation contains the mysteries of heaven and earth, possessing the power to beguile immortals. Those below the immortal realm who enter shall surely meet their demise. Only an immortal can breach this formation. It is the perfect defensive array, uniting both offense and protection. Suddenly, the system's prompt echoed. Upon seeing the reward, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This reward is indeed remarkable. It can serve as a protective formation for the sect. However, how should he provide the incentive? After all, a conventional vassal force is required to pay an annual tribute, which ensures that assistance is rendered from the higher echelons should issues arise. Yet, he was not in need of such tributes. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan devised a plan, smiling slightly as he spoke. "Patriarchy, you are too modest. Our sect has just emerged and lacks influence in the outside world. Might the Yi family consider becoming affiliated with our mysterious sect? Of course, we require no tribute, and we can even offer a training opportunity for one of your members to study at our sect." Really? In an instant, Yi Changsheng was shaken to his core, overwhelmed with excitement. To affiliate with the mysterious sect? That was precisely what he had been contemplating. After all, being associated with a grand sect would not only require some tribute, but would also provide protection for his family. yet to hear that there would be no tribute required, and a training slot offered was beyond his wildest expectations. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky. It is indeed true. However, as a vassal of our sect, absolute loyalty is imperative. No treachery can be tolerated. Chen Xuan nodded slowly. At this, Yi Changxing was thoroughly convinced and quickly clasped his fists, vowing, I, Yi Changxing, patriarch of the Yi family, hereby swear on behalf of my family to become a vassal of the mysterious sect from this day forth. Soon, Yi Changxing fervently swore an oath before the heavens, proclaiming his loyalty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accepting a vassal power. The 9-bin Yellow River formation has been received. Instantly, the reward was credited. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Patriarch Yi, from this moment forth, your Yi family is now a vassal of the mysterious sect. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek assistance from our sect. Upon your return, you may select a family member to receive training. Our sect will cover accommodation, but meals will be your responsibility. Yes, thank you for your graciousness, sect master. I take my leave. Yi Changxing, filled with excitement, bowed once more, referring to himself as a subordinate to signify his newfound allegiance, and then hurriedly departed, eager to select a family member. If he could send someone to such a celestial realm, it would be an enormous opportunity. Although they would not be formal disciples, that mattered little. As for meals, he could manage that himself. After all, simply being in such an environment, even as a mere aide, was a tremendous fortune. Master, I shall see my father off. Yi Changxing also rose to bid farewell. Chen Xuan nodded, and in an instant, he vanished to arrange the 9-bin Yellow River formation. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was left with only Lin Fan. Upon surveying the vast and empty hall, he rolled his eyes and rose to depart. Outside the sect, Yi Changxing inquired, Father, whom do you intend to recruit for further training? Both my second cousin and sixth brother possess decent talent. Should we not invite them? Alternatively, what about my third and ninth sisters? They also exhibit commendable abilities. They are inadequate. None of our generation possesses exceptional talent. Yi Changxing shook his head, outright rejecting his daughter's proposal. Yi Changxing was taken aback, puzzled, and asked, Then who do you plan to bring? He, you shall find out in due time. I must take my leave now. You must diligently cultivate. Yi Changxing chuckled mysteriously before leaping into the air and vanishing. Chapter 017. The Ancestors' Training. The status of an elder after a day and a half of arduous flight. Yi Changxing finally returned to the Yi family. The sight of him returning alone left Yi Junlin bewildered. Changxing, where is Qingqing? Ancestor. She is currently engaged in her training. Yi Changxing replied with a grin. Instantly, the venerable ancestor Yi Junlin became incensed, seizing Yi Changxing by the collar and exclaiming, What? You did not bring her back. What were you doing? Please, ancestor, do not be angry. Allow me to explain. Yi Changxing hastily recounted the enchanting realms and formidable powers of the Ethereal Sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback, his confusion palpable. Is this true? Such a place exists in the world? You are not deceiving me, are you? It is indeed true. Ancestor, furthermore, I have vowed fealty to the Ethereal Sect. Henceforth, we shall be their vassal force. The sect master has also granted us a quota for further training at the sect. We may send one individual to cultivate there. Such an opportunity? Who do you intend to send? Yi Junlin gradually began to trust Yi Changxing's words. After all, as the master of a sect, his pronouncements often pertained to the fate of the entire clan and were unlikely to be mere fabrications. I wish for you to go, Yi Changxing replied with a slight smile. The ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Me? At my advanced age, would the sect master not find me unworthy? Not at all. It is an anonymous selection. It matters not who goes. Our family has few members of exceptional talent, and you were renowned for your abilities in your youth, making you the most suitable candidate. Yi Changxing earnestly reasoned with the ancestor. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded thoughtfully. Although sending an elderly man to train seemed somewhat peculiar, it would undeniably yield the best outcome for the family. After all, he had attained the 9th level of the Void Realm and had lived for several centuries. Without further breakthroughs, death loomed near. Should that time come before Yi Changxing matured, the family would undoubtedly be plunged into turmoil with the loss of a formidable figure. Very well, I shall set off immediately. Not so fast. Ancestor, please gather your belongings, including a change of clothes and personal effects. The sect covers accommodation, but not meals. Prepare yourself first. I will now announce to the clan our status as vassals to the Ethereal Sect. Agreed. I leave the household affairs to you. I shall prepare my things right away. With a nod, Yi Junlin and Yi Chongqing parted ways to undertake their respective tasks. After organizing his belongings, Yi Chongqing even arranged a farewell gathering, urging the ancestor to pursue his training earnestly. The venerable ancestor Yi Junlin, burdened with a traveler's pack, wiped away his tears, waved farewell to his kin, and then leapt into the sky, soaring into the heavens. Observing the figure of the Yi family patriarch ascending with his pack, the surrounding factions were left in bewilderment. What transpired? If memory serves me correctly, the head of the Yi family had just returned. Why was their ancestor departing once more? This was indeed peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. It appeared that the Yi family patriarch was still laden with his pack. Was he embarking on a distant journey to break through to the spirit concentration realm? I recall that his lifespan seemed to be less than a decade. Quick, let us inquire within the Yi family to ascertain if they have discovered some relic or the like. The family head returned with news. The Yi family had allied with a force known as the Misty Sect, and their ancestor had gone to pursue further training. Another day and a half passed. Yi Junlin, still bearing his pack, arrived before the gates of the Misty Sect. Gazing at the magnificent peaks and the abundant spiritual energy emanating forth, Yi Junlin was thoroughly convinced of Yi Chongqing's words. Unable to suppress his emotions, he tugged at the straps of his pack and, with a touch of trepidation, rapped upon the great formation of the sect. As for the reason behind his burdened state, it was quite simple. He had prepared far too many items, far beyond what his storage pouch could accommodate. The sound of the sect's formation echoed, and Yi Qingcheng emerged. With the great formation now fully established, the duty of guarding the gates had been entrusted to her and her senior brother, relieving the sect master of this task. Thus, upon the formation's chime, she was promptly alerted and rushed to open the gates. However, upon her arrival, seeing the figure with the traveler's pack, silhouetted against the sect, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Tentatively, she called out, Is it the ancestor? Upon hearing his name, Yi Junlin slowly turned around. In that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, ruffling his beard. With his pack slung over his shoulder, a broad smile graced his face. After entering the sect, Yi Junlin swiftly completed the necessary procedures under Yi Qingqing's guidance, settling at the foot of the mountain. Although he bore no privileges or esteemed status as a candidate for training, Chen Xuan graciously granted him the opportunity to cultivate for 2 days each month within the ultimate illusion tower. Yi Junlin expressed his heartfelt gratitude and made himself comfortable at the mountain's foot. Yet, as a trainee, he was acutely aware of the sect's might and understood that he could not remain idle. Thus, he dedicated half of each day to tending to the sect's cleanliness, pruning flowers, and polishing the stone pillars. The remaining time was devoted to his cultivation. Thanks to his diligent efforts, the sect's environment grew increasingly refined, and his own cultivation began to ascend at an impressive rate. In a mere few days, he forcefully broke through from the 9th level of the Sky Ascension realm to the 2nd level of the Spirit Concentration realm. This further deepened his sense of the sect's enigmatic strength. He no longer felt shame in sweeping floors or polishing pillars. Instead, he began to take pride in his contributions. After all, in such a celestial realm, not only was manual labor a rarity, but even the opportunity to serve as a slave was unattainable. Additionally, in light of Yi Junlin's commendable performance, his unwavering spirit, resilience, and willingness to toil, Chen Xuan, in a moment of generosity, bestowed upon him the title of Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs, granting him a position of responsibility within the sect. It was a fitting recognition, given the sect's growing numbers necessitated the addition of more hands to manage the various tasks. Since the addition of new members, management has become essential. Moreover, the status of a servant is still a status. The Yi family, having secured the position of servant elder, has firmly established its presence within the mysterious sect. Countless years hence, their descendants will feel fortunate for the decisions made by their ancestor upon hearing of his experiences. It is precisely due to the ancestor's unwavering dedication that their lineage has seen one talent after another rise within the mysterious sect. However, that is a tale for another time. Presently, the Yi family faces ridicule from countless factions due to the actions of their ancestor. Many have secretly followed Yi Junlin's footsteps and witnessed him diligently cleaning the sect and sweeping the plaza outside the mysterious sect daily. Consequently, this has become a topic of casual conversation for many. Have you heard? The ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Junlin, is sweeping the plaza of a third-rate sect. Laughter ensues. I initially thought he was pursuing a great opportunity. Turns out he is merely a servant. How laughable. A venerable ancestor, having lived for several centuries, should not be engaging in such menial tasks, learning from others to become a servant. Why not seek a position in the Divine Sword sect, where he could at least be an outer elder? Indeed, even in smaller sects, he could secure a position as a guardian elder or a revered guest, especially at his level of cultivation, which is in the late stage of the Void Realm. Yet, he has chosen to serve in an obscure sect. One wonders what has possessed him. I have also heard that the new generation talent, Yi Qingcheng, is among the disciples there. TSK, this family is doomed. Next time we see the master of the Yi family, let us mock him together. Yes, let us ridicule him. The laughter from numerous families and factions towards the Yi family continues unabated. Yet, they remain unaware that in the near future, the identity of the ancestor as a servant elder will wield immense power, attracting numerous top-tier experts, even sages, who will beseech him to manage the competition for servant positions. Chapter 018. The Secret Realm of Rules. 3 major super sects. 7 days have swiftly passed. The day for the opening of the Secret Realm of Rules has arrived. On this day, Chen Xuan, accompanied by his 2 disciples, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng, takes flight from the Chaos Ancient Mountains, heading directly to the site of the Secret Realm. Along the way, he does not forget to impart wisdom to his disciples. Lin Fan, Qingcheng, given your cultivation levels, you need not worry about others competing within the Secret Realm. However, remain vigilant, for the realm is fraught with peril. As fellow disciples, you must look out for one another and not tarnish the reputation of our mysterious sect. Yes, I will certainly take care of my junior sister. Rest assured, Master. After several days of training, I have entered the 7th layer of the Void Realm. Those below 30 years of age at this level are exceedingly rare, and I will also look after my senior brother. Yi Qingcheng proudly clasped her fists, having broken through several minor realms in just 7 days, including a significant leap. She truly felt she had reached the pinnacle of her life. With a radiant smile, she glanced at Lin Fan, eager to boast, "Senior brother, what realm have you reached?" "Alas, I am but a humble disciple, having just broken through to the 9th layer of the Void Realm," Lin Fan replied with a calm smile, revealing his own cultivation level. 9th layer? No way. In an instant, Yi Qingcheng's expression froze, rendered speechless. She had assumed her senior brother's level would be comparable to hers. Who would have thought that she had surpassed her by 2 minor realms? However, this is quite understandable. After all, Lin Fan is a remarkable being from 10,000 years hence. It is only natural that she, who has been thoroughly defeated by his disciple, cannot possibly match his prowess. With a cheerful demeanor, she exclaimed, "Senior brother, you are truly formidable. I hope you will take good care of your little sister in the Secret Realm. Rest assured, little sister, even if we face mountains of knives or seas of fire, I will protect you. You are my dearest sister," Lin Fan replied with utmost sincerity, instantly touching the heart of Yi Qingcheng. "Senior brother, you are truly a good person. Thank you so much. But do not underestimate me, for I am not to be trifled with." Her lips curled into a confident smile, for she had amassed considerable skills over her 9 reincarnations. Soon after, the trio laughed and chatted merrily as they gradually vanished into the horizon, leaving the elder Yi Junlin alone to guard the empty gate. The reason the realm is called the Rule's Secret Realm is that only cultivators under the age of 30 may enter. Its vast interior houses numerous rare and exotic beasts from ancient times, yet the internal rules are chaotic. Within, one might experience sweltering heat, only to walk a few paces and encounter the biting cold of winter. The seasons are irregular, the spatial dimensions are disordered, the flow of time varies, and the sun and moon appear reversed. Such a medley of chaotic rules coexists in a single locale, hence it is designated as the Rule's Secret Realm. This secret realm is situated at the edge of the Wild State, nestled at the confluence of 3 states, Wild, Cloud, and Green. Each time the secret realm opens, it draws individuals from neighboring states eager to explore. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm is teeming with people. One glance reveals that the mountaintops are crowded with cultivators. Many are discussing the affairs within the secret realm in anticipation of its opening. Have you heard? Several superpowers are sending their members in this time. Is that surprising? They have always entered before. What is the fuss about? This time is entirely different. Previously, while disciples from superpowers did enter, their sects did not intervene. It was purely the actions of the disciples themselves. But now, all the major superpowers are dispatching their strongest disciples. Really? Is there something extraordinary inside that even the superpowers are coveting, sending forth their finest talents? Rumors abound that those who entered last time spoke of a special valley appearing within the ruins, harboring the supreme art, Great Void technique. This technique was left behind by a great sage of ancient times. It is said that the superpowers have sent their most exceptional geniuses to comprehend this technique and incorporate it into their sections. Is the supreme art truly a reality? I wonder if we might encounter it. Even if we do, it would be of no use. Comprehension is key. The disciple who discovered the ancient sage's ruins last time lacked the talent and could only grasp fragments without fully understanding them. Hence, they are all sending forth their most gifted individuals this time. I have heard that the Flying Sky Sect has dispatched its strongest disciple, Yun Feiyang. What? Yun Feiyang is coming? The one shrouded in mystery whose arrival shook the ancestors of the Flying Sky Sect, and who has been hidden away by the sect since his induction. Indeed, and not just him. There is also Li Taishan from the Taihe sect and Zhao Ritian from the Wujizong. The three prodigies have indeed arrived. It seems that this time, the realm of rules is poised for upheaval. Upon their descent, Chen Xuan and the others overheard the discussions of others. At the mention of these three geniuses, even Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Super forces transcend the level of hegemony, hence their designation as super forces. Each super force represents an unparalleled strength, and it is no exaggeration to say that a super force, with one more step, ascends to the realm of sanctity. They had not anticipated that even the super forces would dispatch their most formidable talents to contend for that extraordinary skill. Nevertheless, the extraordinary skill is firmly within the grasp of the Misty Sect. As this marks the inaugural battle of the Misty Sect, they are resolute in ensuring that their sect does not suffer disgrace, not even against super forces. Look, the airship of the Flying Heaven Sect has arrived. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the crowd collectively looked up. There, at the edge of the sky, a colossal warship had appeared unbeknownst to them. The warship, ancient and weighty, though not large, spanned 100 meters in length, gracefully approaching and hovering above the crowd. At the periphery of the battlefield stood some elder figures, gazing into the distance. Clearly the powerful members of the sect, personally escorting their genius disciples. However, before the crowd could envy, another spectacle unfolded in a different direction. A thunderous roar erupted. From another direction, a 100-meter-long dragon surged forth. The dragon circled in the sky, its tail dragging a 3-story black palace, which also came to a halt above the heads of the spectators. Its dramatic entrance was utterly magnificent, even more so than that of the Flying Heaven Sect's warship. It was the mount of the Grand Elder of the Infinite Sect, a 7-colored dragon. Goodness! The Grand Elder of the Infinite Sect has personally come to escort his disciples. These geniuses are truly remarkable. TSK, TSK, TSK. With the dragon pulling the palace, it must surely house the strongest genius of the Infinite Sect, Zhao Ritian. It is said that Zhao Ritian is the Grand Elder's direct disciple, heralded as the future hope of the Infinite Sect, rivaling even Yun Feiyang. No wonder the Grand Elder has come in person. Such prodigies are to be safeguarded at all costs by any sect. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the worship of the Taihe sect arrived as scheduled. Thus, the three great super forces positioned themselves at 3 points, quietly awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Observing the grand entrances of the three super forces, Chen Xuan felt a tinge of helplessness. The manner in which these individuals safeguarded their genius disciples was simply impeccable. However, upon meticulous comparison, his own imperial-level prowess in personally escorting his disciples should not fall short in prestige. Such displays hold no allure for his sect. Dragons are meant to be feasted upon, not for ostentation. One day, I shall prepare a dragon stew for you, Chen Xuan explained to his 2 disciples. They, with unwavering belief, nodded in agreement. Thank you, master. Nonetheless, while his disciples believed him, others did not. Someone immediately muttered, "Humph, bragging. Eating dragons? Why not just proclaim the heavens will shatter?" Chapter 019. The 4 Condensing Spirit Realm Blockades, Moron Grandfather and Grandson. My master speaks of dragon stew. He shall surely prepare it. Why must you question my master? Upon hearing the murmurs, Lin Fan immediately retorted with indignation. Question him if you must, but never dare to question his master. Indeed, The words of my master are beyond reproach. Yi Qingqing cast a frosty glance at the doubter, her expression as cold as ice. She was resolute in defending her master. The rogue cultivator, taken aback by the discontent his words had stirred, instinctively shrank back, silenced by fear. Observing this, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng felt it prudent to refrain from further comment, their gazes icy as they returned to obediently stand beside Chen Xuan. This made Chen Xuan wonder if he ought to catch a dragon to stew for them, lest he offend their filial sentiments. However, he had little time to dwell on this thought, for he soon sensed the presence of his third disciple. He turned slightly to glance in the direction of the newcomer and promptly instructed the two beside him. Lin Fan, Qingqing, there remains some time before the secret realm opens. Stay here and do not wander. I shall be away for a moment. Yes, we shall see you off, master. They replied, clasping their fists in respect. Chen Xuan nodded and, with a single step, vanished from sight. The murmuring attendant, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Goodness! As the secret realm was set to open, truly, powerful figures roamed freely. He had presumed it was merely an inconsequential sect. Little did he anticipate the presence of such strength. Fortuitously, he had retreated quickly. Otherwise, he might not have known how he would meet his end. With this thought, the cultivator hastily distanced himself even further. 100 miles beyond the secret realm, at the entrance of a sprawling mountain range, stood a young maiden, seemingly 17 or 18 years of age. Murong Ingluo possessed exquisite features, her fair skin glowing, a cerulean longsword in hand, adorned in an avant-garde fitted gown. This gown was unlike any other, both resplendent and flattering to her figure, accentuating her slender silhouette, rendering her form strikingly graceful. If only she were not encircled. GGG. Murong Ingluo, surrender without resistance. You are no match for us. Several figures clad in black surrounded her, forming a tight circle, their identities obscured by masks. They were difficult to discern. Yet, Murong Ingluo recognized the speaker immediately, a scornful smirk gracing her lips. Ah, the men of the Northern King. I was already aware of your treacherous intentions. I did not expect your impatience to reveal itself so soon. Heh, the princess certainly possesses keen insight. Knowing our plot for rebellion, you still dare to leave the palace for the secret realm? Your audacity is commendable. Or do you believe that as a mere girl of the third level of the Sky Ascension realm, you can best me, a practitioner of the spirit condensation realm? The leader of the group ceased to feign anonymity, removing his mask to reveal his face. Upon seeing him, the previously composed Murong Ingluo's demeanor shifted dramatically. Disbelief washed over her features. Luisho, even you have come to capture me? Heh, not just him, but also me. With a swift motion, another figure discarded his mask, revealing himself as Lu Haiduo, a formidable subordinate of the Northern King and also a practitioner of the spirit condensation realm. Faced with these two men, alongside a dozen others of the Sky Ascension realm, the once unflappable Murong Ingluo could no longer maintain her composure. After all, she could still manage one practitioner of the spirit consolidation realm, but with two approaching, it posed a significant dilemma. Murong Ingluo tightened her grip on her long sword and lamented, "Is it truly necessary for both of you, at the spirit consolidation level, to pursue a mere practitioner of the third tier of the Sky Ascension realm? Am I truly that formidable? Huh, do not presume we are unaware that, despite your third tier status, you can unleash the power of the spirit consolidation realm. Enough of this idle chatter. Seize her and deliver her to the prince. Attack." The two assailants ceased their conversation and conjured two immense transparent hands, enveloping Murong Ingluo in their grasp. When did I reveal myself? Murong Ingluo let out a bitter smile. Fortunately, her exposure was not comprehensive. If the Soul Palace were to discover her, her ancestor would be in grave danger. Thus, she hastily relinquished control of her body and silently communicated with the ring on her finger. "Ancestor, I cede control to you." "Understood," responded Ancestor Murong, instantly seizing command of Murong Ingluo's body through her fingers. Immediately, the aura surrounding Murong Ingluo surged dramatically, as if she had transformed into a different person. With a swift strike of her sword, she cleaved through the two hands and fled deeper into the mountains. The investigation proved true. She possesses the strength of the spirit consolidation realm. Capture her. She must not be allowed to rise. The two pursuers exchanged a glance and swiftly launched into pursuit. Meanwhile, Ancestor Murong, controlling Murong Ingluo's body, scattered array formations prepared for their expedition into the secret realm to obstruct their pursuers. Watching the countless formations being discarded, Murong Ingluo felt a pang of sorrow. Although crafting these formations was not overly challenging, without them, her journey into the secret realm would be perilous. The ancestor's spirit was frail. She could not manifest her presence many times. If the journey proceeded smoothly, all would be well, but if not, complications would surely arise. Nevertheless, dispersing the formations was a necessary course of action. She must enter the secret realm, seek treasures to enhance her strength, and strive to restore her ancestor's physical form as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Prince of the North would eventually rebel, plunging the Murong dynasty into chaos. This princess might even find herself dispatched for a political marriage, akin to tales from novels. She had no desire for such a fate. After all, she was a transmigrator. Yes, a transmigrator. From a technologically advanced planet, no less. And upon her arrival, she found herself a princess. However, since her transmigration, her father had constantly whispered of the impending rebellion by the Prince of the North, instilling fear and caution within her from a young age. Yet, an unexpected incident led her to the ancestral grave, where she accidentally toppled a bottle, releasing Ancestor Murong, who had been trapped within. Upon discovering her innate affinity for formations, Ancestor Murong decided to reside within her ring and began imparting knowledge of arrays to her. She, in turn, proved to be a diligent student, rapidly mastering the craft. However, due to increasing unrest from the Prince of the North, her father had recently forbidden her from venturing outside, fearful for her safety. Yet, as the prince's actions grew bolder, Murong Ingluo felt urgency rising within her. The Murong royal family was nearly equal in strength to the Prince of the North. If this procrastination continues, once the King of the North rebels, it will surely lead to a catastrophic conflict. If we were to face defeat, it would not merely be a matter of a political marriage, it would spell the end for our family. After all, this is not a battle between nations. It is a rebellion. Should the opposing faction succeed in their insurrection, there would be no chance for survival. Thus, it is imperative that a formidable figure emerges to suppress the King of the North with unyielding force to quell the internal strife. Consequently, she resolved to hasten her own ascension, striving to resurrect her ancestor at the earliest opportunity to address the insurrection led by the prince. Upon learning of the opening of the secret realm, which is rumored to be filled with treasures, she promptly slapped her thigh and chose to stealthily venture forth. Her ancestor wholeheartedly supported her decision. Before their departure, they crafted numerous formations as contingency plans. However, to her astonishment, the King of the North discovered her potential for sudden power enhancement and schemed to eliminate her. This forced her to deploy her prepared formations to hinder his advances. Otherwise, should she utilize her ancestor's strength excessively now, her ancestor would be unable to assist her upon entering the secret realm. Alas, why have I not encountered a domineering master or a deeply devoted senior brother as portrayed in novels? Murong Ingluo sighed in exasperation. According to the novels she had perused, the female protagonists, upon traversing realms, invariably meet a formidable or exceptionally charismatic male lead who protects them, supports them, and loves them with an all-consuming passion. She did not seek such fervent love, merely a semblance of affection would suffice. Even if he held affections for multiple women, she would be unperturbed. After all, having traversed through time for so long and residing in the imperial palace, she had gradually come to accept the notion of men with multiple wives. Regrettably, despite having traversed for over 18 years, she had yet to encounter a domineering master, while she had encountered numerous inferior males. This has led her to seriously question the authenticity of these novels. She could no longer place her trust in romantic tales. Chapter 020. The Domineering Master Takes a Disciple. The transmigrated Murong Ingluo in the rear, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo appeared to be aware of her prowess as a formation master. Whenever they witnessed her casting spells, they chose to steer clear, unwilling to confront her directly. However, they had not pursued far when they inadvertently stepped into the area of a formation that Murong Ingluo had left behind. In an instant, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. The dense forest was replaced by the grand hall of the royal palace. Soon after, a man of imposing presence, adorned with a crown, emerged. Upon sighting him, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo felt a jolt of fear coursing through them, promptly kneeling on one knee and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the prince." "You worthless fools! unable to capture even a mere girl. Take your own lives. The prince's voice, laced with fury, resonated powerfully. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned. Yet sensed something was amiss. They hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. But just then, the voices of their subordinates rang out nearby. "My lord, Lu Darren, why are you kneeling on the ground?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo suddenly snapped to attention, recalling that they were in pursuit of the princess and could not possibly return to the royal palace. In an instant, clarity dawned upon them, and they forcefully dismissed the illusion of the prince before them. Subsequently, the environment reverted to its original form, the familiar mountain range reappearing. In the distance stood their loyal subordinates. "Damn it! This wretched woman's formation has become increasingly exquisite. Cursed be it. Continue the pursuit." The two men cursed angrily and pressed on. Meanwhile, Murong Yingluo was fleeing at breakneck speed. Suddenly, she found her path obstructed by two figures cloaked in black. Sensing the aura emanating from the black-clad men, Murong Yingluo was compelled to halt. For practitioners at the spirit concentration realm, it appears that the northern prince will not relent. Murong Yingluo's gaze narrowed slightly, betraying none of the innocence of a young girl, instead radiating a precocious wisdom. "You cannot escape." The two black-clad men stood resolutely in their positions, unwavering as a clock. Though they did not launch an attack, she understood they were merely awaiting the arrival of two pursuers. Aware that she could not afford to linger, Murong Yingluo abruptly drew her long sword and fiercely struck at one of the black-clad figures. Snowflakes danced in the air. Boom! A crimson sword, spanning dozens of meters, coalesced in the sky, cleaving downwards towards the black-clad man with Murong Yingluo's motion. The man swiftly conjured his weapon to defend, yet he underestimated the might of Murong Yingluo's strike. The weapon he summoned dissipated in an instant. However, before Murong Yingluo could continue her flight, the other black-clad figure suddenly raised his hand, conjuring a towering mountain that descended upon her with the weight of Taishan, forcing her to defend herself without hesitation. Boom! The mountain was shattered. As the dust settled, Murong Yingluo was about to flee again, but Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo had already caught up. In an instant, the four practitioners at the spirit concentration realm formed an absolute encirclement around Murong Yingluo. "Ancestor, what shall we do? Can we break through?" Murong Yingluo urgently inquired within her mind. Although she had lost control, she could still perceive the surrounding scene. "It is possible, but should I unleash my true power? You may find yourself unable to receive my aid once we enter the secret realm." Murong Yingluo's ancestor's voice carried a hint of resignation as he pondered how to conserve his strength. Yet at that moment, a stranger's figure suddenly appeared before Murong Yingluo. Startled, both she and her ancestor, along with the four practitioners at the spirit concentration realm, jumped in surprise, for none present had noticed how this man had materialized. Instinctively, Murong Yingluo's ancestor took a step back, filled with caution. If this individual were also an ally of the northern prince, he would indeed need to exert all his strength. However, the subsequent reaction from the four practitioners at the spirit concentration realm unexpectedly relieved the pair. "Who are you, sir? We kindly request that you do not interfere in our affairs." Lu Yishou's expression shifted as he inquired solemnly. Yet Chen Xuan paid them no mind, instead smiling as he gazed at Murong Yingluo. Name: Murong Yingluo, transmigrator. Realm: third heaven of the sky sovereign realm. Physique: innate Dao body. Incomplete. Completing the missing Dao rhyme will activate the full version of the innate Dao body. Potential: 10 stars. Experience: transmigrated from a yellow planet, becoming the princess of the Murong dynasty. Living under the constant shadow of an impending rebellion by the prince, an inadvertent mishap led to the shattering of a family vase, inadvertently releasing the spirit of the ancestral figure, Murong Zhantian. Following him, Murong Zhantian imparted knowledge of formations. Now, as preparations were underway to venture into a secret realm seeking fortune, the underlings of the prince uncovered fragments of her secrets, attempting to thwart and capture her. To their astonishment, she was a time traveler, and a congenital Dao body at that. Quite remarkable. Observing the details about Murong Yingluo, Chen Xuan's satisfaction grew, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "My dear lady, I perceive a darkness in your brow, a harbinger of great misfortune. Would you consent to become my disciple, allowing me to alleviate this crisis for you?" Murong Yingluo, bewildered, pondered. Who is this person? Recruiting disciples here. Surely he must be deranged. A collective silence enveloped the crowd, as Chen Xuan's entrance was undeniably peculiar, instilling a sense of caution amongst them. Even Murong Zhantian discreetly retreated into his ring, concealing his aura, apprehensive of the possibility that the newcomer might belong to the Soul Palace. It was well known that the Soul Palace had an affinity for capturing souls. No matter how formidable a spirit might be, confronting the Soul Palace directly was foolhardy. "All right, I nearly forgot to introduce myself." Noticing the lack of response, Chen Xuan recollected his manners, declaring, "I am the 108th generation sect master of the mysterious Cloud Sect. Should you choose to become my disciple, I can assist you in dealing with these minor nuisances." Boom. Upon utterance of these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The four figures of the immediately heightened their vigilance. Were they merely minor nuisances? Was the mysterious Cloud Sect truly that formidable, disregarding even those in the atmosphere grew distinctly eerie. Murong Ingluo found herself at a loss, torn between joy and confusion. Could it be that her domineering master had finally arrived? In that instant, she felt a flutter of excitement. However, the gravity of the situation demanded careful deliberation, prompting her to silently inquire, "Ancestral Master, what should I do? She wishes to accept me as a disciple. Should I agree?" Murong Zhantian replied, "The individual is far from simple. I cannot see through him. The decision lies with you." Ultimately, Murong Ingluo, without obtaining the clarity she sought, resolved to follow her heart. After all, what if she were to acquire an extraordinary master? That would undoubtedly elevate her status. Even if she did not soar to great heights, at the very least, the present troubles could be resolved. Perhaps with a powerful master at her side, the prince might think twice before attempting rebellion. Moreover, in tales, such scenarios often involved prominent figures, typically the male protagonist. Missing this opportunity would indeed be a grave error. With this thought, a flush crept across Murong Ingluo's cheeks as her imagination spiraled into a lengthy, serialized novel, rife with mature themes. Should she accept the apprenticeship? If not, she might lose her chance. Finally, a further reminder jolted her back to reality. Chapter 021. Annihilating the Four. The secret realm unveiled Murong Ingluo, casting aside her shyness. Hastily nodded, I am willing." Oh heavens, it felt akin to a marriage proclamation. How embarrassing. "Very well. Kneel." Chen Xuan nodded in approval. Murong Ingluo promptly bent her knees, kneeling upon the ground as she proclaimed, "Disciple Murong Ingluo pays homage to the master." 3 resounding bows echoed through the air. A luxurious apprenticeship gift package has arrived. Chen Xuan, with a gentle smile, assisted her to her feet, then cast a glance at the 4 individuals nearby, saying nonchalantly, "Since you are now my disciple, I shall resolve this matter for you." In an instant, the 4 were startled. The dozen or so cultivators in the distance, who were adept at flying, dared not approach and cautiously retreated. However, as formidable practitioners of the spirit condensation realm, they maintained their composure and engaged in vigilant discussion. "Given that you are accepting disciples today, might we consider this matter settled?" "Not at all." Chen Xuan shook his head and slowly raised his hand. In that moment, the people of the Northern King became increasingly alert. Louis Shou could no longer restrain his anger and declared, "You are rather presumptuous. Let us see what you are truly capable of." Before he could finish his words, Chen Xuan snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Lu's voice was abruptly silenced. In quick succession, the 4 practitioners of the spirit condensation realm, along with all the flying cultivators surrounding them, exploded. Boom, 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 boom. All were transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Gasp! Murong Ingluo inhaled sharply, and the elder in her ring trembled, nearly losing his composure. My goodness! With just a snap of his fingers, and without even releasing any pressure, he annihilated 4 early-stage spirit condensation realm experts? Even a half-step heavenly king would struggle to achieve such a silent feat. Instantly, Murong Ingluo's gaze turned admiring. Her mind began to weave a narrative. According to the tropes in romantic novels, would her master not inadvertently discover her bathing, then become enamored with her, and eventually, she would present him with a delightful little baby? Oh, how embarrassing. As Murong Ingluo was lost in her daydreams, Chen Xuan's voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. "Disciple, come, I shall take you to meet your senior brother and senior sister." "Huh? Oh yes, master." She nodded eagerly and followed Chen toward the mysterious realm. On a mountain peak outside the realm, the 2 descended slowly, drawing no attention, as countless strong individuals were taking off and landing in this bustling place. Master. Upon seeing Chen Xuan return with a young girl, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing quickly clasped their fists in greeting. Indeed, this is my new disciple, Murong Yingluo. Chen Xuan nodded, introducing her to them, then turned to Murong Yingluo. This is your senior brother Lin Fan, and she is your senior sister Yi Qingqing. From now on, you are family, so be sure to get along well. When the mysterious realm opens, you three must look out for one another and avoid acting impulsively. Yes. The three responded in unison, clasping their fists. They then scrutinized each other. Lin Fan, being a perennial loner, merely glanced at Murong Yingluo before averting his gaze, silently reminding himself to maintain propriety. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why his junior sister's dress clung so closely to her form. He found it difficult to look away. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing was also sizing up Murong Yingluo, secretly admiring the beauty of that dress. I wondered where my junior sister had purchased it. I too wished to acquire a similar outfit. As for Murong Yingluo, her wild imaginings had already begun anew. Senior Lin Fan appeared so earnest, surely in a past life. He would have been the one to shoulder the burden. Sister Qingqing was extraordinarily beautiful, having entered the fold before me. I hoped that my master did not harbor any intentions towards her. Surely, she wouldn't usurp my role as the leading lady. I could only hope that misunderstandings would not arise between my master and me due to her presence. In that moment, the three of us were lost in our own thoughts. However, just then, a dazzling aurora suddenly streaked across the horizon, soaring skyward in an instant. With the emergence of this radiant spectacle, excitement erupted among the crowd. The secret realm has opened. It's open. Let us rush in. In an instant, countless cultivators soared into the air, eager to enter the secret realm. Yet, those who rushed ahead were mostly loose cultivators or members of minor sections. The true representatives of the three great superpowers and dominant factions remained poised, biding their time, waiting for this throng to venture forth and scout the way. After all, the entrance to the secret realm varied with each opening. Disciples, the secret realm is fraught with peril. I shall leave a trace of my essence for you. Should you encounter any insurmountable danger, you may resonate with this essence, and I shall come to your aid. At that moment, Chen Xuan withdrew his gaze and infused his essence into the three of them. Thank you, master. We shall depart. The three of them clasped their fists in gratitude and gradually took flight. Yet, at that very moment, three figures suddenly appeared, hovering above the heads of the crowd. These three were none other than the strongest prodigies of the three superpowers, Li Taishan, Yun Feiyang, and Zhao Ritian. Their presence commanded immediate attention, leaving the entire assembly in awe. However, the trio did not gaze below. Instead, they were fixated on one another. Brother Zhao, shall we engage in a contest? Yun Feiyang proposed coolly, regarding the two with a measured expression. Oh, how shall we compete? Li Taishan, his face devoid of emotion yet robust as a mountain, with muscles rippling across his form, inquired. Hee, let us see who reaches the Valley of Saints first. Agreed. What say you, Brother Zhao? The two turned their eyes towards Zhao Ritian. With his battle spear in hand, Zhao Ritian disdainfully declared, I am of the great sun physique, destined to subdue all foes. If you have the prowess, then come chase me. With that, he vanished in a flash, charging straight towards the secret realm. The other two, momentarily taken aback, realized he had accepted the challenge and quickly followed suit, creating a tempest in their wake, even trampling over some loose cultivators in their path, inciting resentment among them. Yet they dared not voice their grievances. Observing the ostentation of the three, Lin Fan, Yi Qingqing, and Murong Yingluo felt a surge of disdain. True strength is not born of pretense. Exchanging glances, the three resolved to reach the Valley of Saints first, aiming to contribute a unique technique to their sect. In an instant, they too surged forth into the secret realm, noting how the surrounding cultivators dwindled in number. Chen Xuan atop the mountain did not linger in place. Instead, he rose and departed for the nearest city to rest. The rules of the secret realm would take several days to conclude, and he had no desire to remain idle for that duration. His purpose for venturing out was to take on a disciple, and now that he had successfully done so, he felt no inclination to concern himself with anything else. As for exploring the secret realm, he was already at the emperor level. Such realms could hardly entice him, let alone attract his interest. He would much prefer to spend his time in the city, enjoying music and entertainment. Before long, Chen Xuan arrived at a city named Kaoshan City, where he promptly entered a flower house. He found a spot on the second floor, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the performers on stage, thus commencing a leisurely day. As time passed, battles erupted incessantly in the secret realm, with fallen cultivators increasing in number. Wang Tai, I just saw you acquire a celestial spirit fruit. Hand it over, or you shall not escape. If you want it. Let us see if you have the strength. Is anyone forming a team? I discovered a celestial spirit fruit tree laden with fruits. Unfortunately, a ferocious beast at the late stage of the Ascension realm guards it, and no one is willing to join forces to share the fruits. The celestial spirit fruit tree? No need to go. It has already been stripped bare. Are you still looking to form a team? What? Impossible. How could it have been done so quickly? And that was a late-stage Ascension realm beast. Could it be that the 3 top-tier geniuses intervened? Not at all. It was 3 individuals from the mysterious sect who gathered them. Those 3 are truly extraordinary. They likely rival the top 3 geniuses, especially the leading man, who slayed the late-stage beast with a single sword strike. Wow, there are indeed many geniuses in this secret realm. I've never heard of the mysterious sect. Could they possibly be from an even more formidable power? Chapter 022. Dividing the Spirit Fruits, Slaying Zhao Ritian, My 2 Junior Sisters. There are a total of 360 celestial spirit fruits. Let us divide them equally, 120 each. In the forest, Lin Fan produced the spirit fruits to share with Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo. However, during the gathering of these fruits, the 2 had hardly exerted any effort and felt quite embarrassed to accept an equal share. They promptly declined Lin Fan's proposal. Senior brother, I didn't contribute much. Please give me less. Yes, senior brother Lin Fan, I also didn't do much. You were the one who defeated the beast. I merely dealt with a few ambushers. I shouldn't receive so many. You take the larger share, and I will be content with the lesser. Murong Ingluo waved her hands in agreement. Yet, Lin Fan smiled gently, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a caring elder brother, and said, My dear junior sisters, we are all of the same sect, sharing the guidance of a single master. There is no need to divide so scrupulously. Since we 3 are a team, we must share equally. Let us not create disparities among ourselves. Quickly gather your fruits. It shall be 120 for each of us. Very well. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing Lin Fan's insistence and indifference to the matter, the 2 women finally felt at ease to gather their celestial spirit fruits. However, just as they finished collecting the fruits, a haughty voice suddenly boomed from above, startling the 3 of them. Indeed, you are here. As the 3 individuals raised their heads, they instantly recognized the identity of the person above them. Was that not the renowned prodigy Zhao Ritian, celebrated by all? At this moment, Zhao Ritian, wielding a battle spear, descended with an expressionless demeanor, coldly fixing his gaze upon the trio and commanding, Hand over the heavenly spirit fruit. Why should we surrender it to you? In the realm of rare treasures, the first to seize it claims it as their own. Lin Fan retorted dismissively. To defy me is to court your own demise. Zhao Ritian slowly lifted his battle spear, landing before the 3. Though he had been competing in speed with the other 2 prodigies, he understood that competitions did not preclude the pursuit of valuable treasures. He had merely missed the heavenly spirit fruit due to his swiftness, only to learn later, through a message from a fellow disciple, that an entire tree of the fruit had been plundered. He immediately set out to find the culprits. To his surprise, among the 3, 2 of the women were rather striking. This unexpectedly stirred a sense of compassion within him. Keeping them as servants to alleviate his frustrations during cultivation seemed quite appealing. As for the Miao Miao sect, he scoffed at the very mention. He had never even heard of it and deemed it unworthy of concern. Besides, as a wielder of the great sun body, he was destined to suppress all enemies, rendering any individual or faction insignificant in his eyes. Otherwise, such distractions would adversely affect the mentality of the great sun body, hindering his ascent to supremacy. Do you 2 wish to submit to me and serve as my personal maidens, attending to my needs day and night? If so, I might spare your lives and guide you through the secret realm. Zhao Ritian inquired, his expression unchanging as he scrutinized the 2 women. Instantly, Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo felt a wave of revulsion. Truth be told, they had never encountered someone so brazenly confident. The audacity of his words, delivered with such nonchalance, was utterly appalling. Where did he derive such gall? It was positively nauseating. Scum. You dare to claim the title of a top-tier genius? Just another insufferable man. The 2 women retorted vehemently. Lin Fan, furrowing his brow, stepped protectively in front of his junior sisters, his posture straight and resolute. "You speak with such arrogance. Anyone who insults my junior sisters shall perish." With that, he drew his sword and struck towards Zhao Ritian. In an instant, a sword of spiritual energy, several dozen meters long, coalesced, sweeping towards Zhao Ritian. "Ha! If that is the case, then you shall meet your end." Zhao Ritian threw his head back in laughter, thrusting his battle spear into the ground, unleashing an overwhelming aura that effortlessly countered Lin Fan's assault. "Your mastery of the 9th layer of sky control pales in comparison to mine," he scoffed. Then, gripping his spear with both hands, leaped towards Lin Fan, ready to cleave him in two. In that moment, a formidable pressure surged from afar, causing the hair of Lin Fan and his two junior sisters to flutter wildly. "Is that so?" Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, showing no intent to retreat. Since they were both practitioners of the 9th layer of sky control, it was the perfect opportunity to gauge just how much he lagged behind this so-called prodigy. "Junior sisters, step back for now. Allow me to test the extent of his power." With that, Lin Fan grasped his sword, leaping into the air to meet the oncoming battle spear. Boom! In an instant, a colossal aura emanated from the point of contact between the weapons, causing the surrounding trees to be abruptly severed at their trunks. On the ground, Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo exchanged a glance before simultaneously launching their attacks. As for their senior brother's command to retreat, nonsense. Even if their senior brother could emerge victorious, retreat was out of the question. There were countless treasures within the secret realm awaiting discovery, and who had the luxury of time to squander here? The sooner they concluded this skirmish, the sooner they could embark on their treasure hunt. Thus, both women unleashed their full potential, far exceeding their own realms of power. With a fierce determination, Yi Qingqing conjured a colossal hand, which soared directly towards Zhao Ritian's head. Zhao Ritian hastily defended himself, his entire body trembling from the impact. Immediately following, the second assault came forth, this time from Murong Ingluo. Aware of her lower cultivation level, she relinquished control of her body to the ancestor. With the heavenly spirit fruit available to restore the ancestor's power, she had no fear of depleting his strength. This allowed the ancestor to revel in the moment, promptly unleashing a myriad of items to create a grand illusionary array, the mesmerizing Fading Blossoms enchantment. With a thunderous roar, the array emerged, transforming the environment around Zhao Ritian. Countless wisps of white mist enveloped him, disorienting him completely. Not only was he lost, but he also could not perceive any enemies. Even his 5 senses were obscured. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? Zhao Ritian seethed with fury as he began to flail wildly within the array, brandishing his war spear aimlessly. Yet, at that moment, a sudden surge of divine power surged towards him. A massive sword materialized. A mere glance confirmed it was indeed the work of the man from earlier. Zhao Ritian quickly attempted to defend himself, cleaving through the sword's body. However, a relentless barrage of divine attacks soon overwhelmed him, making it impossible for him to defend against them all. Boom! Yi Qingqing's dragon-catching hand sent him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, an illusory mountain descended upon him with a tremendous force, pinning him down. The earth trembled, and a deep pit formed in the ground. Zhao Ritian fell utterly silent. "Ingluo, you have reached the realm of spirit concentration?" Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing's pupils constricted slightly. "No, that's not the case. My junior sister is indeed at the Sky Sovereign realm. She merely employed some special techniques, just now. Such methods cannot be sustained." Taking back control of her body, Murong Ingluo cautiously crafted a falsehood, recognizing the importance of keeping the ancestors' matters confidential. "Ah, I see." Yi Qingqing and Lin Fan nodded in understanding, choosing not to dwell on the issue. "Let us hasten. There are still many treasures ahead, and we cannot allow others to seize them before us. Indeed, we must move quickly. If others witness us defeating Zhao Ritian, it would spell trouble." Murong Ingluo promptly agreed. The 3 of them then took flight, venturing deeper into the unknown. Not long after their departure, a few slower cultivators arrived at the forest. However, upon seeing the traces of battle surrounding them, they immediately slowed their pace, growing wary. "Look, there is someone in the pit." Suddenly, a cultivator who approached the edge of the pit discovered Zhao Ritian, his body half absent. The crowd, upon hearing this, immediately gathered around. However, when they beheld the gruesome state of the corpse within the pit, they were collectively taken aback. In this moment, Zhao Ritian's body was grotesquely mangled, half of it missing and the remaining flesh a horrific sight, exposing stark white bones. Is this truly Zhao Ritian? My goodness, it really is Zhao Ritian. Has he met his demise here? Could it be that Yun Feiyong and Li Taishan conspired to kill him? A wave of trepidation swept through the crowd, startling everyone. Let us leave. We shouldn't linger here. It would be troublesome if the Wuji sect misinterpreted our presence. Yes, let us retreat. In an instant, numerous cultivators fled in all directions, leaving only a few scattered cultivators behind. These remaining individuals, both male and female, upon realizing their shared predicament, understood each other's intentions. One of them proposed, "Friends, shall we divide the spoils later?" Agreed. Sounds good. Absolutely. No one voiced dissent. Observing this, the one who first spoke leaped into the pit to search for Zhao Ritian's storage bag and ring. However, just as he grasped Zhao Ritian's hand, the latter suddenly opened his eyes wide. Startled, the individual attempting to remove the ring instinctively recoiled. The cultivators surrounding the pit were equally terrified, nearly losing their senses as they fled without a trace. Only the cultivator within the pit remained, trembling in fear as he stammered, "Ah, please don't kill me. I was only here to clean up, not to take your belongings." Suddenly, a subtle movement startled the trembling cultivator, prompting him to look up. He noticed that Zhao Ritian was ignoring him entirely, instead holding a spirit talisman and murmuring something, his voice exceedingly weak, barely audible. Following this, the talisman soared into the sky and vanished. With the talisman's departure, Zhao Ritian fell silent once more. Dead? Is he truly dead? The cultivator paused, cautiously retrieving a twig to poke at Zhao Ritian's arm. There was still no reaction. Goodness, he's dead, yet he startled me. The cultivator sighed in relief and proceeded to seize his ring and storage bag. He understood that Zhao Ritian's brief moment of vitality and the summoning of a talisman was undoubtedly a plea for help. It wouldn't be long before Zhao Ritian's fellow disciples arrived, so he dared not waste any time, hastily collecting the valuable items from Zhao Ritian's person. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Even knowing that Zhao Ritian's companions would soon arrive, he could not resist the temptation. After all, a cultivator must not place too much value on their own life. Otherwise, opportunities will forever elude them. Just like his friend, Taoist Shun, who dabbles in alchemy yet hides away in a cave, never venturing out to seek opportunities. If this continues, he will never break through, and eventually, he will exhaust his lifespan, becoming mere dust in the cycle of reincarnation. He had warned him before, cultivation is a contest against heaven, earth, and humanity. One cannot achieve success by hiding in a cave each day. However, there are moments when I cannot help but feel a twinge of envy towards him, the solitary figure. Unlike myself, who bears the responsibility of a wife and children to provide for. It has been several years since I last returned home to see my family. Now that this secret realm expedition is over, it is indeed time to pay them a visit. Brother Zhao, I am truly grateful. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly offer you my respects. The cultivator carefully stowed away his belongings and promptly climbed out of the deep pit, fleeing in the opposite direction. Just then, several disciples from the Wuji sect appeared in the sky. Upon spotting him, the disciples furrowed their brows and immediately unleashed a palm strike, sending the cultivator hurtling through the air. With a splatter, he spewed forth blood, his insides feeling as though they were tearing apart, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Damn it, what audacity to approach. How dare you covet my senior brother's possessions? One of the Wuji sect disciples bent down to seize the items clutched in the cultivator's grasp, then returned to the edge of the pit to regroup with his fellow disciples. Although they had received news through a communication talisman that brother Zhao Wujing had been slain, witnessing Zhao's tragic state still sent a shockwave through their hearts. The assailant was exceedingly cruel. Half of brother Zhao's body was missing. The Piamiao sect, you say? I have never heard of such a sect. First, let us recover brother Zhao's remains and return them to the elders. Additionally, summon all disciples immediately and issue a bounty for the extermination of the Piamiao sect. Anyone who can provide information or assist in the hunt for the Piamiao sect disciples will not only receive all resources from the Piamiao sect, but also a substantial reward of spirit stones from the Wuji sect. We have no other choice. If we do nothing, we will certainly face punishment. Very well, it is decided. Let us depart. With a leap, they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Before long, The decree for the hunt spread throughout the secret realm. Everyone learned that 3 disciples from the Ethereal Sect had slain Wuji Sect's most formidable talent, Zhao Ritian. Anyone who could provide the location of the Ethereal Sect disciples or cooperate in their capture would not only gain all resources from the Ethereal Sect, but also reap considerable rewards in spirit stones from the Wuji Sect. In an instant, the secret realm was abuzz with activity. Countless individuals began to search for the location of the Ethereal Sect. Some even formed hunting parties, gathering numerous rogue cultivators to seek out and eliminate the 3 disciples of the Ethereal Sect. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Now, let us return to the scene of Zhao Ritian's demise. I find myself still alive. In the thick grass, a cultivator leaned against a large tree, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. He was indeed the rogue cultivator who, enticed by Zhao Ritian's treasures, had been struck by a disciple of the Wuji Sect. Although he had survived, as a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm, he had been struck by a practitioner of the sky control realm, and his internal organs were already displaced and shattered. He could hardly expect to live for many more days. Ultimately, he could not escape the grim fate that awaited him. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he forced a bitter smile. Indeed, as Taoist Chen said, opportunity and risk coexist. With that, he struggled to rise, doing his utmost to protect his internal organs, delaying the inevitable approach of death, and stumbled towards the exit. He could not perish just yet. He had a wife and daughter waiting for him at home. He must endure. Endure until the exit reopens. Endure until he returns to that cave. After entrusting his wife and daughter to his friend Shun, Lin Fan believed in Shun's character and the care he had provided over the years. He was certain Shun would look after them diligently. Now, to the matter at hand. Deep within the secret realm, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo were engulfed in a frenzy of battle. Despite the hundreds of corpses strewn about, Lin Fan pressed a sword against the neck of a cultivator, adorned with numerous rings, and coldly demanded, "Speak. Why have you been pursuing us relentlessly? Please, don't kill me. It's the Wuji Sect. The Wuji Sect has issued a bounty on you, claiming you have amassed many treasures along your journey. If you are killed, or if your whereabouts are disclosed, great rewards await." The kneeling cultivator trembled in terror, his eyes bloodshot and panic-stricken. The foul stench that emanated from him caused Yi Qingcheng and Murong Ingluo to instinctively step back, creating distance. So it is the Wuji Sect. No wonder we have faced such relentless pursuit these past few days. You are quite arrogant, believing the rewards from the Wuji Sect are easily obtained. Do you think our Ethereal Sect is so easily bullied? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and swiftly sliced the cultivator's neck with his sword. Chapter 024. 1,000 Pursuers. The Bull Demon Clan bewildered senior brother. The number of our pursuers is multiplying. What began with dozens has now escalated into a team of hundreds. We should head directly to the Saint S Valley. Otherwise, we may arrive too late and find the treasure already claimed. Yi Qingcheng urged with urgency. Murong Ingluo nodded in agreement, having developed a profound admiration for her senior brother and senior sister over the past few days. Though she had yet to step foot in their sect after becoming their disciple, she felt a sense of belonging, especially as the one with the lowest cultivation level, constantly cared for by her seniors. Have we collected the spoils? Lin Fan inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Initially, they had not intended to gather treasures. But as the number of pursuers grew and valuable items began to appear, they had commenced their collection. By now, their fingers were adorned with numerous spatial rings, and their waists were laden with storage pouches, resembling a beggar's bag overflowing with treasures. All cleaned out, they declared in unison. Let us go. The trio took to the skies once more. However, they had barely taken flight when their presence was immediately detected. Soon, someone shouted, "The Ethereal Sect trio is here. Quickly, someone." With a swift stroke, Lin Fan silenced the shouter, continuing onward with his 2 junior sisters. Yet, the cry had already attracted the attention of countless others. In an instant, thousands of cultivators soared from the mountains, converging upon them. Good heavens! So many? We must flee. The 3 were startled and hastened their flight. Quick, catch up to them. Hand the men over to the Wuji Sect, and the women will be ours to enjoy. The thrill of pursuit after decades of cultivation was exhilarating. Let us get them. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in the exquisite realm of exceptional female cultivators. In an instant, a multitude of thousands manifested in the heavens, dark and ominous like a thick cloud. Among these individuals, some soared on flying swords and wielded great blades. while others traversed the void itself, gliding through the air. These two distinct modes of flight epitomize two entirely different realms of mastery. Although the Spirit Sea realm is relatively lowly, the presence of a cadre of aerial masters at the forefront instilled a sense of confidence among the ranks. After all, we are all cultivators of the air, regardless of individual prowess. We possess a formidable assembly of aerial experts, coupled with countless Spirit Sea practitioners, capable of overwhelming any adversary. Unless the trio from the mysterious Cloud Sect were all in the spirit concentration stage, they would dare not engage. Otherwise, even if they were merely half a step away from that stage, they would still be met with lethal intent. In a heartbeat, across the expanse of heaven and earth, groups of pursuers were in hot pursuit. These factions converged, forming an even larger assembly, bolstering the Spirit Sea practitioners' morale. Ahead, the trio from the mysterious Cloud Sect pressed forward, resolutely unwilling to halt. The relentless army of thousands behind them had, through their relentless gatherings, amassed nearly 10,000 strong. Curse them, a pack of rabid dogs. Murong Ingluo cursed under her breath, transferring control of her body to her ancestor. Otherwise, with her current level of cultivation, escape would be impossible. Ingluo, inform your senior brother to veer left and head towards that mountainous region. It lies within the territory of the Bull Demon clan. The Bull Demons can only reach the pinnacle of the aerial realm. If you venture in, you should encounter no danger, and it may even impede our pursuers. Suddenly, a voice from within her ring, belonging to Murong Zhantian, offered this timely advice. The secret realm, having existed for an extensive duration, had indeed been explored by Murong Zhantian in his youth. Upon hearing this, Murong Ingluo's eyes brightened, and she relayed her ancestors' insight to Lin Fan. As the esteemed senior brother leading the charge, Lin Fan promptly endorsed her suggestion and immediately directed their flight toward the Bull Demon clan's domain. Though both demon races and ferocious beasts belong to the animal kingdom, they are not of the same species. Ferocious beasts are savage creatures of low intelligence, whereas demon races are ancient lineages endowed with innate wisdom, capable of transforming between human and beast forms. However, despite their ability to shift forms, many still retain certain characteristics of their demonic heritage in human guise. Such was the case with the Bull Demon clan. Although they donned human appearances, their prominent horns remained unmistakably bovine. I beg your pardon. I truly did not mean to intrude upon your territory. It was an unintentional trespass. I implore you to spare me, and I shall depart at once. In this moment, within the confines of the Bull Demon clan, a human cultivator knelt in abject terror, pleading for mercy. Surrounding him was a large cauldron, beneath which fierce flames blazed, filled with the remains of human cultivators. All around, numerous half-human bull demons with long horns stood vigil. Humans are a nuisance, appearing but once every decade for us to feast upon. How many have we devoured now? The chieftain of the Bull Demon clan let out a heavy snort, exhaling a plume of white smoke from his nostrils. As denizens of this realm, the demon clan was unaware of the curse that bound them, forever unable to transform into greater demons, eternally relegated to a status beneath that of the mighty, akin to the pinnacle of human cultivators. Moreover, every decade, a contingent of human practitioners would appear in this domain, much to his chagrin, prompting him to derive amusement from devouring humans. Chief, this is the 98th. The young demons responded with clasped fists. 98. Not enough to satiate. Let us boil him first. Seek opportunities to capture more. Yes, the young demons immediately lifted the practitioner and cast him into the cauldron. At once, bubbling sounds erupted from within. Just then, several dark spots swiftly emerged overhead. Chief, more humans are coming. A young demon hastily alerted. 3. Not sufficient to fill the gaps between my teeth. Yet these three do appear formidable. Nyo Air, Nyo San, Nyo Si, Nyo Wu, accompany me to bring them down. Yes, in an instant, the 5 bovine demons soared into the air, positioning themselves before the trio from the Misty Sect. It's the cow demons. We entered their territory. Yi Qingsheng quickly warned. They must be here to obstruct us. Sisters, stay close. Lin Fan decisively instructed, then unleashed a terrifying sword strike. The immense blade swept through the air, as Lin Fan led the 2 women swiftly in its wake. The 2 ladies were equally proactive, launching their own assaults. Yi Qingsheng closely followed with her dragon capture technique, while Murong Ingluo raised her hand, conjuring a towering mountain. The trio, wielding their respective powers, collided head-on with the 5 bovine beings. The 5 bulls were taken aback, astonished that humans would dare to engage them so brazenly. It was, after all, their first encounter with such aggressive humans, prompting an instinctual retreat as they scattered in fright. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the cow demons evading, the front became clear. The trio from the Misty Sect swiftly maneuvered past the 5 bulls, racing towards the distance, their divine abilities scarcely unleashed in full. Chief, it seems they have fled. Curse it, we have been tricked. Should we pursue them, Chief? The 5 bulls seethed with anger, exhaling white mist through their nostrils as they watched the trio vanish. Yes, we must pursue them, the chief growled, preparing to take flight. But at that moment, a subordinate suddenly exclaimed, Chief, look behind you. Behind? What is it? The chief turned, bewildered. Instantly, a vast, dark cloud loomed in the distance. Is it going to rain? The chief pondered, perplexed. No, Chief, those are humans. Humans. The subordinate warned in terror. What? All of them are humans? The chief was momentarily dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a multitude. Chief, we feast on them each time. They must be here for revenge. We should flee. What shall we do, Chief? There are at least 10,000 of them. Shall we fight? Fight. Nonsense. Run. The patriarch, irked, let out a sharp reprimand before swiftly turning to dash towards the trio from the mysterious sect. The remaining 4 bulls, not daring to linger, hurriedly followed in the patriarch's wake. In an instant, the 3 groups surged through the skies. At the forefront were the 3 members of the mysterious sect, followed by the 5 bulls, with the vast army trailing behind. At last, after an indeterminate distance, the 5 bulls found themselves at the edge of the sealed boundary. Should they cross it, certain death awaited them. Meanwhile, the pursuing army drew ever closer, causing the 5 bulls to become increasingly agitated. Patriarch, what shall we do? We are cornered. Patriarch, let us fight. We have nowhere left to flee. The subordinates urged. Regardless, we face death. We might as well take a chance to survive. The patriarch's expression hardened as he gazed at the boundary not far away. Finally, steeling his resolve, he coldly commanded, fight. Kill. In that moment, the 5 bulls turned in unison, charging towards the vast army. Ah, damn it, it's the demon clan. Brothers, do not falter. Let's take them on. We have the numbers. I've heard that demon clans love to hoard treasures. Let us seize their riches and claim their women. After all, we are in a secret realm where the outside demons cannot trouble us. Curse it, I've never been with a demoness. Today seems like a perfect opportunity. And a bull demon is still a demon. Ah, I will destroy you all. Boom. In an instant, the vast army clashed with the 5 bulls. Countless cultivators fell like dumplings from the mountains. Yet, among this throng of humanity, there were still many at the sky control stage, at least several hundred. All disciples of significant sections. As these hundreds of sky control cultivators joined the fray, the bulls began to accumulate wounds, and soon the first bull fell, followed by the second and third. Of course, the number of human cultivators also diminished rapidly. When the battle finally ceased, only a handful of human cultivators remained. With the pursuit halted, the trio from the mysterious sect felt a sense of relief, quickly arriving at the Sage S Valley. However, they found it teeming with cultivators. Along the path to the valley, throngs of people stood as well, their numbers dwindling as they ventured further. It seemed something was obstructing their progress. Near the valley's entrance, only 2 figures stood desolately, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. The 2 appeared to be grappling with some dilemma, remaining motionless, brows furrowed in deep contemplation. At the end of the path lay a peculiar and oddly shaped valley, rumored to hold the clues to the Great Void technique. Yet, even entering the valley seemed exceedingly difficult, not to mention acquiring the Great Void technique itself. The grand formation left behind by the sage. Upon seeing the array that hindered the crowd's passage, Morong Ingluo instantly recognized it. Can you decipher this formation, junior sister? Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. I have seen it before. Brothers and sisters, follow me. I have a way to enter. Morong Ingluo smiled gently, transforming from a follower into a guide, and stepped forward. Soon, the trio navigated through the throngs of people, swiftly catching up to the strides of Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. The entire progression encountered no hindrance whatsoever, leaving Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing in quiet astonishment, recognizing that their junior sister was extraordinary. In response, Morong Ingluo merely smiled faintly. Providing no further explanation, For all of this was the culmination of her ancestors' years of research. Under Murong Yingluo's guidance, they soon surpassed Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. The sight of the trio moving with such agility left the two dumbfounded, watching in disbelief as their figures receded farther into the distance. The surrounding crowd was equally bewildered, unable to grasp the reality before their eyes. Am I seeing things? How did they manage to enter? This is impossible. My sect Yun Feiyang has not even entered. How did they succeed? They seem to be the trio from the mysterious Void Sect. Indeed, they are the ones. Did they not kill Zhao Ritian and are currently being hunted? It is said that tens of thousands are pursuing them. How could they appear here? Could it be that they dealt with their pursuers? In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, their presence here unmistakably indicated that they had resolved the issue with their hunters. Look, they are beginning to comprehend. Suddenly, within the valley, the trio from the mysterious Void Sect came to a halt, immersing themselves in the peculiarities around them, searching for the great void technique. Observing this, the onlookers furrowed their brows once more, increasingly incredulous. This is astonishingly swift. What kind of sect is the mysterious Void Sect? Have they truly cultivated 3 top-tier geniuses? In no time, those who initially intended to depart lingered, eager to witness the great void technique and perhaps seize a moment of fortune. Meanwhile, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang seemed to unravel the riddle before them, stepping forward a few paces, drawing ever closer to the valley. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mountain within the valley suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Immediately, the 3 opened their eyes simultaneously, exclaiming in unison, "We found it!" With those words, a jade slip soared forth from the mountain. Outside the valley, everyone was left in stunned silence. Even Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang felt utterly bewildered. Yun Feiyang stared blankly at the valley, murmuring, "This is impossible. It cannot be. How could it happen so swiftly? It must be a deception." Li Taishan, equally dazed, murmured, "I must be dreaming. I am definitely dreaming. Awaken, youth." Boom. As the jade slip flew out, the valley quaked. Subsequently, the surrounding formations began to weaken until they vanished entirely. Instantly, everyone lost their obstacles and surged toward the valley in a frenzy. The barriers were lifted. It must be a divine technique. Hurry and seize it. Excellent. Charge. Retrieve the divine technique. In an instant, countless individuals rushed forward, including Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang, who all darted toward the valley. This sudden turn of events heightened the vigilance of the trio within the valley. Lin Fan tucked away the jade slip, gazing at the throngs outside, his demeanor turning solemn. Yi Qingqing and Murong Yingluo exchanged wary glances, unable to restrain themselves from looking at Lin Fan. "Senior brother, should we notify Master?" "There's no need. If we inform Master about the absence of even a single condensation realm cultivator, it would be utterly embarrassing." Lin Fan promptly rejected the idea, his expression turning grave. "You two step back. I am about to unleash the ultimate technique that Master bestowed upon me." "What? Senior brother has an ultimate technique?" The 2 women were momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating. At that moment, Lin Fan could no longer hold back. Facing the multitude of cultivators outside, he resolved to execute his most powerful move. With unwavering determination, he raised his right hand slowly, adopting a posture as if grasping a sword in the void. Instantly, his garments fluttered without wind. Gathering his energy in his dantian, he bellowed towards the heavens, "Sword, come forth." Boom. The sound resonated like thunder in the ears of all the cultivators. Every cultivator halted in their tracks, puzzled as they glanced around. What is he shouting about? It seems nothing has changed. I'm terrified. I thought it was some divine ability, but it turns out to be just empty shouting. Observing the unchanged surroundings, everyone was bewildered. Yi Qingqing and Murong Yingluo stood there, equally baffled, unable to comprehend what their senior brother was up to. Was he merely attempting to intimidate this crowd before seizing an opportunity to escape? Yet, how could thousands of individuals be frightened by his voice alone? It appeared that a fierce battle was inevitable. The 2 women swiftly prepared their divine abilities, ready to carve a bloody path through the throng. But just then, a mournful wail suddenly echoed in the sky. Clang. It was the sound of a sword vibrating. Following that, a second, third, and fourth cry of despair rang out in succession. The swords in the hands of thousands of cultivators became uncontrollable, all soaring from their sheaths towards Lin Fan's head, rapidly gathering into a veritable storm of flying blades. In an instant, Everyone inhaled sharply. What is happening? Why are our swords flying towards him? Over 10,000 swords. My heavens! What sort of divine ability is this? Look, more swords are coming. As the swords of the cultivators departed, those long buried and shattered blades, covered in dust and decay, also soared into the air, flying towards Lin Fan's head. Sword, come forth. Boom, boom, boom. Those two words reverberated outward. Wherever the sound traveled, countless swords awakened, regardless of whether they had been buried deep underground or were rusted and broken. All were roused by the sound, trembling as they converged towards its source. In the blink of an eye, a dense mass of swords gathered above Lin Fan, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Those present were utterly dumbfounded, astonished. A slight smile graced Lin Fan's lips. At last, he would employ this technique. The innate talent of his physique, combined with the swordsmanship bestowed by his master, along with the unique skills inherent to his special constitution. What magnitude of power would this amalgamation yield? Lin Fan pondered silently, then swiftly formed seals with his hands. As the seals were completed, he spread his arms wide and shouted once more. All swords returned to their origin. Kill. Boom. As Lin Fan uttered those 4 words, the countless swords surged towards the throng of cultivators, charging headlong into the fray. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled. It was as though a rain of swords had descended. Each blade bore the intent of mutual destruction, surging forth with unparalleled force. Alas! Flee! Oh heavens! This is too terrifying. Such power cannot possibly emanate from the realm of skyward ascendants. Let us depart quickly. Immediately, the crowd erupted in anguished cries. Countless cultivators were pierced in an instant. Though some managed to momentarily withstand the onslaught, they were ultimately faced with an unending barrage of flying swords, their spiritual energy waning, until they were ultimately pierced by 1,000 blades. Yet Lin Fan understood that this widespread assault could not annihilate truly formidable adversaries. Thus, he promptly led his 2 junior sisters to flee. Sisters, let us go? The trio soared into the sky, leaving behind the multitude struggling against the relentless onslaught of countless swords. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. The deluge of swords eventually diminished. Of the tens of thousands present, only a few thousand remained, many grievously injured. At this moment, the disheveled Li Taishan stood amidst the forest of swords, fixated on the direction in which the trio from the mysterious Cloud Sect had retreated, murmuring to himself. He then turned to the equally disheveled Yun Feiyong and proposed, "Brother Yun, why not join forces? 2 extraordinary techniques from our 2 sects, 1 for each. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable foe upon my first emergence." Agreed. Yun Feiyong readily concurred without hesitation. The 2 then began to gather their surviving disciples, launching yet another round of pursuit against the trio from the mysterious Cloud Sect. Days turned into weeks. The trio from the mysterious Cloud Sect continued their flight, simultaneously seeking treasures. In the following days, they turned the entire secret realm upside down. Meanwhile, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyong, accompanied by their disciples and numerous elite cultivators, relentlessly pursued them, yet each encounter resulted in grievous losses. Both Li Taishan and Yun Feiyong suffered injuries on multiple occasions. The continuous assaults intensified the animosity of these 2 exceptional talents. Thus, the group resolved to cease the pursuit and instead employ ambush strategies. With a new plan in place, the 2 top-tier geniuses began to lay traps at the exits of the secret realm. They waited patiently until the day the secret realm would open. At that moment, night had fallen and darkness blanketed the land, with only the luminous moon illuminating their path. As the secret realm opened wide, the trio from the mysterious Cloud Sect gradually emerged from the distance, heading towards the exit. "Brother, do you think we have offended so many, essentially antagonizing all the major powers in the 9 provinces? Could this bring trouble to our sect?" Murong Ingluo glanced anxiously at the exit. Although their journey had been exhilarating, she feared that such numerous forces might retaliate, and even the male protagonist might not withstand it. She certainly did not wish to encounter the male lead only to find him incapable of bearing the burden. Moreover, if he faltered, her empire would surely face ruin alongside him. This time, the uproar had indeed escalated too greatly. "Do not worry, my junior sister. Our mysterious Cloud Sect is formidable, and there are many reclusive elders within our ranks." Yi Qingqing promptly reassured her, bolstering her confidence. She hails from 10,000 years in the future, and thanks to Lin Fan's introduction, She has long been convinced of the sect's formidable strength. Lin Fan, unfazed, remarked, "Indeed, and we are not to blame. They were the ones who first seized our spirit fruits and our extraordinary techniques. If we were to simply hand them over, wouldn't that bring shame to our master and our sect? Our master would never allow us to bring disgrace upon the sect. Wow, our sect is truly powerful." Upon hearing the responses from her senior brothers and sisters, Murong Ingluo was taken aback. She resolved to perform exceptionally well once she joined the sect. As they approached the exit, a sudden tremor shook the forest below. In an instant, countless cultivators burst forth from the woods, resembling a massive flock of birds, all soaring towards them. They were shouting, "They've appeared. Charge! Don't let them escape. The elders of the sect are at the outer gate. Drive them out." Thousands of cultivators, who had long been lying in ambush, suddenly emerged like birds taking flight from the mountains. The trio from the Miao Miao sect was startled by this unexpected turn of events. "Senior brother, senior sisters, they are coming again. Run." The Miao Miao trio dared not linger, immediately hastening their pace to burst forth from the secret realm. However, as soon as they exited, they were confronted by a blockade of individuals outside. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than the elders of the three major superpowers. Their faces etched with fury. "The eldest elder. They have killed our brother Zhao Ritian, and they possess 2 sets of extraordinary techniques." An apprentice reported to the Grand Elder of the Wujizong. Instantly, everyone around was taken aback. While they were aware of the chaos these 3 had caused within, they had not anticipated the possession of 2 sets of extraordinary techniques. Should the sect acquire these techniques, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. In a flash, many smaller sects and rogue cultivators remained to witness the spectacle, though they understood it was merely a show. After all, the 3 major sects would inevitably contest for the extraordinary techniques, which were destined to have no connection to them. In the skies, the Miao Miao trio faced an impasse ahead, with pursuers behind, finding themselves ensnared in a tight encirclement. Their anxiety surged as they recognized that the foremost individuals were the mightiest elders of the 3 major super sects, escorting their disciples. It is essential to note that the strongest elders of super sects are all at the King realm. A mere breath from them could extinguish their lives. Feeling the pressure mount, Lin Fan, as the eldest brother, steeled himself and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "The resources within the secret realm are unclaimed. First come, first served. Why do you, esteemed elders, obstruct our path?" Chapter 027. A single hand to annihilate kings. The might of the Miao Miao sect, huh? You dare to ask me why after slaying my disciple? Surrender immediately and accompany me back to face your punishment. The Grand Elder of the Wujizong spoke darkly, raising his hand to seize them. At that moment, the Elder of the Taihas sect stepped forward and said, "Brother Dao, please wait. They have slain numerous disciples of our Taihas sect. We too must take them with us. Is it only your 2 sects that have suffered losses? Do the disciples of our Fatian sect not also bear casualties? We shall take them as well." In an instant, the 3 great superpowers began to contest fiercely. It was evident to all discerning eyes what they truly sought. After all, if it were merely revenge, they could simply kill them on the spot. Why would they need to take them away? The intention to take them was undoubtedly to acquire those 2 extraordinary techniques. In light of this, a compromise was proposed by the Grand Elder of the Wujizong. Why not do this? Let us first take them back to our Wujizong. And you 2 esteemed friends may accompany me there. We shall deliberate on the specific course of action thereafter. It became apparent that engaging in endless disputes was futile. Should the Holy Land arrive, it could lead to complications. After all, if the extraordinary techniques came into play, the Holy Land would not simply overlook them. Agreed. That sounds splendid. The elders of the other 2 sects instantly concurred. The Wujizong had suffered the loss of its most formidable genius. Refusal to cooperate might hinder their ability to find an appropriate resolution. Once the 3 Grand Elders reached a consensus, they turned their gazes toward the trio from the Miao Miao sect. Seeing their fates treated with such disregard, the 3 felt a surge of indignation, but they stood resolute. After all, each bore the lingering aura left by their master, and if necessary, they could invoke that presence for aid. However, they could not help but wonder why their master had not appeared. Other sects had come to retrieve their disciples, yet theirs was absent. Nevertheless, the trio dismissed such thoughts, attributing it to their master being preoccupied. Thus, the lead disciple, Lin Fan, boldly asserted, "It was your disciples who first unprovokedly seized our treasures, and it was our resistance that followed. Are you not being excessively unjust? Upon hearing this, the three grand elders were momentarily taken aback, only to soon display smiles that dripped with disdain and mockery, as if to say, "How dare you discuss right and wrong with us?" Indeed, such youthful naivety was apparent. With a veneer of politeness, the three grand elders replied, "Is that so? Others merely sought the treasures in your possession, yet you have killed so many. Do you still dare claim innocence? Certainly. You could have simply surrendered the items and sought our elders for justice. We would have punished those disciples and returned your belongings. This does not justify your actions of murder. Precisely. They merely aimed to take your possessions, not to kill you. While you could have resisted, taking lives was utterly unwarranted." Each elder made their point, leaving the trio from the Ethereal Sect feeling utterly exasperated, their blood pressure surging in response. They had merely sought to reclaim their treasures, yet were accused of harboring murderous intent. The suggestion to relinquish their belongings first and then seek justice from their elders was utterly absurd. A wave of disbelief swept through the surrounding cultivators, many unable to contain their outrage. Yet, in the face of the three mighty sects, none dared to voice their dissent. After all, these super sects transcended the limits of power, existing in a realm entirely distinct from the dominant sects, which is precisely why they were deemed super sects. Who would dare to provoke them? The crowd fell into a profound silence. The trio from the Misty Sect was utterly incensed, particularly Mu Rong Ing Luo. A girl who had traversed from a technologically advanced planet was seething with anger at such remarks, feeling an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Unable to contain herself, she invoked her sect, expressing her displeasure. "Are you all truly so dismissive of the Misty Sect? Ha! The Misty Sect? What a pathetic sect that dares to utter our name. Come with us. Any discussions can take place at my sect's Hall of Justice." With that, the Grand Elder of the Infinite Sect waved his hand, conjuring a gigantic palm that lunged towards the trio from the Misty Sect. The trio's pupils constricted, realizing they were utterly powerless against a formidable opponent of the Heavenly King realm. They prepared to unleash their own aura, but at that moment, a voice suddenly resounded, shattering the looming hand. "Who dares to call the Misty Sect trash?" The voice echoed sharply. The trio from the Misty Sect rejoiced, looking skyward in astonishment. "Master." Indeed, it was the voice of Chen Xuan. As the voice resonated, his figure materialized within the encirclement. He stood tall and composed, arms crossed, regarding the assembly with an air of authority. In an instant, the crowd furrowed their brows, unable to restrain their curiosity. "Who are you?" "I am Chen Xuan, the sect master of the Misty Sect." Chen Xuan stated his name with an air of nonchalance, then turned his icy gaze towards the three elders. "Who is it that referred to my Misty Sect as trash?" Having already sensed the aura of his disciple, he comprehended the unfolding events, his tone laced with indifference. "Master, it was him." At this juncture, Mu Ronging Luo swiftly soared to Chen Xian's side, pointing accusingly at the elder of the Taiha sect. The Taiha sect elder was momentarily taken aback, only to acknowledge it dismissively. "So what if I said so? The Misty Sect, an inconsequential sect, dares to associate with us." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Xuan raised his hand, and a phantom palm materialized above the Taiha sect elder, descending with unparalleled force. The elder was instantly reduced to a mere pulp. Hiss. In that moment, all cultivators present gasped in shock, their pupils contracting to the utmost. "My heavens! The elder of the Taiha sect is dead?" Hiss. Such power! Such a terrifying strike! Impossible! The elder of the Taiha sect possessed strength at the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm. Did he evade it? No, he did not evade. He was obliterated. I saw it clearly. The sect master of the Misty Sect, is this formidable? Good heavens, to slay a late-stage Heavenly King with a single strike. What level of power does he possess? Could he have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, the Imperial realm? That is the ultimate realm of cultivation. Upon reaching this level, further progress cannot be achieved through mere training, as it represents the zenith of cultivation. To advance further, one must attain enlightenment. Only through continuous insight and comprehension can one further elevate oneself. Countless cultivators on the ancient continent have found themselves ensnared within the Imperial realm, unable to progress until their lifespans expire. Thus, achieving the Imperial realm signifies one as a supreme powerhouse. When a sect boasts a sovereign-level powerhouse, it can effortlessly forge a diminutive superpower. In that moment, all cultivators fell silent, their gazes transfixed upon the scene unfolding before them. Particularly startled were the two elders from the Wuji sect and the Taihe sect. However, as representatives of superpowers, they too possessed sovereign-level strength. Thus, despite their trepidation towards Chen Xuan, they did not cower. Isn't this a bit excessive? Our superpower is not without its own sovereign-level beings. Such actions will only bring your sect unnecessary trouble, declared the elder of Wuji's sect, his expression darkening. Oh, really? You deserve to perish. Chen Xuan scoffed disdainfully, raising his hand for yet another strike. Boom. The elder of Wuji's sect met his demise. The disciples and accompanying elders of Wuji's sect trembled in place, rendered speechless. It was a joke, to kill at will. Who would dare provoke such wrath? This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. At that moment, the only surviving elder from the Fatian sect, drenched in cold sweat and trembling, conceded, "Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill intent, and shall take my leave." Chapter 028. Slaying Three Sovereign Kings. The avenging conference of the three sects commences with that. He swiftly turned to wave at his sect's disciples, urging them to depart hastily. Do you think you can leave after obstructing my Piao Miao sect's disciples? You shall perish. Boom. Chen Xuan raised his hand once more, aiming for the head of the Fatian sect elder. Yet, the elder, ever vigilant, narrowed his eyes and turned sharply, coldly retorting, "You think to kill me? It won't be that simple." With that, he unleashed the full extent of his peaked sovereign-level aura. Instantly, a torrent of battle intent surged forth, suffocating all present. He surrounded himself with a thick layer of spiritual energy for protection and desperately unleashed countless divine abilities to counter the impending strike. However, it was evident he had underestimated Chen Xuan's prowess. The palm Chen Xuan had summoned, undeterred by the elder's myriad attacks, surged forward with thunderous might. The closer it drew, the more oppressive the weight of its power became, hampering the elder's movements. "Ah, my Fatian sect will never let you off," the elder bellowed in terror. Then boom. The Fatian sect elder was instantly reduced to ashes. All his resistance was rendered futile beneath that colossal palm, akin to a mere jester. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, indelibly marking the name Piao Miao sect in their memories, albeit with negative connotations. After all, having offended three major super sects, none believed Piao Miao sect could endure for long. Moreover, in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, numerous new powers had emerged over millennia. Yet many rising superpowers ultimately succumbed to the annals of history. Why did only the 3 major super sects endure through time? It was precisely due to their formidable foundations, a testament to their true status as superpowers. Once, a new sect emerged that rivaled the might of the superpowers. However, their arrogance ultimately provoked the ire of the 3 great super sects, which dispatched formidable warriors to obliterate that force, revealing the true essence of the enduring power of heritage. Disciple, let us return. After vanquishing the 3 great kings who obstructed them, Chen Xuan gazed benevolently at his 3 disciples. In their eyes, there was nothing but admiration. "Master, look," Lin Fan quietly prompted, pointing towards a distant dragon. "Indeed, my disciple. How could I have almost forgotten?" Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded, raising his hand to slay the colossal dragon and subsequently storing it away. Finally, he soared into the sky with his 3 disciples, leaving countless cultivators in a state of bewilderment. Had they just taken the dragon of the Wuji sect? It seemed so. How ruthless, to have slain even the dragon. Such dominance. It was likely that the Wuji sect was in turmoil. Indeed, the Wuji sect had lost its grand elder, its top genius, and now its dragon. What a disgrace. The cultivators murmured in awe before gradually dispersing. As they departed, the reputation of the Piao Miao sect began to spread across the vast lands of the 9 provinces. "Hey, have you heard of the Piao Miao sect? They have produced 3 genius disciples who wreaked havoc in the secret realm of rules, defeating tens of thousands. Even Zhao Ritian, the pinnacle genius of the superpowers, was slain." "Really? Is that true?" Zhao Ritian is a top genius, one whom the Wuji sect rarely allows to venture out for training. How could he be killed by a disciple of a minor sect? "Ah, you are not aware. The Piao Miao sect is no insignificant sect. It is said to be a reclusive sect that has emerged. Their sect leader is a powerful figure at the imperial level. With a single strike, he vanquished a late-stage king, and with 3 strikes, he dispatched 3 late-stage kings. In the end, he even took the colorful dragon of the Wuji sect. How audacious! What nonsense! The Grand Elder of the Wuji sect is a late-stage king. What you claim is utterly impossible. Who is boasting? I was there at the scene. Shall we wager on it? Extra. Extra. The reclusive Piao sect has emerged, and their first act was to slay the mightiest elder of the three great super sects. For the latest news, come to the Zamanuan, 1 spirit stone per person, and you can listen from dawn till dusk. Is it true? They killed the elder of the three great super sects? Would the three great sects allow that? Want to know what happens next? Come to the Zamanuan. 1 spirit stone guarantees your satisfaction, an exhilarating experience. All right, where is Zamanuan? Show me the way. Such audacity. Inside the Wuji sect, the sect leader furiously shattered his teacup. A mere Piao sect dares to slay my grand elder, kill my top genius, and seize my sect's dragon. If I do not avenge this grievance, how can my Wuji sect maintain its standing in the 9 provinces? Master, the sect leader of the Piao sect is at the imperial level. The elders of the other 2 great super sects also perished at his hands. A cautious outer elder reported, revealing the strength of the Piao sect's leader. Upon hearing that the opposing party possessed royal-level cultivation, the leader of the Wuji sect furrowed his brow in disdain and remarked, "What of royal-level cultivation? Does any family lack a few royal-level cultivators? Have we, the Wuji sect, remained dormant for so long that the world has forgotten our might? Immediately transmit my orders, summon our resources, unleash the royal forces, and launch an expedition against the mysterious sect. Master, do not act impulsively. The mysterious sect has emerged suddenly, their resources unknown, and they possess royal-level cultivators from the outset. It is uncertain whether there are other formidable forces within their ranks, and they dare to offend our 3 superpowers, which suggests they may possess some degree of confidence. It would be prudent to deliberate further." Suddenly, an elder intervened to halt the impetuous leader, analyzing the strengths of both sides. Upon hearing the elder's assessment, the leader of the Wuji sect's expression darkened, and he retorted, "How can we afford to deliberate? No matter how many royal-level cultivators they have, our resources are more than sufficient to confront any royal-level threat. We simply need to bring our resources along. Furthermore, the mysterious sect possesses 2 extraordinary techniques. If we can acquire these 2 techniques, we will undoubtedly surpass the other 2 superpowers. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly." The leader completely disregarded the mysterious sect's significance. However, he indeed had the confidence to back his claims. Yet, the elders remained apprehensive. After some contemplation, they proposed another suggestion. "Master, while your argument holds merit, what if we take our resources and are ambushed by the other 2 super sects? Moreover, our desire for those 2 extraordinary techniques will surely be shared by the Taoist sect and the Flying Sky sect. Perhaps we should convene a tri-sect meeting. Let us collectively march against the mysterious sect, bringing our resources with us. This way, we can ensure absolute security and simultaneously showcase the strength of our super sects." Indeed, that is a commendable idea. However, in doing so, we cannot monopolize the extraordinary techniques. The leader paused, clearly reluctant. "Master, even if we manage to annihilate the mysterious sect, we cannot claim those extraordinary techniques solely for ourselves. The other 2 super sects will undoubtedly not remain idle. If they were to ambush us, it would spell trouble. Currently, collaboration among the 3 factions is the most prudent approach. They will surely agree." The elder continued to analyze the pros and cons. This time, the leader of the Wuji sect comprehended the implications and promptly slapped his thigh, declaring, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Immediately notify the 2 super sects to convene a tri-sect conference to discuss our military expedition and the division of the extraordinary techniques." Chapter 29. A disciple with superstar potential, a charred willow tree in the Murong dynasty, within the imperial harem. As Chen Xuan and his 3 companions just landed, they were immediately surrounded by a group of cultivators clad in yellow vests. They were none other than the imperial guards of the Murong dynasty. Upon seeing the princess among them, the captain of the guards bellowed, "Who dares to kidnap the princess and intrude upon the imperial palace? Release her at once. You are being presumptuous. They are my senior brothers and sisters, and this one is my esteemed master. They have accompanied me to bid farewell. Disperse your men immediately." Murong Ingluo hastily stepped forward to admonish. Upon hearing that these individuals were the princess's fellow disciples and her master, the captain of the guards was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Chen Xuan. Yet, Apart from his striking appearance and the swiftness with which he had flown, he seemed no different from before. However, that very speed alone was enough to warrant serious consideration. After all, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, a being of the fourth tier of the spirit-gathering realm, he only noticed their presence after their descent. This clearly indicates that the man is not weak. Moreover, the princess's apprenticeship to her master cannot be underestimated. Recently, the movements of the Northern King have become increasingly frequent, and he is even more concerned that the princess's master might be an agent of the Northern King, deliberately infiltrating the palace. Thus, the commander did not disperse the guards but instead clasped his fists and addressed Chen Xuan. My apologies, sir. The palace is currently in a state of unrest, and I am under orders to protect it. I cannot withdraw. It was evident that he harbored suspicions regarding Chen Xuan's identity. Although his tone was courteous, Morong Ingluo was still displeased. After all, it was she who had requested her master to return for a farewell with her family, now that they had just arrived home. To be questioned by the palace guards was a slight against her master's dignity. However, the commander's words were not without merit. It was his duty to ensure the palace's safety, which could not be swayed by mere words from her. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, appearing nonchalant as he said, "No matter. Let us wait here. How could we possibly keep the master waiting? Master, please follow me into the hall to rest." Seeing that her master was not angered, Morong Ingluo quickly led the way. This time, the commander did not obstruct them, but instead followed closely with his men, remaining vigilant against any potential threats posed by Chen Xuan and his companions. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, causing him to halt in his tracks. Ding! A disciple with over 10-star potential detected. Please take note, host. Over 10-star talent? Chen Xuan's eyes brightened at once, instinctively turning towards the direction of the Imperial Garden. The system indicated that the disciple with over 10-star talent was indeed in the Imperial Garden. Had the system finally opened its eyes? Had he finally encountered a disciple of such extraordinary potential? Excitement surged within Chen Xuan. After all, by taking in a genius with over 10-star potential, he could obtain a summoning card from the celestial realm. At that point, he would be invincible both above and below the heavens. Master, why have you stopped? Morong Ingluo, noticing Chen Xuan's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. Chen Xuan withdrew his gaze, smiled faintly, and pointed towards the Imperial Garden, saying, Ingluo, may I go take a look at the Imperial Garden? Huh. Morong Ingluo was momentarily taken aback, somewhat bewildered. After all, the Imperial Garden was a place where the women of the Emperor's harem strolled. Surely, her master Wu Ti he appeared rather serious. Morong Ingluo shook herself from her reverie and quickly replied, of course. Master, please follow me. With that, she continued to lead the way. The other Imperial Guards had no choice but to silently follow along. However, as they entered the Imperial Garden, a wave of panic ensued among the inhabitants. Several concubines, startled by the sudden influx of people, scurried behind large trees and rock formations, peeking out curiously like frightened birds. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan's focus was not on them. He did not even spare them a glance, his gaze fixated upon a charred willow tree by the lake, reduced to nothing but a trunk. Name, Luyu. In slumber, race, Wood clan. Realm, none. Physique, none. Potential, over 10 stars. Experience, an ordinary willow branch awakens wisdom and, after millennia of cultivation, ascends to immortality. On the day of its ascension, it is ambushed by the Dark Sovereign, suffering a loss of accumulated celestial energy, and is torn from its realm. Descending into the ancient continent, now gravely injured and in a deep slumber, it has lost all memories, yet still retains a fragmented immortal form. The day of its recovery will also mark its return to the pinnacle of power. Luyu, an ordinary willow branch achieving immortality? The Dark Sovereign's ambush? Upon reading this information, Chen Xuan was instantly taken aback. Although the notion of a willow branch attaining immortality is indeed absurd, what manner of being is this Dark Sovereign? Daring enough to ambush an immortal and almost succeed? Is this world truly so terrifying? Can even immortals not safeguard themselves? Contemplating this, Chen Xuan hastily inquired within his mind. The system promptly provided an explanation. Ding. Alert to the host. The Dark Sovereign is a creature tainted by dark power, capable of widely sensing the aura of ascended beings. It preys on newly ascended immortals to bolster its own strength. Only powerful immortals can escape the clutches of the Dark Sovereign. By heavens, how frightful. Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Xuan was startled. To be able to sense the aura of ascension. Who could possibly withstand such a threat? Does this imply that many emperors, even upon achieving immortality, would struggle to evade being devoured by the Dark Sovereign? Fortunately, he learned this early. Otherwise, when it came time for him to ascend, he too would attract the Dark Sovereign. Thankfully, since he is aware now, he can prepare in advance. A mere Dark Sovereign, what does it amount to? He is capable of remarkable feats. With this thought, Chen Xuan felt considerably reassured. As long as he diligently cultivates, he could hardly believe that a Dark Sovereign could cause chaos. Master, that blackened willow trunk fell from the heavens decades ago. It appears to be dead, yet is not decayed. My father believed it to be an omen of good fortune and has kept it here all this time without moving it. Observing Chen Xuan staring blankly at the charred willow tree, Murong Yingluo quickly elaborated. If the master desires it, he may take it. Indeed, I do have an affinity for it, but I must first inquire whether it wishes to accompany me. Chen Xuan nodded approvingly at Murong Yingluo's filial piety. He then addressed the willow trunk, asking, Lu Yu awaken. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. All gazed at Chen Xuan in confusion. Even the concubines, who had been half hidden, became curious about him, pointing and whispering. Is he speaking to that willow tree? From their dialogue, it seemed this man was Yingluo's master. When did Yingluo take on a master? What an intriguing man, talking to a tree. This man possesses a certain charm. Silly fool, the willow tree cannot speak. Yingluo's master is rather foolish. The concubines laughed, their eyes narrowing in delight. Having long lived in the secluded palace, they found life dull and tedious. Now, encountering such an extraordinary man, their curiosity was piqued, and even the smallest occurrences stirred their emotions. In an instant, the concubines engaged in hushed discussions, while the guards and disciples remained silent, quietly observing the willow tree. As they were neither weak nor naive, they could scarcely believe that the formidable Chen Xuan would engage in conversation with a mere tree. There must be a deeper reason behind this. At that moment, even Murong Zhantian, residing within Murong Yingluo's ring, couldn't help but be intrigued. After all, he had often accompanied her in this vicinity and had never before detected anything unusual. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yet, what transpired next left everyone utterly astounded. The trunk of the willow tree suddenly stirred, and soon after, a spectral image began to materialize upon its surface, becoming increasingly distinct. Before long, a transparent woman, possessing an alluring figure with fair skin, emerged upon the trunk. The sight of this ethereal woman caused a collective gasp among the onlookers. The Imperial Guard tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes brimming with vigilance. A soul was present in the Imperial Garden, and the captain of the guards had been oblivious to it. Thankfully, this soul had not exhibited any malevolence. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With this thought, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the captain's forehead, and his admiration for Chen Xuan's prowess deepened. Did you awaken me? The translucent figure inquired, her gaze fixed curiously upon Chen Xuan. She could sense that it was his aura that had roused her. Indeed, it is I. I am Lu Yu, Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile, radiating warmth akin to a spring breeze. Is that truly my name? Lu Yu asked, momentarily taken aback, her expression contemplative. Chen Xuan nodded affirmatively. For reasons unknown, Lu Yu felt an inexplicable kinship towards him, leading her to trust his words without hesitation. Thank you for revealing my name, she said, her smile imbued with joy. Yet, curiosity soon followed. By the way, did you wake me for a specific purpose? Despite her mature and curvaceous form, her demeanor resembled that of a newly sentient being, filled with wonder at the world around her, contrasting sharply with her perfect physique. You are on the brink of death, Chen Xuan proclaimed with startling revelation. Boom. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. However, she seemed to sense the truth in his words, pausing only briefly before responding with a smile. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is scarce. I feel gravely injured. Do you have a way to save me? I do. Would you be willing to take me as your master? I can lead you to a better place, abundant in spiritual energy, where you can recover swiftly. Chen Xuan replied slowly. At these words, Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then knelt before him, bowing her head. Lu Yu pays her respects to master. With 3 silent bows, Chen Xuan received a prompt in his mind from the system. Congratulations, host. You have accepted a disciple with exceptional potential exceeding 10 stars. A lavish gift package has been credited. Hearing the notification of his reward, a subtle smile graced Chen Xuan's lips. He had finally obtained the grand gift from the celestial realm. Turning to Lu Yu, he said, Lu Yu, I shall first place you within my spiritual sea for recuperation. I will release you once we return to the sect. With a wave of his hand, the charred willow tree rose from the ground and soared into his spiritual sea. In an instant, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Goodness! The spirit sea is capable of sustaining life? Could it be that the princess has indeed pledged herself to a formidable sect? Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the emperor of the Murong dynasty, who had been secretly observing from the entrance of the imperial garden, felt his pupils constrict slightly. No longer concealing himself, he strode in, escorted by an elderly eunuch. Junior Murong Fubo of the Murong dynasty pays his respects to the esteemed elder. He greeted Chen Xuan with utmost courtesy, clearly having accepted Chen Xuan's identity. After all, such prowess was beyond what the northern king could possess. Moreover, should the other party harbor ill intentions, this assembly would certainly be unable to withstand it. Father, you have finally arrived. Please order the imperial guards to withdraw. It's quite bothersome having them follow me everywhere. Murong Ingluo exclaimed with excitement, clinging to Murong Fubo's arm in a playful manner. Very well, it is indeed our oversight. You may all withdraw. Murong Fubo replied indulgently to his daughter, immediately gesturing for the commander of the imperial guards to stand down. Upon receiving the order, the commander promptly retreated, and the eavesdropping concubines were also dismissed. In a fleeting moment, only the disciples of the Misty Sect and Murong Fubo, along with an elderly eunuch, remained in the imperial garden. Father, I have returned to bid you farewell, as I wish to follow my master to the sect for training. Once the others had departed, Murong Ingluo revealed her intentions. Having already received word from his subordinates about his daughter joining a sect, Murong Fubo agreed without hesitation upon hearing her words again. Then, with a glimmer in his eye, he smiled warmly and said, It is indeed a tremendous opportunity for you to train under the esteemed elder. However, as it is late, why not postpone your departure until tomorrow? This will allow your master to rest for a while, and besides, your mother must surely miss you. It would be good to converse with her as well. After saying this, Murong Fubo politely turned his gaze towards Chen Xuan. Although he was speaking to his daughter, it was evident that he sought Chen Xuan's input. As for Murong Ingluo, upon hearing her father's suggestion, she found it quite reasonable. Furthermore, she did not know how long she would be away this time. Her mother had doted on her since childhood, nurturing her, and it felt inappropriate to leave without a word. Thus, she looked at Chen Xuan with anticipation and shyly suggested, Master, why not stay here for the night? My senior brother and sister must be exhausted from their journey through the secret realm. Very well, let us stay for the night. Chen Xuan readily agreed, sensing Murong Ingluo's thoughts. After all, there was no urgency in returning. It was a perfect opportunity to explore the contents of the gift package during their stay. Thank you, Master. You are truly wonderful. With Chen Xuan's affirmation, Murong Ingluo was instantly elated, rushing to embrace his arm, joyfully bouncing with excitement. It was only when Murong Fubo cleared his throat that she became aware of her inappropriate behavior. Ahem, Ingluo, you must not be impudent. Quickly lead the esteemed elder and the fellow disciples to rest. Murong Fubo hastily instructed his daughter to attend to their guests. Flushing with embarrassment, Murong Ingluo promptly released Chen Xuan's arm and hurriedly guided everyone onward. Master, senior brothers and sisters, allow me to lead you to rest. Let us proceed. Chen Xuan smiled helplessly and began to walk slowly. It is understandable for a disciple to seek closeness to their master. Otherwise, they may develop rebellious tendencies. Hence, Chen Xuan paid no mind to the occasional affectionate behavior of his disciples. Soon, under the guidance of Murong Ingluo and Murong Fubo, the group arrived at a courtyard. Master, senior brothers and sisters, please rest well. I shall bid farewell to my mother. The father and daughter took their leave from Chen Xuan and departed. After exiting the small courtyard, they parted ways once more. Murong Ingluo went to find her mother, while Murong Fubo, accompanied by a eunuch, headed in another direction within the imperial harem. As they walked, Murong Fubo gazed ahead and muttered to himself, Cannot discern his cultivation level? It is indeed enigmatic. According to the captain of the imperial guards, they suddenly appeared above the harem, without even triggering the formation. It was only after their emergence that the captain became aware of their presence. The elderly eunuch bowed his head, speaking in a low tone, so softly that one might not notice he was speaking at all. It seems that Ingluo has acquired a formidable master. I hope the Prince of Beijing acts tonight. Otherwise, Once they leave, the palace will be in turmoil again. Is the emperor retaining the princess's master to counter the Prince of Beijing? The eunuch tentatively inquired. Morong Fubo immediately shook his head, stating no, that esteemed elder's power is far beyond our reckoning. However, he certainly cannot stand idly by while his disciple's family is in peril. Thus, I hope the Prince of Beijing takes action tonight. It would be a solution to our troubles. The emperor is wise. Wise my foot. I have nearly exhausted myself for this dynasty. He grumbled, pausing before a secluded courtyard. At that moment, the courtyard gates stood wide open, revealing a pair of identical twin sisters lost in thought, completely oblivious to their arrival. Upon witnessing this, the elderly eunuch promptly announced in a loud voice, "His Majesty has arrived." After the announcement, both entered the courtyard. Inside, the twin sisters were seated on stone benches, dressed in ordinary garments. Yet, their enchanting figures could not be concealed. Even in stillness, gazing dreamily at the moon, they radiated a unique allure that beckoned one to draw closer. Suddenly, upon hearing the announcement of the emperor's arrival, one sister jolted from her reverie. The ministers claim we are harbingers of misfortune, bringing calamity to the dynasty. Are we not meant to be avoided? She pondered. Why has the emperor come today? Without time to contemplate further, both sisters swiftly rose and knelt. Greeting, we humbly pay our respects to your majesty. Rise, Morong Fubo replied with an impassive expression, directly stating, there is a task I entrust to you. Should you perform it well, you shall regain your freedom. Your command, your majesty. The sisters replied in unison, momentarily taken aback. They had been sent to the palace by their family. Since entering the palace, she has remained in this small courtyard. Upon her arrival, she was met with threats from the ministers, who claimed that they were reincarnated demons destined to bring calamity to the dynasty and must not be spared. Was it solely because of their beauty that men would be so easily bewitched, rendering them unworthy of being kept? It was evident that the men's own lasciviousness was to blame. They could hardly tear their gaze away from the two. Fortunately, the emperor did not heed the ministers' counsel and chose not to eliminate them. However, he has since not graced their courtyard with his presence, seemingly having forgotten their existence. Now, upon hearing the astonishing news of their potential release, the two women were momentarily incredulous. Observing their reactions, Morong Fubo felt a sense of satisfaction and promptly articulated his thoughts. Do you comprehend the implications of this? He inquired. Shortly thereafter, the matter was laid bare, and a blush swiftly adorned the faces of the two women. Although Morong Fubo's words were somewhat veiled, they grasped his meaning almost instantly, albeit with some difficulty in vocalizing it. There is no need for shyness. If this comes to fruition, perhaps even I shall have to pay my respects to you in the future. If you understand, go prepare yourselves and present yourselves accordingly. Yes, this humble servant shall obey, they replied, their faces flushed, before retreating into their quarters to adorn themselves. Within the courtyard, as night fell, Lin Fan and Yi Qingshang retired to their respective chambers for rest. Only Chen Xuan remained seated at his desk, eagerly anticipating the moment to unveil his gift package. System, please open the luxurious disciple recruitment gift package. Ding. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 Emperor Summoning cards and 2 Sage Summoning cards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle arena, allowing disciples to compete or test their abilities. Capable of withstanding Emperor-level attacks without leaving a trace. This has manifested within the sect. Congratulations, host. You have received the Chaos Immortal Scripture. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 blood-infusing bone pill and a king-level lotus incarnation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 undying divine herbs. Note, except for the first herb, the effect of each subsequent herb consumed is halved. Soon, all items from the package were accounted for. Upon reviewing the rewards, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of disappointment, as this time the rewards seemed rather lackluster. Compared to the previous bounty of 10 tons of enlightenment tea, the quantity was indeed meager. Thus, Chen Xuan took out one of the undying divine herbs and consumed it on the spot. To his surprise, it was remarkably crisp. While savoring the herb, he arranged the summoning cards on the table. In no time, 6 Emperor Summoning cards and 6 Sage Summoning cards lay neatly before him. If I gather 4 more Emperor Summoning cards, I shall be able to summon an Immortal. I wonder if the extravagant gift package includes an Immortal Summoning card along with additional Emperor Summoning cards. After consuming 1 undying divine herb, Chen Xuan smacked his lips. feeling his lifespan extend by another 10,000 years. Although the quantity of the undying divine herbs was limited, their quality was commendable. Even if the effects were halved with subsequent consumption, it would still grant him many additional years. Never mind. I shall refrain from consuming the rest for now and keep them in reserve. With that thought, Chen Xuan continued his internal dialogue. System. Please open the exorbitant disciple recruitment gift package. The luxurious gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one Immortal summoning card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one sect facility, the vast library. Note, it contains powerful techniques and divine arts from countless realms, as well as encyclopedic knowledge on alchemy, chi cultivation, and formations. Disciples will automatically be matched with suitable techniques and divine arts, saving them the time of selection. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one volume of the Lu God technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 acres of peach garden, which contains 3,000 sacred peach trees. It has manifested within the sect. Note, the sacred peach trees blossom every 300 years, bear fruit every 300 years, and mature every 300 years. Consuming one grants 1,000 years of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one realm enhancement card. It can elevate the host by one minor realm. Ding. As this is the host's first time opening the lavish gift package, an additional reward of 3 Emperor summoning cards is granted. Note, additional rewards cannot be synthesized. Each time the system's voice echoed, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Once all rewards were received, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smacked his lips. What a treasure indeed. Truly deserving of the lavish gift package. The vast library, the 100 acres of peach garden, the realm enhancement card, and 3 additional Emperor summoning cards. It is a pity that the 3 Emperor summoning cards cannot be synthesized. However, it matters not. As my disciples continue to multiply, it is time to summon a few assistants. Just as he pondered this, footsteps approached from the entrance. Chen Xuan paused momentarily, swiftly concealing the summoning cards on the table, and turned his gaze toward the door. At the entrance, a pair of identical twin sisters gracefully appeared. Dressed in exquisite attire, they wore bashful expressions, delicately swaying like slender willows as they entered. Noticing Chen Xuan's gaze upon them, their faces flushed slightly, and they hurriedly bowed in greeting. I am Fenghua. I am Shuiyue. We have come to pay our respects to the elder. Chen Xuan, looking at the unfamiliar pair, wore a puzzled expression and opened their information panels. Name, Fenghua. Realm, Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. Physique, alluring body. Innately possesses an irresistible charm towards men. Potential, 4 stars. Experience, due to her alluring physique, she easily attracts men's attention and is regarded as inauspicious by her family. Later, she caught the eye of the emperor and was taken to the palace as a concubine. However, the court opposed this, resulting in her never receiving any favor. Name, Shuiyue. Realm, Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. Physique, alluring body. Innately possesses an irresistible charm towards men. Potential, 4 stars. Experience, due to her alluring physique, she easily attracts men's attention and is regarded as inauspicious by her family. Later, she caught the eye of the emperor and was taken to the palace as a concubine. However, the court opposed this, resulting in her never receiving any favor. Soon, 2 identical sets of information appeared before Chen Xuan. Concubines of the emperor? Women related to the father of my disciple? What are they doing in my room at midnight? Chen Xuan was utterly bewildered. In confusion, he asked, Do you have something to discuss? Chapter 032. Serving the elder as if serving the emperor. Murong Inglua's speechlessness. The palace maids are careless. We have been sent to specially attend to the elder's rest. 2 maidens approached Chen Xuan from either side, explaining themselves as they drew near. In no time, they stood beside him, one on the left and the other on the right. However, instead of being overly familiar, they conducted their tasks with utmost reverence. Indeed, they were there to serve. One lifted a teapot to refill his cup, while the other tidied the disordered table. It felt rather odd to be attended by the emperor's concubines. One couldn't help but wonder what peculiar preferences the emperor possessed. Nonetheless, their behavior was entirely appropriate, and as they performed their duties, Chen Xuan found it inappropriate to dismiss them. Thus, he rose and made his way to the adjacent room. I shall rest now. Please tidy up and then take your leave, he stated before entering the side chamber. The room was spacious, adorned with a screen. Beyond the screen, contrary to expectation, was not a bedroom, but rather a bathing pool. Indeed, a pool. although he was not dirty in the slightest. Chen Xuan resolved to take a bath before retiring for the night. With a grand gesture, he shed his garments and stepped into the water. However, before long, the two maidens, Fenghua and Shuyue, re-entered, now clad in semi-transparent garments, wielding towels and other necessities, their forms becoming tantalizingly visible with every movement. Startled by this unexpected sight, Chen Xuan instinctively exclaimed, "Halt! Did I not instruct you to leave? Who permitted your return? Senior, we have come to assist you with your bath, to scrub your back. As is our duty," they explained, their voices low and submissive. Their obedient demeanor, fraught with a sense of vulnerability, amplified their allure to an extraordinary degree. Yet, such charm was merely a superficial trait, far from meeting Chen Xuan's criteria for discipleship, and thus he felt no inclination. Given that they ceased their advance upon his reprimand, he did not feel it right to cast blame. After all, it was customary in the palace for servants to cater to their superiors, tending to bathing and dressing as trivial matters. What surprised him was that the emperor's concubines adhered strictly to the protocol of palace maids in their service. Were this an encounter with another cultivator, it might lead to scandalous implications for the emperor. Fortunately, Chen Xuan was a respectable practitioner, and he remained untroubled by such thoughts. He simply shook his head and replied calmly, "Please leave. I do not require assistance." "Very well. We take our leave," they responded, somewhat puzzled, yet obediently exited without further insistence. Chen Xuan felt a measure of satisfaction at their compliance. However, the situation remained curious. Two exalted concubines attending to him at such an hour was no trivial matter. After all, even during royal receptions, one would not offer their women for service. It became evident that Emperor Murong Ingluo, aware of Chen Xuan's exceptional abilities, sought to curry favor with him, hoping he might assist in quelling the rebellion of the King of the North. Yet, he dared not make a direct appeal. Thus, he resorted to this questionable tactic of sending forth two beautiful concubines in hopes of pleasing Chen Xuan. After all, one is less likely to refuse a request after receiving a favor. Undoubtedly, the emperor possessed considerable audacity. When the moment to act arises, one must seize it without hesitation. It is merely unnecessary for oneself. Rest assured, having accepted your daughter as my disciple, I shall not allow your dynasty to perish. As fate would have it, the system has rewarded me with a lotus avatar, and tonight I shall present you with a grand gift. Thus, I shall fulfill your wish." Chen Xuan shook his head, murmuring to himself, and then proceeded to indulge in a soothing bath. However, he remained blissfully unaware. After the two women exited the bathing chamber, they did not depart. Instead, they made their way directly to his bedroom, stealthily slipping beneath his covers. Unbeknownst to him, while he was still bathing, Murong Ingluo had concluded her conversation with the empress and arrived at the entrance of his chamber. Why is the door left ajar? Murong Ingluo stood perplexed at the open door, then stepped inside. Yet, upon reaching the inner sanctum of the room and catching sight of two heads atop the bed, she was instantly rendered speechless. "Fenghua and Shuyue, what are you both doing on my master's bed?" Murong Ingluo was utterly bewildered, unable to restrain an exclamation of surprise. The two women huddled under the covers, revealing only their heads, oblivious to what lay beneath. Their faces flushed with embarrassment, as they had not anticipated the princess's sudden appearance, rendering them momentarily flustered. After all, by virtue of their seniority, they were technically the princess's elders, despite their similar ages. Consequently, the two women stuttered with reddened cheeks. "Princess, we are here to warm the bed for our esteemed master." "Warming my master's bed?" Murong Ingluo, after a moment of confusion, finally grasped the situation, her expression darkening as she spoke sternly. "You possess quite the audacity. As concubines of the harem, how dare you betray my father? This is a grave offense punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. Are you not afraid of my father's wrath?" Fenghua and Shuyue shrank back, whispering, "It was the emperor who sent us. He mentioned that the palace maids are rather clumsy. Fearing they might not serve our esteemed master properly, so he dispatched us to attend to him." Murong Ingluo retorted, "Even if my father commanded you to serve my master, you cannot simply climb into his bed. This is utterly improper. Moreover, should my father discover you attending to him in such a manner..." Yet before she could finish her threat, Fenghua and Shuyue quickly interjected, "Princess, the emperor stated he wishes to fulfill any request of our esteemed master. If he has no requests, we shall serve him as we do the emperor." Murong Ingluo realized that her father truly does not regard her master as an outsider. Upon learning that this entire arrangement was orchestrated by her father, Murong Ingluo was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a brief moment of contemplation, she turned and began to walk away. Very well. If father is willing, then it is of little concern to me. After all, this is a fantastical world, where men are inherently the protagonists, and women merely serve as embellishments. As long as father is untroubled by infidelity, I shall not concern myself with the matter. With that, she stepped forward in silence. However, after only a few paces, she collided headlong with the suddenly arriving Chen Xuan. The two encountered each other face to face at the threshold. Chen Xuan, bewildered, inquired, "Ingluo, did you not accompany your mother? How did you end up in my room?" "Master, I have come to see how well you are accustomed to this, and whether the maidens have served you adequately. However, it appears that the maidens have indeed been quite attentive." Murong Ingluo pouted her lips, her words carrying a hint of implication. Chen Xuan, perplexed, found himself lost in confusion. Yet, he soon noticed the two women on the bed, instantly grasping the meaning behind Murong Ingluo's words. What on earth? How did those two women end up in my bed? Goodness, my reputation has been completely tarnished by you. Chen Xuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. In an attempt to salvage his honor before Murong Ingluo, he mustered the courage to explain, "Disciple, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely asked them to leave, never anticipating they would come to my bed. Your father is simply too enthusiastic." Upon hearing the word enthusiastic, Murong Ingluo's face flushed, and she inwardly scoffed. Indeed, he is excessively enthusiastic. He even sent out his own concubines. Yet, there was no escaping it, after all. She was born into a royal family. Chapter 033. Repairing the innate Dao body. Reviving ancestor Murong. The imperial family is inherently heartless. There are instances of princes usurping power and emperors slaying their own offspring to quell chaos. What then of merely two concubines? Murong Ingluo had long grown accustomed to such matters and no longer took them to heart. Moreover, upon reflection, her father was not only inviting her master to rest for the night, but also sending women late at night, undoubtedly seeking her master's assistance regarding the rebellion of the Northern King. With a sigh of resignation, Murong Ingluo said, "Since it is my father's good intentions, please do not feel obliged to decline, master." Chen Xuan replied, "Why does this feel so strange?" Feeling speechless, Chen Xuan preferred not to delve further into such topics. As a teacher, the more one explains, the murkier things become. Thus, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and, with utmost solemnity, proclaimed as he stepped outside, "Disciple, tonight I shall complete the enhancement of your unique constitution. Upon your return to the sect tomorrow, you may devote yourself to your cultivation with peace of mind." Wouldn't that disturb your rest, master? Those two are still waiting in the room." Murong Ingluo paused, glancing back at the two women on the bed. Hearing the mention of those two women, Chen Xuan retorted with irritation, "Are you jesting with me? In my eyes, women are mere delicate skeletons. You are no exception." Murong Ingluo huffed, "Humph. I am no delicate skeleton. I am here to bear your children." Pouting, she mischievously contemplated this while outwardly smiling and linking her arm with Chen Xuan, continuing to tease, "I wouldn't dare. How will master enhance my constitution? Is it that looking good is also a special constitution? Appearance has nothing to do with it. You possess an incomplete innate Dao body. I intend to complete your defective constitution, transforming you into a true innate Dao body." Chen Xuan replied curtly, "What? I have an incomplete innate Dao body. But can a flawed constitution truly be repaired?" In an instant, Murong Ingluo was left bewildered. The drowsy Murong Zhantian within the ring could not help but open his eyes. Constitution is an innate attribute possessed by an individual, the specific formation method of which remains unknown. When a special constitution is utilized effectively, it can provide significant aid in cultivation. An innate Dao body. Such a unique constitution holds immense benefits for those who cultivate, possessing an innate affinity for the grand principles of the universe. Individuals endowed with such a physique experience fewer obstacles in their training and exhibit enhanced combat prowess, far surpassing the likes of ordinary physiques such as the charming body. However, this incomplete constitution is typically beyond repair. Even if restoration were possible, it would require the intervention of a sage, for only a sage can truly grasp the essence of the Tao. Below that level, even those at the pinnacle of imperial rank would find it unattainable. Thus, upon hearing that the incomplete innate Dao body could be restored. Murong Ingluo and Murong Zhantian were taken aback. Murong Ingluo felt an overwhelming sense of mystery and strength emanating from her master, while Murong Zhantian began to question whether the other party was indeed a sage. Of course, it can be done. I shall help you restore the essence of the Dao, Chen Xuan remarked with a slight smile, his tone devoid of any pressure. As for the two individuals still lying in the room, he paid them no heed, neither reprimanding nor acknowledging them. After all, they were merely adhering to the highest protocols of the imperial palace in their service to him. Although their actions may have been somewhat excessive, it was done out of a desire to serve him rather than to cause trouble. As the leader of a sect, it would be unbecoming of him to frequently berate or threaten those who serve him. Such behavior would tarnish the image of a sage. There was no need for him to adopt an intimidating demeanor that might instill fear in others. In the bedroom, as they listened to the distant sounds of departure, Feng Hua and Shuiyu, hidden beneath the covers, found themselves at a loss. Sister, what shall we do now that the senior has left us? Alas, sister, it seems we are destined to grow old in solitude within this deep palace. Within the main hall, Chen Xuan and Murong Ingluo sat facing each other in a meditative posture, commencing the process of restoration. His fingers gently tapped her forehead, harnessing the power of an emperor to initiate the fundamental repair of her constitution. The incomplete innate Dao body was a result of an incomplete essence of the Dao. Thus, it stood to reason that by supplementing the missing essence, a complete innate Dao body could be formed. Master, I feel a slight itch. Soon, Murong Ingluo furrowed her brow, striving to endure the sensation. Chen Xuan, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, replied, "That is normal. Your broken constitution is undergoing growth and will soon be resolved." Very well. After a brief interval, she added, "Master, it seems I have entered a strange realm, surrounded by chaos." That's to be expected. Your constitution is on the verge of completion. After another moment, she inquired, "Master, is it not yet finished?" "It is complete." Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his fingers. Murong Ingluo opened her eyes, and in that instant, her previously incomplete innate Dao body was whole once more. Her understanding of cultivation subtly ascended to a higher level, as though she had transformed entirely. With her pupils radiating the essence of the Dao, an overflow of Dao essence. As she sensed the transformation within herself and the inexplicable enlightenment regarding the principles of the Dao, Murong Ingluo felt a surge of excitement. It has truly been restored. What level of cultivation does my master possess? It is utterly astonishing. She quickly shifted from a seated position to kneeling, feeling a profound gratitude swell within her. "Thank you, master, for your gracious gift. Rise, for you are now my disciple, and it is my duty to impart my knowledge unto you. This celestial scripture is perfectly suited for your innate Dao body. Take it and cultivate." Chen Xuan, unperturbed, lightly raised his arm, and a tome of celestial scripture materialized before Murong Ingluo. The chaos celestial scripture. Upon seeing the four grand characters, Murong Ingluo's pupils constricted, and she was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. The significance of the celestial scripture is self-evident. During her time in the secret realm, she had known that her seniors had practiced the celestial scripture, yet she never anticipated receiving such a generous bestowal from her master so swiftly. In her elation, she bowed once more, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master. No need for excessive courtesy." Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile. Observing the filial piety and respect from his disciples brought him immense joy. For a teacher, the greatest delight lies in witnessing the gradual transformation of their students. Thus, Chen Xuan nodded slightly and said, "Let the elder within your ring emerge. Before you depart, I shall assist you once more." The elder within the ring? Thunderstruck. Upon hearing this, Murong Ingluo froze in place. The elder Murong Zhantian, concealed within the ring, was equally startled, instinctively retreating to a corner of the ring. Moments ago, he had been pondering whether the other party was a sage. How could he have discerned his presence? In that instant, both of their minds raced, contemplating where they had inadvertently revealed themselves. Yet, after much deliberation, they could not identify any slip. Thus, Murong Ingluo feigned ignorance and queried, "What elder in the ring?" "Master, what are you saying? I do not comprehend." It was not that she was unwilling to disclose this to Chen Xuan, but rather that her ancestor had expressly instructed her to ensure that the existence of his soul remained undisclosed, lest it attract the attention of the Soul Palace, bringing calamity upon her ancestor. Therefore, she had not even mentioned it to her own father. What? Are you unwilling? I had intended to revive the elder within your ring. Since you are reluctant, then keep him. Chapter 034. The Morong dynasty's submission and the meaning of 2 advancement quotas. Chen Xuan did not press the matter, merely uttering a half-smile. And upon his words, before Morong Ingluo could respond, the elder Morong Zhantian could no longer contain himself and floated out. The celestial scripture could annihilate a celestial sovereign with a mere slap, mending the innate Dao body. Each revelation clearly indicated to Morong Zhantian that this man's cultivation was unfathomable. He was undoubtedly a powerful sage. Moreover, the fact that the other could detect even the soul that had been hiding within the imperial garden was entirely reasonable. It was likely that he had been discovered from their very first encounter. Thus, upon hearing the word revive, he could no longer restrain himself and voluntarily emerged. If the other truly intended to do something to him, then he would accept his fate. Conversely, he might just seize the opportunity for revival. In any case, he had already been discovered. This gamble was one he must take. Soon, his transparent form coalesced into that of an elderly man, standing respectfully beside Morong Ingluo. And he courteously stated, I am Morong Zhantian, the younger generation, and I beg forgiveness for not presenting myself sooner. No harm done. I understand your concerns. Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile, raising his hand to release the Lotus Avatar and Blood Fusion Pill. Upon witnessing these 2 items, Morong Zhantian's pupils abruptly constricted, and an overwhelming excitement surged within him. The Lotus Root Incarnation and the blood-resolving bone-refining pill. My heavens! He was utterly elated, never anticipating that his counterpart would be so magnanimous as to present him with items capable of restoring his physical form. Moreover, these were exceedingly rare treasures. The Lotus Root Incarnation could undoubtedly allow him to revert to his former peak strength. Just this prospect alone was enough to ignite the spirits of all souls. Gazing at the materials that would facilitate his resurrection, Morong Zhantian stifled his inner excitement and cautiously inquired, Senior, what do you mean by this? It must be quite uncomfortable for you to reside in that ring for so long. This Lotus Root Incarnation is merely a fortuitous acquisition of mine, and keeping it serves no purpose. Thus, I bestow it upon you. Chen Xuan replied with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unimpressed by the items in question. Upon hearing this, Morong Zhantian's excitement reached a crescendo, and he quickly asked, Such a precious gift, I am unworthy to accept it. Might I inquire if you have any requests, Senior? He was acutely aware that fortune rarely descends from the heavens without a price. Thus he was probing for any potential demands that might accompany this generous offer, as he could not accept it lightly without assurance. I have no requests whatsoever. Consider it a gift, freely given. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and continued, Now, proceed to integrate it. It also serves as a fulfillment of a wish I held for Ingluo, allowing her to rest assured as she returns to her sect. So that was how it was. Yet, this generosity was truly astounding. Contemplating this, Morong Zhantian once more clasped his fists and solemnly declared, Such profound kindness requires no thanks. Senior, your generosity shall forever be etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, I would gladly risk my life. With that, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and dove into the Lotus Root Incarnation. In life, he was a practitioner of the Heavenly King realm, and this Lotus Root Incarnation was of the same caliber. It was precisely what he needed to restore his original power without the arduous process of cultivation. Originally, his plan was to seek these resources through Morong Ingluo, ultimately crafting a body capable of the spirit concentration realm. Now, with the immediate restoration of his former strength, he had circumvented the time-consuming process of recultivation. After all, none could guarantee that breaking through would be as effortless the second time around. Such a grand favor rendered the notion of risking his life seem almost trivial. Moreover, his descendants had also joined the other party's sect, thereby establishing an unbreakable bond between them. Once I recover, I shall pledge my allegiance to the Misty Sect as a token of loyalty. With these thoughts in mind, the Lotus Root Incarnation gradually morphed into the likeness of Morong Zhantian. Before long, Morong Zhantian had fully integrated with the Lotus Root Incarnation. Immediately thereafter, he consumed the blood-resolving bone-refining pill. In an instant, his soul melded completely with his physical form. The power of the Heavenly King realm surged within him, rapidly permeating every corner of his being. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the essence of the Heavenly King realm enveloped him, It erupted forth, instantly radiating outward. Boom! The immense aura swiftly engulfed the entire royal palace. Within the emperor's chambers, the restless Murong Fubo, lying in bed, was startled to sit upright upon sensing the sudden influx of Heavenly King energy, exclaiming in astonishment, "Heavenly King realm! Rustle, rustle!" From the corners of the chamber, 3 formidable palace guards emerged, vigilantly positioning themselves before the dragon bed. The 3 individuals are precisely the powerful allies prepared by Murong Fubo to thwart any surprise attacks from the King of the North. However, if the opponent is indeed a celestial being summoned by the King of the North, no number of defenders would suffice. Fortunately, the aura dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. As he sensed the vanishing presence of the celestial being, Murong Fubo let out a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Having inherited the Murong dynasty, which has thrived for over 3 millennia, he feared its demise under his stewardship. "Your Majesty," a guard presented a towel to Murong Fubo, who anxiously accepted it to wipe the perspiration from his forehead, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if Fenghua and Shuiyue have caught the eye of the esteemed elder. That elder must also be a celestial being. If only he could intervene." Resolving to not dwell on it further, he decided to take a stroll outside to clear his mind. With a sense of restlessness, Murong Fubo rose and left without changing his attire. Within the palace of Murong Ingluo, Murong Zhantian retracted the pressure of the celestial realm and, filled with excitement, approached Chen Xuan. With a sudden thud, he knelt before him and exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for aiding in my restoration. I am willing to represent the Murong dynasty and pledge our allegiance to your esteemed sect, becoming a vassal force of the mysterious Cloud sect, ready to serve without complaint and heed your commands." Observing Murong Zhantian's display of subservience, Chen Xuan pondered briefly before acquiescing. After all, adding another vassal would contribute to the growth of the sect. During his previous conquest of the Yi family, he had refrained from demanding tribute due to their modest status and the system's rewards. This time, however, he intended to make no exceptions. While he had no immediate use for the tributes, as the number of disciples increased, such resources would become essential. Thus, Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Since your royal family is willing to affiliate with the mysterious Cloud sect, we shall not be remiss in our treatment of you. I shall grant you 2 opportunities for advancement. You may select 2 individuals to cultivate within our sect. However, those chosen will not be recorded as disciples and will not enjoy the privileges typically afforded to them. They will only possess the rights to reside and cultivate within the sect." Upon hearing this, Murong Zhantian's heart soared with joy. It is commonly understood that formidable sects like the mysterious Cloud sect have stringent criteria for accepting disciples, so merely being allowed to cultivate is a significant boon. He quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sect master. I shall return immediately to select individuals and ensure they accompany you back to the sect by tomorrow. Esteemed master, I shall also retire for the night." At this moment, Murong Ingluo bowed and took her leave, recognizing that it was now midnight and it would be inappropriate to linger further. "Very well, depart then. Ensure you return to the sect early tomorrow. And do not be late." Understood. The 2 turned and left. Once they were out of earshot, Chen Xuan remained seated on the mat, producing a realm enhancement card from his possession. "This card should enable me to ascend to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm," he thought. Chapter 035. The sect master is a sage. Let them go to the Imperial Garden. Murong Fubo gazed at the moon, his face etched with regret. His subordinate had just reported that Fenghua and Shuiyue had returned to their quarters, and nothing had transpired. This only intensified Murong Fubo's agitation. These 2 women were the most beautiful concubines in his palace, yet their hearts remained untouched. What could he do? Sighing, he decided to return. He shook his head and turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Murong Fubo. Startled, Murong Fubo instinctively recoiled, fearing that someone from the Northern Town Prince's faction had intruded to attack him. The accompanying guards were equally shaken, promptly raising their weapons to shield Murong Fubo, and sternly demanding, "Who dares to trespass into the palace at this hour? How disgraceful for the esteemed emperor of the Murong dynasty to display such cowardice." The elderly figure stood tall, one hand behind his back, while the other stroked his beard, exuding an air of wisdom. Upon hearing the reprimand and the self-identification as ancestor, Murong Fubo was taken aback and scrutinized the figure closely. To his astonishment, the old man bore an uncanny resemblance to one of his ancestors. "Who are you?" Why do you look exactly like one of my ancestors? Haha, nonsense. What do you mean I look alike? I am your ancestor, Morong Zhantian. Morong Zhantian laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face twisting like a braided rope. Impossible. My ancestor has been deceased for over 1,000 years. How dare you insult my forebear? Seize him. Morong Fubo's expression darkened, revealing his indignation. Though the dynasty had waned, the honor of his ancestor could not be tarnished, especially that of Zhantian, the only royal powerhouse to reach the heavenly king realm apart from the founding ancestor. No one could insult Zhantian. Receiving the emperor's command, the guards conjured a massive hand to grasp at Morong Zhantian. With a dismissive smile, Morong Zhantian unleashed his formidable aura. Boom. The overwhelming pressure surged forth, instantly shattering the guards' assault and leaving them gasping for breath. Hiss. The heavenly king realm? That was the aura I sensed earlier. Stunned by the oppressive presence, Morong Fubo gasped in disbelief. Are you truly my ancestor? Indeed. As he spoke, Morong Zhantian immediately activated the exclusive techniques and powers of the Morong family. Recognizing the familiar energy, Morong Fubo was utterly convinced of the figure's identity and promptly knelt, exclaiming, I, the descendant Morong Fubo, pay my respects to Ancestor Zhantian. With the exclusive technique at the mid-heavenly king realm, even if he were not his ancestor, Morong Fubo would treat him as such. After all, this level of power could easily obliterate their dynasty, rendering any deceit unnecessary. Rise, Morong Zhantian said with a satisfied nod. Fubo, I am aware that the northern town prince's recent mischief has caused you great concern. Fear not, for your ancestor has returned, and the Morong dynasty shall face no further troubles. Yes, Morong Fubo was overwhelmed with excitement and inquired, Ancestor, how did you come back? Have you broken through once more? The thought of his ancestor achieving another breakthrough filled him with elation. After all, his ancestor was a mid-heavenly king during his lifetime. If he had now reached the late heavenly king realm, or even a half step into the royal level, such power could restore the dynasty to its former glory. I almost forgot to mention, it was the sect master who revived me. The sect master is Inglua's mentor, whom you have already met. Morong Zhantian elucidated, moreover. I have already pledged allegiance to the sovereign on behalf of the imperial court. Henceforth, we are vassals of the Misty Sect. You must remember to pay tribute annually. At this revelation, Morong Fubo was momentarily taken aback. What kind of master did Ingluo have who could resurrect the ancestor? This was truly enigmatic. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an ethereal aura suddenly emanated from the direction of the princess's chamber. Instinctively, Morong Zhantian and Morong Fubo turned their gazes toward the source. There, from the chamber, waves of mystical energy adorned with unique symbols ascended into the sky, illustrating the scene of a sage achieving enlightenment. In that instant, both men were astounded. This was the flow of Tao, the manifestation of a sage. They exchanged incredulous glances, fully confirming Chen Xuan's extraordinary realm. A sage. Indeed, a sage. For the flow of Tao is the phenomenon that occurs when a sage attains enlightenment. It turned out that this formidable being was a sage. With this realization, they felt they had firmly secured a powerful ally. A living sage. Such an existence is beyond the grasp of even the mightiest forces. Overwhelmed with excitement, they rejoiced in their decisions, one grateful for having submitted to the sovereign, the other for having hosted the sovereign overnight and offered his concubine as a pledge of loyalty. Although the gesture was not accepted, it sufficiently conveyed his fidelity. Ancestor, this must signify that the sovereign has made another breakthrough. Should I extend my congratulations? Morong Fubo inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed the dissipating aura. The ancestor pondered for a moment and replied, there is no need. Disturbing the sovereign's cultivation at such a late hour is ill-advised. It would be better to convey our congratulations tomorrow. Indeed, it is late. We shall wait until tomorrow. Morong Fubo replied. By the way, there is another matter. The sovereign has bestowed upon us 2 advancement slots, allowing 2 individuals to join the Misty Sect for cultivation, albeit without the privileges of ordinary disciples. Only the identity of cultivators. You may select 2 individuals to accompany the sovereign back to the sect tomorrow. Suddenly, Morong Zhantian broached the topic of the advancement slots again. Upon hearing there were 2 slots, Morong Fubo contemplated and pressed on. Ancestor, are you certain there are 2 slots? Indeed, there are 2 slots. Is there a problem? Morong Zhantian responded, puzzled by the inquiry. There is a problem. Why are there specifically 2 slots, rather than 1 or 3? I believe the sovereign must have a particular intention. What could that be? Morong Zhantian was now bewildered, having not perceived any underlying implication. Let us bestow those 2 slots upon Feng Huaxue and you. They served the sovereign today. Thus, they should accompany him back. Morong Fubo stated earnestly. You mean the 2 women from the sovereign's bed? Are you certain the sovereign wishes for them to go? This time, it was Morong Zhantian who was bewildered, for he had not sensed any particular interest the sovereign had towards them. Let them go. If the sovereign does not favor them, it matters not, after all. There are 2 slots, and the sovereign is unlikely to mind who goes. If he does favor them, then we will have done something commendable for the sovereign. Morong Fubo's reasoning was so cogent that even Morong Zhantian found it quite persuasive. Very well, let them go. After a brief pause, Morong Zhantian expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, You truly are clever. I trust you with the dynasty. Thank you for your praise, ancestor. I shall personally inform Fenghua and Shuiyue, he replied. Indeed, but remember, although they are your consorts, they will be entering the sect tomorrow, so be courteous when speaking with them. I understand. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 036. Return to the sect and selection of divine abilities. Chen Xuan could hardly fathom that his intentions had been so misunderstood, nor could he anticipate the intricate thoughts within the dynasty. Thus, when he learned the following morning that Fenghua and Shuiyue had been chosen as candidates for further training, he was taken aback. The emperor truly selected you both for training? Chen Xuan asked, gazing incredulously at the 2 women busy preparing his washing water. Indeed, sect master. The emperor informed us overnight and spoke to us with great courtesy. The joy radiating from the 2 women suggested they had not experienced such happiness in a long time. Observing this, Chen Xuan hesitated to inquire further, for they seemed genuinely incapable of deceit. Their smiles and the vigor with which they worked indicated that this was perhaps the happiest day of their lives. Consequently, Chen Xuan refrained from further questions. Ultimately, it mattered not who was going. He need not interject and risk disappointment. With that thought, he slowly arose from his meditative state. Having utilized a realm enhancement card yesterday, he had now attained the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, qualifying him as a fully grown emperor. With this maturity and an unparalleled weapon, he was increasingly approaching invincibility beneath the celestial realm. It is worth mentioning that during his breakthrough, he had intentionally suppressed his aura. However, the rapidity of his advancement caused some traces of Dao rhythm to escape, alerting Morong Zhantian and Morong Fubo. Fortunately, the 3 disciples residing nearby remained oblivious due to their insufficient realms to perceive the leaking Dao rhythm. Returning to the present, Chen Xuan stood on the cushion, preparing to put on his shoes. At that moment, Fenghua and Shuiyue approached, interrupting his actions. One held a basin, while the other wielded a damp towel, instinctively moving to wipe his face. Chen Xuan understood this was the duty of palace maids, yet he was unaccustomed to it. Reflexively, he grasped the towel, halting their actions. I can manage this myself. Furthermore, once you arrive at the sect, there is no need to serve anyone. Simply focus on your cultivation. Yes. The 2 women nodded in agreement. As Chen Xuan wiped his face with the towel, he suddenly felt an itch on the top of his foot. Glancing down, he was astonished to see the 2 ladies helping him put on his shoes. Sectmaster, please lift your foot. Chen Xuan thought to himself, they truly are attentive. Master, we are ready. Suddenly, his 3 disciples appeared at the door at an inopportune moment. Upon seeing the 2 beautiful women assisting with the shoelacing, they all instinctively turned away, seemingly embarrassed for having intruded upon their master's intimate moment, and hurriedly retreated. Master, we shall wait for you outside. Chen Xuan, with a stern expression, declared. Should any of you dare to act recklessly in the future, do not blame me for expelling you from the sect. Startled by the anger of the sect leader, the 2 women immediately knelt in supplication, pleading, Forgive us, sect leader. We shall not dare again. Observing their fearful demeanor, Chen Xuan recognized that his message had been conveyed effectively. He replied coolly, From now on, refer to yourselves as disciples. This shall be the last warning. Rise. Thank you, sect leader, for your mercy. They responded gratefully. Chen Xuan, maintaining a stoic countenance, strode towards the exit. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo awaiting them. Alongside these 3 disciples were ancestor Murong and Murong Fubo. The 2 men greeted Chen Xuan with deep bows and congratulated him on his recent breakthrough, demonstrating an even greater respect than the day before, emanating from the depths of their hearts. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After bidding farewell, he waved his hand, and with a flourish, took to the skies with his 3 disciples and 2 practitioners. Once they were a distance away, Murong Zhantian and Murong Fubo exchanged glances filled with awe. Report. Inform the Emperor and the Ancestor. Our scouts have reported that the Northern King is making moves, gathering several sects to discuss rebellion. Suddenly, a guard knelt to report on the movements of the Northern King. The Emperor furrowed his brow and turned to Murong Zhantian, asking, Ancestor, what shall we do? Has the Northern King lost his restraint? The Northern King is but a trifling matter. I shall go and extinguish him. Murong Zhantian scoffed. Prepare the troops to seize the northern territories. With that, he took to the air with confidence, leaving Murong Fubo exhilarated as he immediately began issuing orders to mobilize the troops. With the Ancestor revived, the Murong dynasty no longer feared anyone. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan and his companions soared through the skies at an unparalleled speed, the rivers and mountains below blurring past in an instant. The curious Feng Huaxue and Yu, unable to resist, glanced down, only to feel their stomachs churn violently, dizziness overwhelming them. Observing their distress, Murong Ingluo quickly cautioned, Ladies, do not look down. Our master flies swiftly. Thank you, Princess. The 2 women quickly closed their eyes to alleviate their unease, no longer daring to look around. This experience only deepened their admiration for Chen Xuan, their eyes shining with reverence. Chen Xuan, unfazed by their reactions, remained focused, flying straight ahead without distraction. With each passing moment, they flew over countless landscapes, at a speed that surpassed even that of shrinking the distance between them. Soon, after a brief but rapid flight, Chen Xuan landed at the entrance of the Ethereal Sect. The protective barrier around them vanished, and the group immediately erupted into excited chatter. Senior brother, is this our sect? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Sister, the scenery here is beautiful, far surpassing that of the palace. Indeed, sister, I had no idea the outside world was so wondrous. As the discussions continued, as Yi Junlin swept the entrance, he noticed the arrival of the crowd. Upon raising his gaze, he recognized the sect leader and his own descendants returning. He promptly halted his sweeping, not even having the time to drop the broom, and with a swift motion, he appeared before them. The speed of this individual startled the newcomers, Murong Ingluo, and the 2 princesses simultaneously. They realized that he was indeed at the spirit condensation realm. Yes, the spirit condensation realm. During Yi Junlin's brief stay at the sect, he had astonishingly progressed from the pinnacle of skyflight to the 4th level of spirit condensation. Thus, upon seeing the sect leader return, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Welcome back to the sect, sect leader, he greeted respectfully, performing a courteous bow before surveying the 3 ladies from the Murong family. The 3 ladies instantly felt a sense of constraint under his gaze. Although he appeared merely as a sweeper, he was undeniably a formidable presence at the spirit condensation realm. In their empire, such an individual would be regarded as a revered figure. To think that the Ethereal Sect had a powerful spirit condensation expert sweeping at its entrance was indeed impressive. During our absence, has there been any occurrence within the sect? Chen Xuan inquired, nodding at Yi Junlin as he walked. Yi Junlin respectfully clasped his fists and replied, Everything is well within the sect. However, in these past few days, a Peaches of Immortality garden, a plaza, and a grand pavilion have appeared. I did not dare to interfere. That is merely a manifestation of the sect's concealed facilities. There is no need for alarm. Thank you for your diligent watch over the sect these days. You may take a peach from the garden as a reward for your service. Consuming one can extend your life by 1,000 years. Chen Xuan generously presented Yi Junlin with a peach from the garden. Upon hearing the peach's effects, the onlooker's eyes brightened in unison. To eat one peach and extend one's life by 1,000 years? Was this peach not akin to a divine medicine? Such efficacy was astonishing. In an instant, envy washed over the crowd, especially Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing, who were profoundly moved. The sect was indeed powerful. The concealment array had not yet fully faded, and now several precious lands had been revealed. One could only imagine the scene when the sect completely emerged into the world. The thought was exhilarating. Thank you for your generous gift, sect leader. Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude with fervor. Although he had already extended his lifespan somewhat and was no longer anxious about the depletion of his years, the prospect of gaining another 1,000 years was undeniably thrilling. By the way, these 2 are new advanced disciples. Please arrange accommodations for them, and informed them of the rules for advanced disciples. Suddenly, Chen Xuan pointed toward the two ladies, Fenghua and Shuiyue. Yi Junlin once again clasped his fists in acknowledgement and courteously greeted Fenghua and Shuiyue. Though he had been entrusted with the new disciples, he felt a sense of humility as a fellow advanced disciple. I, the aged Yi Junlin, have the honor of meeting both of you, fellow cultivators. Fenghua and Shuiyue, we are honored to meet you. Senior Yi, the two ladies replied with polite bows. Once the introductions were complete, Chen Xuan turned to Lin Fan and instructed, Lin Fan, the newly emerged pavilion is our sect's library, housing countless rare books from the universe. Since we currently have few disciples in the sect, you should lead everyone inside to select a suitable divine technique for cultivation. Furthermore, do not forget to elaborate on the background of our sect. Certainly. Lin Fan clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Once all instructions were given, Chen Xuan nodded and proceeded alone to the main peak. After Chen Xuan had completely departed, Lin Fan resumed his role as the senior brother and led everyone towards the library. Naturally, he did not neglect to introduce the sect's background. However, the manner of introduction remained the same. He spoke of how all disciples had been promoted to elders, how the elders were either in secluded meditation or wandering the world, and how the sect had only recently entered the mortal realm, embellishing the sect's stature to an almost mythical level. The three newcomers listened with rapt admiration and reverence. As they conversed, they arrived at the library. Upon pushing open the doors, the sight of densely packed books and jade slips filled their eyes. The shelves, crammed with volumes, reached up to the towering height of 100 meters, with no stairs in sight. Standing within the library, they gazed upwards at the myriad treasures lining the walls, utterly astonished. How high is this? Do we need to fly up? Such an abundance. The profound heritage of the sect is indeed remarkable. It's overwhelming. How long will it take to select from all this? In a moment of awe, as they stood there marveling, 6 jade slips suddenly soared from the shelves and collided directly into their arms. Are we not choosing the divine abilities? Rather, are the divine abilities choosing us? Instantly, they were taken aback, all eyes drawn to the jade slips in their hands. Upon seeing the one in her grasp, Morong Ingluo could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, Heavens! It's the combat formula of the 9 secrets. An extraordinary divine ability has chosen me. Senior sister, senior brother, what divine abilities do you possess? The 9 secrets is among the most powerful of extraordinary divine abilities, and one formula alone can amplify one's combat power 100-fold, enabling one to battle beyond their level. Thus, Morong Ingluo was overwhelmed with exhilaration. I too possess the extraordinary divine ability, the solitary 9 swords, Lin Fan calmly declared. However, in contrast, Yi Qingcheng was even more elated, exclaiming, I also have the extraordinary divine ability, the Great Reincarnation Technique. The Great Reincarnation Technique is likewise an extraordinary divine ability, equally formidable as the 9 secrets. Once unleashed, it allows one to manipulate the forces of time, which is the greatest adversary for any cultivator. Wow! Mine is also the extraordinary divine ability, the embrace of the mountain seal. Yi Junlin joyfully leaped in place after examining the jade slip in his hand. As an advancing disciple, being able to cultivate here was already a tremendous honor, and he never expected the sect leader would allow him to choose, and that he would be selected for an extraordinary divine ability. This joy surpassed all the happiness he had ever experienced combined. Watching her ancestor jump around with the glee of a child, Yi Qingcheng felt genuinely happy for him. One person's achievement brings prosperity to the whole family. Having found such a remarkable master, her family would share in the blessings. She resolved to be ever dutiful to her master in the future. With that thought, Morong Ingluo turned her gaze towards the 2 women, Fenghua and Shuiyue, standing nearby. As the discarded children of the emperor, lacking status within the sect, although they too were delighted by the jade slips, they found themselves in a lonely silence, which was rather pitiable. Thus, Morong Ingluo took the initiative to inquire, Your Highness Fenghua, Your Highness Shuiyue, what divine power has chosen you? Princess, I too have been favored by an extraordinary divine art known as the Great Enchantment Technique, which encompasses many charming minor spells. Mine is also the Great Enchantment Technique, Princess. The 2 women beamed with joy, their faces radiant with delight. They felt neither awkward nor displeased despite the absence of conversation initiated by others. After all, for them, merely being able to step out of the inner palace was a tremendous fortune. Moreover, to be chosen by a magnificent divine power was more than sufficient. How remarkable that we are all graced by such extraordinary arts. The strength of our sect is indeed formidable. Murong Ingluo remarked, her lips pursed in contemplation. Observing the excitement of the two women, she pondered for a moment before addressing them. Ladies, from now on, please refrain from calling me princess within the sect. Simply refer to me as Ingluo. Very well, responded the younger sister Shuiyue after a moment of reflection. However, the elder sister Fenghua had more on her mind and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, will Ingluo still call us your highness? Although they had entered the sect, they still held the title of concubines within the imperial court. Of course you shall be addressed as such. Our ranks dictate this. After all, then it is settled, said the others. Now that we have selected our cultivation methods, let us swiftly embark on our training. Seeing that everyone was satisfied with their chosen techniques, Lin Fan continued to organize subsequent arrangements. Yes, senior brother. The group obediently followed Lin Fan out of the library pavilion, their eagerness to return to their practice palpable. Upon exiting the library pavilion, the six were divided into two teams, one comprised of formal disciples heading to the main peak, and the other consisting of advanced students residing in a secluded corner, commencing their life within the sect. Main peak. In the corner of the Grand Master S Hall, Chen Xuan waved his hand, planting Lu Yu into the ground. In an instant, spiritual energy began to converge around the charred willow tree at a visible pace. The figure of Lu Yu reappeared atop the trunk. She spread her arms wide like a child, her chest out and head held high, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After taking several deep breaths, she happily exclaimed to Chen Xuan, Master, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. I feel so comfortable. Lu Yu, this is the Piaomiao sect. You must cultivate diligently here and strive to grow a brand new form as soon as possible. Moreover, I shall bestow upon you another divine art known as the Willow God technique, which will aid you in times of peril, ensuring your revival and eternal existence. With that, Chen Xuan pointed at the trunk, and a formidable divine art entered Lu Yu's mind. After absorbing the essence of the technique, Lu Yu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this art upon me. Yes, cultivate well. Chen Xuan nodded and returned to the Grand Hall. Once Chen Xuan departed, Lu Yu immediately began to study the Willow God technique. In no time, the first tender shoot slowly emerged from her charred trunk. Overjoyed, she rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the shoot grew longer and longer, gradually transforming into a vibrant green willow branch. Meanwhile, outside, a message from the three great super sects swiftly spread across the land of the 9 provinces. The 3 major sects would unite to launch an assault on the Piaomiao sect. In an instant, the news spread far and wide, leaving all factions astounded. Have you heard? The 3 great super sects are joining forces to vanquish the mysterious sect. What could the mysterious sect have possibly done to provoke such a unified response from these titanic powers? The last time the 3 great super sects collaborated was 2 millennia ago, when they obliterated a formidable force that boasted several late-stage sovereign-level experts. You don't know the mysterious sect? Let me enlighten you. The mysterious sect is formidable indeed. Their methods are far more impressive than that ancient force from 2,000 years past. You recall the secret realm of rules, don't you? The 3 disciples of the mysterious sect rampaged within, claiming the lives of tens of thousands of disciples. What? Is that truly the case? Who did you hear that from? From the theater of stories. I must tell you, there is a performance tomorrow at the theater, recounting the tale of the 3 disciples of the mysterious sect, who, upon exiting the realm, were confronted by the elders of the 3 great super sects. No way. Is that really believable? This is just the tip of the iceberg. It is said that when those 3 disciples emerged and were obstructed by the elders, the sect master of the mysterious sect suddenly appeared, perceiving the affront against his disciples. And with a single strike, he dispatched the elders of the 3 great sects. Rumor has it he demanded that the masters of the 3 sects personally visit the mysterious sect to bow and apologize. By heavens, what a humiliation. No wonder the 3 sects are reluctant. Yet, to slay 3 sovereign-level experts with a mere slap seems outrageous. Could the sect master of the mysterious sect truly be at the sovereign level? Do not heed such nonsense. It was not merely a single strike. Rather, it took 3 blows to deal with the 3 sovereigns, as each one provoked him individually, thus necessitating separate strikes. It was either 3 strikes or just 1. I was present at the scene. Indeed, I was also there. Dare we wager? What shall we bet on? Let us base it on the tale from the theater. The loser must treat the winner to a night at the theater. Very well, I accept. Once I win, I shall indulge in the finest courtesan, leaving you utterly drained. At the Wuji sect, on the sect square, 3 warships hovered in the air, filled with core disciples, top elders, and the sect's resources. A formidable assembly of 3 ships brimming with strength, along with the sect's wealth, was fully prepared for departure. As for the reason behind such a large contingent, it is quite simple. A multitude of hands is required for resource plundering. A multitude is also necessary for hunting down ordinary disciples. Indeed, they have resolved to leave no stone unturned in their campaign against the mysterious sect, employing a strategy of annihilation, pillaging, and incineration, thereby proclaiming to the world the terror of superpowers, while simultaneously reminding all that superpowers are not to be trifled with, and that no mere sovereign-level individuals can afford to offend them. Sectmaster, we are ready to depart. Beneath the warships, 3 sovereign-level elders bid farewell to the sect master. They express their hopes for triumphant success in their endeavor to obliterate the mysterious sect. The sect master hastily returns their salute. These 3 individuals, as the protectors of the mountain, are esteemed guardians of the sect's gates, possessing noble identities and formidable strength, all being powerful figures among the sovereigns. Thus, even the sect master must show them a measure of respect. The mere mysterious sect is hardly worth mentioning. Even without our resources, we could easily conquer them. The leading elder of the mountain guard disdainfully curled his lips and said, Sect master, you should remain at home to supervise the disciples as they clear out the storerooms. Await our return with the spoils. With that, the 3 individuals soared into the air, taking their positions at the bow of 3 warships. Set sail, commanded the elder, and the vessels began to move slowly, gradually accelerating as they traversed the vast sky towards the direction of Arid Prefecture. According to their pace, they would arrive by the following day at the latest. Simultaneously, as the Wuji sect embarked, both the Taiha sect and the Feitian sect also dispatched 3 warships each. These 3 super sects, situated in the neighboring 9 prefectures, varied in distance to Arid Prefecture, resulting in differing arrival times. Thus, prior to their departure, an agreement had been established. The 3 super sects would converge in Arid Prefecture with a total of 9 warships, then set forth together to the mysterious Cloud sect. Upon the announcement of this news, the nearby 9 prefectures erupted in commotion. Extra! The warships of the 3 super sects have all departed and will gather in Arid Prefecture. So soon? Quick, let us depart as well. Perhaps we can seize some opportunities. After a great battle, there are always chances to gain. Heed my command. All sects mobilize to gather the spoils. Are we finally on the brink of war? It has been ages since we witnessed a conflict of such magnitude among powerful factions. This is an opportunity we cannot miss. It is the long-awaited Imperial level battle. If I could observe it, it would greatly enlighten my own path to the Imperial level. I hope to arrive in time. Were those just the warships of the super sects that passed by? How imposing. Once the battle concludes, I must seek to join a super sect, even if it means becoming a mere errand boy. As the news spread, cultivators from the nearby 9 prefectures responded eagerly. Those who could make the journey, sect forces, powerful cultivators, spectators, and learners, countless in number, all set forth towards the mysterious Cloud sect. After all, this is a rare battle that has not been witnessed in thousands of years. It is certain to involve Imperial-level confrontations. Witnessing such a battle firsthand would be immensely beneficial for any cultivator's future. Thus, no one wished to miss out on such an extraordinary opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Murong dynasty of Arid Prefecture, upon receiving the news of the 3 super sects campaign against the mysterious Cloud sect, Murong Fubo was taken aback. Shortly after Chen Xuan and the others departed, he learned of the events unfolding within the secret realm and had considered the possibility of conflict arising between the mysterious Cloud sect and the 3 super sections. However, he never anticipated that it would escalate into a sect war, especially one involving a coalition of 3 sects. The alliance of the 3 super sects meant that even if the sect master were a sage, he would likely face severe challenges. As a vassal force, should he offer his support? Murong Fubo found himself engulfed in a dilemma. If he chose to assist, he would undoubtedly be relegated to the status of cannon fodder. Yet, to abstain would reflect poorly on his role as a vassal, marking him as disloyal. Having only just become a vassal, Failing to send aid during a crisis would easily lead to accusations of betrayal. Upon reflecting on this, he dared not procrastinate and immediately sought the counsel of the venerable ancestor, Morong Zhantian. At this moment, Morong Zhantian had returned from quelling the northern king. Upon hearing the news regarding Morong Fubo, he decisively resolved to assist. As a vassal force, how could they allow their main sect to fall into peril? Moreover, the sect leader had treated him generously and granted him his corporeal form. Such kindness could never be repaid, even with 1,000 lifetimes. Gather all the powerful practitioners at the level immediately and follow me to support the main sect, he commanded. Oh, and I will leave you a few guardians. With the northern king vanquished, 3 should suffice, right? This last remark momentarily left Morong Fubo in a state of bewilderment. However, 3 practitioners would indeed suffice to safeguard the royal family. Even if the ancestors and others perished, the royal family could still preserve itself and thrive anew. Resolutely, he nodded and replied, "That will do. I will make the arrangements at once. Be swift. The Super Sect's warships are fast, and I fear we may not arrive in time." Morong Fubo promptly set to work. In no time, he summoned 9 powerful practitioners to urgently accompany the venerable ancestor Morong Zhantian toward the Ethereal Sect. Simultaneously, the Yi family in Huangzhou received news that 3 superpowers were dispatching 9 warships to attack the Ethereal Sect. Upon learning this, Yi Changsheng was consumed with anxiety and swiftly resolved to support the Ethereal Sect. Although their strongest member, Yi Junlin, was merely at the late stage of the Yujing realm. Having already submitted, they were bound to lend their utmost assistance. Even amidst peril, they would strive wholeheartedly. Moreover, his daughter and the ancestor were both cultivating within the sect. Aiding the sect was tantamount to aiding oneself. Thus, Yi Changsheng urgently summoned the family's powerful members to convene and left 4 initial stage Yujing practitioners to guard the family and protect the younger generation. As for the other Yujing practitioners and all Linghai realm cultivators, he decided to take them all along. Although they were weaker against superpowers, who said that the weak could not be loyal, they aimed to demonstrate to the world that fervor transcends strength. Even the weak dared to defy fate. Within the family's martial arts arena, everyone was prepared for departure. Yi Changsheng, accompanied by nearly 100 family members, bid farewell to the 4 elders he had selected. "Elders, the family is entrusted to you while we are away." These 4 elders, though not the most powerful, were undoubtedly the eldest and possessed vast life experience. "Patriarch, are you truly taking all the family's strong members with you? Will you not leave a few behind?" The 4 elders gazed at the nearly 100 ready family members. Their eyes filled with reluctance. "No more shall remain. With you all, the family is secure. The more I take, the greater our hope in this battle," Yi Changsheng declared resolutely. "But what if you do not return?" The 4 elders expressed their concerns. After all, if misfortune were to befall them, they feared they might not be able to uphold the family's responsibilities. "What if I do not return?" Upon hearing the elders' worries, Yi Changsheng paused momentarily, then could not help but glance at the assembled family members beside him. From their faces, he discerned resolve, tenacity, struggle, and fervor, yet not a trace of cowardice. Yi Changsheng felt a surge of satisfaction within, and with a proud smile proclaimed, "If we depart without return, then let it be so." With that, he resolutely turned and took the lead into the skies. "Let us set forth." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the sound of Yi Changsheng's command, nearly 100 clan members soared into the air, heading straight for the mysterious sect. However, most of these individuals were at the spiritual sea realm, relying solely on their swords for flight. Yet, this did not diminish their unwavering determination to follow their leader. As the Yi family took to the skies, an uproar erupted in the outside world, particularly among rival clans. Upon witnessing nearly 100 Yi clan cultivators streak across the sky on their swords, speculation ensued. What was the Yi family up to? What could they possibly be planning? Were they about to engage in battle? Surely not. Their ancestor was at the mysterious sect, not at home. Have you heard? The Yi family has gone to support the mysterious sect, taking all their strongest members with them. What? They are supporting the mysterious sect? Are they courting death? Huh. The Yi family is doomed this time. Quickly summon the clan's strongest back. At the same time, send someone to keep watch on the mysterious sect. If any Yi family members perish, we shall immediately attack and seize their spiritual fields and assets. In an instant, several surrounding clans turned their watchful eyes toward the Yi family. Within the mysterious sect, all was peaceful. The disciples were entirely oblivious to the happenings outside. Meanwhile, the warships of the three major super sects had entered the boundaries of the barren state early that morning and were officially beginning to converge, unbeknownst to them. Since the disciples returned yesterday, none had ventured outside the sect. Moreover, having acquired extraordinary skills, they were engrossed in night-long cultivation, leaving no time for rest, let alone news from beyond the sect. That morning, as the sun rose brilliantly, Fenghua and Shuyue, under the guidance of Yi Junlin, each wielding a broom, made their way towards the main gate, commencing their labor on the first day of their entry into the sect. Although there were no regulations mandating that disciples in training perform tasks, the two young women, being new arrivals, felt compelled to follow suit when they saw their fellow disciple, Yi Junlin, working diligently. After all, whether in their previous homes or later in the imperial palace, they had always adhered strictly to the rules, never daring to overstep their bounds. Thus, upon seeing Yi Junlin at work, they requested to join him in sweeping. While the sect indeed lacked formal regulations for training disciples, they worried that failing to adhere to any unwritten rules might displease the sect leader or the elders, leading to their expulsion from the mountain. Although they had only been there for a day and a half, they had no desire to leave. Not to mention that a night of cultivation had propelled both of them into the spiritual sea realm. The very atmosphere of the sect, with its unrestrained lifestyle, made them reluctant to depart. They would gladly accept any task, even servitude, for the sect leader. Sister, this broom is rather rudimentary. When we get the chance to go down the mountain, let us buy a few decent ones with our own money. No need to buy. Once we finish our work and have some time, we can simply refine these brooms ourselves. The two young women followed Yi Junlin, swaying gracefully as they approached the entrance. Their peculiar gait was not a matter of choice. Rather, it was a consequence of years of tradition and etiquette, combined with their natural physique, which made this manner of walking feel most comfortable. Soon, the trio arrived at the grand doors, their laughter echoing in the air. However, as they raised their eyes to the scene outside, they were immediately taken aback by the sheer number of onlookers congregated beyond the gates. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, the surroundings were teeming with cultivators, filling not only the hilltops but also the branches of trees and the open ground below. The instant the three stepped out, thousands of eyes turned in unison to scrutinize them. Goodness, why are there so many people today? Yi Junlin was momentarily stunned, startled by the sight. The two young women behind him felt a wave of anxiety, trailing quietly behind the elder, too intimidated to speak. An elderly man accompanied by two young maidens resembled mere attendants sweeping the entrance, drawing whispers among the crowd. Is this all the Flying Mist sect could muster? Sending just an old man and two young girls to guard the gate? Quite pathetic, isn't it? Yet, those two girls are undeniably attractive. Just look at how they sway. I wonder if they will survive the impending battle. Perhaps fortune will favor them afterwards. Hush! Speak softly. The sect leader of the Flying Mist sect is a formidable royal-level expert. Be cautious when discussing them. You might not live to regret it. Why is the Flying Mist sect so eerily quiet? Considering the time, the three sects' warships have surely completed their rendezvous after a night of flight. Aren't they preparing for battle? Is the Flying Mist sect truly that confident? Even with war looming, they still have the leisure to clean? Confidence indeed. I seriously doubt the strength of the Flying Mist sect is anything but exaggerated. I've been here since dawn, and not a single disciple has entered or exited. They might not even be aware that the battle has begun. That is entirely plausible. I also arrived before dawn and saw no one coming or going. But how many disciples does the Flying Mist sect actually have? It shouldn't be this quiet. Nevertheless, the abundant spiritual energy in the area was palpable, providing a perfect opportunity for further cultivation. The crowd continued to observe Yi Junlin and the two maidens, whispering among themselves, yet none dared to approach or raise their voices. Despite some disdain for the Flying Mist sect, the undeniable power of its leader, capable of dispatching a heavenly king with a mere slap, was respected, leading to a cautious air among the murmurs. Yi, esteemed elder, should we continue sweeping? The two young women, feeling the weight of thousands of gazes upon them, spoke softly behind Yi Junlin, their voices tinged with urgency. They seemed overwhelmed, having never encountered such a spectacle. Yi Junlin, while not accustomed to such grandeur himself, possessed enough life experience to understand the importance of composure. Therefore, he feigned calmness and replied, "Yes. There is no need to panic. Our sect has a powerful background. No matter how many they are, they cannot intimidate us." With that, He took the lead in resuming their task. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the two women felt a measure of relief and joined in the sweeping. However, their cultivation levels were rather modest, and they merely occupied themselves with the task at hand, lacking the inclination to eavesdrop on the conversations of the cultivators. In contrast, Yi Junlin, a seasoned individual with over 2 centuries of life experience, swept the floor while discreetly listening to the discussions among the outer sect's practitioners. In no time, he became aware of the imminent joint assault by the 3 supreme sects against the mysterious sect. In that instant, Yi Junlin's heart trembled and his legs felt weak. Yet, he summoned the strength to maintain his composure and continued to clean the last corner. Observing this, the onlookers began to admire his demeanor. Soon, a figure resembling a cultivator, standing at a distance, clasped his fists in greeting and cautioned, "Esteemed elder, the Wuji sect, Taihe sect, and Fatian sect are en route to your sect to initiate a sect war. Please be advised." The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding chatter ceased, as all present were keen to discern how the elder would respond. Did the mysterious sect truly possess knowledge of this impending crisis? Faced with the situation, Yi Junlin feigned a calm demeanor and, with a forced smile, replied, "Thank you for your warning, fellow cultivator. I am no esteemed elder, merely a menial worker sweeping the floors within the sect. As for what you mentioned, our sect leader has long been aware. The trifling matter of 3 sects is hardly worth concern." Boom. With this declaration, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What? You dare refer to the 3 supreme sects as trifling? These are formidable powers that every cultivator gazes upon with reverence. How could the mysterious sect possess such audacity, especially emanating from the lips of a mere menial? The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the implications of Yi Junlin's words and assessing their veracity. At that moment, another individual could no longer contain himself and clasped his fists, stating, "Esteemed elder, it is said that the 3 sects are bringing 9 warships, filled to the brim with formidable warriors. Among them, there are 9 royal-level experts." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively held their breath, eyes fixed on Yi Junlin. His heart lurched even more violently. 9 royal-level experts. Goodness, have royal-level beings become as common as cabbages, arriving in mass? Yet, the elders of the sect were either in seclusion or wandering the realms. Would there be time to summon them? With this thought, Yi Junlin felt an even greater surge of anxiety. Though he possessed unwavering faith in the words of the sect leader regarding the strength of their cultivators in seclusion or on journeys, 9 royal-level experts were indeed a formidable threat. Preparedness was crucial. He resolved to inform the sect leader immediately and urge the elders in seclusion to awaken for battle. Thus, Yi Junlin mustered his resolve once more and declared, Our sect has countless cultivators in seclusion. The mere presence of royal-level experts is of little concern." Boom. Yet again, the crowd was taken aback. Their understanding of the mysterious sects might further shaken. Such nonchalance in the face of adversity. Were they truly that powerful? Amidst the confusion, Yi Junlin finally finished sweeping and approached Feng Hua Shuiyu, whispering, "Let us return." Yes, Feng Hua Shuiyu, her heart racing from the earlier exchanges, promptly gathered her broom and followed closely behind Yi Junlin as they made their way into the sect. The entire process, at first glance, appeared devoid of any hint of panic, further deepening their suspicions regarding the true strength of the mysterious sect. Little did they know that once Yi Junlin and his companions entered the sect, their previously composed strides had transformed into a frenzied dash towards the main peak. Especially the 2 maidens, Feng Hua and Shuiyu, whose faces turned pale with fear. As daughters of the court, they were acutely aware of the dire consequences of defeat. Being treated as mere playthings, subjected to casual cruelty, was a grim reality. Alert the sect leader. Immediately notify the sect leader. The 2, in their anxiety, hastily lifted their skirts and hurried after Yi Junlin. Sect leader, this is grave news." They rushed to the main peak, calling out at the entrance of the grand hall, only to find that Chen Xuan was not present within. Unable to locate the sect leader, they rushed back out, colliding with the startled trio of the mysterious sect. "Elder, what is the cause of this commotion? What has happened, my ladies?" Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo emerged from their chambers, approaching with puzzled expressions. "Qingqing, have you seen the sect leader? A calamity has befallen our sect." "Ingluo, war is imminent. There are tens of thousands of cultivators outside. It is rumored that the three major super sects are advancing upon us. Chapter 041. Summoning the three great elder emperors. The appearance of even one would shake the ancient wilderness. The trio chattered anxiously about the events beyond the sect, their voices startling Lu Yu, who was napping in a tree. Curiously, she emerged from her perch, standing beside Lin Fan, to listen intently to their explanations. Once the three had recounted all they had heard from outside the sect, everyone was taken aback. The three major super sects are uniting to attack us? They have already entered the region of the ancient wilderness? For a moment, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Indeed, has anyone seen the sect leader? Quickly report to him. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. Yi Junlin urged anxiously. I saw my master heading to the battle square. I shall inform him right away. Lin Fan promptly turned and made his way to the battle square. The other maidens, lacking the patience to wait, followed in Lin Fan's footsteps. We shall go too. A grand procession set forth, accompanied by a translucent spirit trailing behind them. However, before they had taken many steps, Chen Xuan's figure appeared before them. What is the reason for such haste? Chen Xuan inquired calmly, seemingly unaware of the turmoil outside. Seeing this, the group became increasingly agitated. Glancing towards Yi Junlin, Yi Junlin immediately recounted all he had seen and heard. After listening, Chen Xuan dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, instructing, such trivialities are already known to me. These three minor sects pose no cause for alarm. Minor sects? You dare to refer to the three major powers as minor sects? The crowd stood aghast, incredulous as they looked at Chen Xuan. While their master may have confidence, such audacious words seemed unwarranted. After all, these were the three major super sects, with legacies spanning thousands of years and profound foundations. In an instant, both Yi Junlin and Murong Yingluo were engulfed in profound skepticism. Even the eldest disciple, Lin Fan, believed that his master exuded an excessive confidence. Within the entire assembly, only Yi Qingqing and Lu Yu harbored unwavering faith in Chen Xuan's words. One hailed from a millennium hence, well-versed in the mysteries of the sect, while the other, a tree spirit, remained blissfully ignorant of the grandiosity of the super sect. Observing the situation, Lin Fan clasped his fists and inquired, Master, how shall we proceed? Simply, did I not mention that the elders of the sect are either in seclusion or wandering the realms? Since there is a conflict, I can simply awaken a few elders. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, while silently commanding in his mind, System, deploy 3 non-combinable Emperor summoning cards. Ding. Summoning successful. The Emperor figures are currently being summoned. Ding. Please assign identities to the 3 summoned powerful beings to facilitate their swift integration into the sect. Let us designate them as inter-sect elders. Chen Xuan contemplated and devised this plan. After all, it is quite reasonable for an emperor to hold the title of an inter-sect elder. When the celestial beings are summoned, they can serve as guardians of the mountain. It is worth mentioning that Chen Xuan had no current intentions of summoning celestial beings. Although he possessed a celestial summoning card, the experiences of Lu Yu had instilled a sense of caution within him. Should a celestial being be summoned and attract the attention of a dark sovereign, it would spell trouble. Thus, he resolved to accumulate several celestial summoning cards and summon them simultaneously. By doing so, even if a dark sovereign were to be drawn in, he would be unperturbed. Now, with these 3 Emperor summoning cards, he could not combine them, so it was opportune to summon them now, to assist him with various tasks. Moreover, should any matters arise in the future, it would be beneficial to have subordinates at his disposal. Ding. Identity engraving successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning 3 Emperor-level powerhouses. They are en route. Please await patiently. As the words fell, 3 ethereal figures of middle-aged men materialized in a corner of the sect. Initially, their forms were transparent, gazing at one another with murky expressions, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. However, as they focused, their gazes began to clarify. Once their forms fully coalesced, they recognized each other, nodded in mutual acknowledgement, and soared towards the main peak. In the blink of an eye, they descended before the gathering. Upon seeing Chen Xuan amidst the crowd, the 3 Emperor-level elders did not hesitate. They knelt on one knee and clasped their fists in reverence, proclaiming, Subordinate Lu Tsang, Subordinate Lu Hai, Subordinate Lu Xiao, greetings, Sectmaster. Boom. The sight of the 3 kneeling instantly stirred a wave of astonishment among the disciples. Is this what the sect's elders look like? Their aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Much like the master, They are inscrutable, yet they appear relatively youthful. How high can their cultivation be? Only 3 have emerged from seclusion. Is that not a bit sparse? Speculations abounded. Chen Xuan slightly raised his hand and declared, "Rise." With that, he waved his hand grandly. In an instant, 100-meter-long flood dragon materialized upon the ground. Beside the dragon, there lay a mound of Dao Enlightenment tea leaves, towering to half a man's height. Chen Xuan pointed at the flood dragon and the Wu Dao tea leaves, instructing, "Prepare the flood dragon. We shall use it to entertain our guests." Yes. The 3 individuals respectfully rose, swiftly handling the flood dragon for preparation. Observing this, Lin Fan could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Master, have only 3 elders emerged from seclusion? Is that not a bit insufficient? I have heard that the 3 major super sects have sent 9 sovereign-level experts, along with their sect's profound heritage. Indeed, Master, with the impending battle, will we still have guests arriving? Are they here to assist us?" Yi Qingsheng also inquired with intrigue. In response, Chen Xuan smiled faintly, first addressing Lin Fan's concern. "Disciple, the 3 elders I have awakened possess the power to instill fear across the ancient continent. Not only do we disregard the 3 major super sects, but even if the 3 sacred lands were to join forces, our sect would remain unperturbed. Today, you shall witness the true strength of our sect, so you need not feel timid when venturing into the world, lest you bring shame upon our sect. One of them can indeed instill fear across the ancient continent. They disregard the 3 sacred lands," exclaimed the disciples in awe. The strength of their master was truly formidable. Were the 3 elders truly that terrifying? In that moment, all disciples were filled with anticipation at Chen Xuan's words, while simultaneously feeling a bit embarrassed about their previous reactions. They had no idea their sect was powerful enough to disregard even the sacred lands. They had assumed it would be a matter of equal strength, where no side feared the other. Realizing this, the disciples felt a twinge of shame and quickly clasped their fists, affirming, "Yes, we understand. Moreover, regarding the guests I mentioned, they have indeed come to assist us. Although their aid may not be immediately necessary, their journey from afar signifies their unwavering loyalty. We must extend them proper hospitality." Chen Xuan smiled, then turned to Feng Waguiyu, saying, "You two, go to the peach garden and pick some peaches. We shall prepare a fruit platter for dessert. Remember to choose the ripe ones." Yes. The 2 women immediately bowed and made their way to the peach garden. They were exceedingly eager to fulfill the sect leader's request, especially since they had learned the night before that consuming a single peach could prolong one's life by 1,000 years. Perhaps today, they too would be fortunate enough to taste one. After all, the sect had few members, and the leader, being just and kind, would surely not let them merely watch. In no time, the Piaomiao sect was bustling with activity. Chen Xuan led his disciples to the edge of the cliff, preparing pots and gathering firewood. The 3 elders were diligently attending to the flood dragon, fully immersed in their tasks. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing all the disciples to salivate, entirely unconcerned with the situation of the external battle. However, while they were unperturbed, there were others who were deeply troubled. Outside the sect, in the skies above, Yi Changsheng and his companions, after a day and a half of relentless flight, were utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and dared not stop. Some of the disciples of lower realms were already on the verge of collapsing, gritting their teeth just to keep pace with the advancing group. Chapter 042, Arrival of Support. Encounter of 2 clans. Clan leader. Should we not rest for a moment? The clansmen have been flying continuously for a day and a half. Observing the weary members of his clan, an elder of the Skyward sect could not suppress his plea. "4th elder, we are nearly there, yet time is of the essence." Yi Changsheng felt a pang of compassion, but he still did not allow his kin to pause. Instead, he pointed towards the distant horizon, where the majestic mountain range lay, and proclaimed, "Clansfolk, let us persevere. The peaks ahead are the abode of the Piaomiao sect. We shall arrive shortly." Upon hearing the clan leader's call, the crowd lifted their gazes towards the summit, where, through the mist, they perceived the silhouette of the sect nestled within the mountains. In that moment, their spirits were rekindled, and they resumed their flight with renewed vigor. "Master, we are fine. Please quicken our pace," others urged. "Indeed, Master, we are almost there. We cannot falter at the threshold of the sect." Requests for hastening their journey arose. Yi Changsheng felt a surge of satisfaction, nodded, and declared, "Very well. Let us increase our speed." With that, He took it upon himself to carry the most frail of his clansmen, continuing onward. Witnessing this act, other members of the Skyward Realm followed suit, shouldering their weakened kin. In an instant, the clansfolk were filled with profound emotion, their hearts ablaze with fervor, and they spontaneously shouted a rallying cry. Protect the sect. We shall not retreat. The collective spirit was infectious, and soon the air was filled with their unified voices, resonating through the heavens. Their pace quickened even further, and before long, they arrived at the sect's gate. However, they found themselves confronted by a throng of thousands of cultivators who had already surrounded the entrance. The onlookers, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this 100-strong contingent, exchanged whispered speculations. Are these individuals also disciples of the Piao sect? Have they returned upon learning of the sect's crisis? This does not seem right. They appear to be from the Yi clan. I heard that the Yi clan has become a vassal of the Piao sect. They must be here to offer assistance. Yet, with only a few from the Skyward Realm and a handful from the Spiritual Sea Realm to provide support, they must be courting disaster. Their combined strength does not even match mine. Rumors of their supposed aid quickly spread across the mountain peaks, leaving many cultivators speechless. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, prompting the crowd to look skyward once more. More are coming. Lifting their heads, another team emerged within their view, this one much smaller, consisting of only 10 individuals. Yet their presence exuded a more formidable aura than the previous 100-strong group. Consolidation Realm. All of them are at the Consolidation Realm. Could this group also be here to assist? They seem to belong to the Murong dynasty of the Wilderness State. Have they also become vassals? Did they not once declare they would not serve anyone? A team at the Consolidation Realm. They all appear to be at mid-stage. If they were to strike simultaneously, they could easily crush any ordinary overlord-level power. Yet they are now facing 3 major superpowers. The Consolidation Realm is insufficient. Indeed, while the Consolidation Realm can dominate in lesser domains, before a super sect, they are still inconsequential. Wait, the leader among them seems to be at the Heavenly King realm. What? That elder is a Heavenly King? My goodness. At long last, I have encountered a true powerhouse. Yet, it seems that even a sovereign is of little consequence here. The Sovereign Realm, indeed, represents the pinnacle of strength, capable of becoming an elder in any prestigious sect. Should one align with a dominant force, they would undoubtedly be venerated by the entire sect. Alas, he ought not to be present in this place. Indeed, while the Sovereign Realm is formidable, a true paragon among dominators, it pales in comparison to superlative powers. The onlookers, observing the Murong dynasty's entourage, engaged in fervent discourse. Although the Sovereign Realm may seem unattainable to them, in the face of super sects, it is rendered insignificant. At this moment, Murong Zhantian and his companions descended at the entrance. However, this time, before he could strike the grand formation, a gap opened spontaneously, granting them passage. Let us proceed, Murong Zhantian declared, leading the 9 focused cultivators into the sect without hesitation. In an instant, the onlooking cultivators were left in awe, their anticipation for the arrival of the 3 great super sects intensifying. When will the 3 great super sects arrive? My patience is waning. They should be here soon. I just received a message indicating they would arrive in a few hours. I wonder what formidable beings the Piao sect will dispatch for their inaugural battle. Responding? They might simply surrender or have already fled unnoticed. After waiting so long only to see a sovereign, how could they possibly withstand the 3 great superpowers? Indeed, is anyone willing to wager on whether the Piao sect will flee or resist valiantly? I am from the Treasure Pavilion, and our dealings are always fair. From the Treasure Pavilion? How does one place a wager? A wager on the Piao sect having fled is at even odds. Those betting on the Piao sect's resolute resistance for over an hour also receive even odds. A bet on the Piao sect winning has a payout of 100 to 1. Conversely, a bet on their defeat pays out at 0.1. A bet on a draw yields 50 to 1 odds. Will you partake? The odds seem rather paltry. I shall wager 500 spirit stones. Predicting that the Piao sect has already fled, I wager 3,000 spirit stones, predicting they will resist for an hour. I shall stake 300 gene of divine essence, betting on a Piao sect victory. Suddenly, a youth produced 300 gene of divine essence. The crowd immediately turned to him, some even recognizing his identity, and mocking him. Han Pao Pao, you 2 have arrived. It seems you have amassed quite a bit of divine essence recently. Be wary of losing it all. Losing matters not, but if I win, 300 gene of divine essence will transform into 30,000. Han Pao Pao dismissed their taunts, cheerfully handing the divine essence to the treasure pavilion representative. The representative chuckled, promptly producing a token for him to sign. Meanwhile, at various mountain peaks and amongst the crowds, wagering commenced. In no time, the area outside the Ethereal Sect was bustling with activity. There was even an individual setting up a stall to sell items. Come and behold the exquisite spirit swords, freshly forged and ready for sale. We also have broken crystal stones and top-tier materials for refining spiritual artifacts. Don't miss out. As the outside world began to wager, within the Ethereal Sect, the Yi family members were utterly awestruck by the sect's environment. In an instant, their fatigue was entirely swept away. For the first time, the crowd experienced the formidable power of the sect, excitedly following the clan leader towards the main peak. However, at that moment, Morong Zhantian and his companions also arrived, closely trailing behind. As they inhaled the abundant spiritual energy of the surrounding environment, a fleeting sense of regret washed over him. He lamented his decision to send Feng Wagweiyu for training instead of attending himself. This environment, this spiritual essence, this profound aura of the Tao. A day of cultivation here equaled several months in the outside world. Furthermore, the comprehension of the Tao could not be attained merely through practice alone. Had he cultivated in this place, he surely would have ascended to the imperial realm. The Ethereal Sect indeed possessed extraordinary strength. With this realization, Morong Zhantian gained a clearer understanding of the sect. The powerful individuals accompanying him felt a sense of reverence, walking respectfully beside him, hesitant to release their spiritual senses for probing. After all, such a celestial realm must be guarded by unrivaled experts. Ancestor, there are people ahead. Suddenly, one of the subordinates trailing behind noticed members of the Yi family ascending the small path and promptly whispered a reminder. Could they be disciples of the sect? Morong Zhantian was taken aback, then hastily quickened his pace, politely clasping his fists in greeting. Esteemed friends, may I inquire if you are disciples of the Ethereal Sect? I am a member of the Morong royal family, a subordinate force of the Ethereal Sect, here to provide support. May I ask where we should rendezvous? Though there to offer assistance, they dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of arrogance. The young member of the Yi family was momentarily taken aback, but quickly turned to the front, looking to Yi Changsheng for guidance. Upon hearing that they were also a subordinate force, Yi Changsheng promptly turned to assess the newcomers. Realizing their profound cultivation, he respectfully clasped his fists and replied, I am Yi Changsheng, also from a subordinate family of the Ethereal Sect. The main peak lies ahead, where you shall meet the sect leader. Ah, so we are colleagues. It is an honor. Upon learning that their interlocutor was likewise from a subordinate force, Morong Zhantian maintained his respectful demeanor and smiled. Yi Daoist. Since we are both under the Ethereal Sect, why not proceed together? Certainly. After you. Yi Changsheng responded with a bow, and together, they advanced side by side towards the main peak. Soon, the two parties navigated through the layers of steps and reached the summit. However, upon witnessing the scene at the edge of the cliff, Yi Changsheng and Morong Zhantian were utterly bewildered. For there, at the cliff's edge, Chen Xuan was preparing to cook meat. Indeed, they were cooking meat at a time when a great battle loomed. In that instant, those who had come to provide support began to question whether they had arrived at the wrong sect. Even Yi Changsheng and Morong Zhantian were left wondering if they were trapped in an illusion. Yet, just as they stood in astonishment, Chen Xuan's voice suddenly broke through their reverie. Since you have arrived, come over. Why are you still standing there? His voice resonated lightly. Yi Qingcheng, Morong Ingluo, Yi Junlin, Lin Fan, Feng Hua, and Shui Yu all turned to look at Yi Changsheng and Morong Zhantian, greeting them warmly upon recognizing their kin. Father, the guest's master mention are you? Come quickly. Ancestor, you have come as well. Uncle Yi, Changxing Yi, Morong Zhantian, the clan members, all were momentarily stunned. They found it impossible to connect the serene scene before them with the impending battle that loomed. Moreover, it appeared they had not erred in their journey, nor had they entered an illusion. The sect leader was genuine, as were their esteemed young lady, the princess, and the elder. Even those two ladies, with their sleeves rolled up and long sashes accentuating their graceful figures, were undeniably real. In an instant, Yi Changxing and Morong Zhantian hastened forward, shaking off their stupor. Upon approaching closer, they promptly clasped their fists in salute towards Chen Xuan. Greetings, sect leader. It has been arduous to travel such a distance. Please allow your people to relax and rest for a while. Have some fruit to tide you over. A meal will be served shortly. Chen Xuan nodded, poured 2 cups of tea, and gestured for them to partake. Thank you, sect leader. Upon seeing the teacup before him, Yi Changsheng quickly clasped his fists, instinctively knowing it contained the revered enlightenment tea. He waved to his clan members to rest in place before sitting down himself, tipping the cup to his lips with eager anticipation. After finishing, he promptly returned the cup, beaming a smile at the sect leader. Chen Xuan raised his hand and refilled his cup, which Yi Changsheng drank with equal fervor. This spectacle left Murong Zhantian beside him in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed. Such haste over a mere cup of tea. It was as if he had never encountered fine tea before. For a moment, Murong Zhantian shook his head in disbelief, deeming the head of the Yi clan rather unsteady, lacking the gravitas expected of a clan leader. Redirecting his gaze, Murong Zhantian also clasped his fists in gratitude towards Chen Xuan, then adopted a demeanor of calm sophistication, leisurely taking his seat and slowly lifting the teacup. However, as the cup neared his lips, the 2 leaves floating within suddenly captured Murong Zhantian's gaze. In an instant, his pupils instinctively dilated. Enlightenment tea. His expression morphed into one of incredulity as he lifted his eyes to Yi Changsheng. At that moment, Yi Changsheng had already consumed 3 cups, and, upon noticing Murong's gaze, flashed a beaming smile. In that instant, Murong Zhantian finally comprehended Yi Changsheng's disregard for decorum. This was, indeed, enlightenment tea. No wonder he was so unconcerned about appearances. It was an opportunity to indulge further. Realizing this, Murong Zhantian's heart sank with regret. He lamented his own pretentiousness, having overlooked the presence of such exquisite tea. How foolish. The sect leader was a sage, and the tea he provided was undoubtedly exceptional. He should have anticipated this. Feeling a pang of regret, Murong Zhantian lifted the teacup to his lips without a moment's hesitation. After his previous losses, he was determined to make up for it. Following suit, he mimicked Yi Changsheng, presenting the cup with elegance and offering Chen Xuan a smile. Yet, as he smiled, the wrinkles on his face contorted into a peculiar shape. Chen Xuan observed the naivete of the 2 before him and chose to remain silent. After all, their willingness to offer assistance spoke volumes of their loyalty. He continued to raise his hand, pouring tea for Murong Zhantian. For a moment, it seemed as though Murong Zhantian and Yi Changsheng were engaged in a contest, filling their cups and immediately downing the contents without pause. Their clansmen and subordinates looked on in bewilderment, questioning whether their esteemed patriarch was merely an illusion. What was happening? The patriarch seemed so unsteady. How could one behave so recklessly in the presence of the sect leader? Was it truly the ancestor? Was the tea of the sect so extraordinarily delightful? A sudden wave of embarrassment washed over those who had accompanied them. They silently pleaded with their ancestor to cease drinking. Although our royal family may not match the sect in grandeur, we are still a dominant dynasty, accustomed to the splendor of the world. Look at the Yi family. They are watching you, and this is utterly humiliating. Please, patriarch, refrain from drinking. The powerful of the Murong dynasty are observing you. Our family, though modest, is not so destitute as to be unable to afford tea. This is mortifying. In that moment, all the cultivators present felt a sense of shame, awkwardly lowering their heads and discreetly fidgeting with their toes. However, at that instant, the 2 maidens responsible for serving the fruit platter, Fenghua and Xue, approached the assembled cultivators with a generous platter in hand, their voices soft as they announced, "This is a fruit platter bestowed by the sect leader. Each person is entitled to 2 pieces, so please refrain from quarreling." After placing the platter down, the 2 maidens swayed their hips and turned to leave. Yet, the gathered crowd dared not gaze too long at them, even though the maidens were undeniably beautiful and skilled in their movements. They were representatives of the sect and deserving of utmost respect. Thus, everyone averted their eyes, focusing instead on the bountiful fruit platter before them, silently critiquing and redirecting their attention. The environment of the sect was so splendid. Why were we only offered peaches? It would have been better not to have been hosted at all, leaving us with some semblance of hope. 2 pieces per person? Has the sect truly fallen to such depths of poverty? Oh well, I am a bit thirsty. I suppose I shall partake in 1 piece. Despite their reluctance, as the sect members were watching, they each took a piece of the flat peaches. Soon, however, someone could not contain their astonishment and exclaimed, "What the heck? This isn't just a peach, it's a sacred herb." Gasp. It truly is a sacred herb. After just 1 bite, I feel as though my lifespan has been extended by 30 years. With the exclamations of those who had tasted the peaches, everyone was jolted, turning their gazes to the fruit in their hands. They had not noticed it before, but now they beheld the immense life force contained within the peaches. Could it truly be a sacred herb? What a powerful vitality! Good heavens! The sect is serving sacred herbs as fruit to us? This is a treasure coveted even by sages. A single bite extends one's life by 30 years. These 2 peaches could surely extend life by 100 years. In an instant, both the Yi family and the Murong dynasty were taken aback, turning their eyes toward their respective clan leaders. They quickly spotted their patriarchs and ancestors, each with a peach in hand, devouring them voraciously, utterly unconcerned with their image. Witnessing this scene, everyone ceased to linger and promptly began stuffing their mouths, demonstrating a spectacle of 3 bites per peach. In a cacophony of swallowing and satisfied exclamations, the atmosphere was electrified. The members of the Yi family, though accustomed to modest circumstances, did not place great importance on appearances. However, the visitors from the Murong dynasty, powerful figures in their own right, wielded considerable influence within their realm. At this moment, they too indulged with abandon, oblivious to decorum. For they were feasting on a sacred herb, one bite promising an extension of life by 30 years. Even those at the spirit-gathering realm had lifespans of merely 300 to 400 years. Thus, 30 years was an invaluable treasure, potentially allowing them to reach the pinnacle of kingly ascension. Soon, the heavenly peaches were devoured, each individual gaining an astonishing 200 years added to their lifespan, leaving them in a state of euphoric disbelief. Some, lost in contemplation, gazed down at their feet. The observant soon realized they were searching for fallen peach skins. The moment they spotted a piece of skin, they instinctively snatched it up and consumed it without a second thought for their dignity. Consequently, the ground was soon stripped bare of any remnants. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted from a nearby cauldron, capturing everyone's attention. They halted their search for skins and turned towards the source of the fragrance, where 3 middle-aged men stood before 3 large cauldrons, busily preparing a meal. Upon noticing the crowd, they cheerfully called out, "Dinner's ready. Serve yourselves." Instinctively, the members of both the Yi family and the Murong dynasty rose and gravitated toward the great iron pot, uncertain of its contents yet confident that, given the recent revelation of the sacred herb, the dish within must be equally exquisite. However, at that moment, Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian approached to restore order. "What is all this commotion? Stand in line," they admonished. "Such impulsiveness is unbecoming. Everyone, form an orderly queue." With their authoritative presence, the crowd complied and lined up. Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian moved to the front, exchanging knowing smiles before retrieving their bowls to be among the first to serve themselves. The 3 esteemed elders of the imperial realm remained expressionless, one stationed by a separate cauldron, serving the sect's disciples, while the others wielded ladles to assist the newcomers. "Thank you, esteemed seniors," Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian said, extending their bowls with courteous smiles. Having engaged in previous conversations, they recognized the 3 as inter-sect elders and thus treated them with respect. Indeed, Lu Hai and Lu Xiao nodded impassively, filling their bowls generously. Upon discovering their bowls brimming with enlightenment tea leaves, the 2 men's faces lit up with joy as they happily retreated to savor their meal. Others craned their necks to glimpse the contents of their bowls, excitement bubbling within them. Those without bowls even retrieved basins to partake. Soon, the cliffside was enveloped in an aromatic haze, as all indulged in the feast with unabashed delight. As they feasted, a sudden breakthrough occurred. "Oh my goodness, I have ascended. I have ascended," exclaimed one. "What kind of meat is this? It is brimming with essence. Moments ago, I overheard Qinsheng and the others mention that this delicacy seems to be the mount of the grand elder of the Wuzhizong, the 7-colored flood dragon." The 7-colored flood dragon? No wonder a few bites led to a breakthrough. It turns out to be the flesh of a formidable demon from the heavenly king realm. Sacred herbs, the meat of great demons, enlightenment tea, all treasures one could scarcely hope to consume in a lifetime. To partake in such delights, even if one were to perish today, would be worthwhile. Indeed, it is worth it, immensely so. To savor these treasures before meeting one's end is enough. Soon, we shall confront those 3 illustrious sects. The crowd engaged in animated conversation as they feasted, their spirits soaring. After all, the delicacies they were enjoying were entities they could never hope to encounter in their lifetimes. Countless individuals had perished in pursuit of just one of these treasures, ultimately dying without tasting them. Thus, to consume these before their demise was far more valuable than what those unfortunate souls experienced. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan held a bowl, savoring the meat and broth. With Fenghua and Xue seated beside him, the two ladies maintained their decorum, refraining from standing or crouching while eating, prompting the disciples to rise and offer them seats next to Chen Xuan. However, their petite mouths could only manage small bites, causing Chen Xuan to grow anxious. Consequently, he stood up, carrying his bowl, and approached Lin Fan, who was perched at the edge of a cliff, also enjoying his meal. The two stood together, gazing at the breathtaking scenery beyond the cliff as they feasted. Suddenly, as they continued eating, a cluster of small black dots appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be 9. In an instant, Lin Fan's pupils constricted, and he warned, "Master, could those be the members of the 3 great sects arriving?" Upon hearing this, everyone around, with grease on their lips, looked up towards the heavens. The 3 illustrious sects. Have they finally arrived? The crowd stared intently at the sky, hastily devouring their meat, preparing to rush into battle. However, at this moment, a single statement from Chen Xuan left everyone momentarily stunned. "Elders of Songhai, the enemy is entrusted to you 3. Yes, the 3 elders of Songhai immediately responded with cupped fists. Hearing this, the others were left bewildered. Only one person to confront them? After all, they were the 3 great sects. Could these 3 elders contend with the formidable powers from the 9 warships of the opposing sects? Realizing this, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian quickly clasped their fists and inquired, "Sectmaster, what about us?" "You shall merely observe," Chen Xuan replied, gazing into the distance without turning back, embodying a commanding presence. As if strategizing from a position of authority, with his back turned to his followers. "Observe?" The crowd was further perplexed. Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian wished to press for more information. At this juncture, Lu Xiao spoke with a resonant and unwavering voice, "You need not worry. Not to mention the 3 of us. Even I alone am more than sufficient to handle them. The sect master instructs you to watch, so watch you shall." His final words were directed at Lu Tsong and Lu Hai. "Haha, the sect master has tasked the 3 of us. 1 for each sect. Indeed, 1 family per person. No one is permitted to dispute or compete." Lu Tsong and Lu Hai did not acquiesce to the 3rd brother. Instead, they proposed a fair solution. The youths from both clans were rendered speechless in an instant, particularly the 3 elders, whose expressions and tones exhibited a complete disregard for the 3 major sections. Observing this scene, everyone secretly exhaled in relief. With the elders displaying such confidence, there was little cause for concern. In the context of the sects, it was entirely possible that these 3 inner elders were indeed top-tier powerhouses. Chapter 045, Rending Space. Crossing hundreds of thousands of miles to annihilate the 3 sects at this very moment, outside the sect. As 9 warships approached, the intricate designs upon their hulls became vividly apparent to all present. Witnessing the ancient and formidable vessels, the onlookers among the cultivators erupted in fervor. "They have arrived. The warships of the 3 major sects are here. Finally, they have come. How exhilarating. Such grand vessels, truly befitting their status as super sects. Every inch of material on those ships seems to be crafted from treasures imbued with spiritual energy. Incredible. The super sects are indeed affluent. Just one of these ships, if dismantled, could potentially yield countless spiritual artifacts." The underground cultivators were filled with overwhelming excitement, gazing upwards with fervent expressions. Yet at that moment, from within the misty sect, 3 figures suddenly soared forth, standing in the void, pointing and gesturing towards the approaching warships. "Brothers, remember our agreement. 1 family per person, no one shall feast alone." "Understood. 3 ships each." "All right, let us finish this quickly." The 3 brothers bantered jovially at the 9 warships, displaying no semblance of hostility whatsoever. Observing this, the 9 warships immediately decelerated and approached slowly. Meanwhile, the cultivators below were utterly bewildered, entirely at a loss. Are these the defenders from the Misty Sect? Just 3? Goodness. Has the Misty Sect surrendered without a fight? What did they just say? 1 family per person? Finish quickly? I had hoped to witness a gripping spectacle. I spent the entire night awake, hastily flying here only to witness this? Such a waste of time. The Misty Sect is hardly impressive. Disappointment rippled through the crowd of cultivators. But suddenly, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly causing the tens of thousands of cultivators below to tremble, silencing them as they gazed upward. In the sky, the three elders of the Misty Sect had raised their hands. Simultaneously, three gigantic palms of spiritual energy, larger than the warships themselves, were furiously coalescing. In an instant, the atmosphere was set ablaze with spiritual energy, and a terrifying pressure emanating from the heavens began to take form within those palms. It seemed as though these three hands descended from the celestial realm, intent on subduing all defiance in the world. The horrific aura radiating from them appeared capable of causing the very heavens to tremble, compelling all beings to submit. Such a terrifying presence. I believe these three hands could annihilate worlds. What cultivation level do these three possess? My very soul quakes in trepidation. Saints? At the very least. They are saints. I have witnessed saints in action before. They are even stronger than saints. The monk's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. In that moment, the world fell into silence, an eerie stillness enveloping all existence. Only three colossal hands, embodying the might of annihilation, descended upon the earth. Within the 9 warships, all disciples of the sect were thrown into chaos. Confronted by those immense hands, they sensed the chilling breath of death. Even the esteemed elder leading each warship could not help but feel a tremor in his soul, as if he were on the brink of demise. Defend! One elder cried out in desperation. The call for defense echoed throughout the other ships. Defense! Defense! Boom! 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 9 protective shields activated instantaneously. All disciples fervently channeled their spiritual energy into the defensive formation, striving to bolster the strength of the shields. Yet, the overwhelming pressure remained unaffected by their barriers, penetrating through to envelop the hearts of every individual. Even the 3 hidden presences within the hull could not escape the horror, awakening to gaze with trepidation. However, before these profound beings could extend their consciousness to investigate, the 3 cataclysmic hands descended with thunderous wrath. Boom! The palm, forged from condensed spiritual energy, had yet to arrive. But the oppressive force had already shattered the protective formations empowered by countless strong individuals and esteemed elders. In the next instant, the 9 warships began to disintegrate. The sect disciples aboard were instantly liquefied. These formidable beings from the 3 great sects, under the onslaught of insurmountable pressure, found themselves devoid of any power to resist, vanishing into nothingness. Even the recently awakened essence within the legacy melted away, consumed by the very source that enveloped them. In an instant of panic, the essence conjured countless ethereal forms to shield itself. Yet, all attempts at defense were as futile as a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot, failing to impede the encroaching pressure. In a fleeting moment, the essence began to contort and dissipate. Had the age of great contention truly arrived? Were we facing the existential crisis of our sect? Alas, in times of strife, no one emerges unscathed. It is fate. It is destiny. The essence sensed despair, gradually closing its eyes, utterly surrendering to the inevitable. Consequently, it was crushed to dust by the terrifying pressure, dissipating into the ether. Boom! The 9 warships were instantly reduced to powder. With the ship's concealment vanished, the vast azure sky re-emerged. Silence. A deathly stillness. Tens of thousands of cultivators stood transfixed, gazing at the vast expanse above. Had the 3 great sects been annihilated? Boom! A wave of astonishment swept through all cultivators. As they turned their gaze towards the 3 elders of the Chen sect, their eyes now brimmed with profound reverence. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Amidst the awed gazes of the crowd, a voice resonated from the depths of the Chen sect, echoing with authority. Elders of the Sea of Sorrow, heed my command. Swish! 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 The 3 emperor-level inter-sect elders in the sky immediately turned to face the Chen sect, clasping their fists in respect, awaiting instructions. The Wuliang sect, Taihe sect, and Feitian sect have launched an assault on our Chen sect, instigating a sect war. I command you to obliterate the 3 great sects without leaving a single survivor. Chen Xuan's words struck like a bolt from the blue, resounding over the Chen sect. Countless cultivators stood in stunned silence, initially believing the sect war had reached its conclusion. To their astonishment, the leader of the mysterious sect exhibited remarkable tenacity, insisting on retaliating. However, with the 3 sects separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, how could they possibly engage? A wave of skepticism swept through the crowd. But at that moment, the subsequent scene unveiled the true might of the elders of the mysterious sect. In the heavens above, the three elders responded in unison, as commanded. They then straightened their postures, gazing towards the three formidable sects before abruptly tearing the fabric of the void. Instantly, the void was rent asunder, revealing the territories of the three super sects within. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the hearts of the multitude of cultivators quivered in unison. Without hesitation, the three elders stepped through the rift in the void, which astonishingly remained open, as if they would return at any moment. The gathering fell into a hushed silence, transfixed by the unfolding scene within the void. Inside the rift, the three elders appeared before the three super sects, each delivering a resounding slap towards them. In an instant, the super sects were reduced to mere dust. Particularly, the defensive formations of these mighty sects crumbled as easily as paper. Yet, many understood that the defenses of the super sects were not as feeble as they appeared. Even without a controller, they could not be breached by a mere monarch. If a powerful being were to manipulate them, no one below the saintly level could hope to penetrate. Yet, the entire sect vanished in an instant beneath the force of a single blow, demonstrating the overwhelming strength of the three elders of the mysterious sect, capable of turning the tides of battle. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the three elders had already returned and vanished into the mysterious sect, leaving the cultivators in a state of bewilderment, questioning the very nature of their world. The ability to tear apart space and obliterate superpowers revealed the existence of such formidable beings. They had only heard tales before, but today they finally witnessed true power. Was this the might of a saint? Indeed, the strength of a saint was beyond comprehension. The prowess of the mysterious sect was surely unparalleled beneath the sacred grounds. In an instant, the name of the mysterious sect resonated throughout the 9 provinces. Chapter 046. The mysterious sect's name reverberates across the 9 provinces, officially opening its doors to disciples. Have you heard? The super hidden sect, the mysterious sect, has emerged. I have. They say the mysterious sect is incredibly powerful. Legends about them are being recounted daily in theaters. Within a small family, disciples gather to share leisurely post-dinner conversations. Especially when the topic of the mysterious sect arose, many ceased their cultivation, eagerly straining to listen. Yet, some diligent practitioners remained unaware of the mysterious sect's existence. Could you keep your voices down? You speak as if you're quite formidable. Is the mysterious sect truly mightier than the superpowers? Please do not disturb my cultivation. I must prepare for the disciple recruitment event of the Wujizong in a few months. If you do not hasten your training, you won't even qualify as a mundane disciple. Goodness, you're still hoping to join Wujizong? That sect no longer exists. Impossible. How could the Infinity Sect have vanished so suddenly? I am aware of your envy towards me. However, jealousy serves no purpose. This time, I am certain that I will be appointed as a servant disciple of the Infinity Sect. Alas, brother, the Infinity Sect has truly perished. Otherwise, why would we refrain from cultivating? Even if we wish to train, there is no place left to do so. It is indeed true, my brother. The Infinity Sect, the Harmony Sect, and the Flying Sky Sect, the only 3 supreme powers in the surrounding Jiuzhou region, have all been eradicated by the Ethereal Sect. Now, there exists but one supreme sect in our vicinity, the Ethereal Sect. Is this for real? It cannot be. It is true. It is said that in a mere moment, those who had never heard of the Ethereal Sect were left in shock, fully comprehending its might, and the harsh reality that the 3 great sects have been annihilated. This situation unfolds in every corner of the Jiuzhou land. The 3 supreme sects, which once loomed over everyone like colossal mountains, have now disappeared. No one could remain unshaken. Moreover, many exceptionally gifted individuals have been toiling in their cultivation, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to join a supreme sect. Now, with the sects gone, what hope is there for them? Meanwhile, within the Ethereal Sect, the crowd continues to feast upon the dragon meat. The initial tension and gravity have dissipated, replaced by laughter and joy. Burp. I am utterly stuffed. After 3 days of feasting, we have finally finished this dragon. Our sect leader is truly benevolent, allowing us to indulge in dragon flesh for 3 consecutive days. I have forcefully broken through 5 minor realms and have entered the Skyward Realm. I have entered the Skyward Realm as well. Haha. I am half a step into the Concentration Realm. The descendants of the Yi family sit on the cliff's edge, brimming with excitement. 3 days have passed since the great battle. They have spent these days devouring dragon meat. Out of nearly 100 who arrived, 80 to 90% have entered the skyward realm, with only a few less gifted individuals remaining just short of reaching it. Even Yi Changsheng has reached the threshold of the concentration realm. This is all thanks to the enlightenment tea and stewed dragon meat, accompanied by fruits after each meal, as well as the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the thin barrier of the world. This journey has truly been fruitful, bringing them closer to the status of a dominant power. As long as a few elders advance further and enter the skyward realm, they will undoubtedly become a dominant family. Even if they are merely a minor dominion is still a dominion. Brother Morong, the dragon meat has been consumed. We should prepare to return. Shall we go together to bid farewell to the sect leader? Yi Changsheng rises and approaches the Murong dynasty's faction, smiling as he bows to Murong Zhantian. The few days of acquaintance have already fostered a sense of camaraderie between their families. Moreover, they had initially intended to depart following the conclusion of the battle, but the sect leader graciously allowed them to finish the dragon before leaving. Thus, they have remained until now. Furthermore, the Murong dynasty has also reaped substantial rewards, comparable to those of the Yi family. Among the 9 concentration realm experts, half have entered the late stage of the concentration realm. Murong Zhantian has even ascended to the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, not far from the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. His only regret was that he had brought too few people along. Had he brought those capable of soaring through the skies from the dynasty, his sect could have easily gained several dozen new practitioners of the spirit condensation stage. Unfortunately, back then, he thought that those at the skyward realm would be of little use and chose not to bring them. Now, in comparison with the Yi family, he indeed felt somewhat inferior. Nevertheless, being able to stay in the sect for 3 days was worth it. As he observed Yi Changsheng, who was inquiring with cupped fists, Murong Zhantian promptly rose and courteously addressed him. Brother Yi, let us depart together. It is time for us to return. Brother Morong, please. Brother Yi, please. With smiles gracing their faces, the two walked side by side towards the grand hall of the sect leader. Inside the grand hall, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged on the platform, quietly listening to the reports of the inner sect elders. Most of the cultivators outside the sect had already departed, yet thousands remained, eager to join the Ethereal Sect. In the land of Jiuzhou, some talented individuals of suitable age were making their way to the wild state, having heard rumors of the Ethereal Sect's emergence and its impending recruitment of disciples. Additionally, it was said that cultivators from other states beyond Jiuzhou were also en route. Elder Lutsong stood within the hall, reporting the affairs of the outside world in a detailed and courteous manner. With the great battle now behind them, Chen Xuan had assigned different positions to the 3 emperors. Lutsong was appointed as the Grand Elder of the inner sect, responsible for instructing disciples and overseeing the duties of the Elder of Fortuitous Encounters. Lu Hai was tasked with guarding the library as the Elder of Techniques. As for Lu Xiao, Chen Xuan had assigned him to oversee the peach garden to protect the peaches. After all, there were small animals such as rabbits and foxes within the mountain gate, and having someone to guard against them would prevent the peaches from being pilfered. With the 3 elders in place, Chen Xuan began to feel a sense of ease. The disciples, when faced with difficulties in their cultivation, no longer needed to seek him out. They could directly consult these elders. Thus, Chen Xuan found himself living a tranquil life, dedicating his days to researching the techniques and skills within the library, free from any worries. Upon concluding Lutsong's report, Chen Xuan nodded thoughtfully and commanded, "Our sect's disciples are few. It is indeed time to recruit new students." He then instructed, "You shall disseminate the news to the outside world, announcing that the Ethereal Sect will open its doors and recruit disciples in 1 month. All eligible cultivators are welcome to participate in the recruitment test. This time, we shall not assess talent, but rather potential. Anyone with potential may join our sect for cultivation." Understood. Lutsong cupped his fists and turned to leave. However, just as he reached the entrance of the grand hall, he encountered Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian, who had come to bid farewell. The two quickly cupped their fists in greeting. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Lutsong nodded and departed. Only then did the two straighten themselves and proceed further inside. Having witnessed the true strength of the 3 elders, no one dared to underestimate them. Upon entering the grand hall, the two first paid their respects and then expressed their intention to take their leave. Chen Xuan, without attempting to retain them, nodded and replied, "Then you may return. Additionally, in 1 month, our sect will be recruiting disciples to infuse fresh blood into our ranks. After both clans return, they may allow their eligible disciples to come forth. As long as they possess talent and a virtuous disposition, I shall grant them the opportunity to join our sect. Chapter 047. Millions of cultivators gather at the Piamiao sect. The Soul Palace emerges. Establishing the sect and accepting disciples? An opportunity to join the sect? Boom. The two individuals trembled with excitement, never anticipating that their farewell visit would yield such a fortuitous event. This was a personal promise from the sect master, equivalent to a direct admission. Was this not a divine favor? With this thought in mind, their hearts swelled with elation as they clasped their fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, sect master. Go forth." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The two quickly performed another bow and farewell. With the departure of the clans, news of the Piamiao sect accepting disciples swiftly spread throughout the land of Jiuzhou. Son, when you go to the Piamiao sect, you must ensure you join. Even if, as an outer disciple, this is the only super sect in Jiuzhou. Father, I will surely enter the sect. Son is gone. Daughter, where has my daughter gone? What? The super sect has fallen, and she has nowhere to go, heading to a dominant power instead? Hurry and bring her back. The Piamiao sect is accepting disciples. Husband, the journey to the Piamiao sect is 30,000 miles. Do be cautious along the way. Young master, this spirit herb has been specially approved by the head of the family for you. Consume it quickly to enhance your cultivation and strive to enter the Piamiao sect as an inner disciple. Princess, the emperor seeks you. He says the Piamiao sect is accepting disciples and wishes for you to join. You must return promptly. Sister-in-law, the Piamiao sect is accepting disciples. Not solely based on talent, but potential as well. I wish to try my luck. Perhaps you might accompany me. With the news of the Piamiao sect's recruitment spreading, countless dominant powers, families, dynasties, and solitary cultivators sprang into action, all heading towards the Piamiao sect. After all, the Piamiao sect, having vanquished 3 major super sects, has become an invincible entity in the hearts of countless cultivators in Jiuzhou. Moreover, there are no other superpowers remaining in Jiuzhou, even if one desires to choose. There are no alternatives. Thus, once this news spread, scenes of farewells erupted throughout Jiuzhou, especially among the distant eligible cultivators. Many hastily packed their belongings and set off for the wild lands. Of course, the reason Chen Xuan chose to establish the sect after annihilating the 3 super sects was quite straightforward. Firstly, the system only indicated the coordinates of cultivators with 10 stars or above in talent. He aspired to develop the sect into the foremost sect across myriad realms. Relying solely on system prompts would be a futile endeavor. Furthermore, disciples with less than 10 stars also yield rewards, although they may fall short. The accumulation over time would not be significantly weaker than that of 10-star disciples. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to recruit disciples while his fame resonated across Jiuzhou after the destruction of the 3 sects would naturally attract talented individuals. Once he gathers this wave of disciples, he shall reap countless summoning cards. An abundance of cards will amalgamate into formidable beings, thereby fortifying the sect. Perhaps this recruitment will even attract disciples of 10-star talent. Thus, the establishment and recruitment of disciples is an inevitable course of action. At this moment, in the wildlands, Piamiao sect, after several days of fermenting events, outside the Ethereal Sect, a staggering assembly of several million cultivators of suitable age has already gathered. Among them are those who have come alone and others escorted by powerful family members. Yet, with more than 20 days remaining until the official opening of the sect to receive disciples, such a multitude has already amassed. This clearly indicates the overwhelming desire of countless individuals to join the Ethereal Sect. Master, the number of cultivators outside is increasing. Some have set up tents. Others are excavating caves. And there are even those who have usurped the lairs of ferocious beasts like the black bear. Furthermore, skirmishes have already erupted among the crowd. Should I intervene? Lu Tsang reported the situation outside the sect in the Grand Hall. Intervene, indeed. After all, they are here to seek guidance and join our ranks. Issue a warning. Any who dare to engage in combat will have their eligibility for the test revoked, and they shall never be accepted. Chen Xuan replied with an air of calm authority. He firmly prohibited any form of private combat, recognizing that where there are people, there will be conflict. Without strict regulations, managing such a vast assembly would be challenging. Understood. Lu Tsang clasped his fists in reverence and, armed with Chen Xuan's command, ascended into the skies above the sect. As he appeared, The millions of cultivators below simultaneously directed their gazes upward. It's an elder of the Ethereal Sect. Look, it's the elder who intervened last time. Could the test be commencing early? Hush, remain silent. The elder seems poised to speak. Cease fighting at once. The elder has arrived. Let us await his words before determining whose lair this is. In that moment, the multitude of cultivators gazed up, eagerly awaiting Lu Tsong's pronouncement. Lu Tsong, shedding any pretense of gravitas, addressed the throng with a booming voice. The sect master has issued an edict. All cultivators are hereby forbidden from engaging in private battles. Should I discover any offenders, regardless of circumstances or outcomes, their eligibility for the test shall be revoked, and they shall never be accepted. The reverberation of his declaration echoed like thunder across the sky, resonating clearly with the millions of cultivators. Instantly, those in the midst of combat were struck with fear and ceased their hostilities. To be stripped of testing eligibility meant they would never be welcomed again. Such a terrifying decree was not to be disregarded. In an instant, those who had intended to prevail halted, urgently helping their fallen comrades and expressing concern. Brother, I apologize. This territory is yours. I shall not contest it. Please, do not report me. It was all a misunderstanding. No harm done. We were merely old acquaintances engaging in a friendly exchange. This precious land shall be shared. Those who had fought reconciled on the spot, transforming into as close as brothers. After all, should one report the other, both would lose their opportunity to participate in the test. They had traveled great distances, eager to join the sect, and no trivial matter was worth jeopardizing their chance. Even those with deep-seated grievances dared not stir trouble, lest they risk being reported and disqualified. Seeing this, Lu Tsong in the sky felt a sense of satisfaction, observing the tranquility of the millions of cultivators below. A subtle smile graced his lips before he swiftly returned to the sect. However, upon his arrival at the sect, he immediately sensed something amiss, his expression darkening with displeasure. He had no choice but to set off once more, heading outside the sect. Outside, millions of cultivators had settled into a state of tranquility. Yet, at that moment, a figure appeared on the horizon, a young boy, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staggering towards the Piao Miao sect with a celestial-sized measuring tool slung across his back. Initially, the crowd assumed he was merely another participant in the trials, dismissing him casually. However, their indifference quickly evaporated as three figures clad in black emerged in pursuit from a distance, prompting a collective sense of unease among the onlookers. Especially as the trio drew nearer, the crowd's pupils involuntarily constricted upon recognizing their garb. Hooded black cloaks that obscured their faces, chains clutched in their hands, exuding a chilling aura. A gasp erupted from the crowd. It's the Soul Palace. In an instant, chaos ensued. Are they truly from the Soul Palace? How did they come here? It appears they are after that boy. Confusion rippled through the crowd. The Soul Palace? I've never heard of it. Is it formidable? You've never heard of the Soul Palace? Don't dare call yourself a cultivator. The Soul Palace is a genuine transcendent force in our northern domain. They are the natural nemesis of souls, a threat to them as significant as the sacred lands, existing solely for the harvesting of souls. A force that harvests souls. This is the first I've heard of it. The crowd began to speculate. Could it be that the boy possesses a soul that has attracted the attention of the Soul Palace? Their astonishment was palpable, for the presence of Soul Palace members was a rarity. Where they appeared, powerful souls were sure to follow. In that moment, the crowd's curiosity about the boy's identity burgeoned. At that instant, the boy was soaring above their heads, flying at a rapid pace. As he approached, the onlookers could discern that he was grievously injured. Yet he seemed to be employing some secret technique to persist against the odds. Elder Yao, will the Piao Miao sect intervene on our behalf? Chen, neglecting to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, desperately inquired while exerting all his strength to fly. I cannot guarantee anything. But with 3 saints from the Piao Miao sect, they should not permit the Soul Palace to act with impunity before their gates. Hurry towards the sect square. You are here to seek mentorship, and I believe the Piao Miao sect will not turn a blind eye. Came an ancient voice from within his ring. But what if the Piao Miao sect chooses to ignore it? After all, I have yet to formally join. Xiao Chen's speed did not wane, though concern gnawed at him. The Soul Palace was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, a force that even the mightiest sects struggled to contend with. If they choose not to intervene, then I shall accept my fate. I will draw them away. You must find a place to hide. In such numbers, they will undoubtedly overlook you. Once you have joined the sect and achieved success, do not forget to avenge me." The elder's voice carried a tinge of melancholy. Chen interrupted vehemently. "No, I will not abandon you, Elder Yao. If it comes to it, I will face death. After all, I have already proven myself at Yin Sect. I have no regrets." His voice resonated with determination as he descended heavily onto the sect square. Injured and struggling to regain control, he found himself sliding helplessly across the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. Before he could lift his gaze to seek help at the mountain gate, 3 formidable figures from the Soul Palace had already arrived, surrounding Chen. "Hand it over." The voice of the Soul Palace warrior was chilling, accompanied by an eerie resonance. No sooner had the words left his lips than he swung the chain in his hand, advancing menacingly toward Chen. Chen's pupils constricted as he swiftly unfastened the heaven opening from his person, gripping it tightly in preparation for a furious retaliation. Yet, in that very moment, the soul within his ring, unwilling to allow Chen to perish in vain, surged forth, raising its hand to intercept the oncoming chain. "Flee! Do not forget to avenge me." With that, it forcefully raised its hand to block the iron chain. However, as the weapons wielded by those of the Soul Palace were designed to counter souls, the arm of the old alchemist erupted in black smoke, and he let out a piercing scream. Just as the cry escaped his lips, 3 more chains lashed out, imbued with the power of the void, sealing off any chance for the old alchemist to escape. "Old alchemist!" Chen exclaimed in horror. Yet he was too weak to offer any assistance and could only watch in despair as the chains closed in on the old alchemist. At that moment, a displeased voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere, yanking Chen from his depths of despair. "In front of the Misty Sect, private battles are strictly forbidden. Violators shall face dire consequences." With a resounding boom, the 3 chains hurtling towards the old alchemist shattered instantly. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. The individuals from the Soul Palace turned their gazes towards the entrance of the sect. Emerging from the doorway was a middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, chest outstretched, his robes billowing as if animated by an unseen wind, seemingly merging with the very essence of the heavens and earth. If one did not perceive with their naked eye, they would fail to notice another presence standing beneath the grand door. This figure was none other than Elder Song, who had just announced the prohibition of private duels before returning to the sect. Upon seeing Song, the Soul Palace members seemed to sense an extraordinary aura about him, their brows furrowing as one of them darkly inquired, "Are you attempting to interfere in the affairs of the Soul Palace?" This elder has already declared that private battles are forbidden until the disciple assessment begins. "If you wish to fight, do so far from here. In this place, I will not turn a blind eye," Song explained, his expression devoid of emotion, before his voice shifted to a cold command: "Depart immediately, or face dire consequences." At this declaration, every cultivator present held their breath, the atmosphere once again thick with tension. The Soul Palace was a transcendent force, not to be underestimated, rivaling even the sacred lands. Yet here was an elder of the Misty Sect boldly demanding that they leave. Even if this elder were a sage, the Soul Palace was still an entity not to be trifled with. Silence enveloped the scene as all eyes fixated intently on the unfolding drama. The members of the Soul Palace felt a weight in their hearts, astonished at being humiliated by a newly ascended super sect. However, this super sect boasted 3 individuals of sage-like prowess, having extended its influence beyond the 9 provinces. In that moment, even the Soul Palace members dared not act recklessly, especially as their weapons shattered in hand. They understood that they could not possibly match their opponent. Thus, the 3 paused momentarily and let out a cold snort. "We, the Soul Hall, shall remember the Xiaomiao sect." With that, they leapt to depart. Although their voices carried an air of threat, it was evident that they had conceded defeat. However, this very utterance of intimidation irked Song profoundly. The Xiaomiao sect would not tolerate threats from anyone. With a wave of his hand, he conjured an invisible giant hand that instantly seized the 3 who were attempting to flee. In an instant, the trio from the Soul Hall was suspended in midair. Song, with an impassive expression, declared, "You threaten the Xiaomiao sect and yet wish to escape? The Xiaomiao sect will not suffer threats from anyone. Stay here." With that, he clenched his palm. Boom. The 3 from the Soul Hall were instantly crushed, transforming into a mist of blood. In that moment, the entire scene fell silent. A pin drop could be heard among the millions of cultivators present. Killed. They were truly killed. Hiss. The Xiaomiao sect is formidable. daring to slay even those from the Soul Hall. Impressive. The Xiaomiao sect is becoming increasingly enigmatic. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Xiao Chun was equally taken aback. Elder Yao was astounded. None of them had anticipated that an elder from the Xiaomiao sect would so readily execute those from the Soul Hall. They had assumed that the elder would merely drive them away. After all, while these individuals were not particularly powerful, they represented the Soul Hall. To slay them was tantamount to offending the entire Soul Hall. An elder dares to take such a stand against the Soul Hall. This sect is undoubtedly extraordinary. In that moment, Elder Yao and Xiao Chen's admiration for the Xiaomiao sect reached its zenith. Chapter 49. Another individual with extraordinary 10-star talent. Chen Xuan enters the life forbidden zone. Xiao Chun had initially only heard of the rise of the Xiaomiao sect. Having learned that the Soul Hall had caught wind of his soul, he sought to join the Xiaomiao sect for training. Now he was utterly captivated by the Xiaomiao sect. Observing the elder who said not a word and turned to enter the sect, Xiao Chen scarcely had time to express his gratitude. He could only excitedly speak to Elder Yao. Elder Yao, I must join the Xiaomiao sect. Indeed, this sect's spirit rivals that of a holy land. Joining it will undoubtedly lead to boundless prospects. I support you. Quickly find a place to recuperate. We shall remain here for a while. Those from the Soul Hall will surely not dare to trouble us further. Watching the direction in which the Xiaomiao sect elder vanished, Elder Yao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Soon thereafter, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and entered Xiao Chen's ring. In life, he had been a sage. Now, as a sage's soul. Even if his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, his lifetime of experience remained. Just one glance was enough to ascertain that Lu Tsong's strength was extraordinary, far surpassing his peak. Moreover, the latter dared to offend the Soul Hall. Should Xiao Chen join the Xiaomiao sect, he too would find a refuge. Thus he wholeheartedly endorsed Xiao Chen's decision. Furthermore, joining the Xiaomiao sect had long been their mutual resolution. This time, however, their determination to join the Xiaomiao sect had deepened. Thus, with their opinions aligned once more, Xiao Chun promptly shouldered the heaven-opening ruler, descended from the sect's plaza, and sought a place to settle. As he passed through, the surrounding cultivators cast curious glances his way. After all, at merely 20 years of age, he had already reached the late stage of void flight, managing to escape from 3 Soul Palace experts far surpassing his own realm. Such a prodigious youth undoubtedly held boundless potential. Upon learning of his cultivation level, many could not help but direct admiring looks his way, with some bold female cultivators, daughters of noble families, even stepping forward to engage him in conversation. Friend, come over here, I have a spot for you. Young master, this medicinal pill for healing is sent by my lady. She wishes to invite you for a chat. Everywhere he went, suitors approached him incessantly. However, all were met with Xiao Chen's polite refusals. At that moment, having just returned from an appointment with the Cloud Sect, he held no interest in women. His thoughts solely focused on reviving his mentor, the old pharmacist, in gratitude for the teachings he had received. Thus, after declining the advances, Xiao Chun made his way to a towering rock, where he began to meditate with closed eyes, simultaneously cultivating and awaiting the opening of the Piamiao sect to accept disciples. As time passed, more and more eligible cultivators arrived to participate in the disciple recruitment test. On the day Xiao Chen arrived, there were only 1 million individuals waiting. Around the rock where he stood, cultivators were still sparse, each having ample space. Yet, after merely 2 days, the area surrounding him became completely filled with incoming cultivators. Looking around, one could see a throng of people atop the mountains, amongst the trees, and beneath the massive rocks by the rivers. The crowd swelled to no less than 7 to 8 million, a significant increase of several million compared to just 2 days prior. And this was only the 5th day since the Piamiao sect announced its opening for disciples, with 25 days remaining until the actual commencement. The crowd continued to swell. Indeed, this was an overwhelming number. Even a simple trip to the restroom became a challenge, with people everywhere. I had to go 200 miles away to find a spot without anyone around. Running 200 miles just to relieve oneself? This is absurd. I've never seen so many people before. Such was the phenomenon of a super sect recruiting disciples. However, it was expected that the first recruitment by the Piamiao sect would draw a large crowd. This is only the beginning. By the day of recruitment, we could see 1 billion people. Is it really that extreme? Previous superpowers managed only around 20 million at most. True. Now there remains only this one superpower within the 9 provinces, the Piamiao sect. While the external crowd bustled, Inside the Piaomiao sect, tranquility reigned. Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo diligently honed their skills, rarely engaging in any activities outside of battling in the ultimate illusion tower or meditating in places rich with spiritual energy. Through their period of steady cultivation, the trio's strength continued to surge, each entering the late stage of concentration, collectively surpassing Yi Junlin, who had dedicated a lifetime to cultivation, leaving him envious. Even the two women, who daily swept the floors while playfully engaging with each other, had now stepped into the realm of void flight. During this time, the two women had also become the only captivating sight outside the Piaomiao sect. Each dawn, numerous cultivators would gather near the sect to gaze at the two beauties sweeping the ground. Initially, those onlookers were drawn solely by their figures and charm. However, it was later discovered that the realm of the two maidens changed from day to day, rendering the Misty Sect even more enigmatic in the hearts of many cultivators. On this day, Chen Xuan emerged from the main hall of the sect leader and approached the willow tree to water it. At this moment, the willow had sprouted 7 or 8 tender buds, and the charred trunk subtly emanated a sense of vitality, suggesting that it would not be long before it shed its blackened bark and experienced a complete rebirth. Chen Xuan intended to inquire about the progress of Lu Yu's cultivation, but upon investigation, he found that she was not within the tree, leaving him somewhat helpless. Ever since arriving at the sect, Lu Yu had been able to leave her corporeal form and wander freely, often playing around, making her difficult to locate. However, Chen Xuan did not mind. After all, a willow tree that had regained its essence and lost its memories could harbor no ill intentions. Besides, a little exercise and roaming could only strengthen her spiritual power. Ding! A genius with extraordinary potential exceeding 10 stars has been detected, located in the ancient divine vein of the Eastern Wilderness Forbidden Zone. Please proceed to accept the disciple. Suddenly, while Chen Xuan was watering the tree, a prompt from the system resonated in his mind, causing him to pause. Another genius with potential exceeding 10 stars? And in the Forbidden Zone of the Eastern region? What business does a prodigy have in such a perilous area? Just as Chen Xuan was perplexed, another notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The life of the said genius is under threat. Please hurry to their aid. Hearing the system's urgent alert, Chen Xuan reluctantly ceased watering the tree. Although he was not in a rush, it would be prudent to act quickly to prevent any unforeseen misfortune, especially considering that this individual was a genius with extraordinary potential. Currently, he had only one such talent, Lu Yu, and was in dire need of another. Lu Tsong, I shall be stepping out to take on a disciple. Take good care of the sect. Chen Xuan conveyed telepathically to the Grand Elder before swiftly making his way toward the ancient divine vein. The ancient divine vein, located millions of miles from it was merely a mountain range, yet its renown surpassed that of sacred grounds. The ancient divine vein is one of the most infamous life forbidden zones in the eastern region, having existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Over the course of these centuries, not a single individual who ventured within has managed to return. All have become mere shells of their former selves, ultimately vanishing into the forbidden zone. At this moment, a young girl was making her way toward the periphery of the ancient divine vein, having already ventured 1,000 meters deep. Yet, she moved slowly, each step seemingly causing her immense pain. Even though she longed to halt, a group behind her urged her on from a distance. Hurry! The curse is encroaching and requires time. The slower you are, the faster the curse will invade. Indeed, do not stop. Make your way to the mountaintop. As long as you can retrieve a holy fruit, you will be a great benefactor of the primordial sacred land, which will nurture you with all its might. Chapter 050. The primordial sacred land, Li Charan, protecting you for another 3,000 years outside the forbidden zone. A group of individuals from the primordial sacred land called out urgently. Behind these exhorters stood a cadre of venerable elders, each exuding an extraordinary aura, profound and inscrutable. Enveloped within their midst was a dragon carriage. Before the dragon carriage, 2 azure dragons pull forth, bearing upon them an elderly figure, remarkably frail and decrepit. His skin is withered, his form gaunt, resembling little more than a collection of bones, clearly belonging to one whose days are numbered. Yet, seated atop the dragon carriage, surrounded by numerous formidable guardians, he exudes an undeniable air of status and authority. However, the gathering is not solely comprised of the denizens of the Taichu sacred land. Nearby stand many cultivators as well. Among these practitioners are not only elderly, near the end of their lifespans, but also robust young disciples. They maintain a respectful distance from the Taichu's sacred land, particularly the frail old men, who seem to be on guard against the latter. Alas, the Taichu's sacred land has lost another powerful elder. It appears that no one can escape the relentless passage of time. The aura inadvertently emanating from this elder is truly formidable. Could he be on the verge of attaining sanctity? I had thought it was someone of lesser significance. But it is, in fact, Chen, the venerable elder who swept through the eastern region 3,000 years ago. Should he procure the sacred herb atop the mountain, he may yet achieve sanctity. But for now, he certainly has not. What? The elder from 3 millennia ago? He has not attained sanctity. Yet he has lived for 3,000 years? He must be perilously close to becoming a sage and has likely consumed longevity elixirs. It seems he can no longer endure. Hence his venture into the forbidden zone for herbs. Unexpectedly, he has encountered a young girl capable of resisting the curse. Chen is indeed fortunate. The Supreme Bone is already a rare find in 10,000 years. The essence released from the flesh after its excavation surprisingly possesses the ability to counteract the curse of the forbidden zone. Yet, to excavate the Supreme Bone for mere exploration seems a tremendous waste. If nurtured properly, it could pave the way for empire-level prowess. How extravagant of them. They seem unwilling to part with the Supreme Bone. This young girl's Supreme Bone was extracted by her cousin. Her cousin, born with dual pupils, is a key disciple being cultivated by the Taichu sacred land. After the installation of the Supreme Bone, the Taichu sacred land unexpectedly learned of this young girl's existence, prompting her to scout ahead. However, the residual essence of her Supreme Bone is nearly depleted. She surely cannot reach the summit. What? Such a family connection? Dual pupils. Supreme Bone. My heavens, if she were to be nurtured, the family could potentially gain at least 2 more sage-level powerhouses. To have personally destroyed one is truly lamentable. The Taichu sacred land is utterly ruthless. After having extracted the Supreme Bone, they permit her to scout, even as her wounds are aggravated, leaving traces of essence. They are pushing her towards a perilous fate. Hush! Speak softly. Be wary of being overheard. The crowd murmurs quietly. Meanwhile, some of the frail elders remain silent, biding their time for the sacred fruit to be returned, ready to fight fiercely for it. As for the nearly expired elder on the dragon carriage, who is from the Taichu sacred land and is perilously close to becoming a sage, this assembly of aged beings is on the brink of death. Who truly cares for each other's identities? Thus, the people of the Taichu sacred land remain vigilant against these reckless old men, even if Chen is unafraid of them. One careless moment could allow an adversary to seize the prize and flee. Moreover, should they successfully obtain the sacred fruit, the primordial sanctuary shall welcome another saint. Thus, in pursuit of this divine treasure, over a dozen guardians have assembled, stealthily bringing along the ancestral treasures of the sanctuary, not only to deter the covetous eyes of others, but also to assist the maiden at a critical moment, preventing the dire circumstance of acquiring the sacred fruit, yet being unable to carry it away. However, the ancestral treasures shall remain untouched until the moment of utmost necessity. In that instant, all eyes were fixed upon the young woman, each heart silently urging her to hasten. Within the forbidden zone, as Scherlinger ventured deeper, the resonance of the Tao upon her shoulders diminished increasingly. She was acutely aware that once the supreme resonance ignited by her wounds faded, she would be irrevocably cursed, transforming into a mere husk within the confines of the forbidden zone. Yet, should she retreat, death awaited her as well. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a predicament where every path led to demise. Was it truly destined for Scherlinger to perish here today? Nevertheless, she was already rendered useless. Even if she survived, there would be no opportunity to avenge the betrayal that had cost her dearly. To be entombed within the forbidden zone, where no one would disturb her after death, felt almost acceptable. A wave of desolation washed over Scherlinger as she stumbled forward, each step unsteady, teetering on the brink of collapse. Observers beyond the forbidden zone watched in trepidation, their hearts racing with unease. At long last, after traversing several dozen meters, the resonance of the Tao upon her shoulders dissipated entirely. Unable to maintain her composure, she succumbed, toppling sideways onto the grass. Thud! She fell heavily to the ground, the world spinning around her. In that moment, the curse-laden air surged violently into her being, and her consciousness oscillated between clarity and turmoil. Scherlinger had fallen. Was this the culmination of her failure? If only she had known from the very beginning that her supreme bone had been excavated. All this time, her resonance had been waning. She would not endure long enough to reach safety. As they beheld Scherlinger collapsed on the ground, a wave of lament swept across all present outside the forbidden zone. Particularly, the elder upon the dragon chariot wore a grim expression, a wave of oppressive energy emanating from him, causing all who gazed upon him to feel an inexplicable weight in their hearts, a sensation that rendered breathing laborious and oppressive. Ah, such is fate, such is life, the elder mused. Li Chuan, supporting himself against the dragon chariot, slowly rose to his feet, preparing to venture into the forbidden zone himself in pursuit of the sacred fruit. Although he was on the brink of becoming a saint, the life-forbidding zone, existing for hundreds of thousands of years, posed a perilous challenge even for true saints. None returned unscathed. Over millennia, countless had entered the life-forbidding zone in search of the sacred fruit, yet those who emerged were fewer than the fingers on one hand, many of whom were saints themselves. Thus, upon witnessing the maiden's fall, Li Chuan felt no profound sorrow. He had arrived prepared to confront the heavens for a sliver of hope. Success would herald his ascension to sainthood. Failure would simply add another corpse to the forbidden zone. With determination etched upon his face, he staggered towards the depths of the forbidden zone. Those who remained, witnessing his resolve, were overwhelmed with sorrow, kneeling in reverence as they bid him farewell. As they beheld the frail figure of the ancestor taking faltering steps, the descendants were engulfed in sorrowful lamentations. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" wailed the mourners. "Oh, ancestor, do not depart." Yet, amidst their grief, Li Chuan remained impassive, unfaltering in his stride. It was only upon reaching the precipice of the forbidden zone that he paused, turning his back to the weeping crowd and declaring, "If I should perish, it is destiny. If I survive, I shall protect you for another 3,000 years." With that, he resolutely advanced into the forbidden territory, leaving the descendants in profound despair, tears streaming down their faces. At that moment, a figure of a man suddenly descended from the void, landing at the edge of the forbidden zone, forcing Li Chuan to retract his raised leg and dispelling the somber atmosphere. Chapter 051. I bestow upon you the supreme law, that you may reforge the supreme bone. Is this the place? Chen Xuan mused, having landed at the boundary of the forbidden zone, searching for his disciple with an air of casualness that left the surrounding onlookers, men and women, young and old, utterly bewildered. Who is this person? What does he intend? Li Chuan is about to enter. What is he doing here? They whispered amongst themselves, incredulous that he seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He had disrupted what was meant to be a solemn farewell. In the midst of their confusion, Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened, swiftly locating Scherlinger, who lay upon the grass. "So this is where you are. No wonder I didn't see you." A smile illuminated his face, and he strode directly toward Scherlinger within the forbidden zone. Instantly, the crowd was left in a state of shock. What on earth? He actually went in. What has transpired? Where did this man come from? How is he inside? No, wait. He seems to be unaffected. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the assembly. He truly is immune to the curse's power. In that moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. Even Li Chuan, who had earlier appeared resigned to his fate, found his pupils dilating in surprise. The guardians and descendants rejoiced with elation. If he is not affected by the curse, does that mean the ancestor need not enter? Oh, splendid. How wonderful. They fixated on Chen Xuan, eagerly awaiting his emergence, hoping he would retrieve the sacred fruits from the holy mountain within. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, was somewhat perplexed by their scrutiny. However, his priority was to save the girl, and he paid them little mind. As he walked, he examined Scherlinger's information. Name, Scherlinger realm. Dispersed physique. Supreme body. The supreme bone that was born has been extracted, and she suffers grievous injuries. Potential, exceeding 10 stars. Background. Born into the dominant Scher family, she possessed a natural supreme body. After her parents vanished, she fervently trained in hopes of finding them. Upon reaching the latter stages of the skyward realm, she manifested a supreme bone. After the news leaked, her relatives subdued her, extracted her supreme bone, and she collided with her cousin, who had entered the Taichu sacred land, resulting in her cousin acquiring both A and the supreme bone, thereby securing a future imperial path and becoming a key disciple of the sacred land. In the sacred land of Taichu, it was unexpectedly revealed that the Dao rhythm generated from the wound of Scherlinger could resist the curse within the primal divine veins. Consequently, she was coerced into the primal divine veins to harvest the sacred fruit, all to extend the life of the nearly depleted Supreme Elder. Detailed information emerged, leaving Chen Xuan momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the tragic circumstances surrounding this young girl, her parents missing, her supreme bone plundered, and now she was being forced to gather medicinal herbs. She was being exploited to the utmost degree. Observing this, Chen Xuan shook his head, then knelt beside her, gently placing his hand upon her, infusing her with the aura of the Emperor to dispel the curse within her body. Upon entering the area, he had sensed its extraordinary nature. The laws of heaven and earth differed subtly from the outside world, intermingled with an essence not found beyond its borders, which contributed to the curse that protected this realm. However, such forces could not penetrate his imperial form, leaving him unscathed. Soon, the curse within Scherlinger was dispelled, eliciting a soft groan from her. As her consciousness gradually returned, she slowly opened her eyes, and a handsome visage immediately captured her gaze, leaving her momentarily entranced. Clearing his throat, Chen Xuan urged her, "Now that you are awake, it is time to rise." Startled from her stupor, Scherlinger blushed, hastily propping herself up with her arms. This scene instantly widened the eyes of those outside the forbidden zone. What? Has she been revived? This suddenly appearing man not only resists the curse, but can also dispel curses from others? Could he possess a physique capable of contending with the forbidden zone? Such a physique would grant him the freedom to enter and exit the primal divine veins at will, harvesting the sacred fruits within. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their gazes towards Chen Xuan transforming. He seemed no longer merely a man, but a treasured relic. Within the forbidden zone, Scherlinger sat on the ground, instinctively glancing around. However, upon realizing she remained within the forbidden zone, her heart raced, and she reflexively looked up at Chen Xuan. This man isn't scathed? Is he sent by the sacred land of Taichu to assist me in continuing my herb gathering? Surely he isn't one of the beings from the primal divine veins. It was said that the powerful who entered the forbidden zone first succumbed to unconsciousness, becoming mindless husks instinctively drawn deeper into the divine veins, never to return. Have I become one of those mindless husks, and he is here to guide me in? The thought sent a shiver through Scherlinger, amplifying her fear. After all, such beings were terrifying beyond measure. Although many had never witnessed the creatures within the forbidden zone, the mere thought of them sent chills down one's spine. "Are you here to take me away?" she stammered, pointing towards the depths of the divine veins. Chen Xuan realized that she had misunderstood his intentions. He understood she was referring to those ancient beings. When he had probed the essence of the curse, he had already surveyed the entire forbidden zone and discovered the ancient creatures lying dormant within. However, it is evident that I am not one of those ancient beings. I bear no horns upon my head, nor am I displeasing to the eye. How could I possibly resemble those primordial creatures? After a moment of silent contemplation, Chen Xuan earnestly reassured, "Rest assured, I am not one of those hideous monstrosities." "But why did you save me, and how did I awaken?" Scherlinger inquired, her concern palpable. She struggled to comprehend how, apart from the ancient beings and the soulless zombies, anyone could remain unharmed within the sacred pulse of antiquity. "These curses have no power over me. Your body carries my essence, thus they cannot affect you either. Moreover, my intention in saving you is to take you as my disciple," Chen Xuan clarified, noticing her apprehension, to prevent her from pursuing the matter further. He posed a serious question without allowing her time to ponder. "Do you wish to become my apprentice? Allow me to lead you away from here." Boom. Upon hearing this, Scherlinger felt a fog envelop her mind. Become a disciple? Here? He came to this place solely to take her as his student? Yet, her supreme bone had already been extracted, rendering her a mere shell of her former self. Bewildered, she gazed up at Chen Xuan and instinctively explained, "But I am already a discarded being. My supreme bone is gone. Do you still wish to accept me? You possess an immortal body, long confined by the mundane world. When the dust settles and light emerges, it will illuminate mountains and rivers. A mere fragment of the supreme bone is trivial in comparison. By becoming my disciple, I shall impart to you the supreme method, enabling you to restore your supreme bone." Chapter 052, Recruitment in the Forbidden Zone, Scherlinger. The Extreme Weapon, 7 Stars Bell. Chen Xuan's voice resonated like thunder in Scherlinger's mind, sending a tremor through her entire being. She possesses an immortal body, long sealed by the earthly realm. When the dust settles and light emerges, it will shatter mountains and rivers. A mere supreme bone is insignificant, and he will teach her the supreme method to restore it? Boom. Scherlinger was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Her spirit, which had long been plunged into despair, seemed to glimpse a flicker of ascending hope. She swiftly transitioned from a seated position to kneeling at Chen Xuan's side, gazing up in fervor. I am willing to become your disciple. Scherlinger, pay my respects to my master. With that, she bowed deeply. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of her 3 bows left everyone outside the forbidden zone in utter bewilderment. Yet Chen Xuan paid no heed to their reactions. He looked at his kneeling disciple with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Then, he lifted Scherlinger, beaming with warmth. My dear disciple, let us depart. I shall take you back to the sect. With that, he led the way out of the forbidden zone. However, upon seeing the guards stationed outside, Scherlinger quickly grasped Chen Xuan's arm, speaking cautiously. Master, perhaps we should wait until they leave before we venture out. They will not allow us to pass. Oh, the holy land of Taichu, is it? Fear not, my disciple, for you now have a protector. Chen Xuan replied with a subtle smile, walking forward with an air of confidence. In an instant, Scherlinger felt a surge of emotion. Chen Xuan's silhouette loomed larger in her vision, akin to a mighty mountain or the vast sky, instilling within her an unparalleled sense of security. Master, her eyes glistened with tears, fixated solely on Chen Xuan's retreating figure. She hastened to follow in his footsteps, resolutely keeping pace with her master. Today, I pledge my allegiance to this master. Even in death, I shall harbor no regrets. Before long, the duo emerged from the forbidden zone. As soon as he emerged, just as Scherlinger had foretold, Chen Xuan was immediately obstructed by a group of elders from the Taichu sacred land. One elder, stroking his beard, approached Chen Xuan with a congenial smile and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, Young friend, I have a request. No time, Chen Xuan replied, his expression impassive, shaking his head to refuse on the spot. Although these individuals sought to rescue their ancestor, pressuring his disciple to enter a forbidden zone for their own gain was hardly commendable. Thus, Chen Xuan held no affection for them. He had no intention of taking action against them, but if they dared to harbor ulterior motives towards him, he would not be lenient. Young brother, you must undertake this task. The elder maintained his affable demeanor, yet his words oozed with veiled threats. Subsequently, the other elders regarded Chen Xuan with a detached gaze, each speaking in turn. Young brother, we are from the Taichu sacred land. If you venture into that mountain in the forbidden zone and retrieve 9 sacred fruits, we shall grant you entry into the Taichu sacred land and nurture you with all our resources. Fear not the dangers. Should you encounter peril, we will intervene. Each of the elderly men, with their white beards, delivered their messages laced with grave intimidation, inciting discontent among the surrounding cultivators. They scoffed at the incessant mention of the Taichu sacred land, dismissing the notion that everyone was afraid of them. Retrieve 9 fruits? Weren't they previously content with just 1? It seems greed knows no bounds. Upon encountering someone capable of resisting the curse, they wished to seize it all. They murmured, to be cultivated in the sacred land? They may find themselves unable to leave. Unperturbed, Chen Xuan responded coolly, what if I refuse to go? With a sinister chuckle, they replied, refusal is not an option. You shall go, whether you wish to or not. In an instant, the elders unleashed their formidable auras, charging towards Chen Xuan with overwhelming force. Boom! A wave of pressure emanating from those of imperial rank surged towards him. However, the oppressive force had no effect on Chen Xuan. He slightly raised his hand to shield his novice disciple, his brow furrowing as murderous intent surged within him. They dared to strike first without provocation? Clearly, he need not spare them. With a cold countenance, Chen Xuan retaliated, delivering a swift slap towards the elder. In an instant, a palm manifested, crashing down upon the elder's crown. Boom! The elder was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the suddenness of the event rendering everyone speechless, as it transpired too quickly for even the elder to sense danger. Grandfather, great-grandfather, third brother. As the blood mist was swept away by the wind, it brushed against the faces of the onlookers, jolting them into realization and causing them to scream in shock, immediately assuming battle stances. Others held their breath, their scalps tingling with apprehension. Even the exceedingly aged elder seated in the dragon carriage could not help but lift his head, his eyes glinting with brilliance as he gazed at Chen Xuan. muttering to himself, "A sage." Boom. At this revelation, the crowd was further astonished, especially the members of the Taichu sacred land, who instinctively recoiled in fear. In disbelief, they struggled to accept the reality before them. A saint? This man is a saint. And he appears so remarkably youthful. The crowd was momentarily astonished. Even Scherlinger could not help but cast a sidelong glance at her master's visage, her eyes brimming with admiration. No wonder master is unafraid. It turns out he is a saint. She gazed at Chen Xuan's countenance, unable to shake off her reverence. Those who obstruct me shall perish. After vanquishing the emperor-level powerhouse, Chen Xuan uttered these words with an air of nonchalance, then proceeded forward with Scherlinger in tow. Yet, at that moment, Li Chuan, seated upon the dragon chariot, spoke once more, his voice aged and frail. "You cannot leave." A hush fell over the crowd as they turned their attention to Li Chuan. Could it be that even a saint could not depart? This old fellow was merely infinitely close to sainthood. Could he truly impede a young saint? Only a saint could thwart another saint. Even one approaching such a status could not intervene, unless he wielded a supreme weapon. Realizing this, several elderly individuals suddenly froze, their gazes fixed upon Li Chuan. Upon seeing his calm demeanor, they could not help but entertain their suspicions. After all, an individual infinitely close to sainthood, whose lifespan was dwindling, would not possess such confidence. Goodness! It seemed he had indeed brought forth the clan's treasured artifact, the seven-star bell. The seven-star bell? The very instrument that had once shattered a saint's soul with a single strike? How unexpected! This old rascal is quite cunning. However, one question lingered in my mind. If he had indeed brought a supreme weapon, why did he not utilize it to carve a path earlier? Opting instead to venture alone into the forbidden zone? He must have brought the supreme weapon as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, unwilling to truly wield it within. For the supreme weapons of their sacred grounds are but semi-finished products, forged collectively by generations of powerful beings, not crafted by an emperor's hand. They are mere pseudo-supreme weapons, which, if lost control within the forbidden area, would not return of their own accord. It is astonishing to think that Li Chuan, this old man, has a backup plan. Pseudo-supreme weapons are indeed only a notch below supreme weapons. Allegedly, they are scarcely weaker. With eyes like flashes of lightning, the crowd surveyed the scene, seeking the whereabouts of the seven-star bell. Chapter 053. Suppressing all with one hand. Manifestation of the Forbidden Zone's anomaly in the midst of the gathering. Li Chuan, his countenance composed, rose from the dragon chariot and lifted the yellow cloth draped behind him. In an instant, a grand bell was revealed. Upon sight of this bell, all gazes were once again arrested. Even Chen Xuan was compelled to halt his steps, fixating upon the seven-star bell. However, he discerned that this bell was nowhere near as formidable as his Tai Huang's sword. Though it possessed considerable strength, it paled in comparison to genuine supreme weapons. Naturally, it could still effortlessly slay a saint. On the other hand, Li Chuan regarded the bell with unwavering confidence, for it was the singular pride of their sacred ground, the embodiment of faith for all. After all, the materials used to forge this bell had been gathered over thousands of years. After millennia of gathering knowledge, combined with the 7 unique celestial origins bequeathed by the primordial emperor and shaped over 30,000 years by generations of ancestors, the supreme weapon known as the Seven Stars Bell finally came into existence. Though not crafted by the emperor himself, it undoubtedly belongs to the realm of supreme artifacts. At the sound of its chime, even the sages retreat. When it tolls 7 times, the ancient world trembles. Although these individuals could not even summon the bell's 3rd toll, they felt they could suppress all adversaries before them, dismissing Chen Xuan entirely. "Clansmen, let us together activate the 7 Stars Bell," Li Chuan cried out, leading the charge to infuse the bell with spiritual energy. The other clan members followed suit. Buzz. In an instant, as the bell was activated, it unleashed its first resonating sound. Boom. The reverberation echoed as if it originated from the heavens, heavy and imbued with boundless pressure, instantly shattering the dragon carriage. Following that, a terrifying aura surged towards Chen Xuan, the bell sound reverberating throughout the realms. Uft, uft, uft. In that moment, all nearby cultivators were rendered bloodied, gasping as blood spewed forth. Whether they were old masters or hidden powerhouses lurking in the shadows, they were all struck to the ground, some even fainting, oblivious to their own mortality. This was merely the residual force emanating from the 7 Stars Bell. One can only imagine the magnitude of the power that Chen Xuan faced head-on. Buzz. The sound converged upon Chen Xuan. Wherever it passed, the heavens and earth resonated in unison. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, choosing not to defend himself, allowing the bell's sound to wash over him. Buzz. As the sound permeated through, the myriad trees behind Chen Xuan were instantaneously reduced to powder, and the earth beneath him upheaved, 1,000 meters thick, along with the mountains behind him vanishing from existence. Yet he stood resolute as a mountain. Even the spirit, Scherlinger, remained safe behind him. Hiss. He is unharmed. My heavens. What kind of cultivation is this? How can he withstand the 7 stars bell's assault? In an instant, those around him were astounded. The disciples of the Taichu sacred land widened their eyes, utterly unable to believe the spectacle before them. Impossible. When the bell tolls, even sages retreat. Could he be beyond the sages? Clansmen, continue to activate the 7 stars bell, strike him down. With Li Charen's command, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land pressed on, channeling more spiritual energy into the bell, preparing for the second toll. This time, however, the build-up was longer, the charge more intense, and the power far greater than the previous sound. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Xuan had already achieved the form of the emperor. Even if this group of elders were to activate it, not even a hair on his body would be harmed. The emperor's form is eternal. Of course, while unafraid, Chen Xuan had no intention of remaining stationary as they struck him. With an unperturbed expression, he slowly raised his hand, conjuring a colossal palm of spiritual energy, hundreds of meters wide, poised to strike down upon the disciples of the Taichu sacred land. If they sought death, then there was no need for him to hold back. Boom. The vast palm of condensed spiritual energy descended, as if from the heavens, intending to suppress the world. In that instant, the people of the Taichu sacred land were thrown into chaos. Before the might of that palm, the assembly of royal-level powerhouses, alongside an ancient being nearing the realm of a saint, felt their insignificance starkly. They were akin to a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly helpless. Release. The emaciated Li Charen exclaimed in alarm, unable to muster any further strength. She had no choice but to redirect her attack, unleashing the second resonance of the 7 stars bell against the descending hand. Buzz. The bell reverberated, sending forth a profound sound toward the formless hand above. Yet, the colossal hand remained undeterred, its momentum unabated, as it bore down upon them. It seemed as though the toll of the 7 stars bell had been rendered completely ineffectual. The Taichu Holy Land will not let you go. Boom. The hand descended. The ground quaked violently. In an instant, all within the Taichu Holy Land were reduced to mere dust. The sole remnant at the scene was the 7 stars bell, standing resolutely upon the earth. Witnessing this, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. No one dared to breathe, their hearts trembling to the core. To obliterate all the formidable beings of the Taichu Holy Land with a single strike was astonishing enough. But to withstand the second resonance of the 7 stars bell was unfathomable. Such terrifying cultivation must have reached unparalleled heights. Amid the awed gazes of the crowd, Scherlinger stood in a daze, her eyes fixated on her master. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, as if he had merely executed a trivial task. He raised his hand, drawing the 7 stars bell before him. Though it was not a pure extreme weapon, it held some value, so he decided to keep it. With a flick of his finger, he instantly purged all traces of soul from the 7 stars bell, subsequently placing it into his spiritual sea. This spectacle once more sent ripples of astonishment through the onlookers, for even saints are incapable of storing extreme weapons within their spiritual seas. Although this was a pseudo-extreme weapon, possessing the ability to store it was beyond the reach of even saints. Thus, witnessing this scene, all present could not help but revere Chen Xuan's power, deeming him an existence beyond that of a saint. Simultaneously, in the Taichu Holy Land, numerous elders abruptly awoke from their meditative slumber. Some ancient beings even snapping their eyes open, murmuring to the void, "This is bad. An extreme weapon has been stripped of its traces from the Holy Land." Swish, swish, swish. Several elder figures at the saint level vanished from their secluded locations, only to reappear simultaneously within the main hall of the Holy Land. Did you all sense that? Indeed. The mark is gone. It must be that young lad Charen who has encountered trouble. He took away the extreme weapon days ago. Who has the audacity to strike against our Taichu Holy Land? Immediately notify the Holy Master and convene an emergency meeting. We must recover the extreme weapon. I shall make my way to the ancient divine veins. I will accompany you. At the edge of the forbidden zone of the ancient divine veins, Chen Xuan turned to Scherlinger and smiled gently after stowing away the 7-star spell. This brought her out of her stupor. Looking at her master's smiling face, she felt as though he could see through her thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush. Shyly, she nodded in agreement. Observing this, Chen Xuan simply smiled lightly. After all, what girl does not harbor youthful feelings? Moreover, he even saved her, especially since he is so incredibly handsome. Chen Xuan smiled gently, raising his hand slightly, preparing to lead Scherlinger away. However, at that moment, a sudden burst of radiant light emanated from the mountain peak of the Forbidden Zone. Immediately, a slender stream of spiritual water shot up dozens of meters high, casting a unique phenomenon reminiscent of the primordial chaos upon the mountaintop. Chapter 054. The Conspiracy of Ancient Beings, the Chaos Holy Water as a Lure. What is this phenomenon of primordial chaos? Could it be that a treasure has emerged? No. Look at that water. It seems to contain the essence of the Tao, that resembles the manifestation of chaos holy water. My goodness, that is indeed chaos holy water. But how could it possibly exist in the Forbidden Zone? Such a thing has never existed across the entire ancient wilderness continent. It is a peerless treasure capable of healing the wounds of saints. Is this what chaos holy water is? An existence coveted even by saints? Witnessing the phenomenon atop the sacred mountain of the Forbidden Zone, the crowd was astounded, especially the gushing holy water, which caused countless onlookers to gasp in awe. Their hearts stirred. Chaos holy water does not exist in the ancient wilderness. It is said to be obtainable only beyond the ancient wilderness, making it exceedingly rare. It is a divine water that heals the wounds of saints. This is a remedy for the injuries of saints. When a saint is wounded, ordinary medicines are essentially ineffective, and they can only rely on their own recovery. Thus, such a substance is coveted even by saints. Although it cannot extend one's lifespan, it can certainly be exchanged for treasures that can prolong life. Yet, it is truly perplexing why it has appeared atop the mountain. Of course, while many were envious, none dared to venture in to collect the water. After all, this is a place where even saints risk falling. Consequently, all eyes turned to Chen Xuan, curious whether this saint would dare to enter. It is understandable that he is not interested in the life-extending fruits, given his youth and the absence of reckless risk-taking. Yet, could it be that he is also uninterested in the holy water? This substance might one day save his life in a critical moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Xuan slowly turned his attention to the mountain peak, sensing something extraordinary within the holy water. The essence contained within this water shared a resemblance to the Tao rhythm resting upon Scherlinger's shoulder. If she could absorb the Tao rhythm from this holy water, it would undoubtedly help her regenerate a new supreme bone. With this thought, Chen Xuan immediately formed a resolve, turning to Scherlinger with a gentle smile. Disciple, this chaos holy water is immensely beneficial for you. It can assist you in swiftly regrowing the supreme bone you have lost. Would you be willing to accompany me to retrieve it? Upon hearing these words, Scherlinger's heart trembled, and she hurriedly interjected, Master, you must not. The Forbidden Zone is fraught with curses and ancient beings in slumber. The might of the extreme weapon just now may have awakened those creatures. I believe I can regrow my supreme bone on my own. I do not wish for you to take risks on my behalf. Her expression was earnest, and her words came from the depths of her heart. After all, having become his disciple now brings her hope for the future. And she does not want her master to encounter misfortune because of her. Do not worry, my disciple. While you may regrow it yourself, the means to spur its growth lies right before us. Why seek far when what is near is accessible? Come, I shall lead you to the water now. Having spoken, Chen Xuan raised his hand, soaring towards the mountain peak while dragging along Scherlinger. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators were left in astonishment, for Chen Xuan truly ascended, accompanied by his newly accepted disciple. Most astonishingly, he was able to fly within the Forbidden Zone, once again surpassing all their prior understandings of such a realm. Under the gaze of all, Chen Xuan reached the mountain summit. Yet, this summit was not a flat expanse, but rather a concave hollow. Upon landing, one would be completely cut off from the outside world by the protruding stone walls. However, as Chen Xuan approached, before he could even descend, the sacred water that had just surged forth seemed to sense his presence, instantly retracting from the small hole in the ground, vanishing from sight. Chen Xuan remained unperturbed. for he knew that the sacred water would not flee. After landing with Scherlinger, he began to observe, searching for the hiding place of the sacred water. In the hollow, at the center, there was a thumb-sized small hole from which the sacred water had erupted. Not far from this opening lay a small pool of spring water, within which stood a half-foot-tall sapling bearing 9 sacred fruits, though they appeared rather immature. This spring water was extraordinary, thick and crystal clear, imbued with boundless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It was, astonishingly, the rare and precious divine source liquid. Heaven above. No wonder it could nurture sacred herbs. Upon seeing the pool of divine source liquid, Scherlinger was filled with shock. However, her attention was soon drawn to a dark, ancient-looking cave nearby, shaped like the gaping maw of a fierce beast. Master, she began to speak, only to be interrupted by Chen Xuan. Disciple, the sacred water lies within the cave. Let us retrieve it. Ah, Master, could it be that this cave is the legendary lair of ancient creatures? Perhaps we ought to refrain from entering? As she gazed into the seemingly bottomless cave, fear gripped Scherlinger's heart. Though she admired her master's strength, those were ancient beings. If they were to inadvertently trespass into the lair of such creatures, even 100 sages would not suffice to escape unscathed. Fear not, my disciple. They deliberately released the sacred water to lure us in. If we do not go, will we not disappoint them? Chen Xuan spoke calmly while gazing at the cave's entrance. Yet, his words sent a shiver down Scherlinger's spine, causing her hair to stand on end. Master suggests that the sacred water is their bait to draw us in? Her voice trembled as she realized that she and her master had become targets of those creatures, and terrifying legends swirled in her mind. Indeed, let us proceed. By staying close to my side, all shall be well. Chen Xuan smiled gently and took the lead into the cave. As for the sacred fruits, he intended to harvest them upon their exit. Though they were not fully matured, their efficacy would still be of some value for future use. Watching her master's retreating figure as he entered the cave, Scherlinger took a deep breath, steeling herself before following closely behind. If death awaited, so be it. After all, she was already resigned to her fate. Meanwhile, in a vast expanse at the base of the sacred mountain, the luminous pearls and gems embedded within the stone walls illuminated the area with a radiant glow. This space, neither too large nor too small, resembled a grand hall of humanity, yet it was riddled with caves, serving as the very nexus of all caverns. However, at the center, against the walls, stood numerous towering divine source stones, meticulously arranged. Encased within these stones were a multitude of peculiar beings, numbering in the dozens. These creatures bore a resemblance to humans, yet possessed horns atop their heads, with skin that was parched and wrinkled, noses that were sunken, and ears that were pointed. They lay sealed within the divine source, slumbering like amber. Yet, not all ancient beings within the divine source were in a state of repose. Several had already opened their eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. Particularly in the central area, there stood an ancient being that had detached itself from the divine source. It held a purple-gold gourd, tilting its head towards a small aperture above, drawing in the chaos holy water. It was evident that this chaos holy water was of its own release. Come, come. If the sacred fruit does not entice you, surely the chaos holy water will. It murmured, fastening the gourd to its waist, then gesturing to lift the shattered divine source from the ground, rewrapping itself. Its gaze fell upon a few openings ahead, slowly closing its eyes, as if, like the other beings within the divine source, it had succumbed to slumber once more. Yet only it knew that it was feigning sleep, patiently awaiting the arrival of prey. Unbeknownst to it, all of this had already fallen under Chen Xuan's scrutiny. Chapter 055. The Awakening of 18 Ancient Great Saints. Chen Xuan penetrates the life-forbidden zone navigating through the winding cave. Chen Xuan and the stone spirit, Linger, arrived at the entrance of an expansive cavern. Are these divine sources? Such colossal divine sources. Linger, hidden behind Chen Xuan, caught sight of the enormous divine source stones against the wall, and her heart leapt in astonishment. The divine source, a celestial liquid formed from the utmost concentration of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, coalescing the essence of the sun and moon, existed solely in ancient times. When this liquid solidified into crystal, it became divine source stone, whose potency far surpassed that of spiritual stones, serving as an indispensable treasure for cultivators on their path. Moreover, in this era of great upheaval, divine liquid no longer manifested, and thus divine source stones were no longer produced. All existing divine sources were relics from the ancient epoch. Hence, upon seeing a divine source stone over a meter wide, Linger was taken aback and quickly looked up towards it. To her shock, an unsightly humanoid creature suddenly came into view. Her heart raced, and she instinctively grasped Chen Xuan's arm, rendered speechless with fright. Although the beings within the divine source lay with their eyes tightly shut and motionless, the palpable aura of terror they emitted was far more formidable than that of the elderly Chen, who had previously approached them, drawing near to the realm of the saints. Fortunately, she managed to stifle her gasp just in time. Yet, this sensation still sent chills down her spine. Disciple, are you afraid of it? What is there to fear from an ancient creature? Chen Xuan was grasped by the arm and cast a fleeting glance at the gourd hanging from the ancient being's waist before directing his gaze to its face. Strangely, it indeed appeared to be in a deep slumber. However, this sight nearly petrified Linger, causing her heart to tremble as she hurriedly stood on tiptoe and whispered, "Master, please do not look at it. I have heard that staring directly at ancient creatures may awaken them. We must keep our voices down and avoid gazing at any beings." Really? Chen Xuan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he raised his hand to strike the divine source. Master. In an instant, Linger was taken aback, her heart racing to her throat. She never anticipated that her master would attempt to strike the divine source. Could it be that her master coveted such a substantial piece of divine essence? But within it lies an ancient creature. Heaven's mercy. Master, do not risk your life. Amidst Linger's astonishment, Chen Xuan's fingers drew nearer. At this critical moment, the ancient creature within the divine source could no longer remain concealed and abruptly opened its eyes. Instantly, a terrifying aura filled the entire cave. Then, it shook its flesh, revealing a horrifying grin. Linger's pupils constricted, and she instinctively flinched, only to quickly cover her mouth as her heart raced uncontrollably. Master, she hastily reminded him in a hushed tone. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, calmly addressing the ancient creature within the divine source. Are you no longer pretending? Come out. With that, he flicked his finger. In an instant, the divine source shattered into fragments. The ancient creature lost the protection of the divine source, exposed to the air. At that moment, it appeared somewhat bewildered. Not only had it failed to frighten its opponent, but the audacity of this human to drag it out was astonishing. Observing the contrasting expressions of fear and calmness from the master and disciple, the ancient creature emitted a chilling, deep voice. Death. Boom. The sound reverberated like a demonic echo, piercing into the ears of the master and disciple. In that moment, Linger found herself engulfed in confusion. Only Chen Xuan maintained his clarity, his expression unwavering. Indeed, it was no benign entity. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, detecting the curse embedded within that voice. He immediately raised his hand to shield Linger, then lifted it again, delivering a resounding slap to the ancient creature's head. Boom. The ancient creature instantly exploded, black-red blood splattering against the walls. The ancient creature perished. Dead, truly? Recovering from her stupor, Linger gazed in disbelief at the creature reduced to mere pulp, then turned to her master, whose demeanor remained unchanged. In that moment, she could not discern whether her master was exceptionally powerful or the ancient creature exceedingly weak. But just then, not far from the divine source, another ancient creature abruptly opened its eyes. Following closely, a second, a third, a fourth, all the way to the 18th. 18 of the most ancient primordial beings opened their eyes in unison, directing their gaze towards Chen Xuan. In an instant, a wave of terrifying aura, even more formidable than that of the recently fallen primordial creature, enveloped the cavern, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble and souls to quiver in fear. No wonder even the saints who ventured here met with despair, for it was concealed within these depths, the presence of 18 pinnacle great saints. Observing these 18 primordial beings, Chen Xuan smirked coldly, leisurely raising his hand to retrieve the purple gold gourd from the ground. Saints are classified into various tiers: Saint, Saint King, and Great Saint. While all belong to the sacred realm, each tier signifies a cataclysmic transformation. Above the Great Saint lies the Emperor. The 18 awakened before him were undeniably all great saints. And moreover, they were of the utmost pinnacle. However, they were not mere great saints. They were the ancient great saints. Primordial beings are inherently powerful. and the combat prowess of those at the pinnacle of the ancient great saint level is not far removed from that of a quasi-emperor. Should these 18 ancient great saints collaborate, they may very well possess the strength to contend with some newly ascended emperors. Of course, this merely equates to the strength to engage in battle. Thus, this realm has always been a forbidden zone for all beings, save for the emperors. Yet, in the face of such power, it remains inadequate. For he is not only an emperor, but a fully matured one, wielding supreme weapons, unafraid of any adversary in existence, let alone a mere assembly of ancient great saints whom he could easily annihilate with a flick of his wrist. Nonetheless, while he remained unfazed, the maiden Shirling heir behind him was utterly petrified, rendered speechless and frozen in place, hardly daring to breathe. Great saints. A full 18 ancient great saints at their peak. Surely they surpassed the strength of human great saints, and were not far from the Emperor's domain. My heavens! So this is the terrifying nature of the ancient divine Vein's forbidden zone, harboring 18 beings of great saint caliber. Such a presence does not even exist in sacred lands. No wonder that throughout history, aside from emperors, no one has been able to traverse this forbidden zone freely. These 18 beings would likely pose a challenge even to an emperor freshly ascended to their throne, who might struggle to suppress them entirely. Under Shirling heir's anxious gaze, the 18 primordial beings finally spoke. Damned human, you dare slay our gatekeeper. You even withstand the power of curses. Ha ha, even if you are a quasi-emperor, you shall never escape this cavern. Let your blood serve as our sustenance. Keek keek. As the 18 formidable auras surged towards Chen Xuan, he furrowed his brow at the palpable curses emanating from these ancient great saints, his garments billowing without wind as he murmured, "Is that so? A group of monsters tainted by curses." In the next moment, boom, Chen Xuan unleashed the aura of an emperor, instantly countering the overwhelming pressure from the 18 beings. For a brief moment, all 18 ancient beings stood dumbfounded, bewildered. An emperor? They gasped. How is this possible? They were astonished, having presumed him to be merely a quasi-emperor. After millennia, another emperor has entered this domain. In an instant, the 18 ancient beings, rather than succumbing to fear, were instead aflame with fervor, their eyes ablaze with madness. Kill him. We must leave no stone unturned to eliminate him. Starting with that girl. As if compelled by a singular will, the 18 ancient beings simultaneously trembled, their very essence shattering, and they lunged at Chen Xuan. A wave of terrifying energy erupted within the cavern, overwhelming in its intensity. Yet, the mountain remained unscathed, its composition a mystery amidst the overwhelming might of the powerful beings. Stone Spirit, the revered master, felt a pang of dread but refrained from seizing Chen Xuan's arm, instinctively grasping the hem of his garment instead. Confronted by the sudden onslaught of a formidable aura and witnessing the trembling of Stone Spirit beside him, Chen Xuan lifted his left hand to grasp her wrist and, with a sudden surge, unleashed the supreme weapon, the Tai Wang sword. He regarded the multitude of grand sage-level ancient beings with disdain, coldly proclaiming, "Even with one hand shielding my disciple and the other brandishing my sword, I shall slay you as one might cull a dog. Today, I shall eradicate your kind and restore peace to this chaotic forbidden zone." Boom. Chen Xuan raised his hand, releasing a blade of sword energy that collided with the 18 presences, each approaching the threshold of imperial might. Instantly, the sacred mountain quaked, the reverberations echoing far and wide, rippling for 100,000 miles. Chapter 056. Chen Xuan calms the life forbidden zone, the dawn of a new cycle. Boom. Outside the forbidden zone, all cultivators were jolted, their eyes collectively drawn to the sacred mountain within. What transpired? Was the mountain trembling? Had the ancient beings within the forbidden zone awakened? Could it possibly be that young man who had vanquished Li Chen? Gasp. Could it be that he was embroiled in battle with the ancient beings? Good heavens! Is he that formidable? In an instant, all cultivators were left dumbfounded, their hearts gripped with awe. But the spectacle did not end there. Soon, a series of resounding booms erupted from the sacred mountain, cascading outward for another 100,000 miles. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars were akin to divine thunder, shaking the very heavens. Elders from countless sects, reclusive ancestors, and those long past their prime all lifted their heads, gazing towards the direction of the forbidden zone. If they had previously suspected the earlier sound to be a mere illusion or coincidence, The continuous thunderclaps now unmistakably signaled that something was amiss within the forbidden zone. In that moment, every cultivator within 100,000 miles of the ancient mountain was left in shock. Even some timid commoners fell to their knees, trembling as they prayed to the heavens. Simultaneously, the cultivators outside the forbidden zone, overwhelmed by the cacophony, covered their ears and fled in haste. Yet even so, the deep resonances weighed heavily upon their hearts, causing their very beings to tremble. Some lower-ranked cultivators, despite retreating and covering their ears, were still left reeling, spitting blood. Hurry, do not approach so closely. Many cultivators were whisked away by their elders, while those without guidance either gritted their teeth and fled or were rendered unconscious on the spot, oblivious to their fate. In an instant, all cultivators had retreated 100 miles away from the forbidden zone. Incredible! What manner of monstrous beings lurk within the forbidden zone? My heavens! Although the cacophony lacks any palpable pressure, it still instills a profound dread. Could it be that the seven-star bell of the primordial sanctuary is being activated? The magnitude of this force certainly bears resemblance. Is it possible that this young man possesses the ability to wield an ultimate weapon? Such might appears to fully unleash the potential of an ultimate armament. Goodness! To possess such power at such a tender age, could it be that another is on the verge of attaining imperial enlightenment? The onlookers fixated their gaze upon the sacred mountain of the forbidden zone, their reverence reaching unparalleled heights. The thunderous roars continued to reverberate. Each tremor sank the hearts of all cultivators. This is dire. I cannot endure any longer. If I continue to listen, my heart may very well explode. I must take my leave. I too can bear it no more. Moments later, one by one, the powerful beings, unable to withstand the tremors, retreated in haste. Shortly after their departure, tranquility finally returned to the sacred mountain of the forbidden zone. In an instant, the world fell silent. The clouds in the vast sky reconvened. As if nothing had transpired, everything reverted to its original state. Is it over? The crowd continued to stare intently at the sacred mountain, their expressions still filled with vigilance, scarcely daring to breathe. Meanwhile, within the forbidden zone, deep within the sacred mountain's cave, all was still. The ancient beings had vanished without a trace. Only a solitary man stood erect, one hand clasping that of a young maiden, while the other gripped the Tai Wang's sword, angled towards the earth. The sword's edge pointed to a spot where dark crimson blood spilled forth, imbued with an eerie resonance. Though lifeless, it remained terrifying. At this moment, within the cave, regardless of whether on the rock walls, the transparent divine source stones, or the ground beneath, and even within the tunnel leading to the exit, dark red blood and the remnants of ancient beings lay scattered. In stark contrast, Chen Xuan bore no trace of blood upon him. His attire remained impeccably intact, as if he had emerged unscathed. Particularly striking was his nonchalant demeanor as he gazed upon the severed limbs strewn about. Witnessing this scene, Scherlinger became entranced, gazing longingly at her master's visage, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. One sword single-handedly battling 18 saints, safeguarding her peace. Such a master is rare beyond measure. In that moment, she found herself somewhat smitten. However, she remained blissfully unaware that, at this moment, Chen Xuan was not merely posturing. He was deep in contemplation. Though he had vanquished the 18 great saints and the ancient beings within the divine source, the strange curse power and resonance emanating from the blood and flesh left him puzzled. The curse power within the blood was, in fact, several thousand or even tens of thousands of times more intense than that found within the forbidden zone. Yet, it was saturated with an uncanny aura. After observing for a while without uncovering any clues, Chen Xuan shook his head in resignation. The ancient beings in the forbidden zone were now entirely eradicated. As for this curse power, it could remain. At the very least, these ancient beings would no longer pose a threat. With this thought, Chen Xuan raised his hand to stow away the Tai Wang's sword and addressed Scherling. "Disciple, let us depart." "Huh. Oh, all right, master." Upon hearing her master's sudden inquiry, Scherlinger's face flushed crimson, and she became somewhat bashful. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, pointing to a droplet of divine essence on the ground and inquiring, "Master, shall we not take these divine sources?" Chen Xuan replied with a shake of his head. "Ah, it appears you are quite the little treasure seeker. These divine sources have been tainted by a curse and are no longer usable. Come, let us depart." The spiritual energy within our mysterious cloud sect is far more abundant than that of these divine sources. With that, he took the lead and walked out. Before long, the two arrived at the mountain peak. Chen Xuan, without hesitation, reached out and plucked 9 sacred fruits. With a wave of his hand, he and Linger vanished from the sacred mountain, returning to their sect. Outside the forbidden zone, numerous cultivators had been waiting for a while. When they discerned that there was indeed no further commotion from within, they collectively exhaled in relief. Clearly, the battle within the forbidden zone had come to a definitive end. The young man must have perished in the fray. It was astonishing that, armed with merely a pseudo-ultimate weapon, he could contend with ancient beings for so long before succumbing. Had he survived, he would undoubtedly ascend to the throne of an emperor in the future. Alas, what a pity! Had he achieved the path of the emperor and returned, perhaps he would not have met such a fate. Sighing, they began to disperse, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness such a battle firsthand, a significant regret in their lives. Countless strong individuals shook their heads as they prepared to leave. However, at that moment, 3 formidable auras suddenly manifested, compelling everyone to halt in their tracks. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the top-tier elders of the primordial sacred land had arrived. The 3 elders hovered outside the forbidden zone, gazing at it with expressions of helplessness. Oh dear, we have arrived too late. Those sounds we heard earlier must have emanated from our sacred land's ultimate weapon, the 7-star bell. It seems it was buried alongside that individual within the forbidden zone. What shall we do now? Our sacred land cannot be without an ultimate weapon. Absolutely not. The ancient beings here are indestructible. Even an emperor can only pacify them for millennia, without being able to eradicate them entirely. We ought not to entertain such thoughts. Yet, without the ultimate weapon, our sacred land will be reduced to that of an ordinary sect. Alas, it is fate. We must return and gather materials to forge anew. Fortunately, our sacred land has acquired a supreme bone of the double-pupiled. With diligent cultivation, the chance of her achieving the path of the emperor is exceedingly high. Once she succeeds, she will be equivalent to countless ultimate weapons. Let us return and inform the sacred lord. The elder leading the group shook his head in resignation before vanishing from sight. Chapter 057. New Rewards. 2 more emperors witnessing the swift arrival and departure of the formidable elders from the primordial sacred land. The cultivators were filled with mixed emotions. Even those who had previously endured oppression from the primordial sacred land were now secretly elated. The prospect of forging ultimate weapons anew? It seemed but a fanciful dream. The emergence of the 7-star bell was entirely reliant on materials left behind by the great emperor of the primordial sacred land, accumulated over millennia. Now, with no emperor to guide them, it was a mere pipe dream for an ordinary sect to gather the materials necessary for an ultimate weapon. Yet, even the great emperor may not have gathered all of this information. However, after a brief moment of joy, those cultivators and factions who had previously suffered began to feel a sense of helplessness once again. This was due to the presence of a quasi-empress, Shi Yaoyao, within the Taichu Holy Land. Indeed, she is the same prodigious talent with dual pupils who unearthed the supreme bone of Linger, and is referred to as the quasi-empress by the Taichu Holy Land. The reason for her title lies in the fact that, although she is not an empress, she possesses 2 formidable enhancements, the dual pupils and the supreme bone. The dual pupils are a path to invincibility, while the supreme bone is a manifestation of the innate power of the divine emperor. These 2 extraordinary qualities render her nearly invulnerable in the world. The young girl, with her innate dual pupils and the supreme bone acquired through transplantation, is poised for an assured ascension to the rank of emperor, thus justifying her esteemed title of quasi-empress. The recent loss of the ultimate weapon by the Taichu Holy Land has inadvertently accelerated the cultivation of this quasi-empress. Consequently, the initial joy of the onlookers quickly faded, and they departed with a sense of resignation. In no time, the crowd dispersed. Though the intruder into the forbidden zone has perished, his legend shall endure eternally. Meanwhile, within the forbidden zone, in the depths of a cave, tranquility reigned. As time flowed on, the blood upon the stone walls gradually shifted, merging with other blood, and climbed atop the severed limbs, enveloping them. Before long, hundreds of severed limbs were ensconced within a dark crimson liquid, while the surrounding spilled blood coalesced into numerous blood orbs. Within these orbs, the essence of the great path circulated, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries, manifesting the movement of myriad stars one moment and revealing strange phenomena the next. Yet, all of this was interlaced with a curse and an air of the uncanny, causing their brilliance to flicker, perpetuating an endless cycle of life and death. Gradually, the density of the blood orbs began to thin. A brand new, youthful body from the ancient past became faintly discernible within the blood orbs. The outlines of countless youthful forms of ancient beings emerged within the hundreds of blood orbs, heralding the dawn of yet another cycle. Of course, Chen Xuan remained entirely oblivious to all of this, for he had returned to the confines of the Ethereal Sect. Even if he were to learn that these ancient beings could not be eradicated, it mattered little, for he could always return to finish them off again. If he so desired, he could even dispatch a great emperor to reside within, to kill them repeatedly with each cycle, thus rendering him indifferent to the fate of these ancient beings. After all, the power of the curse would forever hold dominion over them, ensuring they could never truly ascend to the rank of emperor. Within the Ethereal Sect, Scherlinger exclaimed, "Wow, is this the Ethereal Sect? The spiritual energy is so rich. It feels as though I have stepped into a realm of immortals." Following closely behind Chen Xuan, she was as curious as a child, gazing around in delight. This place was simply superior to the Holy Lands. Soon, the duo arrived at the main peak. Chen Xuan summoned the esteemed elder Lu Tsong of the inner sect. "Greetings, Sectmaster." Lu Tsong quickly bowed in reverence. Chen Xuan nodded and addressed Scherlinger. "This esteemed elder is the grand elder of our inner sect. You shall accompany him to the Divine Ability Pavilion to select your divine abilities, and then return to the Great Hall to find me. At that time, I shall assist you in awakening your supreme bone." "Understood." Scherlinger promptly responded with obedience, then bowed to Lu Tsong, saying, "Ling Er pays her respects to the Grand Elder. Let us proceed." Lu Tsong replied with a gentle smile, exuding warmth towards Chen Xuan's disciple, leading the way with a cheerful demeanor. With wide eyes, Scherlinger hurriedly followed Lu Tsong's footsteps towards the library. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan made his way directly back to the main hall of the sect, settling onto the stone bed within. This was his sanctuary, a place for both rest and cultivation. Upon returning to the familiar stone bed, Chen Xuan eagerly declared, "System, open the lavish disciple recruitment gift pack." Ding! The lavish disciple recruitment gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received one immortal summoning card. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine Source Gathering Array. Note: the Divine Source Gathering Array can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create Divine Source Liquid. The host can place it in a suitable location, which can produce millions of pounds of Divine Source Liquid daily. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Potential Testing Ladder. Note: the Potential Testing Ladder has 999 steps, each representing different levels of cultivation potential. The closer one gets to the pinnacle, the greater the potential. Congratulations, host. You have received the Exquisite Divine Weapon, the Mother and Child Heart Mirror. Note: the Mother Mirror can ensnare individuals in an illusion, confronting their innermost fears, making it impossible to discern reality from illusion. The Child Mirror can manifest scenes within the illusion for observation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the materials for the Imperial Weapon, the Innate Primordial Heaven Stone. Congratulations, host. You have received one Cultivation Enhancement card. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Eternal Battle Body. The Eternal Battle Body, born for combat. As long as one possesses an indomitable spirit, they can battle against all foes. The more one faces adversity, the stronger they become, rendering them invincible. Congratulations, host. You have received a special bonus reward, 2 Emperor Summoning cards. Special rewards cannot be synthesized. Soon, a cascade of rewards was fully credited. Especially with the integration of the Eternal Battle Body, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of battle intent coursing through him. His combat prowess had escalated by several hundredfold. Moreover, he sensed that this was merely the superficial effect of the Eternal Battle Body. The latent abilities within this physique were boundless, ready to erupt with each battle. This Eternal Battle Body seemed to surpass even the Supreme Body. Chen Xuan couldn't help but express his astonishment. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 special Emperor Summoning cards and activated them directly. These special summoning cards, being unique rewards, could not be synthesized and would serve no purpose if retained. Moreover, with the imminent commencement of mountain opening and disciple recruitment, it was high time to augment the sect with some elders. Ding! Summoning of Emperor-level powerhouses in progress. Please assign identities for them. Intersect Elder. Ding. The summoning of the Emperor Elder has been successful, and they are en route to the host. Please be patient. Simultaneously, two extraordinarily formidable figures materialized in a corner of the sect. Though they had just been manifested, the ominous aura emanating from them immediately captured the attention of the three Grand Elders of Songhai Shao. However, since Chen Xuan had already preordained their identities, the three Grand Elders of Songhai Shao regarded them as sect elders and did not move to apprehend them. As the two figures became visible, their gazes met clearly, and they promptly soared towards the main peak. Their presence naturally drew the attention of other disciples in their wake. In a moment, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Morong Yingluo, driven by curiosity, followed suit. However, upon their arrival at the Grand Hall, they encountered Lu Yu, who emerged from behind a tree. Lu Yu joined them, standing at the entrance of the hall, peering inside with intrigue. Within the hall, two newly arrived emperors stood with their backs to the disciples, courteously clasping their fists in salute to Chen Xuan. I am Wang Zhuma. I am Wang Yetian. We pay our respects to the sect master. With that, both knelt simultaneously, bowing their heads to Chen Xuan, their statuses starkly delineated. The disciples at the entrance of the hall widened their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, they were elders of the sect. Had two more elders emerged from seclusion? Their attire mirrored that of the other three elders. Was it perhaps that the elders had come forth to assist with the upcoming recruitment of disciples? It appeared that these two elders were not any less formidable than the previous three. Goodness, could they possibly be two more superlative powerhouses? Our sect is truly impressive. The group leaned against the doorframe, whispering in hushed tones. Even Lu Yu, intrigued, mimicked their stance, for heads aligned in a neat row. Chapter 058, The Powerful Supreme Law. Chen Xuan enters the late emperor stage inside the hall. Chen Xuan observed the two newly arrived emperor-level powerhouses with a hint of bemusement. Wang Zhuma, Wang Yetian. It seemed the system's naming was indeed random. Previously, it had summoned the likes of Songhai Shao, and now it had conjured Yetian and Zhuma. However, their names at least sounded far more formidable than those of Songhai Shao. Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Rise." With a gesture of his hand, a black stone floated before the two, the mixed element stone rewarded by the system. He continued, "The sect is on the brink of expansion. Use these materials to forge some sect tokens. Both elders and disciples must possess them. Off you go." "Yes, we take our leave." Wang Zhuma and Wang Yetian immediately accepted the mixed element stone with reverence and bowed in farewell. As they approached the entrance of the hall, Lin Fan and the other disciples promptly greeted the newly emerged elders. "Greetings, elders." The two elders nodded before striding away to craft the sect tokens. Seeing this, Lin Fan and the others prepared to disperse. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's voice resonated from within the hall, causing them to pause in surprise. "Disciples, I have taken in a new junior sister who is currently selecting techniques in the library. If you have no other matters, you may go and introduce yourselves." The voice echoed softly, and the group was momentarily taken aback. Another junior sister? Their expressions brightened, and they promptly approached the entrance of the hall, cupping their fists in response. "Yes." With that, they set off with fervent curiosity toward the library, eager to make the acquaintance of their new junior sister. In the library, Scherlinger walked through the halls, already numbed by the astonishing facilities and spiritual energy of the sect, particularly the Grand Elder's descriptions of the sect's illusion tower, the library's functions, and the wonders of the battle square left her utterly awestruck. At this moment, upon entering the library and being chosen by a particular tome of cultivation, she found herself more receptive than ever. Gazing down at the book in her hands, her pupils constricted slightly, and she could not help but read aloud the words inscribed within. Celestial Scripture, Supreme Technique. The very supreme technique spoken of by her master turned out to be the Celestial Scripture. How utterly astonishing. Scherlinger was filled with exhilaration. She had only heard of the Supreme Bone, never the Supreme Body, and certainly not the Supreme Technique, having assumed her master was referring to some sage or emperor's scripture. Thus, upon discovering it was the Celestial Scripture, she was utterly shaken and eagerly turned to the first page to delve deeper. The text on that page resonated profoundly within her heart. As the Supreme Body, one shall suppress all adversaries. Boom. Scherlinger's heart raced uncontrollably. The Supreme Body was indeed remarkable, destined to subdue every foe. Could it be that her cousin's dual pupils paled in comparison to her Supreme Body? In her excitement, Scherlinger hastily continued to read on. Soon, She was thoroughly astounded by the content of the celestial scripture. For according to its teachings, the Supreme Body truly possessed the capability to suppress all enemies and was the strongest within the same realm. The scripture documented that its founder was also a Supreme Body, having attained its utmost perfection. This individual once, at the sage level, accomplished the remarkable feat of single-handedly battling 3,000 sages and pushing back 800 states with ease. After ascending to emperor status, he achieved the pinnacle of imperial might, facing the onset of darkness at the peak of his power. Ultimately, he battled the Black Immortal, achieving a stalemate that etched him as the foremost being beneath the celestial realm. Hence, the scripture boldly declares, as the Supreme Body, one shall suppress all adversaries. Moreover, the Supreme Technique contained another phrase, uttered by that perfected Supreme Body at the apex of imperial power: I am invincible beneath the celestial beings, above them. It is a one-for-one exchange. Indeed, such ferocity encapsulates the essence of the Supreme Body. Thus, upon absorbing these profound insights, Scherlinger's heart trembled with awe, her admiration for her sect and master reaching its zenith. She excitedly tucked away the Supreme Technique and pushed open the door of the library, intent on seeking her master. However, as she swung the door open, 4 figures appeared at the threshold, one of which was a soul. Startled, Scherlinger gasped, for when she arrived, there had only been an elder guarding the entrance. No one else had been present. Now, suddenly confronted by 4 individuals, all of whom were gazing at her, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward the elders seated nearby. The elder, with a warm smile, remarked, "They are your senior brothers and sisters. Do take the time to get to know them." Hearing the term senior brothers and sisters, Scherlinger finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, elder, for your guidance." At that moment, Lin Fan and the others approached, initiating their introductions. "You must be the new junior sister." "Hello, I am Lin Fan." "Greetings, senior brother Lin Fan." "I am Scherling," she replied courteously. Following suit, the other 3 young women began to introduce themselves as well. "I am Yi Qingqing," she stated, her expression devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of authority. "I am Murong Ingluo." Murong Ingluo's eyes narrowed in a delightful smile. "I am called Lu Yu," who also introduced herself with grace before breaking into a charming smile. "Greetings, senior sisters," Scherlinger promptly responded, secretly committing their names to memory. "Junior sister, have you selected your cultivation method? Shall we head to your residence for training? Or would you prefer to explore the illusion tower? We can guide you," Lin Fan said with a cheerful demeanor, embodying the essence of a caring elder brother. Scherlinger felt both flattered and astonished, glancing at the other senior sisters who were all gazing at her. In that moment, a wave of honor washed over her, and she quickly replied, "My master instructed me to choose a cultivation method and seek him out, so he must have plans for me." "Oh, then let us accompany you to find your master. We were just about to return for our own training." The group exchanged gentle smiles and proceeded towards the main peak. Lin Fan led the way, with the 4 young women following closely behind. Particularly, Murong Ingluo, a vivacious and enthusiastic traveler, immediately struck up a conversation with Scherlinger, asking numerous questions until she uncovered Scherlinger's experiences. Upon learning that Scherlinger had her supreme bone extracted and was subsequently cast into a forbidden area to gather herbs, the senior brothers and sisters were immediately filled with indignation. Lu Yu exclaimed, "How could such wicked individuals exist? It is utterly despicable. Out of jealousy, they would harm others. If I ever encounter that person, I shall certainly help you teach her a lesson." Murong Ingluo reassured, "Do not worry, junior sister. Losing your cultivation is no great matter. Since master has taken you in, he will surely find a way to assist you. Training here will be 1,000 times better than that so-called sacred land." Yi Qingqing added, "Cultivation relies inherently on oneself. That Shi Yao Yao, driven by greed, is destined to go nowhere. Rest assured, when we meet her again, we shall avenge you by striking her with our heavy pupil." Lin Fan affirmed, "Indeed, from now on, we are all one family. Should you face any challenges, seek our aid, and we shall unite in strength." "Thank you, senior sisters and brothers." Observing the concern reflected in their faces, Scherlinger felt a surge of emotion and vowed, "I shall personally seek retribution. Yes, we believe in you. Keep striving. You have us by your side." The group laughed and chatted merrily as they made their way to the main peak. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the sect leader, after dismissing his disciples, Chen Xuan immediately retrieved a realm enhancement card to put it to use. Currently at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, he was considered an adult emperor. This enhancement card could elevate him by a minor realm each time. He was certain that this would propel him into the late stage of the Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The late stage of the Emperor realm truly represented formidable power. Achieving this with just a single card seemed almost too effortless. Furthermore, endowed with the eternal sword body, the eternal battle body, and various supreme weapons, he believed that once he attained the late stage of the Emperor realm, few could rival him beneath the celestial realm. Ding! Power infusion commencing. Boom! As the enhancement card vanished, an overwhelming force surged into Chen Xuan's body, further evolving his flesh and blood. The imprint of heaven and earth deepened. The resonance of the Tao flowed, and the energy contained within each droplet of his flesh intensified, as if each droplet had undergone a second creation, housing a miniature universe within. In a brief moment, the breakthrough concluded. A late-stage emperor, a paragon of maturity, exuded an aura of natural grandeur. Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes, unleashing two beams of chaotic radiance that seemed capable of piercing the heavens and traversing the expanse of time itself. Is this the might of a late-stage emperor? Truly formidable. In comparison to the previously matured emperor, it felt as though one were observing an adult beside a mere child. With such power, should he confront those ancient beings, a mere glance would suffice. Suddenly, Scherlinger, accompanied by several other disciples, arrived at the Grand Hall's entrance, clasping her fists in anticipation of a summons. Chapter 059. A Sacred Water Bath. Scherlinger reconstructs her supreme bone upon witnessing Scherlinger's entrance. Chen Xuan gradually averted his gaze, nodding slightly. Come in. Yes. Scherlinger promptly stepped into the hall, followed closely by the other disciples. However, Chen Xuan's next words left them utterly resigned. You need not enter. Return to your cultivation. Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Lu Yu exchanged glances. Scherlinger was the first to turn and depart, making her way towards her original tree form. The other three sighed in unison. Indeed, she is but a tree. Not a thought in her mind. They felt a twinge of helplessness. Although curiosity about their master's intentions lingered, they were compelled to obey his command. Thus, they clasped their fists and retreated to their rooms for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, silence enveloped the space outside the grand hall. Inside the hall, Scherlinger approached Chen Xuan hesitantly, her voice soft. Master, I have been chosen by the supreme law. Indeed, Chen Xuan responded with an expression of expectation, then beckoned towards the grand hall's entrance. In an instant, the palace doors sealed, and the candles within the hall ignited, illuminating the space once more. Perplexed, Scherlinger asked, Master, why have you closed the door? To spare you any embarrassment, Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile, then glanced at the floor beside Scherlinger. The ground began to indent, forming a basin. Subsequently, Chen Xuan produced a purple-gold gourd and began to pour the chaotic sacred water into it. Before long, the basin brimmed with the sacred liquid, and a wondrous image reflecting the primordial chaos manifested upon the ceiling. Child, enter and absorb the sacred water. I shall protect you. This water is sufficient to nurture your new supreme bone. Having completed this task, Chen Xuan stowed the purple gold gourd and gradually closed his eyes, embodying the tranquility of a meditative monk. At this sight, Scherlinger comprehended her master's intention behind closing the door. It was to prepare for a bath. She gazed at the pool filled with sacred water, biting her lip. Despite her master having closed his eyes, she couldn't suppress a blush. After all, even if he were to blind himself, he could still perceive her. Yet, he was her master, the one who saved and protected her. She would not hesitate to sacrifice her very essence for him. With resolute determination, Scherlinger raised her hand to loosen the belt at her waist. But at that moment, Chen Xuan's voice echoed softly, tinged with puzzlement. What are you doing with your clothes? Scherlinger. Without removing her clothing. How could one immerse oneself in holy water? And why close the door without undressing? Scherlinger, bewildered, turned her gaze towards Chen Xuan. To her surprise, Chen Xuan had opened his eyes at some point, seemingly perplexed by her actions. Master, I was about to immerse myself in the holy water. She stammered softly, taken aback. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes and clarified. Who said one must undress to enter the holy water? You can simply jump in. Just jump in? For a moment, Scherlinger was left speechless. Still, her curiosity got the better of her, and she reflexively asked, "But you closed the door." "I closed the door to spare you the embarrassment of being drenched." Scherlinger, at that moment, finally grasped the meaning behind her master's actions. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to sink into the ground. She quickly lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze, and mumbled while staring at her toes, "Disciple. I understand. If you understand, then go ahead." Chen Xuan closed his eyes once more. Summoning her courage, Scherlinger suppressed her shame, removed her shoes and socks, and stepped into the water. She then sat cross-legged in the pool, gazing at her master's serene expression. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quietly inquired, "Master, are you feeling unwell?" Chen Xuan, still with his eyes closed, responded, "No. My disciple has a question." Scherlinger replied attentively, her eyes fixed on him, filled with anticipation. "Which is more formidable, the innate double pupil or the supreme physique?" The question weighed heavily on her mind, for it was pivotal to her future vengeance. Although the texts hinted at this, she placed her faith in her master. Both are formidable, but the supreme physique is even more powerful. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, "The double pupil is indeed an invincible path. If the double pupil is invincible, why is the supreme physique even greater?" Scherlinger felt a shiver run down her spine and immediately pressed for clarification. "Hee." Chen Xuan chuckled softly and answered, "At the end of the immortal path. Who stands at the peak? One glance at the supreme, and all becomes void." Boom. Upon hearing this, Scherlinger was struck with awe. At the end of the immortal path, who stands at the peak? One glance at the supreme, and all becomes void. The supreme physique was that remarkable? Hiss. She inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. Thus, as long as she diligently cultivated, she had no reason to fear Shi Yaoyao. With that thought, she promptly closed her eyes and began to absorb the chaotic holy water with all her might. Observing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly. While he had spoken the truth, he had not revealed the entirety of his thoughts. For behind that statement lay another. At the end of the immortal path, who stands at the peak? One glance at the supreme, and all becomes void. The supreme gazes upward towards the pinnacle, and within lies eternity. Soon, the energy from the holy water was gradually absorbed by Scherling. Simultaneously, the area on her shoulder, where a bone was missing, began to resonate with the rhythm of Tao, revitalizing itself. Before long, a brand new bone began to take shape. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The essence of the Tao continued to circulate, penetrating the supreme bone, urging its growth. However, this time, an extraordinary aura seemed to emanate from her supreme bone, slowly becoming activated. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, fully alert now. As time passed, the supreme bone grew ever larger. Begin to connect with her bones. At this moment, however, the speed at which Scherlinger absorbed the sacred water showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, it surged forward, frantically drilling into her supreme bone. Suddenly, Scherlinger furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Master, I feel so uncomfortable. My shoulders itch terribly, as if something is trying to break free." Hearing her cries, Chen Xuan gradually relaxed his brow. His face lit up with delight as he reassured her, "Do not worry, my disciple. Your innate divine ability is being activated. You have awakened the innate divine powers within your supreme bone." "What? Innate divine powers?" Scherlinger gasped, instantly filled with excitement. As the possessor of the supreme bone, she was well aware of its legendary status. Innate divine powers are the formidable abilities contained within the supreme bone, surpassing even the most extraordinary skills. But weren't they supposed to be activated only after reaching perfection? The fact that she was awakening them now was astonishing. This sacred water was indeed extraordinary. Yet, she wondered what divine power would be activated. Overwhelmed with excitement, Scherlinger gritted her teeth and endured. As time passed, the color of the sacred water began to clarify. Scherlinger found it increasingly difficult to endure. Finally, she could no longer hold back. She threw her arms wide and cried out. "Ah!" Boom. In an instant, her hair danced in the air as if caught by an unseen wind, and a brilliant ray of light erupted from her supreme bone, rushing straight towards Chen Xuan. Chapter 060. Activating the Celestial Calamity Light. An endless source of divine power, this beam of light seemed to originate from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming aura of destruction, as if it sought to obliterate everything in existence, hurtling unerringly towards Chen Xuan. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he beheld the light. The innate divine power of the supreme bone, the the celestial calamity light, was reputed to possess the ability to annihilate all things. Truly, she was deserving of her extraordinary potential. Having just reshaped her supreme bone, she had already activated the celestial calamity light. This was indeed remarkable. Chen Xuan remained calm and unhurried, releasing a faint aura that effortlessly shattered the calamity light. Although he could easily dispel this light, it did not imply that it was weak. The celestial calamity light, derived from the great calamity above, had the power to destroy all things in the world. The light just released was emitted from the supreme bone without any prior cultivation. Even so, it could effortlessly pierce through the unprotected body of a King Realm warrior. Despite lacking defenses, a powerful King Realm warrior's physical strength could rival that of low-grade divine weapons, rendering them immovable even to those of the celestial realm. One could only imagine that after cultivation, this calamity light could indeed annihilate everything. Meanwhile, after unleashing the calamity light, Scherlinger suddenly felt weak and began to topple into the water. With a swift motion, Chen Xuan caught her and placed her gently onto his bed. At that moment, the pool vanished, and the floor of the grand hall restored itself. "Master, I feel so fatigued," she said, lying weakly on the bed. Her gaze tired as she looked at Chen Xuan. "That is to be expected. The power of the celestial calamity light is immense. Use it sparingly in the future. Here, take this sacred fruit. It will aid in your recovery. Once you regain your strength, we shall commence your cultivation of the supreme method." Chen Xuan rose from his bed and tossed forth a sacred fruit retrieved from the forbidden zone. "Thank you, master." Scherlinger expressed her gratitude hastily before reclining on the stone bed to weakly nibble on the fruit. Observing this, Chen Xuan slowly made his way outside the grand hall. As he stepped out, the doors of the hall opened automatically. Upon leaving, Chen Xuan began to wander within the sect, searching for a suitable location to produce divine essence. Although the spiritual energy of the sect was abundant, the environment could not be squandered. With an increasing number of disciples in the future, provisions must be made to support them, facilitating their cultivation or accelerating their progress. He had recently acquired the divine source array capable of continuously producing divine essence liquid, which would not only serve the disciples' cultivation needs, but also hold significant monetary value. After all, divine essence liquid was currently the most precious commodity in the ancient continent, sought after by all cultivators, rendering it immensely valuable. With the divine source gathering array, the sect essentially possessed a money-printing machine, the only one of its kind across the continent, a truly exhilarating prospect. Before long, Chen Xuan arrived at a secluded corner of the back mountain and ultimately decided to establish the divine source array there. He took out the array and cast it to the ground, where it took shape. In an instant, spiritual energy began to rise, coalescing into spiritual mist. This mist gathered and formed dense spiritual clouds, some hovering at waist height, others at head level, while some merely reached the ankles. The variation in height was due to the excessive production of divine essence liquid within the spiritual clouds, which compressed their altitude. The higher the spiritual cloud, the less divine essence liquid it contained. Conversely, the lower the cloud, the more liquid it harbored. As large swathes of spiritual clouds drifted, the entire mountain became enveloped in a mist, filled with these ethereal formations. Boom! Soon, two clouds collided, causing the divine essence liquid they contained to spill forth, raining down silently upon the earth. It was revealed that the production of divine essence liquid occurred in this manner, far more swiftly than the tedious method of dripping from the ancient times. Truly, the array rewarded by the system exhibited formidable effects. Chen Xuan smacked his lips in satisfaction before exiting the mountain. As he approached the entrance, he raised his hand to conjure a massive stone, erecting it beside the entrance, upon which he inscribed the words, "Divine Source Mountain." Gazing at his proud creation, Chen Xuan gradually departed from the site. After his exit, the spiritual clouds within Divine Source Mountain continued to gather, collide, and disperse over time. Within just a few days, thousands of spiritual clouds had formed, with many compressed to within mere 3 inches of the ground, allowing for easy collection of divine essence liquid. Furthermore, to prevent an excessive accumulation of divine essence liquid from overflowing, Chen Xuan specifically assigned tasks to the 2 female disciples, Feng, Hua, and Shui, who were in pursuit of further cultivation. Their duty was to collect the essence. Indeed, collecting the essence. After all, having these 2 enchanting women sweeping the entrance all day greatly affected the sect's reputation. During his occasional forays to observe the outside world, he had repeatedly encountered lecherous cultivators lurking outside the sect, watching the two women while secretly engaging in unsavory activities. Thus, he promptly reassigned the women's duties. During this period, their cultivation levels have significantly increased, rendering them entirely capable of undertaking the task of resource gathering. Since they have a penchant for labor, it was decided that they should perform their duties in a different location. Thus, Chen Xuan instructed the two of them to daily venture to the sacred source mountain to collect the overflowing source liquid and store it in the warehouse. Naturally, given that they are advanced practitioners, it was expected that they would not be required to work. However, Chen Xuan was generous, having assigned them this task. He also provided appropriate rewards, allowing them unrestricted access to the divine source liquid, along with an additional substantial supply. The two women had no objections whatsoever, especially since they were not accustomed to being idle. Hence, on the very day they received the news, they joyfully set off to gather resources. The sight of beautiful women collecting resources was indeed delightful. From that moment on, the sacred source mountain became busier with their diligent presence, akin to industrious bees, tirelessly flitting between the warehouse and the mountain itself. In the days that followed, everyone was engaged in their respective tasks, and the quantity of divine source liquid in the warehouse continued to grow. With the availability of this liquid, the disciples' cultivation progressed steadily. Notably, it is worth mentioning Shirling Air. Ever since she awakened her supreme bone and activated her innate divine powers, her cultivation has soared at an astonishing rate, leading to remarkable transformations. Particularly after studying the supreme technique, her confidence grew immensely, and her overwhelming aura became increasingly pronounced. Moreover, during sparring sessions with her senior sister or while facing challenges within the illusion tower, she would confidently proclaim, "I am the supreme body, destined to suppress all foes." Upon uttering this, she could unleash her inner potential, growing ever more formidable in battle. As she matured and grew stronger, her demeanor underwent a profound metamorphosis. Presently, her mere presence commands respect, exuding an air of authority that dissuades any thoughts of confrontation. With just a glance, the timid may find themselves utterly intimidated. This transformation has completely altered everyone's perception of her as merely gentle and frail, bestowing upon her newfound admiration. At this moment, the day for the opening of the sect and the acceptance of disciples draws ever closer. Within the grand hall of the sect leader, Chen Xuan had just returned from the library. Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian appeared, bearing the newly crafted sect tokens. Sect leader. The sect tokens have been successfully forged, including a series for inner and outer elders, as well as inner and outer disciples. Additionally, we have crafted badges that can be worn on the chest for quick identification of one's status, eliminating the hassle of retrieving tokens frequently. Chapter 061, 1 month later. The sect entrance examination officially begins. Oh, let me see. Chen Xuan lifted his gaze slightly. Wang Zhumo promptly presented the sect leader's token and badge with both hands. The token, modest in size, merely palm-sized, bore the inscription of sect leader on one side and Piao Miao sect on the reverse. The badge was even smaller, only as wide as a thumb and half as long, equipped with a clasp for easy attachment to the chest, also inscribed with sect leader. Upon examining these items and assessing their sturdiness, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. These items have been infused with the primordial stone, rendering them remarkably resilient against destruction. Furthermore, due to the unique properties of the primordial stone, they can record the distinctive auras of disciples. Thus, even if a token is lost, one can discern whether an individual is a member of the sect by their aura. Wang Zhumo explained with a smile. Lacking the demeanor of a sovereign, he resembled a meritorious minister eagerly awaiting commendation. You two are quite thoughtful. Chen Xuan nodded and subsequently infused his aura into the token. Indeed, it preserved his information. Moreover, ordinary methods are utterly ineffectual in erasing the data within. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. The two bowed in unison. Well then, if that is the case, let us distribute them. Additionally, create more to be given to the newly arrived disciples. Chen Xuan affixed the sect master's insignia to his chest and waved his hand at the two. They promptly bowed and took their leave. Upon exiting the grand hall, they were the first to deliver a token to Lu Yu, who was closest. Lu Yu, this is the identity token issued by the sect master. Representing your status within the sect, please keep it safe. Lu Yu's trunk had sprouted several willow branches, and her charred form was rapidly turning verdant. Her recovery was becoming increasingly vigorous. Upon hearing the elder speak, she immediately emerged from her trunk and said, "Thank you, elder. Yes, I have placed it upon your branches." Wang Zhuma set a large and a small token upon Lu Yu's trunk before proceeding to distribute to others. The three esteemed elders, along with the other four disciples, received their tokens in succession. Even the steward elder Yi Junlin and Feng Hua Shuiyu, who was foraging on Xinyuan Mountain, received their tokens and insignias. However, the insignias of Feng Hua Shuiyu bore the words "Advanced Disciple." "Sister, this little trinket is truly beautiful. Sister, we now possess a status. Let us work diligently to avoid being expelled from the mountain." The two sisters stood amidst the ethereal mists of Xinyuan Mountain, their figures flickering, holding the sect tokens, their faces beaming with joy. Although they must come to Xinyuan Mountain daily to gather resources, the abundant spiritual energy here allows them to progress in their cultivation even more rapidly than outside. Even while working, as they toiled, they experienced a breakthrough. They have no desire to descend the mountain. Outside, at the gates of the Ethereal Sect, as the time for the sect's foundational trials approached, the number of cultivators arriving for the tests increased exponentially. Especially as the date drew nearer, the influx of individuals surged, with millions arriving daily. In the past few days, the numbers soared, nearing 100 million cultivators each day. This resulted in overcrowding outside the Ethereal Sect. The closer one got to the sect's entrance, the denser the crowd became, leaving scarcely any space to stand. If one were to gaze from atop the sect, they would see at least several 100 million cultivators congregating outside the mountain gates, filling the entirety of the chaotic ancient mountain range. The sheer magnitude of the scene was something many cultivators would never witness in their lifetimes. Goodness, there are far too many people. Look, another batch is arriving from the sky. Brother, could you help me keep my spot? I need to use the restroom 200 miles away. Can't you hold it a little longer? In just a few days, the testing will commence. Alas, I can no longer endure. I have been patient for half a month. The arduous days seem to drag on interminably. Under the relentless endurance of countless cultivators, each day is a torment. Yet, time also passes swiftly. As we persist, the long-awaited day of the establishment of the Ethereal Sect has finally arrived. On this momentous day, all the elders and disciples of the Ethereal Sect gather in the grand hall of the sect leader. Adorned with their neatly arranged sect insignias, they await Chen Xuan's decree. Are you all prepared? Chen Xuan adjusts his insignia with authority, casting a stern gaze upon the assembly. Within the hall, the crowd glances down at their insignias and simultaneously clasp their fists, declaring, "We are ready." Excellent. Let us proceed. The establishment and recruitment of disciples begins. Chen Xuan nods, stepping forward, followed closely by the 5 esteemed inner elders and their respective disciples. Finally, trailing behind are the proficient disciples Feng Hua, Shuiyu, and the elder Yi Junlin. A collective of individuals emerges from the grand hall, soaring into the sky towards the entrance of the sect. Upon their arrival, an uproar ensues outside the sect, filled with fervent excitement. Look, they have come. They are emerging. The members of the Ethereal Sect have appeared. The recruitment is about to begin. Quickly, let us check the woods 200 miles away to see if the young master has finished his greetings, urging him to return swiftly. Immediately notify the young lady 300 miles away. The Ethereal Sect's recruitment may commence soon. Uncle, everyone is awake. You should fly up to see if the Ethereal Sect is beginning its recruitment. Xiao Chun, awaken. Apologies, I shall not sell my wares just yet. I will do so after I join the sect. In an instant, millions of cultivators collectively rouse themselves, all turning their attention towards the Ethereal Sect's front square. They scrutinize the insignias of the individuals to discern their identities. After all, aside from Zhang Haishao, Feng Hua, Shuiyu, and Yi Junlin, the majority of the others have not revealed themselves, leaving many unrecognized. Particularly striking are the sect leader, Chen Xuan, and his few enchanting disciples, who add to the spectacle. Among them, the most captivating is Lu Yu. She appears as an ethereal being, her feet seemingly never touching the ground, exuding a pure aura that is truly exceptional. That woman seems to be a soul. Goodness, she is indeed a soul. The insignia indicates she is a direct disciple. Is the Ethereal Sect truly so formidable as to accept souls? It should not be a matter of indiscriminate acceptance, for she is still a person. No wonder they dared to disregard the Soul Palace a month ago. It turns out they have a soul among their disciples. This soul is extraordinary, with an exceptionally pure essence. If the Soul Palace were to learn of this, it would spell trouble. Humph. The Piao sect clearly does not regard the Soul Palace with any respect. They are unafraid. I must join the Piao sect. Is that individual in the center truly the 108th sect leader of the Piao sect? He is remarkably youthful. I have heard that he dispatched 3 emperor-level adversaries with a single slap. Truly, a reclusive sect. It seems they have few disciples. Though I wonder what their standards for recruitment are. Ah, ancestor. Look, that is our Yi family ancestor indeed. It is indeed that elder of menial duties, haha. From our Yi family, hundreds of millions of cultivators are filled with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan slightly raised his hand, unveiling the testing ladder. In an instant, a magnificent white jade ladder, soaring to a height of 999 steps, emerged abruptly. Chapter 62. Everyone ascends the ladder, Xiao Chun and Han Paopao. The ladder towered majestically, entirely crafted from white jade, appearing as if it could reach the heavens. As the ladder suddenly appeared, the multitude of cultivators fell silent, their gazes fixated in observation. At this moment, Chen Xuan also spoke. This is the testing ladder, the first stage of our assessment. It will gauge your future potential. While cultivation talent is merely one aspect of human potential, a lack of talent does not signify insufficient potential. As long as one can ascend the ladder, they may still become a disciple of our sect. Moreover, this ladder comprises a total of 999 steps, corresponding to a 10-star potential. Those who reach the summit will possess 10-star potential and may be chosen as a direct disciple of the sect master or select any intersect elder as their master. Those who ascend between the 900th and 999th steps will have 9-star potential and can become intersect disciples, personally taught by an intersect elder, with the option to choose any elder, excluding the sect master, as their mentor, of course, with the elder's consent. Those who land between the 600th and 900th steps will possess 6 to 8-star potential and can become outer sect disciples, guided by outer sect elders. Anyone who successfully passes the ladder test will automatically enter the second stage of the temperament assessment. Provided their temperament is sound, they may directly join the sect. Chen Xuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every cultivator like a drumbeat. Initially, he had intended to employ other methods to assess his disciples' potential when he first established the sect. However, he did not anticipate the emergence of the potential testing ladder and the heart-questioning mirror. Thus, he had not prepared alternative testing methods and opted to use these 2 stages for assessment. Upon hearing this proclamation, the multitude of cultivators erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What? Just 1 stage? It seems rather simple. What on earth is this potential testing ladder? I've never heard of it. Is potential more significant than cultivation talent? If 10-star potential corresponds to 10-star talent, then surely the recruitment criteria of this Miao sect seem rather lofty. After all, 9-star talent is already astonishingly rare. Yet it seems 9-star potential is even more elusive than 9-star talent. With 9-star talent, one can enter the sacred grounds and become a saint child. But here one can only become an intersect disciple, which is truly more formidable, 9-star talent or 9-star potential. Haha, it matters not. The testing ladder shall not hinder my progress. Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, you run swiftly. I hope you do not fall behind. The crowd buzzed with discussions regarding the testing ladder, each harboring distinct thoughts and aspirations. Observing this, Chen Xuan promptly declared, "Commence." Boom. As the words left his mouth, the cultivators erupted into a frenzy. Countless cultivators, having long prepared, soared into the air the moment Chen Xuan's words fell, rushing towards the first step. Charge! Forward! We shall not relent until we reach the summit. Let us go, brothers. Push onward with all our might. Haha, I possess 7-star talent. I shall forge ahead without fear. Charge! Greetings, sister-in-law. Do remain here. I shall take my leave. Uncle, please exercise utmost caution. Do not act impulsively to harm yourself. In an instant, throngs of cultivators responded to the news, hastening towards the testing grounds, fearful that any delay would leave them behind. Meanwhile, in the sect's plaza, Lu Tsang set forth a row of tables and chairs, respectfully inviting Chen Xuan to take his seat. Chen Xuan did not depart the scene. Instead, he nodded and occupied the main position, observing the ongoing tests. This testing period would last 7 days, and as the leader of the sect, he deemed it essential to make an appearance. While he could forego subsequent days, it was imperative he preside over the first day, for he was indeed the sect master. Soon, after Chen Xuan settled in, others took their places in an orderly manner, quietly watching the proceedings. At the foot of the testing ladder, countless cultivators reached the first step simultaneously, then leaped with all their might. Yet, before the ladder, no matter how elevated their cultivation, they could only ascend one step at a time, unable to leap over multiple steps. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands had climbed onto several dozen steps, a speed that left spectators in awe. Those who arrived later could only jostle their way upward. Fortunately, the ladder was broad enough, allowing millions of cultivators to stand upon each step. Although it was somewhat cramped, the space would become increasingly sparse further up. My lord, look quickly. The young master has surged to the forefront," exclaimed one. "Splendid, splendid. We shall have a feast tonight. Madam, do look. The young lady is also among the leaders. Oh dear, my little treasure. I am beside myself with excitement. You must do your utmost, darling. Your Majesty, the young prince has ascended. Though he has not reached the top ranks, he has scaled over 30 steps, securing a place on the second tier. Surely, the young prince will join the mysterious sect. Wonderful. I have a successor. As long as he can enter the mysterious sect, I shall immediately release his beloved." In that moment, countless families who accompanied their children were filled with exhilaration as they witnessed their offspring leading the charge. Yet, amidst the joy, there was also despair. Some families could not locate their children or saw them lagging far behind, inciting furious outbursts. "Where has my son gone? Why can I not see him? Sir, look down there. What a disgrace, a complete failure. Is this truly my blood? Others are nearly at 100 steps, and he is still on the 10th? For heaven's sake, he can't even catch up to the warm food." The scene was chaotic, with some having already ascended beyond 100 steps. Yet throngs of cultivators continued to rush towards the first layer of the testing ladder. The sheer number of participants meant that many were still far from reaching their destination. Among them was Xin Ping, who watched as the youth rapidly approached the 200th step, his heart filled with impatience. However, his sister-in-law was merely an ordinary person, and being too close posed a risk to her and her daughter's safety, as they were the last wishes of a fellow cultivator. Thus, he could only stand back a bit in resignation. Unbeknownst to him, standing at a distance proved to be a disadvantage. Thus, when he hastily arrived at the first step, someone had already ascended to the 600th step. The 600th step is the minimum requirement for entry into the mysterious sect. In an instant, countless onlookers raised their heads to gaze upward. "Look, is that not the young man Xiao Chun, previously pursued by the Soul Hall? He has actually surged to the forefront. Goodness. Miss, look. It is young Master Xiao Chun. He has claimed the first position. Princess Xiao Chun has indeed made no mistake. He is remarkable. Who is that trailing behind Xiao Chun? He is remarkably swift as well." Suddenly, another individual emerged, swiftly chasing after Xiao Chun, drawing immediate attention. After all, although Xiao Chun was in the lead, there was a considerable gap between him and the pursuer, leaving an expanse of empty space. The appearance of this newcomer was particularly captivating. He is about to catch up to Xiao Chun. How impressive. Goodness, another genius has appeared. Is that not Han Pao Pao? The one who typically flees at the slightest hint of danger? How can he run so fast? Wait, Han Pao Pao? The one whose misfortune led to the annihilation of every sect he joined? The crowd was collectively astonished. Chapter 63. The chase between Xin Ping and Wu De. This was merely the inaugural recruitment of disciples for the mysterious sect. Not only was the number of attendees substantial, but the presence of so many top-tier geniuses exceeded everyone's expectations, especially those two individuals at the forefront, who had created a significant distance between themselves and the other cultivators. Moreover, Han Peapeo's notorious misfortune was well known. Calamity seemed to follow him wherever he went. Several masters had already perished due to his ill fate. No sect dared to accept him. If he were to join a sect, would misfortune befall everyone around him? One could only wonder if the 3 inner elders of the mysterious sect could withstand such a burden. They should be able to. Those 3 elders could effortlessly tear through the void and annihilate 3 sects. Their strength was formidable. One could only hope. Alas, that Han Pao Pao is a harbinger of misfortune. May the mysterious sect be able to quell his ill luck. Otherwise, should my younger brother be selected, I fear our family might share in the misfortune. Those acquainted with Han Pao Pao exchanged worried glances. Meanwhile, Atop the heavenly ladder, Han Paopao surged with increasing speed. In no time, he caught up to Xiao Chun. At this moment, Xiao Chun, burdened by the heavenly measuring ruler, continued to dash forward. Suddenly, he seemed to sense someone approaching. Reflexively glancing back, he immediately spotted the youth Han Paopao closely behind him. Han Paopao, of similar age, flashed a friendly smile upon seeing him. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he overtook Xiao Chun, claiming the first position. In an instant, Xiao Chun was taken aback. He thought to himself, indeed, this recruitment by the mysterious sect has gathered a multitude of talents. However, the first place shall undoubtedly be mine. With this resolve, he hastened his pace, quickly forming a competitive chase with Han Paopao, surging upward and leaving all others far behind. In an instant, the entire venue was engulfed in astonishment. Everyone could scarcely contain the tremors in their hearts. At this moment, the two contenders were engaged in a fierce pursuit, having ascended more than 700 steps. It is worth noting that not a single individual had even breached the 600th step, and those who managed to reach 500 were exceedingly rare. The two prodigies had created a gap of 200 steps from the rest, leading the pack, which clearly demonstrated their immense potential. It was evident that those who would emerge from the recruitment of the mysterious sect were exceptional individuals. My lady, young master, Xiao Chun has been caught up. Oh dear, what shall we do? Princess, Xiao Chun has secured the second position. Brother Xiao Chun will become first. I believe in him. Do not panic. Young Master Xiao is composed and unhurried, unlike that other person who only values speed. I have faith that young Master Xiao will undoubtedly claim the top spot. Some older female cultivators, accompanying their families, stood at the foot of the celestial ladder, fervently praying for the Prince Charming, Xiao Chun. However, while some rejoiced, others were disheartened. Many cultivators atop the ladder found themselves hindered by their own limitations, struggling to ascend further. Is it truly impossible to advance beyond the 230th step? I possess a 3-star talent, yet I have only reached 230. Even the discarded scion of the neighboring family has made it to 300 steps. No, I cannot give up. I am so exhausted. I have already achieved the skyward realm, and I still rank among the best of my peers, yet I cannot progress further. Is 550 steps truly my limit? No, I refuse to accept this. With my 7-star talent, I shall not concede defeat. Sister, do not concern yourself with me. Focus on your ascent. The family's hopes rest upon you. Quickly, you must enter the mysterious sect. 599 steps. Just one more. If I advance further, the family will be secure. Master, Master, the young master has ascended to the 600th step. He is now in 3rd place. Ah, my son has secured a place in the mysterious sect? Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Ha. At this very moment, as the test progressed, whether above or below the celestial ladder, everyone was entirely absorbed, brimming with tension. Particularly those who had reached the 600th step, both their families and themselves, were ecstatic, overflowing with joy. But at that precise moment, a figure suddenly darted through the crowd, directly stepping onto the steps beyond the 600th. Without pause, he surpassed the cultivators above the 600th step, continuing his rapid ascent. 601, 602, 603. With each step, he outpaced 1 or 2 cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he became the 3rd in the entire gathering. The appearance of yet another young prodigy left countless individuals astounded. Ah, another genius. Look, he appears so effortless. Who is this person? It is friend Shen. My heavens, it is indeed friend Shen. Is it really friend Shen? Has he reached 600 steps? Indeed, sister-in-law, it is brother Shen. He has now climbed to 650 steps. Woohoo, splendid. It is uncle. Uncle, have you finally acquired the qualification to enter the mysterious sect? Daughter, look quickly. Your godfather has secured a spot in the mysterious sect. When you grow up, you must also join the mysterious sect. I understand, mother. With godfather in the mysterious sect, we need not fear being bullied. Moreover, I am determined to join the mysterious sect in the future to support mother and avenge father. The mother and daughter wept bitterly in each other's embrace. The accompanying friends were at a loss for words. Yet witnessing Shen Ping's fervent pace strengthened their resolve to protect the mother and daughter. As the saying goes, once one attains the Tao, even the dogs and chickens ascend to heaven. Now that a dear friend joins the mysterious sect, his status will naturally rise alongside it. It is imperative to safeguard Shun Dao's sister-in-law, allowing Shun Dao to focus on his cultivation. As he silently resolved this, all eyes turned towards him. and discussions about Shen Ping erupted. Especially his solitary figure, undeterred in speed, stood out prominently against the towering staircase. Although Shen Ping was still some distance from Xiao Chun and Han Paopao, he had similarly widened the gap from the cultivators behind, securing his position as a legitimate third. Furthermore, as they ascended the staircase, Xiao Chun and Han Paopao began to feel the strain, causing their previously rapid pace to slow, thus granting Shen Ping the opportunity to catch up. Whether it was due to the differing nature of the potential and talent tests or the influence of sharing a room with his sister-in-law, he felt increasingly invigorated and insightful after each encounter with her. Now, nearing the 700th step, he still felt remarkably at ease. Perhaps this time, he could defy fate, completely turn the tide, and become an inner disciple of the mysterious sect. Come on, Shen Ping. Once you enter the sect, it is the path to transcendence. Shen Ping, brimming with excitement, urged himself onward, charging ahead with all his might. However, just as he surged forward a few steps, another figure emerged in the open space he had created, claiming the fourth position and stirring up quite a commotion. This individual was faster than Shen Ping, rivaling the initial speeds of Xiao Chun and Han Paopao. Dressed in plain garments with a compass hanging at his waist, though youthful, his demeanor exuded a profound sense of composure, leaving others perplexed. Yet, some recognized his identity. Isn't that the person who has been selling materials at the market recently? Indeed, it is him. He is quite formidable. It's Wu De, it truly is him. How outrageous. By heaven, it is indeed him. Upon realizing his identity, those familiar with Wu De erupted into fervent cries, filled with indignation at his audacity to desecrate their ancestral tomb. Suddenly, an elderly eunuch in the crowd exclaimed in excitement, "Your Majesty, the one who has stolen from the royal tomb is that man up there. I shall bring him back at once." However, the sovereign seated nearby, clearly more composed, frowned and retorted, "If you seek death, then go ahead. Can't you use your brain? This is the venue for the mysterious sect's recruitment. Even if you intend to act, you must wait until he has been eliminated. However, he has already qualified for entry into the sect, Your Majesty. This is merely the first hurdle. There is a second one yet to face. If he is admitted, then this matter is settled. If not, then have him torn to pieces and fed to the dogs. Indeed, your wisdom is unparalleled, my emperor. It is truly exhausting to have a servant such as you, devoid of any initiative." In the crowd, similar scenes unfolded in various corners. Those unfamiliar with Wu De merely expressed their curiosity in hushed tones, only to be met with complaints from those nearby. From the discussions around them, it seemed that the individual above had a penchant for tomb raiding and had offended quite a number of people. Yes, he is nothing but a tomb robber. The last time I went to burn paper offerings, he suddenly emerged from my father's grave, scaring me to death. Now I can't even perform. You're afraid it's not just about burning paper, are you? Well, I was indeed burning paper, but I also brought along 2 concubines for a camping trip. Camping atop a grave? Is that really the crux of the matter? The main issue is that he was digging up my father's tomb. Can you not discern the essence here? Damn it. I never anticipated he would gain entry into the mysterious sect. What shall we do now? The enmity of tomb raiding is irreconcilable. I truly wish a bolt of lightning would strike that Wu De. My brother merely threatened him, and as a result, 3 ancestral graves were excavated. How infuriating. I feel the same. I had a minor altercation with him at the tavern, slipped him some drugs to embarrass him. In return, he desecrated my great-grandfather's grave. Now my father is searching for him far and wide. I never expected him to show up here. Those who had suffered similar fates appeared to find solace in their shared grievances, their teeth clenched in frustration as they recounted their woes. However, the majority remained oblivious to Wu De, perceiving him as exceptionally gifted, speculating on which level of the celestial ladder he would ultimately ascend. Atop the celestial ladder, Wu De was valiantly climbing, drawing ever closer to Shen Ping, blissfully unaware of the curses being hurled at him from below. Of course, even if he were aware, it mattered little. After all, he had been a tomb raider for a lifetime, rendering such matters inconsequential. Moreover, it was not his intention to plunder others' graves. His innate constitution was one of extreme. Yes, an extreme body. Though such a condition is exceedingly rare among men, it is not non-existent. He is a remarkable exception. Furthermore, the manifestation of extreme within him had led to an imperceptible influence, causing him to develop an unusual affinity for energy, prompting an irresistible urge to delve into tombs. Although he had considered resolving conflicts through more conventional means, rather than resorting to grave robbing for revenge, he found himself utterly unable to resist. The sensation was simply euphoric. He believed that nothing in this world could bring greater joy than burrowing into a tomb. As for others' grievances, let them be. After all, he only excavated when others sought him out. Everything is bound by cause and effect. No wonder he thought this way. As Wu De soon approached Xinping, after exchanging a glance, Wu De was the first to extend a greeting. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Wu De, and from now on, we shall be comrades in the same sect. I look forward to your guidance. I shall await you above. With that, he quickened his pace, swiftly surpassing Xinping to claim the third position. Xinping, observing Wu De's figure receding into the distance, gritted his teeth and hastened his pace to pursue him. Meanwhile, beneath the celestial ladder, the onlookers could not help but express their admiration for the four figures who led the way. Each of them exhibited extraordinary talent. Even the one in fourth place had ascended to the 800th level. It was evident that they were poised to become inner disciples. Look quickly, sister-in-law. Shen Daoist has already entered the 800th level, merely 100 layers away from becoming an inner disciple. Goodness, that Han Paopao has reached the 900th level. How astonishing. Wow, the first inner disciple has emerged. Miss, young Master Xiao has also reached the 900th level. How remarkable. Oh my, the second inner disciple has been born. The pace of the two trailing figures seemed to slow, leaving uncertainty about their prospects for entering the inner sect. Ah, someone else has reached the 700th level. Sigh. My son is undeniably gifted, a coveted talent among countless sects, yet he struggles to advance beyond the 600th level. What a pity. Steward, has the young master returned from the restroom yet? Hurry. Others have climbed to over 900 levels. Master, bad news. The young master was bitten by a demon snake while in the restroom, in the plaza before the gate. Upon learning of the emergence of a climber who had reached the 900th level, Chen Xuan lifted his gaze from his tea. Although both Xiao Chun and Han Paopao had ascended to the 900th level, Han Paopao's speed had evidently diminished. Only Xiao Chun continued to advance steadily, soon surpassing Han Paopao to reclaim the first position. Below the 900th level, only Wu De and Xinping were progressing steadily in the 800th tier, occupying the third and fourth spots respectively. Such an impressive scene naturally piqued Chen Xian's curiosity, prompting him to open the information panels of the four individuals for further examination. Name, Xiao Chun. Physique, no special physique, relies solely on innate talent. Realm, 6th layer of sky ascension. Potential, undergoing assessment, click here for early preview. Experience, a youthful genius. Misidentified as a waste due to an encounter with the spirit of a medicinal sage within a ring, leading to the dissolution of his engagement. In anger, he established a 3-year pact and subsequently trained under the medicinal sage's spirit, achieving remarkable progress to fulfill his promise. Having now honored his agreement, he embarks on a journey to assist the sage in regaining corporeal form, only to have his soul exposed and pursued by the Soul Palace, resulting in a frantic escape. Name, Han Paopao. Realm, 5th layer of sky ascension. Physique, the body of misfortune. Potential, undergoing assessment, click here for early preview. Experience, departed home at a young age to join a sect for training, narrowly escaping after being subjected to a human pill concocted by his master. His fortune shifted upon discovering a fragmented celestial artifact, the little green bottle, marking the onset of his rise. However, due to his misfortune physique, calamities tend to follow him. Most notably the destruction of his sect mere months ago, leaving no survivors, after which he commenced a life of wandering. Name, Wu De. Realm, 5th layer of sky ascension. Physique, the extreme Yin body. Potential, undergoing assessment, click here for early preview. Experience, born with an extreme Yin constitution, he is irresistibly drawn to objects of pure Yin. He has a penchant for tomb raiding and often sleeps in graveyards alongside the deceased. Within the tomb, whether through cultivation or enlightenment, the results are exponentially magnified, and progress is swift. Name, Xinping. Realm, 2nd level of spiritual sea. Physique, dual cultivation body. Potential, currently under assessment. Experience, since childhood. He has comprehended the principles of life, acting with caution, never swayed by the slightest temptation or opportunity. After years of seclusion and silent cultivation, he emerged from his retreat, driven by the injury of a neighbor who had entrusted his wife and daughter to him, seeking support from friends and allies. Note: the dual cultivation physique activates automatically upon the first intimate encounter. Subsequent partners yield diminishing effects. The current physique has been activated. Soon. For detailed pieces of information appeared before Chen Xuan's eyes. After perusing these 4 pieces of information, Chen Xuan fell into silence. The absurdity of the top 4 was astonishing. Chapter 065. The top 4 appear. The temperament test begins. The top 4, each more outrageous than the last. Even Chen Xuan was left bewildered. The bodies of misfortune and extreme ease were one thing. After all, the strength of the Ethereal Sect rendered him impervious to such calamities. Entomb rating was of little concern. But the last one, Shen Ping, possessed a dual cultivation body. Each intimate encounter enhances his understanding, which is utterly absurd. Does this mean he could become invincible through mere slumber? Compared to the brilliance of the night at Source Mountain, the top 4 geniuses emerging today, only Xiao Chen seemed the most ordinary. Chen Xuan, with a silent sigh, directed his gaze toward Xiao Chen, eager to discern the heights of this disciple's potential. As for the click-to-view option, he found it unworthy of his attention. The results would soon be revealed. As Chen Xuan raised his head, the individuals on the heavenly ladder became increasingly frantic, as if under scrutiny, striving desperately to ascend and showcase their abilities. Especially at the pinnacle, Xiao Chen. At this moment, he had already stepped onto the 990th layer. Yet, at this point, he distinctly sensed an overwhelming resistance. Each step forward felt immensely arduous. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Particularly upon feeling Chen Xuan's gaze, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Could the sect master be astonished by my potential? No, that is insufficient. I must ascend further, and I shall astonish the sect master, allowing my name, Xiao Chen, to resonate throughout the world. Nailan, do you not look down upon me? Today, I shall prove that I, Xiao Chen, can not only defeat you but also achieve fame across the realms. 9 layers remain. I must reach the summit. With a powerful shout, Xiao Chen lifted his leg and ascended another step. Boom. Below the heavenly ladder, countless individuals trembled once more. He had ascended yet another layer. Heavens! Miss, look! Young Master Xiao has ascended another layer. Sensing the attention from below, Xiao Chen reached the 991st layer and continued to stride forward. Boom. 992nd layer. Boom. 993rd layer. Boom. 994th layer. Boom. 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 In no time, Xiao Chen's footsteps halted at the position of the 998th layer. However, from that moment on, despite all efforts, he found himself unable to ascend to the final level. The most he could manage was to place a foot on the 999th tier, only to be forced back by an overwhelming pressure, leaving Xiao Chen feeling utterly dissatisfied. Could it be that he was destined to be confined to the 998th level? He murmured to himself, contemplating another attempt, but the wise elder quickly intervened, urging, "Enough, Xiao Chen. The pressure of this testing ladder is immense. Merely reaching this point is a significant achievement. Moreover, an indomitable spirit is far more crucial than potential. Do not act impulsively. An invincible heart holds greater importance than innate talent." Upon hearing the elder's comforting words, Xiao Chen found wisdom in them and decided to relinquish his quest for the pinnacle. While potential may bind one's future and symbolize innate capabilities, it does not imply that an ordinary person cannot defy fate. A heart that charges forward is of utmost significance. Thus, with clarity in mind, Xiao Chen ceased his fixation on reaching the final level, turning gracefully away to gaze down from the ladder. In that instant, his long hair danced in the wind, and his poised figure elicited a renewed wave of astonishment from the crowd. Wow, so dashing. Young Master Xiao, look, he has turned back. Countless infatuated admirers gazed at Xiao Chen with sparkling eyes, filled with adoration. Even without stepping onto the final tier, he remained a prince charming in the eyes of many women. At that moment, as they beheld Xiao Chen's striking silhouette, not only did the onlookers below erupt in excitement, but even Han Pao Pao, Wu De, and Shen Ping, who had also reached the 900th tier, were taken aback. 998 tiers. How astonishingly swift. Although all 3 had ascended beyond the 900 tier, only those who reached the 900 tier could truly comprehend the magnitude of the pressure, which increased exponentially with each ascent. It was indeed greater than even a coin. This testing event was undeniably a gathering of prodigies. With such high testing standards, for individuals had managed to surpass the 900 tier, Nevertheless, I, Han Pao Pao, am determined to run faster. I must claim the title of first. In that moment, Han Pao Pao steeled himself, activating all his hidden potential and surging upward with all his might. Instantly, Wu De, following closely behind, was taken aback. After all, they had only just caught up. Yet, the other had surged ahead once more. What the? He was hiding his strength. With that realization, Wu De also clenched his fists tightly, unleashing his full power as he charged upward. In no time, the two transformed into relentless contenders, refusing to slow their pace. Before long, they both gritted their teeth, freezing in place at the 997th and 995th levels, securing the second and third positions, respectively. I can go no further. This is where I stop. Han Pao Pao, now at the 997th tier, turned to face the multitude of cultivators. Subsequently, Wu De also slowly turned around. Thus, the top three positions were firmly established. In an instant, the crowd erupted in another wave of amazement. They could climb no higher. My heavens, to think they could reach such heights. With three of the top four having paused, the fate of the final contender remained uncertain. Uncle, give it your all. Shen Daoyu, strive diligently. You must surpass them. Countless groups of cultivators paused to gaze at Shen Ping, who was still ascending. Shen Ping, sensing the scrutiny of others, took a deep breath, remaining calm and composed as he gradually continued his ascent. He could not afford to hasten. The pressure here was overwhelming. A reckless dash would inevitably send him tumbling down within moments. Thus, a steady approach, moving slowly and surely, was the wisest course. He advanced steadily, neither rushed nor sluggish. 960 layers, 970 layers, 980 layers, 990 layers. At last, Shen Ping's figure halted at the 99th layer. Unable to ascend any further. Recognizing his limits, he experienced no hesitation, turning around to accept his fourth place ranking with grace. Instantly, the four inner disciples emerged victorious, eliciting a chorus of astonishment from the crowd. The fifth place, in stark contrast, was stuck at merely 700 layers, unable to progress. The gap between the top four and the fifth was a staggering 200 layers, illustrating the terrifying disparity. This void represented an insurmountable chasm for many. Observing the halted figures of the top four, Chen Xuan, seated prominently, felt a tinge of disappointment. Among so many, not a single one possessed 10-star potential. Although Xiao Chun was tantalizingly close, he still fell short of the mark. This highlighted the rarity of 10-star potential indeed. Chen Xuan silently hoped that a few 10-star talents might emerge in the coming days. He then waved to Lu Tsong, signaling him to proceed to the next phase of testing. Lu Tsong nodded before announcing loudly, "All cultivators above 600 layers, please come forth in order to register your personal information, then participate in the second phase of the temperament test. Successful candidates will gain entry into the sect." Boom. Upon hearing these words, all who met the requirements turned towards the front square to register, while some still contemplated testing their limits for higher ascension. The daunting prospect of climbing several hundred more layers to enter the inner sect led many to relinquish further attempts and join the registration queue. After all, climbing a few more layers was feasible, but hundreds was a mere delusion. Ultimately, a few layers more or less would not alter their status as outer disciples. In that moment, the crowd approached in unison, and leading the way were Xiao Chun, Han Pao Pao, Wu De, and Shen Ping. The four of them strode forth like triumphant heroes, their heads held high under the admiring gaze of the multitude. Wherever they passed, envy and admiration resonated. Chapter 066. The Mother-Child Heart-Questioning Mirror, Cultivators in Utter Embarrassment out of billions of cultivators. Only 4 qualified for entry into the inner sect. Such are the lofty standards of the Miao Miao sect. A wave of frustration surged within. Why, oh why, could I not even ascend to the 100th layer? My talent is undeniably promising. Should these 4 succeed in joining the sect, they would surely become formidable forces. Their futures boundless. I must cultivate a good relationship with them. Indeed, I heard that Yi Qingsheng from the Yi family has been in the sect for over a month and has already reached the late stage of concentration. It is said she is on the verge of becoming a celestial monarch. Isn't that terrifying? No way, that's incredible. Is it true? Absolutely. The speed of advancement is truly astonishing. It leaves one utterly speechless. I have grown weary of uttering the words envy and admiration. Alas, onlookers displayed their envious and jealous gazes, directing their attention toward those who had successfully qualified for entry into the outer sect, specifically those who had ascended beyond the 600th level of the celestial ladder. Although merely reaching the 600th tier grants one access, there are only a little over 100 individuals who have achieved this feat. Among billions of cultivators, a mere 100 have attained a potential of 6 stars or higher, with the majority being 6 stars and only a handful reaching 7 stars. The odds, when contemplated, are terrifying, though they belong to the outer sect. Once they enter the sect, these individuals will undoubtedly evolve into formidable figures commanding respect and authority. Ha ha ha, my son is among them. Do you see? My son is part of this elite group. Humph, do not rejoice too soon. There remains a temperament test. Given your son's disposition, I doubt he will pass. Heh, I refuse to believe that after so many talents have been filtered down to just over 100, my son would be rejected for a minor flaw in character. It is inconceivable. Just wait. Once my son joins the sect, I shall make you regret it. As they gazed upon this select group of over 100 individuals, those outside the square were equally filled with envy. After all, this is the esteemed Miao Miao sect. They would gladly accept even the role of a servant for their children, but alas, the sect does not require any servants at this time. At this moment, in the front square, the tables and chairs for registration had been arranged neatly before Chen Xuan. Lu Hai was tasked with registering inner sect disciples, while Lu Xiao handled the outer sect disciples. Lu Tsang stood beside Chen Xuan, serving as a guard and providing explanations. Meanwhile, Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian were responsible for the second phase, the temperament test. Additionally, Chen Xian's direct disciples and various servant disciples were present to maintain order and provide guidance for the newcomers. In short, everyone had their roles filled. Esteemed guests, this way please. At this juncture, Lin Fan arrived with several esteemed disciples, including Yi Qingcheng, Morong Ingluo, Lu Yu, and Shi Linger, all adorned with the prestigious insignia of true disciples, guiding Xiao Chun and his companions towards Lu Hai. Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Xin Ping were all individuals of exceptional temperament, possessing their own sense of pride. However, upon glimpsing the insignia on their counterparts and sensing the unfathomable aura exuding from these true disciples of the Miao Miao sect, they were taken aback and immediately humbled. What an overwhelming presence! It surpasses that of my deceased master. The true disciples of the Miao Miao sect are indeed formidable. These senior sisters appear to be no older than I, yet they exude such depth. They are undoubtedly formidable cultivators. The Miao Miao sect, indeed, should not be underestimated. Although they may be of similar ages, they are as different as a sparrow is from a swan, as distant as stars from mere grains of sand. The four exchanged glances, no longer daring to be arrogant, and hurriedly bowed with respect, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Thank you, senior brother. Senior sister. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. The four, filled with reverence, approached Lu Hai with utmost courtesy, continuing their respectful gestures. We pay our respects to the elder. Indeed. One by one, what is your name, how old are you, and where do you come from? Lu Hai, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned over the table, brush in hand, and turned his gaze towards Xiao Chun, resembling a benevolent elder. Although his attitude was more cordial than that of several senior brothers and sisters, they dared not underestimate him. For this individual possessed the power to obliterate an entire super sect with a mere swipe of his hand. Xiao Chun promptly clasped his fists and respectfully replied, I am Xiao Chun, 23 years of age, hailing from the current realm. And you? I am Han Paopao, my age is. In no time, the registration of the four inner disciples was complete. This process also served as a means for each to introduce their identities. Subsequently, under Lin Fan's guidance, the four approached Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian, awaiting the forthcoming unified temperament assessment. However, as they stood in a line, gazing at the desolate surroundings, a sense of unease and tension enveloped them. After all, the onlookers were all formidable figures. While the four of them were considered geniuses in the outside world, here, they felt as though they were insignificant. Fortunately, the registration of outer disciples proceeded swiftly. In a short while, over 100 outer disciples, guided by Elder Yi Junlin and Feng Waguiyu, gathered together with Xiao Chun and the others, forming an orderly line, with the crowd surrounding them. The four felt a slight relaxation. Once everyone was in position, Wang Zhumo, responsible for the temperament assessment, expressionless, produced a mirror and flung it above his head. In an instant, The originally foot-long mirror transformed into a colossal reflective surface that enveloped all the disciples, casting their reflections. Over 100 individuals curiously gazed at their mirrored selves, bewildered as to the nature of this temperament test. Just then, Wang Zhuma spoke calmly to the crowd. This is the mother and child heart-questioning mirror, which allows you to enter an illusion and reveals your thoughts and actions within it. Those whose temperament is inadequate will have their reflections darken. The darker the reflection, the more unsatisfactory the temperament. Once the test concludes, those whose reflections remain unchanged may enter the sect. Are you prepared? After this explanation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished, especially those with ulterior motives, who quickly began contemplating solutions. However, before they could ponder further, the others shouted in unison, "We are ready." "Good. Let us begin." As the words fell, before the disciples could even prepare, Wang Zhuma infused the mirror with his essence, instantly activating it. Suddenly, all the disciples were engulfed in darkness, finding themselves within their respective illusions. One individual with impure intentions found himself directly within the dilapidated Ethereal Sect, surveying the crumbling walls, injured disciples, and the lifeless bodies of elders, immediately succumbing to nefarious thoughts. The Ethereal Sect had actually fallen? How splendid! I shall see if there are any valuable items to take and make my escape. As his thoughts translated into actions, the reflection in the mirror rapidly darkened, especially when he encountered a male disciple of a lower realm who attempted to block his path. Without a second thought, he bound the other and prepared to strip him of his garments. It was at this moment that his reflection in the mirror turned coal-black. His essence appeared enchanted, eyes vacant, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he cackled. What a splendid figure. Don't move. I am swift, and it won't hurt a bit. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhumo's countenance darkened. Those who had been eliminated or their relatives were left speechless. This was merely the beginning, and yet it had devolved into such a state. The opponent's character was utterly deplorable. Moreover, what figure? What swiftness? What was he truly doing within the illusion? As the crowd remained baffled, Wang Zhumo, unable to bear the sight, raised his hand and dismissed him from the arena, stating coolly, "Disqualified." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. As they gazed at the fallen figure, all eyes turned towards him. The disciple's expression was one of embarrassment. The moment he was expelled from the illusion, he awakened, realizing everything had been an illusion. He was mortified, covering his face and fleeing. Chapter 067. Within the illusion. What constitutes a despicable act? As the disciple ran away with his face concealed, curiosity burgeoned among the surrounding cultivators, prompting them to inquire incessantly. "Fellow cultivator, what did you do in the illusion? Your reflection in the mirror turned as black as coal. You mentioned being swift. What did you mean by that? Brother, could you elaborate? I mean no harm, merely intrigued. What transpired in the illusion? Fellow cultivator, please don't leave." Amidst the relentless questioning, the disciple hid in a corner, not daring to utter a word. As for explanations or justifications, he dared not. Who knows if the members of the Ethereal Sect might discover what transpired in the illusion. If he were to be exposed for bullying his fellow disciples, he would truly have no face left to show. Even his own friends would hesitate to approach him. With his disappearance, the crowd shook their heads and turned back to the scene, for there were still many present exhibiting even stranger reactions than that disciple. My lord, I have pilfered the great void technique. My lord, thank you. My lord, I am deeply grateful. What a pitiful sect. Not a single treasure to be found. An enemy approaches? No, I must flee quickly. Please, do not kill me. I speak the truth. I am an undercover agent, an undercover agent. I surrender. I will reveal the location of the Ethereal Sect's treasures. I beg you, spare me. What am I liking for men? I admit it is wrong to spy on my fellow brothers while they bathe, but we are all men. What difference does it make? Before long, one by one, figures began to darken. Fearful of death, those harboring ulterior motives and undercover agents from other factions became glaringly evident. Some family members, upon witnessing their kin's disgraceful behavior, felt their teeth grinding in frustration. Especially Chen Xuan. Though not angry, he was utterly speechless at the events unfolding within the illusion, for he was unlike the others. While they could only infer the actions of others within the illusion from their words, Chen Xuan had a clear view of all that transpired, for he was currently gazing through the sub-mirror of the mother-child heart-questioning mirror. The mother mirror reflects the multitude, while the child mirror gazes into the realm of illusions. At this moment, the child mirror rests upon the table before Chen Xuan, depicting the scene of a disciple clandestinely observing his fellow sect members bathing. Within the mirror, at the water's edge, a young man stands illuminated by moonlight, pouring water over his chest. The water cascades down, leaving droplets on his shoulders, creating an exquisite tableau of a supremely handsome youth indulging in a bath. Meanwhile, the voyeuristic disciple hides beneath a nearby tree, his eyes wide with fervor. Yet he is soon apprehended by an elder, who compels him to utter his feeble justification. Sect leader, perhaps we should turn our gaze elsewhere. Lute Song, standing beside Chen Xuan, could not suppress his darkened expression, awkwardly suggesting that such conduct pales in comparison to the treachery of timid disciples who fear confrontation. As the voyeur is expelled, Chen Xuan promptly shifts the mirror's focus to the four major inner disciples. As future core members, their temperaments must be scrutinized. Soon, the vision of Xiao Chun emerges within the mirrored realm. In the scene, a woman leads a cadre of powerful warriors assaulting the mysterious sect. Xiao Chun, now a pivotal disciple of the mysterious sect, stands resolutely before the mountain gate, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen comrades, yet he brandishes his sword defiantly. Nalan Yen, if you wish to breach the mysterious sect, you must first tread over my corpse. Attack. In the illusion, Xiao Chun steadfastly guards the mountain gate, unwavering in his resolve. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan nods in satisfaction, murmuring, "This young man possesses a righteous spirit. He is a talent worth cultivating." With that, he slowly directs the focus to Han Paopao. As the scene shifts, Han Paopao's plight unfolds within the illusion. Severely injured, he carries a fellow elder of the mysterious sect on his back, pursued relentlessly by a throng of cultivators. Han Paopao, the mysterious sect has been annihilated. Surrender now, and you may yet escape with your life. Hand over the elder. Master, you must let me go. I will hold them off for you. You must flee. One day, I shall restore the mysterious sect. No, I have lost too many masters. This time, I will not abandon anyone. Ah, little green bottle, aid me. With a thunderous boom, a small green bottle bursts forth from his waist, rapidly expanding into a gourd-like form, lifting the two of them and whisking them away to safety. What manner of weapon is this? Lute Song furrows his brow, fixating on the small green bottle within the mirror. It bears resemblance to materials of supreme weapons, likely a legendary broken celestial artifact. Yet, the essence within has entirely dissipated, rendering it utterly useless. Chen Xuan, too, scrutinizes the small green bottle for a moment before arriving at the same conclusion. Regardless of whether it is a celestial artifact, the bottle is inoperative. Its special attributes long since faded, failing to pique Chen Xuan's interest, prompting him to continue shifting the imagery. The scene swiftly transitions to Wu De. In the illusion, Wu De finds himself in a grand tomb, prying open a coffin to conduct a grave robbery. However, as he lifts the coffin lid, he is startled by the figure within. What the hell? Why is it our sect elder? How could our sect elder be buried here? He appeared utterly bewildered, gazing at the array of treasures within the coffin, his eyes glistening with desire, yet he refrained from touching anything. Instead, he gently closed the coffin lid once more, murmuring, "Forgive me, elder, it was not my intention. Though I, as a disciple, have a penchant for grave robbing, I would never desecrate the tomb of my own kin. Rest in peace. I shall seal the entrance shortly." Observing Wu De's demeanor, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction once again, then shifted the scene to focus on the final disciple. Shen Ping. Shen Ping found himself in a valley resplendent with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. Prominent nameplates indicated to those within the illusion that they were at the mysterious sect. In this dreamlike realm, Shen Ping was entwined with a woman of exquisite beauty. Her allure almost ethereal. "Uncle, you are being so cruel. What if my husband discovers this?" She lamented. "Sister-in-law, my friend is already passed. He entrusted me with your care. I have honored his final wishes by raising his daughter to maturity. I trust he would understand from beyond the grave. Indeed, without you, our fate would surely mirror that of countless other women, tragic and despairing. For the sake of our daughter, I believe my husband would not object," she replied, and their tender exchanges resumed. Yet, at that moment, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared, pointing at Shen Ping and exclaiming, "Halt! Shen Ping, how dare you dishonor my wife? I took you for a brother. Today, I shall slay you both and eradicate everyone from the mysterious sect. My friend, You must allow me to explain. Wait, how did you manage to enter the mysterious sect? Xin Ping was momentarily stunned. His sister-in-law, equally agitated, stepped in front of him, exclaiming, "Husband, if you must kill, let it be me. It was I who willingly offered myself to your uncle seeking protection. He has raised our daughter. Without him, we would have faced untold hardships. My friend, I apologize. You have trespassed upon the mysterious sect. I must apprehend you and hand you over to the elders for judgment. However, I will intercede on your behalf." An extraordinary scene unfolded within the illusion. Regardless of the circumstances, Xin Ping's character was commendable. He knew how to uphold the honor of the sect. As for his relationship with his sister-in-law, Chen Xuan chose not to intervene. After all, every individual has their own choices to make. Having observed the visions of the four inner disciples, Chen Xuan reclined slightly, resting against his chair. However, he did not dwell on it, while his cherished disciples were left in a state of confusion. Although the Xin Ping in the mirror had not turned malevolent, it still led to misunderstandings. Particularly among the female disciples, their gazes turned increasingly suspicious toward Xin Ping. Sister-in-law? Friend? Good heavens! What a tangled web of relationships. In that moment, Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Shilinger could not bear to watch any longer. Only Lu Yu, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly has he done? Why does his sister-in-law's husband wish to kill him?" Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, Shilinger, and Feng Huashui remained speechless. Ultimately, it was the more open-minded Murong Ingluo who whispered a comment. However, upon hearing this, Lu Yu became even more puzzled and continued to question. What is this matter of compromising situations? Chapter 068. A bounty of gifts arrives. Mass synthesis of summoning cards. The crowd fell into a momentary silence, each of them rolling their eyes in unison. Even Murong Ingluo felt a twinge of embarrassment in explaining the situation to Lu Yu. Surely, she could not divulge the intricacies of trigonometric functions to her. Who knows, Lu Yu might further inquire about what trigonometric functions even are. Seeing that no one responded, Lu Yu's confusion deepened, yet she hesitated to ask further, choosing instead to bury the question in her heart, planning to seek guidance from her master later. Soon, as the temperament test progressed, another disciple who had turned dark was expelled, leaving a mere 105 individuals in attendance. Yes, just 105. Selected from millions of cultivators, among whom were 4 from the inner sect. Observing the unchanging expressions of the remaining crowd, the overseer, Wang Zhima, raised his hand and retrieved the mother mirror. In an instant, the remaining individuals awakened from the illusion, their hearts racing at the sight of the empty spaces beside them. After all, they had all come with the genuine intention of apprenticeship, yet it turned out there were indeed a few among them with ulterior motives. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the temperament test and are now officially disciples of the sect. Proceed to collect your sect tokens. Wang Zhuma's voice resonated, rousing the disciples from their contemplations. Quickly, joy replaced their surprise as they eagerly lined up to receive their tokens and badges. As the disciples infused their tokens with their essence, Chen Xian's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. Congratulations, host. You have received a luxurious apprentice recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host. You have received a luxurious apprentice recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host. You have received a standard apprentice recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host. You have received a standard apprentice recruitment gift pack X1. Before long, all disciples had acquired their identities within the sect, and Chen Xian found himself in possession of 105 recruitment gift packs. Indeed, the initiative to fully open recruitment was extraordinary, with gifts pouring in abundance. Yet, he pondered whether the ordinary and luxurious packs contained anything of value. With that thought in mind, Chen Xian prepared to open his packs. However, at that moment, Lu Cong suddenly reported, "Sect Master, Yi Chongxing and Murong Zhantian are awaiting your summons." He gestured towards the 2 individuals standing at the forefront outside the sect square. Surrounded by a throng of their kin, unable to move yet maintaining a courteous smile towards Chen Xian. Observing their predicament, Chen Xian lightly beckoned with his finger, effortlessly drawing the 2 from the crowded throng. "Greetings, Sect Master," they exclaimed, hastily bowing, their faces brimming with a desire to curry favor, which instantly attracted attention. Although the second phase of testing had concluded, many latecomers or new arrivals were still ascending the heavenly ladder, and with a little time left before the day's end, it was possible that more disciples could be selected. Thus, the crowd remained, and even Chen Xuan had no intention of departing early. Moreover, Chen Xuan had previously promised Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian that when the time came for the sect to accept disciples, he would provide an opportunity for their family members to join the sect for cultivation. However, the candidates still had to undergo the necessary assessments. It was merely a matter of slightly easing the process. Now that he found himself with some leisure, he decided it was the perfect time to inquire and address this matter. Thus, Chen Xuan calmly asked, "How many candidates from your two clans have been selected?" In response to the sect master's inquiry, Yi Changxing, filled with shame, clasped his fists and reported that not a single member from the younger generation of the Yi clan had been chosen. Even the venerable ancestors of the Yi family, Yi Junlin and Yi Qingcheng, wore expressions of helplessness. After all, the current generation of the Yi clan had indeed fallen short, with only Yi Qingcheng showcasing exceptional talent. Fortunately, the Yi family had pledged their loyalty early on, earning the favor of the sect master, which was an immense honor. "Very well, I shall grant you 5 slots. Bring forth the 5 with the greatest potential for registration and testing at the outer sect." Chen Xuan nodded, allocating 5 slots before turning his gaze to Murong Zhantian. Murong Zhantian promptly replied, "My family has 1 candidate selected." "All right, then I shall also grant you 5 slots. Go and choose your candidates." Chen Xuan nodded once more. Upon hearing that both had received 5 slots, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian were filled with immense joy. After all, 5 slots were a significant opportunity. Out of countless cultivators, fewer than 100 had been chosen. To secure even a single slot was akin to receiving a grand blessing. 5 slots for a single family could propel their clan to greatness. Thus, the two quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Sect Master. We shall take our leave." With that, they eagerly turned to select their candidates. This scene immediately sparked a considerable uproar among the millions of cultivators present. Why had they been granted slots? It seemed unjust. Who were they to deserve this? "Hush! You seem unaware. Those two are vassal forces of the Miao Miao sect. They once came to our aid during the siege by the 3 sects, fully prepared to sacrifice their lives. Do you think these slots were given freely? Is that so? Well, with that in mind, I have nothing more to say. After all, they exchanged the lives of their entire clan for this. Yet that still doesn't seem fair. Our family is willing to become vassals too." They have family members holding intersect positions. Do you think anyone can just become a vassal on a whim? Oh, so there are indeed prerequisites for becoming a vassal. Very well. As the explanation spread, the discontented multitude reluctantly accepted the situation. After all, where there is loss, there is gain. This has been a timeless principle. With the two departing, Chen Xuan leaned back in his chair, remaining as still as a mountain. While awaiting the completion of the disciple assessments, he quietly activated the Disciple Recruitment Grand Gift Pack. After all, it was high time for the sect to welcome new members. System: open all ordinary Disciple Recruitment Grand Gift Packs. Ding! All ordinary Disciple Recruitment Grand Gift Packs have been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 101 Heavenly King Summon cards. Due to the current low level, a maximum of 2 can be synthesized. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1010 strands of Xianhuang primordial qi. This essence is formed from the sedimentation of the chaos of heaven and earth, exceedingly heavy. A single strand can distort the void and is an extremely rare material for refining qi. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1010 saint-level body refining pills. Beneath the saints, all may undergo the cleansing of sinews and marrow, expelling the impurities of the body. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 exceptional divine warships, immunizing against all attacks beneath the saints. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 ordinary divine weapons, including random divine armaments such as swords, spears, halberds, and staffs. The system continuously announced the items acquired. Yet, after enumerating the divine weapon rewards, silence ensued. Chen Xuan patiently waited a while longer, and seeing that the system remained uncommunicative, he inquired with curiosity, "Is that all?" Ding! Indeed, that is all. Chen Xuan, it truly is all. These rewards. Apart from the summon cards that could be synthesized, only the primordial qi possesses some value. As for the other rewards, they are largely of no use. For instance, the warships are mere ornaments, seldom utilized, and the divine weapons, even the most mundane ones, are too burdensome for the new disciples to wield. Even the direct disciples struggle to fully harness their potential, while the saints disdain the ordinary divine weapons, leaving them in a state of limbo. As for the marrow-cleansing pills, even if they are of saintly quality, they remain fundamentally a novice's item. Only those with low cultivation levels possess significant impurities in their bodies, which are refined away as their cultivation ascends. Who would require marrow-cleansing pills? It seems that I must obtain useful items from the direct disciples. Chen Xuan shook his head, accepting these rewards with a sense of resignation, and then continued. System: synthesize all 100 Heavenly King summon cards. Chapter 69. The Outer Sect Elders are all saints. A perfect conclusion to the first day of Founding Ding. Synthesis of 100 Heavenly King summon cards successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 sovereign summon cards. Shall I proceed with the summoning? The system's prompt echoed. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan responded. Continue to synthesize. Ding. 10 sovereign summon cards synthesized successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 saint summon card. Shall I summon? In no time, 100 Heavenly King summon cards transformed into a single saint summon card. Although the quantity significantly diminished, the quality soared. After all, a single saint is sufficient to traverse the entire continent. Thus, Chen Xuan continued. Summon it. Assign it as an Outer Sect Elder. Ding. Identity assignment successful. Summoning the Saint Elder. Ding. The summoning is complete, and the Elder is en route to the host. Please wait a moment. As the system's prompt resounded, within the sect, an older middle-aged man materialized. Upon his appearance, he immediately advanced toward the square at the entrance. In an instant, all disciples on the square, as well as cultivators beyond, turned their curious gazes toward the newly emerged elder. After all, this middle-aged man was also clad in elder robes, albeit distinct from Lu Tsang and the other elders, and he appeared somewhat older. Subordinate pays respects to the sect master. The Saint Elder knelt before Chen Xuan, bowing in reverence. Boom. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They were taken aback by Chen Xuan's sovereign status. After all, while many sect leaders may hold the nominal title of the highest authority, numerous matters still require the elders' collective deliberation to reach a decision. The act of kneeling in reverence directly signified Chen Xuan's dominance within the mysterious sect. The elders of the mysterious sect wield absolute power, commanding respect and compliance from all. As an Outer Sect Elder, you shall take responsibility for the affairs of the outer disciples. Go and oversee them. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, issuing his directive. The Sage Elder immediately bowed once more and proceeded towards the gathering of outer disciples. In an instant, the outer disciples grew tense, standing upright in anticipation. Although this elder displayed utmost respect for the sect leader, he was still an Outer Sect Elder, a figure of considerable distinction compared to the disciples. No one dared to underestimate him. Upon the Sage Elder's arrival, all immediately clasped their fists and bowed in unison, greeting him with the words, "Greetings, Elder. From now on, I shall be responsible for your matters within the sect. After the test concludes, I will arrange your training," the Sage Elder affirmed with a nod. With a wave of his hand, he instantly turned 101 outer disciples to stand behind him. At that moment, the entire assembly of cultivators was taken aback, especially the newly arrived outer disciples, whose hearts trembled in awe. They had barely registered the shift before finding themselves standing behind the elder. His prowess could only be described as terrifying. How formidable! What technique is this? Is it a reversal of fate? No. It appears to be a method of spatial displacement only a sage could wield. Could he truly be a sage? Unthinkable. A sage among the outer ranks. Just how formidable is the mysterious sect? What then of the 3 inner sect members who eradicated the 3 sects? They must surely be more powerful than the Outer Sect Elders. Could they possibly be at the Sage King level? Surely not. A Sage King is a being that may not even possess a sacred land. If they do, they are likely in a state of near death and sealed away, never to show themselves. Heavens! The Sage Elder kneels before the sect leader. The authority of the sect leader is astonishing. No wonder only those at the pinnacle may serve beneath him. Ah, I finally comprehend. In that moment, countless cultivators' admiration for the mysterious sect surged to new heights. The sect's air of mystery in their eyes escalated significantly, approaching that of a sacred land. However, it was evident that they were all mistaken. The inner sect elders were not sage kings, but rather emperors, and fully matured ones at that. The outer sect elders were indeed sages, but merely half a step away from becoming sage kings. Yet, this half step was still formidable. After all, ordinary sages can traverse the continent. Those half a step from sage kings can effortlessly journey through the cosmos. This summons of the sage served to enlighten Chen Xuan about the specific realm of the summoned beings through the summoning card. In simple terms, the stronger the summoned figures are, the younger they appear. Conversely, the lower the realm, the older they seem. The Emperor summoning card brings forth fully grown emperors, resembling those of middle age. The Sage summoning card, however, produces mature sages, those nearing the threshold of sage kings, appearing somewhat older. If this pattern holds true, future summons of Immortals will likely manifest as youthful or young adult figures. Regardless of their age, Chen Xuan remained indifferent, for they would all serve as subordinates. Youthfulness was of no consequence. Thus, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, reclining calmly in his chair as he proceeded to unveil the luxurious disciple recruitment gift package. System. Activate all luxurious disciple recruitment gift packages. A chime echoed. Success. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 8 Saint summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Alchemy Tower facility for the sect, now manifested within the sect, enhancing the alchemical success rate by 50%. Congratulations to the host for securing the Weapon Pavilion facility for the sect, now manifested within the sect, capable of storing and nurturing weapons. Congratulations to the host for receiving 40 exceptional divine weapons, now stored within the Weapon Pavilion, including all previously acquired divine weapons. Congratulations on acquiring 40 tons of thunder cleansing water, infused with endless rules and Tao rhythm. Consuming it will elevate one's comprehension. Congratulations on receiving 4 soul melting pills of the saintly grade, an unparalleled elixir that stabilizes the soul and body, allowing for perfect harmony between the two. The cascade of rewards flowed into Chen Xuan's system space, yet upon glancing at them, his enthusiasm waned. There was nothing particularly remarkable among them, although they were certainly superior to ordinary packages. As for the saint summoning cards, he refrained from using them just yet. With 8 newly acquired cards, alongside the 6 he had previously amassed, he now possessed a total of 14. This quantity would allow him to synthesize 4 great emperors. However, since the disciple recruitment assessment had just begun on its first day, he resolved to wait until the end of the recruitment period before synthesizing the summons, hoping to gather a few more to combine and summon complete great emperors together. As such thoughts occupied his mind, time gradually passed, and soon the sun began to set. However, during this interval, no new cultivators ascended to the 600th level. Observing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand, instructing Lutsong to conclude the day's assessment. Upon receiving the command, Lutsong promptly rose and announced, "The time has come. Today's assessment is over. Those who have yet to ascend the ladder may return tomorrow to do so. Those who fail to qualify and depart on their own accord will face backlash if they attempt to ascend the heavenly ladder again. The consequences shall be borne by them." With that, he waved his hand, retracting the assessment ladder. Immediately afterward, Chen Xuan stood, surrounded by numerous elders, as he led the newly inducted disciples back to the sect. Meanwhile, billions of cultivators remained behind, forlorn and discontent, standing in the fierce wind, their hearts heavy with unfulfilled aspirations. Chapter 070. Exceptional Treatment and Benefits. The Celestial Sect's outer disciples and sacred sons. As Chen Xuan and his entourage entered the sect, tranquility returned to the square before the sect. The billions of cultivators, yearning to weep yet unable to shed tears, lamented loudly. "Ah, how disheartening. This is not the outcome I sought. You promised never to leave me. Alas, entering the sect is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Perhaps I should return home. Humph. If I am not welcomed here, there will be other places that will cherish me. My lady, young Master Shao has entered the sect. Let us depart. No, let us wait a moment longer. He is yet to leave my communication talisman. Sister-in-law, Daoist Shun has entered the sect. How wonderful. You too shall have a pillar of support." In an instant, the billions of cultivators expressed a myriad of emotions. Some wept profusely, while others seethed with indignation. Some gazed into the distance, filled with anticipation, while others bore the weight of disappointment. The weeping ones were those who had failed to meet the requirements, while the indignant were those who had not passed the temperament assessment. Gazing into the distance are the youthful maidens of spring, brimming with anticipation for their cherished ones. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, with the passage of time, those individuals fade away, while new faces emerge. The 7-day trial has just commenced, marking its inaugural day. The departed are swiftly replaced by newcomers. Although four notable youths among countless cultivators are now absent, several unfamiliar visages appear, heralding the beginning of a new tale. Everything seems to remain as it was, merely with a change of protagonists. Within the mysterious Cloud sect, as disciples enter, the rich spiritual energy instantly stirs their spirits. They have neither witnessed nor even heard of such an abundance of spiritual essence. The rumors from the outside world, indeed, hold true. The mysterious Cloud sect is an extraordinary hidden sect, its power immeasurable. Hence, upon entering, all 100 or so disciples become exceedingly cautious, closely following the elders. Even the four inner sects dare not overstep their bounds. Chen Xuan strides at the forefront, discussing subsequent matters with Lu Tsong as they walk. After all, he will not appear again during the forthcoming mountain opening trial, so it is essential to arrange everything appropriately for the elders to handle. Lu Tsong, the disciples have just entered the sect, and if there are matters at home that remain unresolved, they may take a day to attend to them. The sect's cultivation facilities, the divine source liquid subsidies, and so forth, can be distributed according to the disciples' differing identities in the inner and outer sections. The exceptional divine weapons in the armory may also be allocated to the elders in need, while ordinary weapons can be awarded based on performance. Furthermore, the cultivation resources within the sect are excessively advanced and singular, rendering them inaccessible to most of the newly admitted disciples. When you have time, venture out to procure some low-level resources suitable for the disciples. Items such as pots, bowls, sect attire, alchemical materials, crafting materials, spiritual instruments, and soul tokens. Evaluate these necessities yourself. Remember, always procure the finest, and do not hesitate to spend on the divine source liquid. Understood? Lu Tsong promptly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Very well. Proceed with the arrangements. You shall lead the mountain opening trial tomorrow. With that, Chen Xuan flickered and vanished from sight. Recently, he had immersed himself in the library of all realms, absorbing vast knowledge, yet he had not fully digested it. Now, he could utilize this opportunity to assimilate and deduce even more powerful divine techniques. After all, possessing the most comprehensive collection of texts, which contain enigmas that even emperors have pondered throughout their lifetimes. If he were to end up understanding things similarly to other emperors, it would be quite embarrassing. Thus, progress is inevitable. Moreover, the procurement task must be addressed. Although he finds little value in the items obtained from the gift packages for ordinary disciples, even the most trivial items can be burdensome. For instance, even the most basic divine weapon requires a true king to fully unleash its potential. Additionally, while any elder could easily concoct ordinary pills using the formulas from the library, without the necessary materials, procurement is essential. Otherwise, he could not possibly refine the indestructible elixir and the celestial peaches, which would likely be lethal to this group of little karamis. Thus, the procurement must proceed. Watching Chen Xuan vanish, Lu Tsong pondered for a moment before turning to halt the advancing crowd. The sect leader has entrusted me with several matters, which I shall now convey to you. Listen attentively. Observing the inner sect's grand elder prepare to speak, the disciples promptly stood at attention, their hearts racing with anticipation. Without preamble, Lu Tsong addressed them directly. First and foremost, the sect leader has decreed, as you are all newcomers to the sect, if you have relatives or unresolved matters outside, you are granted a day to attend to them. During these 7 days of initiation, you may leave at any time. Secondly, once you have entered the sect, you are forever members of the Ethereal Sect and must never betray it. You are to assist one another as fellow disciples and must refrain from conflict. Otherwise, the sect rules will be enforced. Thirdly, all training facilities within the sect are at your disposal without restriction. Outer disciples may select one exceptional technique and a text from either the celestial or imperial scriptures, determined by your fortune. Inner disciples face no such limitations. You may choose freely, provided you can comprehend it thoroughly. Moreover, all techniques and scriptures are strictly confidential. You are well aware of these necessary regulations, and I shall not elaborate further. However, should anyone violate these rules, you are well aware of the consequences, as no sect will show leniency. Fourthly, our sect will distribute a suitable amount of divine source liquid for your cultivation each month. I hope you will devote yourselves to your training and serve the sect well. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their excitement palpable. The words of the Grand Elder resonated deeply within them, as if they were in a dream. They were acutely aware of the rules and would not dare to transgress them. Thus, hearing the Grand Elder's address, none harbored any doubts. What truly exhilarated them were the resources for cultivation that he had mentioned: celestial scriptures, imperial scriptures, exceptional techniques, and source liquid. Heavens! What kind of divine sect was this? The resources just described were treasures even the sacred lands coveted, not easily obtained even by direct disciples. Yet now, they could acquire them with ease. Did this not imply that they would receive resources superior to those enjoyed by the true disciples of the sacred lands? Were the outer disciples of the Ethereal Sect equivalent to the true disciples of the sacred lands? No, even the true disciples could not fully enjoy such benefits. At most, they would receive a fraction, and only the most distinguished disciples might experience full access, likely only the chosen ones. Thus, the outer disciples of the Ethereal Sect were akin to the holy sons of the sacred lands. In fact, many of the cultivation resources they would receive were beyond the reach of even the holy sons. In an instant, the crowd was filled with fervor, their fists clenched in silent resolve to cultivate diligently and serve the sect. No mountains or seas could hinder their commitment. Now then, the other elders will arrange your accommodations. For any leave requests, please approach your respective supervising elder. With that, Lutsong departed, for he had responsibilities beyond the day's initiation tests. He was also tasked with procurement. Thus, the esteemed elder found himself rather occupied following Lutsong's departure. The other inner and outer sect elders began to arrange accommodations for everyone, with the inner sect residing on the slopes of various peaks, while the outer sect settled in the corners at the foot of the mountain. Despite this separation, there was an undeniable excitement among the disciples, for the spiritual energy in the corners was equally abundant. Indeed, some individuals, while traversing to their designated lodgings, experienced breakthroughs, the intensity of which reverberated through the hearts of many disciples, igniting their aspirations for the future. Upon entering their quarters, several disciples could not resist the urge to sit cross-legged and enter a state of cultivation, with many even foregoing farewells to their families. Upon hearing that someone intended to bid farewell to relatives, they eagerly approached, requesting to relay messages on their behalf. Although this behavior stemmed from a sense of helplessness, their desire to remain in this ethereal realm was genuine. After all, their families had witnessed their entry into the sect, and there was no need to wait for them to return home. However, venturing outside might hinder their potential breakthroughs. Consequently, many sought to entrust messages to those who had to leave the sect personally, even offering precious medicinal pills and treasures from home, all for the sake of a few more moments of cultivation. Those who had no choice but to depart did not decline the requests, even without accepting any benefits, and, as dusk fell, they bid farewell to the elders and exited the sect. Among them was, of course, Shenping. Sister-in-law, I am coming out now. Chapter 071, Sect Purchases. Treasure Pavilion. Before leaving, Shenping took the initiative to approach the other three inner sect brothers, hoping to convey their messages. However, Xiaochun, Han Paopao, and Wudo were all solitary figures, naturally having no messages for him to carry. Moreover, witnessing his courteous demeanor only enhanced their fondness for him. Since my three brothers have no messages to entrust, I shall take my leave, Shenping said politely, cupping his fists in respect, and departed from the inner sect under the watchful eyes of the three. At this moment, outside the sect, the sun began to set, and twilight enveloped the land. The families of the disciples, witnessing one after another adorned with the sect's identity badges, were filled with elation. Haha, look, my son has donned the outer sect badge. He is now a disciple of the Misty Sect. Yes, that is my son. Son, I am here. Your Highness, look. The princess has emerged. In an instant, the families of the disciples excitedly converged with their loved ones, creating a heartwarming scene of farewells. Son, I am right here. Father, please, do not be so agitated. The sect's benefits are exceptional. Were it not for the worry I would cause you, I would not have even come out. Now that I have joined the sect, please return home. I will visit when I can. Why the rush, my son? How long did the elder permit you to be outside? Surely it cannot take too long. The elder granted us a day to bid farewell to our families. However, many brothers have yet to emerge, and I must hasten back to cultivate. Otherwise, they will soon catch up with me. Is a single day truly so significant? You have been selected to join the mysterious sect, and my father is overjoyed. At last, a formidable figure has emerged from our lineage, and I believe that henceforth, None shall dare to bully us. Come, father shall take you to the Yuchen Pavilion, 500 miles away, for a delightful outing. Are you not curious about what treasures lie within? It shall be my treat, and we shall return at the break of dawn. Father, you are unaware that the environment within the sect resembles a celestial realm, where disciples have experienced breakthroughs simply while walking. Moreover, I have messages to convey to our fellow disciples. You need not accompany me. By the way, who among you is a relative of Wang Defa? The last question was directed towards the group of onlookers who had timidly approached. Upon hearing about the splendid conditions within the sect, the crowd was collectively astonished, their disbelief palpable. Yet, this was not the moment for astonishment. Immediately, several individuals stepped forward, eagerly exclaiming, Friend, I am a relative of Wang Defa. May I inquire why he has not yet emerged? Ah, so you are his family. Wang Defa has asked me to convey that he is fully engrossed in his cultivation and that you may return without concern. Is there anyone from the kingdom of Dali present? Or anyone who knows someone who can relay this message? One by one, the disciples bid farewell to their families with fervor. The might of the mysterious sect was once again echoed through the voices of these disciples, continually stirring the hearts of all present. At this moment, as farewells were exchanged, Shen Ping approached his sister-in-law from behind. She held her daughter's hand, gazing anxiously at the disciples bidding farewell to their loved ones. Mother, why hasn't our guardian emerged yet? He wouldn't abandon us, would he? Surely not. We must be patient. Indeed, Shun, my friend, is not such a person, explained a companion nearby. Seeing this, Shen Ping could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, I have arrived. The woman paused for a moment. Then her face lit up with joy as she rushed into Shen Ping's embrace. Sister-in-law, let us go. I shall take you to the city. You can reside peacefully outside the mountains, and it will be convenient for me to visit often. Friend, I am immensely grateful for your care of my sister-in-law. We must celebrate with a drink. Ah, certainly. I shall treat you. With a hearty laugh, the companion followed Shen Ping and the others as they departed the scene to help his sister-in-law settle in the city beyond the mountains. Meanwhile, Lu Tsong, having managed the affairs of the disciples, turned his attention to the elders' responsibilities. The elders were to continue in their respective roles, attending to their duties while the subsequent recruitment tests would see fewer participants. Afterwards, he made his way to the warehouse, took some divine essence, and hurriedly left the mysterious sect for a place known as the Treasure Pavilion, an extraordinary power. The Treasure Pavilion, one of the transcendent forces in the eastern wilderness, has existed for nearly as long as the sacred lands. It is managed by an ancient family, with numerous shops scattered across the eastern wilderness and 10 branches coordinating operations, making it the largest procurement store for cultivators in the region. Since the sect leader emphasized the need for quality purchases, he naturally endeavored to fulfill this directive, heading straight to the branch of the Treasure Pavilion. Upon learning that the visitor was an esteemed elder from the mysterious sect, the head of the Treasure Pavilion promptly and courteously offered the rare 8 treasure tea as a gesture of hospitality. Subsequently, he personally went to summon the Grand Elder tasked with overseeing the branch. The Treasure Pavilion comprises 10 branches, each managed by a distinguished elder. The mysterious sect boasts a formidable reputation, having annihilated 3 sects and produced a sage, its renown rivaling that of the Holy Lands. Coincidentally, the jurisdiction of the 10th branch of the Treasure Pavilion encompasses the 9 provinces. Thus, he was well aware of the mysterious sect's illustrious reputation and did not dare to be negligent. Elder Luo, an inner elder of the mysterious sect, has come to procure resources. Furthermore, the visitor is the one who single-handedly obliterated a super sect with a mere slap. The subordinate, unable to afford any laxity, hurried to report. Within the inner sanctum, the head respectfully bent at the waist while addressing a woman who was engrossed in studying a painting of beautiful women adorning the wall. The artwork depicted a stunning figure clad in a flowing gown, her silhouette graceful and her visage frosty, although her beauty was beyond compare. Her eyes were imbued with an air of haughty pride. The woman, referred to as Elder Luo, scrutinized the painting intently, but upon hearing of the arrival of the sage elder from the mysterious sect, she instantly ceased her observation and slowly turned around. As she pivoted, a face strikingly similar to that depicted in the painting emerged, with a resemblance of 9 parts out of 10. While not an exact match, the likeness was unmistakable, though she possessed a slightly less aloof demeanor than the proud woman portrayed. Is she admiring her own likeness? The head pondered inwardly, though he dared not exhibit his thoughts outwardly. Upon seeing Luo Feishuan turn, he bent his already curved back even further, his demeanor radiating an overt respect. Although he hailed from an ancient aristocratic family, and Luo Feishuan was merely an external elder, her position as a branch elder spoke volumes of her formidable prowess, which was not to be underestimated. Despite his lineage, he found himself lacking in both strength and status compared to Luo Feishuan, compelling him to show deference. "The sage from the mysterious sect has arrived?" Luo Feishuan inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, our sect has recently commenced the acceptance of disciples, and due to the abundance of superior resources, the new disciples lack the strength to utilize them, leading to an acute shortage of low-level cultivation resources. Thus, I represent the sect to procure cultivation resources for the disciples." The head responded earnestly. However, upon hearing this, both Luo Feishuan and the head were momentarily bewildered. They were aware that the mysterious sect had recently opened its doors to disciples, yet the notion of possessing an overabundance of resources seemed to border on boastfulness. Was it to imply that every member of the mysterious sect was a treasure? Such claims would be audacious, even for the Holy Lands. What sect could solely possess treasures without a supply of ordinary goods? Perhaps they had remained reclusive for too long, depleting their resources and unable to admit it. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Feishuan resolved to personally receive the esteemed guest. Given the visitor's status, it was imperative that she made an appearance. Moreover, the procurement by such a reclusive super sect represented a significant business opportunity, and thus she felt it was her duty to extend a proper welcome. With a nod, she declared, "Lead the way." Of course, the head replied promptly, guiding Luo Feishuan towards the front hall. Chapter 072, The Affluent and Elusive Sect, Procurement at the Hall of the Sacred. Observing Lu Tsang, who remained immovable like a mountain, with his untouched cup of tea before him, Luo Feishuan offered a gentle smile and clasped her fists, saying, "I am Luo Feishuan, elder of the 10th Pavilion, and it is my honor to welcome your esteemed presence." Despite being at the peak of the imperial level, incredibly close to the threshold of semi-saint, she still referred to herself as a junior in the face of a saint. "One does not need to stand on ceremony, Elder Luo," Lu Tsang replied, waving his hand dismissively, his expression neutral, scarcely acknowledging her beauty. However, as individuals of exceptionally high realms, they naturally did not place great importance on mundane matters. Luo Feishuan remained unfazed, glancing at the untouched tea. She assumed he was unaware of its origins and politely explained, "Esteemed senior, this tea is known as three-leaf sacred tea, grown on the sacred island of the Eastern Sea, harvested only once every 3,000 years. It is immensely beneficial for those of the saintly realm. Would you care to try it?" "Huh, mere refuse. Consuming it would be an affront to my palate," Lu Tsang candidly retorted. Yet, those words left Luo Feishuan momentarily bewildered. The responsible party beside her scoffed internally, thinking, "Refuse? This is a rare treasure even among saints, presented to you by the elite of the elusive sect. Surely, you did not recognize it, and now feel embarrassed to partake." Of course, Luo Feishuan shared this sentiment. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang seemed to perceive their thoughts. To avoid being looked down upon during the procurement, he flicked his fingers, extracting the three-leaf sacred tea, and then quietly produced 2 leaves of enlightenment tea, stating nonchalantly, "Apologies, but I only drink this." With that, he placed the enlightenment tea leaves into his cup and covered it to steep. Instantaneously, Luo Feishuan and the responsible party's eyes widened, both astonished by the sight of the 2 leaves, exclaiming, "Enlightenment tea? I only drink enlightenment tea. Anything else causes me to cough." Lu Tsang replied, his expression unchanged as he slowly nodded. Yet internally, he was elated. No wonder everyone enjoys putting on airs. It turns out that the experience is rather delightful. Of course, one cannot entirely blame him for the pretense. The primary reason was the substantial nature of his procurement, without showcasing a degree of strength. The other party may not readily present their treasures. Although he was acquiring lower-tier cultivation resources, the term lower tier was relative to the elusive sect, to outsiders. Such items were still exceedingly luxurious. Thus, he was compelled to resort to this stratagem, unconsciously revealing the wealth and power of his sect. "Your sect indeed possesses formidable strength. May I inquire what materials you wish to procure?" Luo Feishuan could not help but exclaim, beginning to believe the previous reports from her subordinate. After all, enlightenment tea was an immensely rare commodity. Apart from those of exceptional power, Even ordinary forces, including saints, found it difficult to obtain. Unlike the three-leaf sacred tea, which was only beneficial to saints, the limitations of the former were far too narrow. Furthermore, his casual display of the Enlightenment tea leaves further attested to his sect's profound heritage. Elder Luo, you are too kind. My procurement is rather simple. Though they are low-tier resources, they must not be subpar. Please prepare the resources as utilized by the sacred grounds. Lu Tsang took a sip of his Dao tea and replied calmly. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, both Luo Feishuan and the responsible official were once again astonished. Were they preparing resources on par with those used in the Holy Land? Good heavens! Surely, you are unaware of the unparalleled quality of the cultivation materials provided to the disciples of the Holy Land. Each disciple consumes a substantial amount monthly, and the resources utilized are nothing short of extraordinary, accompanied by exorbitant costs. That esteemed elder, the variety of resources employed by the disciples of the Holy Land is vast, encompassing soul tokens, garments, weapons, elixirs, medicinal herbs, tools, and talismans, among others. Moreover, elixirs and weapons are precious commodities. Do you truly require each one? Luo Feishuan inquired, her disbelief evident. Yet, before she could process his response, Lu Tsang's next words left her utterly bewildered. Who said I meant to procure according to the scale of the Holy Land disciples? Lu Tsang lifted his eyelids, his tone tinged with skepticism. Instantly, Luo Feishuan was taken aback, her confusion deepening. Surely, she had not misheard. How could this not be the case? Therefore, she cautiously probed. Did you not just imply that you would procure resources akin to those used in the Holy Land? I did not specify the disciples of the Holy Land. I referred to the resources utilized by the Holy Sun. This is the minimum requirement. The items employed by the Holy Sun must be available to our outer disciples. And as for our inner disciples, we will procure according to the standards used by the elders of the Holy Land. Boom. These words sent shockwaves through both Luo Feishuan and the head of the treasure pavilion. Outer disciples procuring resources to match the Holy Sun's specifications, while inner disciples adhered to the standards of the Holy Land elders. Had the Qiaomiao sect lost its senses? Or was this elder delusional? The cultivation resources employed by the Holy Sun were exceedingly rare, including garments of spiritual quality and exquisite weapons. Even the Holy Land could scarcely provide such abundant resources for each disciple. Was the Qiaomiao sect truly so affluent? Surely, they were not jesting with them. For a moment, both were rendered speechless. Observing their reaction, Lu Tsang remarked nonchalantly, "What? Is there a problem? Money is not an issue. I shall pay with source liquid." As he spoke, he waved his hand, revealing a pool of divine source liquid. In an instant, Luo Feishuan and the officials sprang to their feet. Their understanding of the Qiaomiao sect's foundation entirely transformed. This was divine source liquid, not only utilized for cultivation, but it could also seal foundational power. It was a scarce commodity across the entire ancient continent, coveted even by the Holy Land. The Qiaomiao sect was actually willing to trade with divine source liquid. Truly, they were financially robust. Consequently, without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feishuan waved her hand to accept the divine source liquid and continued to inquire politely, "Esteemed elder, how much resources do you intend to procure? After all, the resources utilized by the Holy Sun are rare treasures. If the demand is substantial, we may need to gather from the headquarters for the procurement of source liquid, even if it meant selling top-tier divine weapons." They at the treasure pavilion were more than willing. Thus, regardless of what the other party desired, with the source liquid at hand, she could take charge. Let us start with 5,000 sets of spiritual garments, then 3,000 sets of top-tier spiritual weapons. As for medicinal herbs and tools, let us procure as many as possible. Upon seeing the acceptance of the source liquid, Lu Tsang articulated his desired quantities for procurement. Upon hearing the astonishing figures, both Luo Feishuan and the person in charge were rendered speechless. 5,000 sets of spiritual garments, 3,000 sets of exquisite spiritual artifacts. Though at first glance these numbers may seem modest, when considered at the level of a Holy Sun, they become quite substantial. Moreover, many of these resources are intended for the elders. Undoubtedly, there are numerous items that cannot be gathered in such quantities. In that moment, Luo Feishuan contemplated returning the divine essence liquid. Observing her reaction, Lu Tsang offered a slight smile and continued, "These are merely the deposits. Once all items are assembled, the final payment will be made to the Misty Sect. Additionally, I am aware that you may not be able to gather everything, but whatever you can procure will suffice. Oh, and do bring a greater variety of clothing styles, with clear class distinctions. Whatever you can procure will suffice. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan, without a moment's hesitation, excitedly agreed. Very well. This order shall be accepted by our treasure pavilion. I will promptly contact the headquarters and all major branches to mobilize resources. Excellent. I shall take my leave now. Here is my communication talisman. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Lutsong nodded, tossing a communication talisman before rising and stepping out, vanishing in an instant. As she watched Lutsong depart, Luo Feishuan felt a surge of excitement and immediately instructed the person in charge, contact the headquarters and all major branches at once. Yes. The person in charge swiftly went to make the calls, while Luo Feishuan sat in her chair, eagerly examining the divine essence liquid. Upon seeing it peacefully resting within her spatial ring, she could hardly believe it was not merely a dream. A smile crept across her lips as she raised her gaze towards the direction Lutsong had vanished, her face radiating joy. For cultivators, divine essence liquid is a rare and precious resource, but for top-tier forces, it is a treasure that preserves their foundational strength. Countless transcendent sects expend great efforts each year to obtain divine essence liquid. Thus, securing a large quantity of it is indeed a remarkable achievement for the ancient family behind the treasure pavilion. The exchange with the Misty sect for divine essence liquid will undoubtedly yield the supreme soul-setting pill for the treasure pavilion. She hoped that the soul-setting pill would liberate her from the haunting voice echoing in her mind. Luo Feishuan clenched her fist, murmuring to herself. Chapter 073. The number of applicants continues to rise, and business is booming. Luo Feishuan's excitement stemmed primarily from the painting she had just seen. Recently, a voice within her mind had been urging her to venture to a certain location. Even more perplexing was that in those alluring places, she had encountered a figure that bore an almost uncanny resemblance to herself. Based on her subordinates' reports, she had sketched the likeness of this individual. When her subordinates beheld the drawing, they too expressed their excitement, affirming that it was indeed the person depicted. This revelation led her to believe that the voice in her mind was anything but ordinary, rendering her hesitant to follow its guidance. Although she was at the late stage of the sovereign realm, perilously close to semi-saint status, she remained cautious. Only she understood the profound allure that the voice held over her. She could not dispel its presence, let alone venture to the place it indicated. Yet, even as she refrained from following the voice's guidance, its influence only intensified, compelling her to stray from the branch sect against her will. This realization filled her with immense dread. The ancient family behind the treasure pavilion possesses the sacred spirit convergence pill, renowned for its ability to sever the connection between one's soul and external influences. Hence, she has been yearning to obtain this elixir from the treasure pavilion to sever her link with that haunting voice. Initially, she contemplated forsaking her freedom to join the ancient family in pursuit of the convergence pill. However, with the divine source now at her doorstep, such sacrifices seem unnecessary. After all, joining the ancient family would bind her eternally to their service, leaving no room for personal ambition, a fate too bitter to accept. Elder Luo, we have received a response from headquarters. Suddenly, a representative, brimming with excitement and holding a communication talisman, interrupted her thoughts. Yes, you may leave, Luo Feishuan replied, her eyes sparkling as she approached the talisman, mentally preparing her negotiation for the convergence pill. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as the unsuccessful cultivators departed from the mysterious sect, the sect's reputation began to soar anew, igniting waves of interest. Particularly, the claim that the outer sect elder was a saint reverberated across dozens of states, causing a profound stir. Whispers about the sect's environment began to circulate, tales of a realm resembling an immortal paradise, where the spiritual energy was unparalleled, and the essence of the Tao lingered in the air, sparking breakthroughs with mere steps, spread like wildfire. This allure drew even those once indifferent or distant cultivators to consider participating in the sect's entrance examination in the ancient state. Hey, have you heard? The mysterious sect is like a celestial realm, filled with the essence of the Tao. Of course, I heard that just yesterday. New disciples broke through the moment they entered the sect, advancing several realms by the time they reached their lodgings. Is that even possible? That sounds utterly absurd. That's nothing. The outer sect elder is a saint, and the inner sect boasts a saint king. I've even heard tales of disciples achieving breakthroughs while asleep. That's nothing. I heard some disciples even broke through while in the restroom. I must leave now. The ship to the ancient state is about to depart, and I need to register. What? Wasn't there a ship that just set sail yesterday? How is there another today? You don't know? The mysterious sect now has a ship to the ancient state every day, though the price has increased. I'm going to. As the news spread further. By the second day of the mysterious sect's establishment, reports had reached beyond the 9 states, with ships arriving one after another at the chaotic mountains where the sect is located. Yet, despite this influx, many were still unable to secure passage, leading to rising anxiety among the hopeful. Witnessing this scene, several smaller sects with battleships could not resist the urge to transport people. Without hesitation, many minor factions quickly mobilized their own vessels to assist in the transport. Even those lacking ships sought to borrow from friends, all in an effort to profit from the situation. Fellow cultivators, we have a ship heading to the ancient state, albeit slower, taking 3 days to arrive. Is anyone interested? The price is merely half that of the major powers. Wow, there's a ship. Quickly, I need 3 tickets. I'm going. In an instant, countless cultivators were stirred by a gentle breeze, swiftly filling the ship to capacity. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded across dozens of major states surrounding the desolate region. Particularly, those sects that had fallen into decline, now reduced to a solitary flying vessel, found themselves reaping substantial profits. The disciples of the sect leaders beamed with joy, taking turns to navigate the ship, truly embarking on a journey of prosperity. However, this also led to an overwhelming influx of applicants outside the Miao Miao sect, especially on the 3rd day of the recruitment event. At this moment, external flying vessels arrived in succession as one after another, individuals disembarked, once more crowding the chaotic ancient mountain range. Some astute cultivators seized this opportunity, bringing in a substantial amount of goods to sell at inflated prices. Even those slower local sects, upon arrival, had preemptively procured supplies with the ticket money they collected, preparing to profit from the situation. Unfortunately, those smaller sects that fancied themselves exceptional had overestimated their standing. Nearby minor sects had already anticipated this notion. This time, the local minor sects did not miss the opportunity. Led by their sect leaders, they set up stalls to sell their wares. After all, scavenging for leftovers was not appealing. Selling goods proved far more pragmatic. Consequently, the external minor sects found their business significantly diminished. Fellow cultivator, are you here to participate in the assessment? Would you care for a premium fortune pill? I assure you, upon consumption, your luck will soar, and you may just succeed in joining the sect. Moonwill sect is having a clearance sale. We have elixirs, spiritual herbs, everything you could desire. The local sects reveled in their sales. Some even more absurd local sects, having sold out their goods, were reluctant to depart, and thus created public restrooms on the spot. At the leisure sect's public restroom, it's just 1 spirit stone per use. Stay as long as you wish. This peculiar scene instantly captivated countless cultivators. Some lower-ranked practitioners, clutching their stomachs, gathered around, only to be taken aback by the pricing. 1 spirit stone just to use the restroom? Why not just rob someone? Hee, if you find it too expensive, feel free to abstain. 300 miles away. There's no one. You can go there. 300 miles. By the time I return, my spot will be gone. But are you sure this won't provoke the Miao Miao sect's displeasure? We are here for the assessment, and we cannot allow such trivial matters to tarnish our standing. Rest assured, this is an artifact of our Moonwill sect's elder. We will collect it later. No need to worry. An elder's artifact? Impressive. Here's my spirit stone. I'm going. Me too. Count me in. Chapter 074. Recruitment concludes. Emperors gather. Saints abound. Bizarre happenings unfolded in every corner of the chaotic ancient mountain range. If not for time and space constraints, many would have even contemplated opening inns here. The sheer volume of people was astonishing, often numbering in the tens of millions. Each day brought new arrivals while others departed. This influx allowed the local small forces in the desolate region to prosper immensely, each one beaming with joy. Moreover, many factions, upon acquiring wealth, promptly began formulating expansion plans. Certainly, they may profit. Yet, the Misty Sect shall never incur losses. With each passing day, the sect welcomes a new cohort of disciples. However, the numbers remain modest. Over the span of 7 days, the Misty Sect has averaged merely 100 new entrants daily. Soon, the final day for accepting disciples at the Misty Sect arrived. On that afternoon, Following the admission of the last group of disciples, Luzong officially declared the conclusion of this year's recruitment ceremony. He then led everyone back to the sect. Observing this, the defeated cultivators outside the Misty Sect expressed their disappointment and departed. Alas, it has come to an end. So many came, yet only a little over 100 were accepted each day. The strictness of the Misty Sect's recruitment surpasses even that of the Holy Lands. We shall not return next time. Ha! Disciple, we are closing up. We have made a fortune this time. I shall arrange a low-level spiritual weapon for you upon our return. A low-level spiritual weapon? Is it true, Master? I am exceedingly grateful, Master. Thank you, Master. I bow in gratitude. I kneel in thanks. I worship you, Master. Is there a boat back to Zhangzhou? Each person requires only 100 spirit stones for the journey home. Those returning to Lingzhou, please come forth. Master, everyone has departed, yet we still have some items unsold. Shall we clear them at a low price? After all, they are not valuable. Very well. Let us clear the stock at a 10% discount. Hurry and call out. Once we finish selling, let us enjoy ourselves at the Chen Xuan Tower. I have heard that a few female cultivators have arrived there. Excellent. I take great pleasure in supporting female cultivators. It brings me immense satisfaction. The multitude of cultivators gradually departed from the Misty Sect. Thus, an extraordinary banquet came to a close. Meanwhile, at the summit of the Misty Sect, Chen Xuan sat upon a massive stone, still engaged in the contemplation of divine powers, while Luzong respectfully reported the outcomes of the recruitment ceremony. Master, this recruitment lasted 7 days, resulting in the admission of 12 inner disciples and 1,010 outer disciples. I am already aware. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Xuan remained composed, not even opening his eyes. After all, the news of the recruitment had spread across the 9 surrounding states, with over 10 billion disciples tested. If they could not even secure 1,000, that would indeed be remarkable. He calmly inquired, "How is the procurement of the resources I requested?" "I have already contacted the treasure pavilion. They should be delivering the items in a couple of days." Luzong continued his response. You may leave now." Chen Xuan nodded, his figure remaining still, akin to an immortal seated atop the mountain peak. "Yes, I take my leave." Luzong clasped his fists and exited. In an instant, tranquility returned to the summit. System: open all disciple recruitment gift packs. After Luzong departed, Chen Xuan opened his eyes and eagerly unsealed all the gift packs. Ding! 899 ordinary disciple recruitment packs and 8 luxurious disciple recruitment packs. All opened successfully. Please check host. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 899 king summoning cards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 16 sage summoning cards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 8 ancient divine weapons. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 ordinary divine weapons. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 advanced divine weapons. Soon, a series of substantial rewards has arrived. Though the variety may be limited, the quantity is indeed remarkable. Additionally, there are some ancient divine weapons among them, which are even more formidable than exquisite divine arms, wielded only by the sacred kings. Chen Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this, especially with the abundance of summoning cards he had amassed. Among them, there were 899 king summoning cards, combined with the one he had remaining, totaling 900. The saint summoning cards amounted to 16, along with 8 from Shao Chun and others, plus 6 from his direct disciples, culminating in 30. Furthermore, there were 6 emperor summoning cards and 2 immortal summoning cards. At long last, he could indulge in a grand synthesis. The power of the sect would once again be elevated. Thus, with a slight thrill, Chen Xuan silently commanded, "System, synthesize all the strong summoning cards." Ding! All synthesis completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 90 sovereign summoning cards, which can be synthesized once more, and 3 emperor summoning cards, which cannot be further synthesized. Soon, the first synthesis was accomplished. The 900 king summoning cards transformed into 90 sovereign summoning cards. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan immediately declared, "Continue synthesis." Ding! All synthesis completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 9 saint summoning cards. Following this, without a second thought, Chen Xuan directly summoned them. After all, with an increase in disciples, the elders must also be augmented. He utilized the 9 saint summoning cards and the 3 non-synthesizable emperor summoning cards. From now on, All summon cards would automatically assume the Elder status based on their strength. Ding. Summoning successful. Identity engraving successful. The Elders are on their way. Please wait a moment. Host. Meanwhile, in a corner of the mysterious sect, a series of terrifying auras emerged. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 9 saints and 3 emperors materialized from the void. Once their formation was complete, they did not linger for a moment, and all proceeded uniformly towards Chen Xuan. Subordinates, pay your respects to the sect master. Upon arriving behind Chen Xuan, everyone knelt in unison to pay their homage. Go find Lutsong for your assignments. You may leave. Chen Xuan, with his back turned to the 12 powerful figures, waved his hand without looking back. The 12 formidable beings immediately clasped their fists and retreated, their respect evident. If this scene were to be known by the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the continent. Emperors gathered, saints in throngs. Who would dare to look down upon Chen Xuan? Such profound depth, merely contemplating it is enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Chen Xuan sat quietly upon a massive stone, unperturbed, continuing to deduce his divine arts. With the increase in elders, he need not concern himself at all. Even if the sky were to fall, he would remain unafraid. With 10 seasoned saints and 8 grown emperors, not only could they dominate the ancient continent, but they could also sweep across the entire starry sky above. Thus, the 2 immortal summoning cards and the remaining 6 non-synthesized emperor summoning cards in Chen Xuan's possession were not all utilized. After all, with 4 more non-synthesized emperor summoning cards, he could synthesize yet another immortal. And immortals are crucial for guarding against the dark sovereigns. He preferred to gather a few more, as he felt uneasy. Chen Xuan closed his eyes once more, delving into profound deduction. Regardless of the relentless passage of time and the ceaseless rotation of the celestial bodies, he remained steadfast as a mountain. Chapter 075. The Arrival of Cultivation Resources. The Astonishment of Luo Feishuan. As time gradually unfolds, the myriad divine abilities within the library are being seamlessly assimilated by Chen Xuan. A formidable and unparalleled divine power is quietly evolving within him. Within the ranks of the Miao Miao sect, as several days swiftly slip by, the newly arrived disciples are making breakthroughs at an astonishing pace. Their rate of advancement rivals that of a rocket. A single day's training yields results surpassing an entire year of effort in the outside world. Moreover, this rapid progression has not led to complacency. Instead, the disciples have become even more diligent. This is largely due to the presence of Lin Fan, the sect's direct disciple, who is breaking through at an even faster rate. Indeed, it is Lin Fan. At just over 20 years of age, he has reached the threshold of semi-king cultivation. Moreover, he has entered the 6th level of the ultimate illusion tower for training, a level accessible only to those who have attained true king status. His mere presence as a semi-king has cast a formidable shadow over all, establishing him as a towering figure among his peers. Even the 12 inner disciples regard him as an aspirational goal. Consequently, many disciples have chosen to remain within the ultimate illusion tower, immersing themselves in relentless practice. On this particular day, at the 6th level of the ultimate illusion tower, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted within the tower. In that instant, both disciples training inside and those waiting outside to enter looked up in shock, especially the quartet of Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Xin Ping. Though there are a total of 12 inner disciples, these 4 have become inseparable, akin to brothers, and are referred to as the 4 outstanding youths of the inner sect by their peers. At this moment, Xiao Chun could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "What a terrifying aura! Could it be that brother Lin Fan has broken through to king status? So soon? My goodness, this is astonishingly rapid. Just a few days, and he has reached king level? Heaven above. He has completely transformed my perception of cultivation speed." Indeed, no direct disciple is without exceptional talent. It is said that those senior sisters are also nearing the semi-king realm. How terrifying! The 4 of them, filled with admiration, made their way towards the training tower. However, at that moment, the voice of Elder Lutsong suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. The sect's garments have arrived. All disciples and elders are to gather at the sect square to collect them. Upon hearing this, the 4 inner disciples paused in their tracks, slightly taken aback. "Brothers, the garments have arrived. Let us hurry to collect them. I've heard that these garments are superb, procured from the treasure pavilion. Items from the treasure pavilion are certainly of the highest quality. Let's go quickly. The sect is so generous to us, Not only have we been granted such a paradise, but they also provide us with resources. We must not be late. In an instant, everyone hastened towards the sect square. Even the elders stationed at the peach orchard and the library made their way there. After all, it was the Grand Elder's directive, and everyone responded with alacrity. At the sect square, Luo Feishuan had already arrived. At this moment, she is utterly astonished by the splendor of the sect's environment, gazing around in a daze. Although she had long heard of the Ethereal Sect's reputation as a paradise, she had previously dismissed it as mere exaggeration. However, upon her personal arrival, she discovered that those tales held a kernel of truth. Mere moments after her arrival, she experienced a subtle sensation as if she were on the verge of breaking through the barrier of the late imperial level, poised to enter the semi-saint realm. If it were not for the purpose of delivering a package, she would have been tempted to sit down and commence her cultivation immediately. Furthermore, ever since she entered the Ethereal Sect, the haunting voice that had lingered in her mind had vanished entirely. It was known that this voice had been so formidable that even the sacred-grade calming elixir had failed to suppress it. Yet, here it had disappeared. If she remained here, would she no longer have to fear the allure of that voice? This revelation astonished Luo Feishuan greatly. After all, that voice was truly terrifying, and over time, her resistance to it had weakened considerably. Just a few days prior, she had exchanged for a calming elixir from the ancient family behind the treasure vault. But even after consuming it, she could not silence the voice in her mind. This had nearly plunged her into despair. Thus, if she stayed here, not only would she be free from the voice's temptation, but her cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Even if she found herself unable to resist its allure in the future, her strength would likely prevent any significant issues. Contemplating this, the thought of joining the Ethereal Sect immediately sprang to Luo Feishuan's mind. Elder Luo, I have reviewed the resources and found no issues. Here is the final payment. Please have a look. At this moment, Lu Tsang poured out all the resources from the spatial ring that Luo Feishuan had given him, forming several small mounds. He then handed over another spatial ring containing the source liquid. Lu Tsang was quite satisfied with Luo Feishuan's performance during this procurement. Initially, his request for resources had been rather vague, yet Luo Feishuan had reached out to him multiple times to clarify the details, resulting in such a rich assortment of supplies. For instance, the sect's garments. Although many did not meet Lu Tsang's standards and were merely ordinary spiritual treasures, compensated for this in terms of style and quantity. There were a total of 10 styles, each crafted by formidable cultivators, with the least being of spiritual treasure grade. The materials used were impervious to water and fire, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. They came with built-in formations, capable of defense and autonomously gathering spiritual energy to mend one's physical body. Even if damaged, it was of no concern, as they possessed self-repairing functions. Additionally, there were many high-grade spiritual weapons and top-tier artifacts. Each person could be allocated several. Hence, Lu Tsang was quite pleased and directly retrieved the quantity of source liquid that Luo Feishuan had requested. However, this time, Luo Feishuan did not accept it. Instead, she looked at Lu Tsang with a softened demeanor, adopting a conciliatory tone, saying, "Senior, I only require half of this source liquid. Wasn't this quantity agreed upon by you? Why do you now only want half?" Lu Tsang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped her intentions, responding calmly, "Are you seeking a favor? However, this amount of source liquid is inconsequential to our sect. You need not offer anything in exchange for it." Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan felt a tremor in her heart, realizing that he was not inclined to haggle and was gently refusing her offer. Little did she anticipate that the other party would dismiss such a substantial quantity of divine essence, which amounted to several tens of units. Contemplating this, she felt a pang of humility, biting her lip as she humbly stated, "Senior, I dare not impose any demands. I merely wish to seek a position within your esteemed sect, even if it is merely as a laborer. To seek a menial position in exchange for such a precious commodity?" Hearing this, Lu Tsang was momentarily taken aback. Although divine essence held little value in the eyes of a great emperor like him, it was indeed a highly coveted substance among other factions. To trade such a precious resource for a mere laborer's role? Perhaps it was quite reasonable. After all, even he, as a great emperor, found this celestial realm to be rare and valuable, not to mention a mere cultivator who had yet to reach the sage level. Furthermore, a laborer of royal rank would certainly possess adequate qualifications. Moreover, among the 1,000 disciples in the outer sect, there were indeed several female disciples. Currently, the sect was entirely composed of male elders, making it difficult for those female disciples to confide in the elders regarding any private matters. Should a capable female laborer assist the elders, it would undoubtedly facilitate matters significantly. However, he could not make this decision unilaterally. Thus, he tossed her a ring, stating nonchalantly, "This matter requires consultation with the sect master. If the sect master agrees, it shall be arranged." Upon hearing these words, Luo Feishuan immediately became exhilarated. She hastily bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Yes. Thank you, Senior. I am exceedingly grateful." With that, she quickly approached the piles of resources on the ground, eagerly beginning to organize them by type, striving to showcase her diligence. Chapter 076. Chen Xuan's innate divine ability. The hand of the heavens. Though she had yet to become a laborer, this was a rare opportunity to demonstrate her worth. However, as Luo Feishuan toiled industriously, the elders arriving to collect resources began to trickle in, greeting Lu Tsong one by one. Noticing their presence, Luo Feishuan curiously lifted her gaze. Yet, upon seeing her, the elders expressed their bewilderment, inquiring, "Elder, this individual is not one of our sect's disciples, is she? I have never seen her before." "Oh, no. She is an elder from the treasure pavilion, here to deliver resources. It seems she has taken the initiative to work, while I have yet to consult the sect master regarding her wish to become a laborer." Understanding dawned. She appeared rather industrious. "Ah, by the way, the disciples are arriving shortly. You should distribute the resources among them and store the surplus in the warehouse." "Understood." Luo Feishuan, upon hearing Lu Tsong's remarks and noticing the gazes of the elders, felt a slight flush of embarrassment cross her face. However, she dared not voice any objections. Instead, she offered a smile to the elders watching her and continued her diligent work. Although surrounded by a group of men, she remained the sole woman squatting under the sun, tidying up the resources, her strength and status rendering her unaffected by any discomfort. Yet, there was an odd sensation lingering in the air. Soon enough, waves of disciples arrived one after another. The square became increasingly crowded. Upon seeing the amassed resources on the ground, the disciples could not help but stare, whispering excitedly among themselves. Aside from Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Shi Linger, who maintained a composed demeanor, the rest were filled with exhilaration. Among the amassed treasures, each item is a gem to them. Exquisite garments crafted from high-end materials, superior spiritual artifacts, spiritual shoes, spiritual belts. Goodness, if adorned, one could rival the Holy Sons. For the Holy Sons merely don high-quality spiritual attire and wield exceptional spiritual weapons. Such splendid items, I wonder if we, the outer disciples, might be granted even a single low-grade spiritual garment. Likely not. Those treasures are surely reserved for the inner disciples. It would be quite fortunate to receive a pair of spiritual belts and a basic spiritual weapon. So many styles, especially the skirts for female cultivators. They are simply stunning. Long skirts, short skirts. Indeed, each inner disciple could probably claim several sets. I seem to have seen no ordinary garments. Were they not prepared for us outer disciples? Or perhaps our attire has yet to be distributed. Sigh, how I envy the inner disciples. The outer disciples whispered amongst themselves, their eyes gleaming with envy. They remained blissfully unaware that those spiritual treasures are all meant for them. The cherished disciples arrived to collect their rewards, each receiving 10 sets of exquisite spiritual garments, followed by a selection of divine weapons from the armory. Soon, the elder began to distribute the resources. The first recipients were the cherished disciples. Moreover, the garments bestowed upon them were the finest, inciting envy from both inner and outer disciples alike. Even the well-traveled Shao Chun and his companions could not suppress their longing. Yet, Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Shi Linger remained unperturbed, their expressions devoid of surprise. Their calm demeanor earned them immense respect from their fellow disciples. "Elder, our brother Lin Fan is still in training. May we collect on his behalf?" At that moment, Yi Qingcheng proactively offered to take on the collection. The elder, of course, obliged, handing Lin Fan's resources over to her. After distributing the resources for the cherished disciples, the elder continued, "Inner disciples, step forward to claim your rewards. Each shall receive 8 sets of high-grade spiritual garments and 1 exceptional spiritual weapon." Boom. Upon hearing this, all 12 inner disciples erupted with excitement. They eagerly rushed forward. The remaining disciples were once again engulfed in envy. High-grade spiritual garments, exceptional spiritual weapons. They could easily rival the holy sons. Before long, once the inner disciples had received their rewards, the outer disciples gazed longingly at the remaining spiritual garments. With so many treasures present and no ordinary attire in sight, perhaps there were items for them as well. Thus, with eager anticipation, the elder finally called upon them. Outer disciples, step forward to claim your rewards. Each shall receive 3 sets of ordinary spiritual garments, 2 sets of high-grade spiritual garments, and 1 high-grade spiritual weapon. Wow! A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the outer disciples. Excitedly, they rubbed their hands and readied themselves to queue for their collection. 2 sets of high-grade spiritual garments and 1 high-grade spiritual weapon. Although they could not compare to the holy sons, they were hardly inferior. Furthermore, these were all equipment, not merely cultivation resources. If cultivation resources were included, the holy sons would pale in comparison. Thus, no one remained unmoved. In the Ethereal Sect, as outer disciples, far superior to being a saint in the Holy Land, the crowd rubbed their hands together, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the disciples in training and the miscellaneous workers are included. Everyone within the sect has a share. Soon, all resources were distributed. With the introduction of distinct garments, it became easier to distinguish between inner disciples, outer disciples, and elders, thus eliminating the cumbersome necessity of wearing identification badges. It can be described as exceedingly convenient. Elder Luo, come with me. At this moment, Lu Tsang interrupted Luo Feishuan, who was busy tidying up the remaining resources. Luo Feishuan paused her tasks, excitedly brushed her disheveled hair, and rose to follow Lu Tsang towards the main peak. At this moment, Chen Xuan was meditating at the summit. When Lu Tsang arrived with Luo Feishuan, he instructed her to wait in place while he went to report. Luo Feishuan stood there, filled with anticipation, her gaze fixed on the figure atop the massive rock. Upon seeing the young silhouette and its tall stature, her heart raced, and she instinctively tightened her fingers. Is this the leader of the Ethereal Sect? Such an imposing figure. I feel so nervous. Though she stood at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm and was several centuries old, a figure capable of commanding storms in the outside world, it could not diminish the anxiety of meeting the leader of the Ethereal Sect. This was the intangible pressure brought about by the sect's renown. Just then, as Lu Tsang stood behind Chen Xuan, preparing to bow in respect, Chen Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and pointed a finger skyward. Instantly, he captivated Luo Feishuan's attention. Unable to resist, she followed his finger with her gaze towards the heavens. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Xuan's hand. Immediately, the clouds scattered across the sky. The azure expanse above shattered, revealing a bottomless, colossal black hole. An ancient and heavy aura emanated from the void. In an instant, day turned to night, and people within 1,000 miles could not help but look up, collectively gasping in astonishment. Has the sky fractured? Amidst the shock of countless observers, a gigantic hand slowly materialized within the shattered void. As the hand descended, an aura that could annihilate all existence spread outward. The fragmented void rapidly accelerated its destruction, resembling a colossal black hole wildly expanding, devouring everything in its path. The hand appeared as if it descended from the heavens, wielding the power to obliterate all existence. Even from thousands of miles away, it caused countless powerful beings on the ground to tremble in fear. They felt that if that hand merely grazed the earth, it would dissolve into nothingness. Even ancient beings residing deep within the sacred land felt their souls shudder in response. Chapter 077. The Emperor Who Dismantled His Own Soul. The first female elder of the Ethereal Sect gasped. The mere appearance of a hand could shatter all spatial constraints. Good heavens! How powerful must that hand be? The black hole seems to have transformed into a vacuum. Though no aura emanated from it, I felt the weight of that hand, laden with an invisible pressure. With but a slight movement, the void trembles, and a mere touch could spell the end for even a saint. What on earth is this? Countless ancient and powerful beings shudder, their souls quaking as if they have glimpsed the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, within the Ethereal Sect, all elders and disciples turn in unison towards the main peak. They had long heard whispers of the sect leader conjuring divine abilities atop the mountain. And this overwhelming aura seems to emanate from that very summit, leading everyone to immediately think of Chen Xuan. Could this enormous hand be the manifestation of the sect leader's prowess? How terrifying. Astonishing. Just recently, my master mentioned the endeavor to conjure divine abilities. Could this indeed be the result of their efforts? Such an incredible divine art. My master is remarkable, materializing a hand that compresses the void. If it were to move even slightly, we would surely vanish along with the earth. The sect leader is indeed extraordinary. The mere appearance of a hand can shatter all presence, rendering the sky into utter emptiness. Although we, too, as emperors possess such capabilities, we fall far short of the sect leader's might. In that moment, both disciples and elders alike were utterly captivated by Chen Xuan's display, especially the stunned Luo Feishuan. She had previously believed the Ethereal Sect to be formidable, but she never anticipated that the sect leader would be capable of such magnitude. At this moment, Luo Feishuan stood in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief, trembling in every limb, her spirit shaken, utterly speechless, frozen in awe. Overwhelmed by Chen Xuan's display, she found herself in a state of reverence, humbled and filled with awe, rendered voiceless and dazed. The convergence of myriad extraordinary techniques into this divine art is indeed formidable. Merely the manifestation of a single hand is sufficient to shatter the vast expanse of the sky. Moreover, I have only infused a minuscule fraction of my power. Were I to concentrate fully, the sheer mass of that hand alone could obliterate countless stars. Upon a massive stone, Chen Xuan murmured to himself, astonished that the body he had been refining for days could possess such strength. Concepts like heavenly tribulation and sword intent pale in comparison to absolute mass. Wherever the hand traverses, the void fractures, returning all to vacuum. What shall I name this? It appears as if the hand descends from the heavens. Perhaps I shall call it the hand of the celestial. Yes, henceforth it shall be known as the hand of the celestial. Soon, Chen Xuan bestowed a name upon his newly conjured divine art. He then slowly retracted his fingers, and the celestial hand dissipated along with it. The shattered void began to mend, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It resembled a gaping hole spanning over 10,000 miles. If left to repair at its leisure, it would likely take an eternity. Thus, Chen Xuan raised his hand once more, swiftly sealing the breach in the sky. In an instant, daylight returned, and everything resumed its normalcy. Observing this, all within the Ethereal Sect released a collective sigh of relief, resuming their activities. Yet, their speculation regarding Chen Xuan's strength only deepened. At that moment, Lu Tsong, who had remained silent, finally dared to clasp his fists and speak as the sect leader returned to normalcy. Sect leader. In the 10th pavilion of the Treasure Pavilion, Elder Luo Feishuan, a practitioner at the peak of the sovereign realm, expressed her desire to join our sect as a menial worker. Upon receiving this report from Lu Tsong, Chen Xuan slowly turned around and caught sight of the anxious and tense Luo Feishuan in the distance. Meeting Chen Xuan's gaze, Luo Feishuan promptly lowered her eyelids and bowed, saying, Junior Luo Feishuan pays respects to the sect master. Observing Luo Feishuan's apprehensive demeanor, Chen Xuan scrutinized her for a moment. Mature, poised. She appears obedient as well. Quite commendable. Furthermore, the sect indeed lacked female elders, a point that Lu Tsong had mentioned to him previously. The female disciples often hesitated to approach the male elders when faced with difficulties in their cultivation, especially concerning delicate issues, as they felt embarrassed. Despite having numerous summoning cards, Chen Xuan had yet to summon a female elder, which left him rather exasperated. Thus, upon encountering Luo Feishuan and considering her cultivation level, he chose not to decline outright, but instead asked, What prompts you to seek a position as a menial worker in our sect? Luo Feishuan's heart tightened, reminiscent of her childhood when elders would question her. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved to speak candidly. Your esteemed sect is akin to a celestial realm. I have long been plagued by an inexplicable voice in my mind, deeply sensing an impending crisis. I wish to join the sect to cultivate myself, and as long as I am accepted, I am willing to endure hardships without complaint. Luo Feishuan revealed her inner turmoil and expressed her loyalty. Since she sought to join the sect, she felt compelled to hold nothing back. Moreover, given the sect master's strength and demeanor, she believed he would not harm a mere practitioner at the sovereign realm without cause. Therefore, when divulging her secret, she was entirely prepared to be forthright. The voice in your mind. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then promptly accessed Luo Feishuan's personal information. Instantly, a panel appeared before him, Name: Luo Feishuan, fragmented soul of the Grand Emperor Ningyue, realm, peak sovereign realm constitution, none potential, 9 stars experience. In the twilight years of Grand Emperor Ningyue, unable to break through to the late emperor stage, and nearing the end of her lifespan, she fortuitously obtained the 9 turns immortal scripture, glimpsing a path for survival. To live out a second life, she underwent a self-immolation ritual, dividing her soul into 9 fragments for reincarnation and cultivation anew. Luo Feishuan is one of these 9 soul fragments. Note: once the main soul awakens and devours the remaining 8 incarnations, she will defy fate to live a second life, restoring her cultivation and gaining a lifespan of 10,000 years to pursue the immortal path once more. This incarnation has inadvertently absorbed a soul fruit to mend her fragmented soul, resulting in a new and complete divine spirit. Soon after reviewing Luo Feishuan's information, Chen Xuan grasped the situation. In essence, she was a female emperor named Ningyue, who, in her later years, could not fathom the immortal path. However, by chance, she came across an immortal scripture and, in order to seek her second life, followed its teachings to undergo a self-immolation ritual, dividing her soul into 9 to reincarnate and cultivate anew. The pursuit of a second life is a dilemma faced by many emperors, which is not unusual. Luo Feishuan is indeed one among the 9 reincarnated souls. The voice undoubtedly emanated from the main soul, enticing her to seek it out, only to be devoured in the process. Such instances, Chen Xuan had encountered within the vast archives of the myriad realms. Yet, he never anticipated that he would one day face such a predicament himself. However, it mattered not. He dismissed the notion of even the mightiest of emperors, let alone a mere reincarnation, with a wave of his hand. Thus, Chen Xuan promptly revealed the identity of Luo Feishuan as one of the reincarnated souls. You were originally a great emperor, who, in order to live a second life, underwent self-dissolution and transformed into 9 fragments of residual souls for rebirth and cultivation. You are indeed one of those 9 remnants, and the voice in your mind should belong to your original divine soul, which has now awakened and seeks to summon you, to consume you, absorb your essence, and complete itself for a second existence. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Luo Feishuan trembled violently, completely taken aback. Chapter 078. Chen Xuan intervenes to sever the connection to the divine soul. The 2 holy beings of the Soul Palace, Xianming, arrive. A great emperor reincarnated, one of the 9 residual souls, summoning her to consume her. Good heavens! How could such a terrifying fate exist? If she were to be devoured, what would become of her? Would she merely fade into a fragment of memory? Or would she vanish entirely? In an instant, Luo Feishuan felt a surge of panic. After years of arduous cultivation, she had developed considerable talent. Although she had not encountered extraordinary fortunes, she had steadily advanced. Now, learning that she was merely a remnant soul of another, destined to be consumed, left her in utter bewilderment. After all, she was still young, having yet to experience life fully, having dedicated her existence to relentless training. Now that she had finally ascended to the rank of a supreme being, stepping into the upper echelons, how could she resign herself to becoming someone else's sustenance? Fortunately, she had encountered the procurement of the Ethereal Sect, and had the rare opportunity to visit, discovering a sanctuary where the alluring voice could not ensnare her. Should she fail to find refuge within the Ethereal Sect, it would not be long before she succumbed entirely to the call of the main soul, leading to her demise. Contemplating this, terror gripped Luo Feishuan's heart. Faced with the choice between life and death, no ordinary person could confront such a decision with tranquility. In desperation, she fell to her knees, crying out in fear, "Senior, please accept me as your disciple. If I cannot remain within the sect, I fear I shall soon be utterly ensnared by the voice in my mind. I shall serve diligently and repay the sect's kindness." As she spoke, Luo Feishuan bowed deeply, prostrating herself like a desperate child. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly and said, "Once you join my sect, you shall be one of us, bound by loyalty for eternity. Are you certain you wish to enter?" "I am willing. I swear before the Tao to never betray the Ethereal Sect." Luo Feishuan immediately raised her finger, forming a gesture to communicate with the Tao, and made her solemn vow. Throughout the entire process, she did not hesitate for a moment. Observing her sincerity, Chen Xuan ceased to question her further. Nodding, "Having joined my sect, I shall lend you my aid." I will sever your ties to the main soul. With that, Chen Xuan raised his hand and made a sweeping motion towards Luo Feishuan. In an instant, an imperial aura surged forth, piercing into her divine soul. Feeling the overwhelming power, Luo Feishuan dared not move, allowing the essence to penetrate her very being. As she felt a sudden tension throughout her body, a soft gasp escaped her lips. In that instant, the Emperor's breath severed all ties between her soul and the external world. Every connection of her spirit was obliterated, and the ethereal pathway was abruptly sealed. Consequently, she could no longer receive the alluring whispers of her primary soul. Simultaneously, amidst a range of mountains in the eastern domain, a woman bearing an uncanny resemblance to Luo Feishuan abruptly opened her eyes, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. How formidable! She has indeed severed the connection between me and my avatar. Humph. But what of it? My true self can simply merge with another avatar. Once I regain some strength, I shall integrate you. As for the one bold enough to cut the bond, rest assured, I shall see you tortured in 1,000 ways. The goddess, resembling Luo Feishuan, wore a frosty expression, brimming with pride. After a moment of murmuring to herself, her gaze drifted to the corner of the cave, where two women, identical in appearance to her, lay unconscious on the ground. I shall consume you both first. Ning Yu slowly rose and approached one of the figures, pouncing upon her. In an instant, the two began to merge, ultimately transforming into a single entity. Immediately, a pure aura of a saint filled the cave, spreading throughout the space. Wherever the aura flowed, all beings submitted, and the creatures bowed in reverence. Within the confines of the Misty Sect, Luo Feishuan sensed a peculiar absence within her soul. Her excitement surged. The ethereal connection she had once consulted with the saint at the treasure pavilion about was a mystery even to them. Yet, Chen Xuan not only discerned her as a fragment of the Emperor's shattered soul at first glance, but also effortlessly severed that connection with a single move. One could only imagine the terror of his capabilities, an existence of unparalleled might. Thank you, sect leader. Luo Feishuan, filled with enthusiasm, knelt before him, expressing her gratitude fervently. As she bowed, her posture inadvertently accentuated her curves, creating a striking scene, though none were present to admire it. Chen Xuan remained unfazed, his gaze steady, as he gently lifted her from the ground with a subtle gesture. Rise. The female elders of our sect are currently in seclusion. Although your cultivation may be lacking, there is no need for you to serve as a menial. You shall remain as a temporary vice elder in the outer sect, assisting the senior elders with the cultivation issues of female disciples. Should you break through to the saint level, I will promote you to a full elder. Boom. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan trembled with astonishment once more. To become a vice elder of the outer sect? Achieving the status of a saint would grant her full elder status. Indeed, the outer elders of the Misty Sect are all saints. The rumors from the outside world were not unfounded. Perhaps she had truly joined a force far more terrifying than the ancient aristocratic families. Thus, Luo Feishuan's excitement surged anew, and she hastily bowed again, expressing, "Thank you, sect leader. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations." After a brief pause, she cautiously added, "Sect leader, as I have only recently joined the sect, I still possess items to transfer to the treasure pavilion. I wish to return temporarily." With that, she cast a nervous glance at Chen Xuan, aware that leaving the sect so soon after her arrival might raise suspicions. However, Chen Xuan remained unconcerned, casually stating, "Go ahead. Such trifling matters need not be reported to me. Simply consult Elder Lutsong." "Understood. I take my leave." Luo Feishuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully exited. "I take my leave as well." Lutsong also clasped his fists and departed at that moment. Once outside the peak, Luo Feishuan did not forget to express her gratitude to Lutsong, and she remembered their prior agreement. She promptly produced a spatial ring containing spiritual liquid and presented it with both hands, saying, "I am grateful for the elder's recommendation. I only need to deliver half of the source liquid to the treasure pavilion, and I humbly request that the elder retain the remainder. Merely a few dozen portions of source liquid. Consider it your salary for the past few months. Keep it for yourself." Lutsong replied with a faint smile, raising his hand to reveal two identity tokens, one large and one small, before his figure flickered and vanished from sight, leaving Luo Feishuan momentarily dumbfounded. She gaped as she accepted the tokens, her eyes fixed on the words "Outer Sect Deputy Elder," her excitement palpable. Indeed, it was a formidable sect. A few dozen portions of source liquid served as a mere few months' salary. She had assumed these portions were treasures of the Ethereal Sect. No wonder they were so affluent. It was simply the salary of an outer sect deputy elder for a few months. As she gazed in the direction Lu Tsang had disappeared, holding the identity token, her reverence for the sect reached its zenith, filling her with visions of a promising future within the Ethereal Sect. She even felt an overwhelming eagerness to ascend to the status of deputy elder. Of course, the most pressing matter at hand was to deliver the source liquid to the treasure pavilion and subsequently sever ties with them. With this thought, she stowed the token away, determinedly set her sights on the main gate, and stepped forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Soon, upon arriving at the plaza outside the Ethereal Sect's entrance, she soared into the air, swiftly heading toward the treasure pavilion. However, as she flew, several figures swept past beneath her, heading toward the Ethereal Sect. Initially, Luo Feishuan paid them no mind, but soon she encountered several small groups brushing past her, discussing matters concerning the Ethereal Sect, which caused her brow to furrow, compelling her to halt abruptly. Hurry, hurry. If we delay, the Ethereal Sect may perish. Indeed, we must hasten, otherwise, we might miss it. I heard that the Soul Palace has dispatched the 2 saint beings of Xianming. Chapter 079. Stop searching. This pile of dust on the ground is those 2 saints. The 2 saint beings of Xianming from the Soul Palace? How could that not be a concern? It is said that the Ethereal Sect has several saints. What several saints? That must be a fabrication from the Ethereal Sect. Do you truly believe that? Indeed, and the 2 saints of the Soul Palace are unlike ordinary saints. Their combined strength can contend with several saints without faltering. Even ordinary holy lands would hesitate to confront them. Should the Ethereal Sect possess saints, they would likely have to yield. Exactly. I have long maintained that the Soul Palace would not spare the Ethereal Sect, especially considering that the Ethereal Sect harbors soul disciples. The Soul Palace is the nemesis of all souls. Look, here they come. If the Ethereal Sect lacks saints, they are doomed. If they possess saints, they must surrender their soul disciples to appease them. In any case, this time, the Ethereal Sect is finished. Enough talk. Let us hasten our journey. If one arrives late, they shall witness nothing. After the discussion, the cultivators hastily accelerated their flight, vanishing in an instant. Observing this, Luo Feishuan halted her departure, swiftly turning back towards the Ethereal Sect. The 2 saints of the underworld were seizing souls. She immediately discerned that the Ethereal Sect had caught the attention of the transcendent force, the Soul Hall. The sect was currently facing a crisis. She could not remain indifferent. Although she believed the Ethereal Sect might surpass the Soul Hall in strength, as a member of the sect, it was her duty to inform the elders to prepare in advance. After all, they were confronting 2 formidable saints. Should they strike unexpectedly, the sect would be left defenseless and vulnerable to devastation. Thus, Luo Feishuan felt a sense of urgency, increasing her speed to its maximum. At this moment, outside the Ethereal Sect, a number of cultivators had gathered, standing atop distant mountain peaks or suspended in midair. As they settled, 2 dark figures suddenly materialized in the sky, appearing before the Ethereal Sect square. Both figures were cloaked in black robes adorned with countless strange patterns and lines, exuding an eerie aura. They have arrived. The 2 saints of the Soul Hall. At this juncture, those on the mountain peak became agitated, intently gazing at the 2 saints of the underworld, murmuring among themselves. When true saints make their move, it will reveal whether or not the Ethereal Sect possesses any saints. Is this the legendary saint? Why does it feel so ominous? The people of the Soul Hall are thus embodying both righteousness and malevolence, and their prolonged association with souls renders them somewhat abnormal. Hush, do not speak. Look, someone from the Ethereal Sect is coming out. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, before the 2 saints of the underworld could make their challenge, an elder adorned with the badge of an outer sect elder stepped forward. The elder, wielding a broom, casually addressed the 2 saints. What brings you here? Haha. It turns out to be a mere sweeping outer sect elder. Listen well, we are the 2 saints of the Soul Hall, and you of the Ethereal Sect have slain our soul-reaping emissary. Immediately summon your sect leader to provide us with an explanation, preferably surrendering both the female soul from your sect and the soul contained within Xiao Chen's ring. Otherwise, do not blame us for laying waste to your Ethereal Sect today. The 2 saints of the underworld sneered, completely disregarding the outer sect elder, directly demanding souls and issuing threats. The last time, the emissary of the Soul Hall was slain, and they sought to reclaim their honor. However, the souls of saints from other regions had temporarily delayed their return. Yet, they later heard that the Piao sect had manifested an exceptionally pure soul, far purer than that of an ordinary saint. The soul master could no longer contain his impatience and wished to send others to capture it. However, considering that the Piao sect had no regard for the soul hall, daring to slay their soul-reaping emissary, and purportedly possessing a saint, the soul master restrained his impulse. He awaited the return of the two, allowing them to confront the sect. As the most powerful saints within the soul hall, they held the Piao sect in utter contempt. Even if it was said that the Piao sect had a saint, they were unfazed. Their strength, after all, far surpasses that of ordinary saints. Even if they were to engage in combat and emerge victorious, they could simply seize the soul and depart. Such has always been the modus operandi of the Soul Palace: capture any soul in sight. However, upon the conclusion of their threats, they failed to intimidate the outer elder of the Piao sect, who merely furrowed his brow at their audacity. Such hubris to insult the sect master. This was tantamount to courting death. The outer elder of the Piao sect, with a mere frown, did not grant them a moment to react, raising his hand to conjure two terrifying giant hands that swiftly ensnared the two saints of the Xianming. The Xianming duo was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why the confrontation had escalated before they even had a chance to retort. Yet, before they could resist, those massive hands firmly bound them. Then came a resounding explosion. Boom! The two saints of Xianming were instantaneously reduced to a fine powder, scattered across the ground. Thus, the Xianming duo met their demise, unable to fathom how their adversary had acted with such swiftness and ferocity, rendering them utterly defenseless. It is crucial to note that their physical forms were immensely powerful. Even a saint of equal rank could not easily shatter their bodies with a single strike. Alas, they had perished without the opportunity to ponder these matters. Meanwhile, on a distant mountaintop, countless witnesses were struck with terror by the outer elder's sudden display of might, particularly upon witnessing the remnants of the Xianming saints. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. How utterly terrifying! The rumors were not unfounded. He had indeed pulverized a saint. The outer elder of the Piao sect was not only a saint, but at the very least, a grandmaster saint. We must flee. Do not linger. Beware of being implicated. Retreat, retreat, let us depart swiftly. In an instant, the previously serene gathering of cultivators atop the mountain was engulfed in fear. Initially, they had hoped to witness the downfall of the Piao sect or observe a saintly battle for their own enlightenment. Yet none had anticipated the Soul Palace saints' demise to be so swift and decisive. Should their intentions be discerned by their adversaries, their lives would undoubtedly be forfeit. Consequently, panic-stricken, they turned to flee, vanishing without a trace. The outer elder of the Piao sect, however, paid them no mind. Instead, he calmly approached the spot where the Xianming saints had been reduced to ashes, methodically gathering their remains. It seemed as though he wielded the broom specifically for the purpose of collecting their remains. Of course, his intent was merely to prepare for the dignified collection of their corpses. He had no intention of delivering a lethal blow from the outset. However, he had not anticipated the audacity of the two, mere saints who had not yet attained full mastery, daring to insult his sect master and boldly proclaiming intentions to flatten the Piao sect. To spare them now would mean that he could never hold his head high within the sect again. Hence, he acted without mercy. Who, if not the most foolish, would choose to insult the sect master? If I do not eradicate you, it would be a disservice to your audacity, the outer elder muttered as he swept up their ashes. Just then, Luo Feishuan finally returned, hurrying to stand before the elder, observing the tranquil surroundings. She hastily retrieved her identity token and spoke with urgency. Esteemed elder, I am the newly appointed outer sect vice-elder, Luo Feishuan. I have just heard that the two saints from the Soul Palace intend to trouble our sect, and I have returned specifically to report this. I implore you to promptly inform the sect master and take precautions. No need, replied the outer sect elder with a faint smile upon recognizing the newly arrived Luo Feishuan. The people from the Soul Palace have already come. What? They've already come? Luo Feishuan was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Her worried demeanor left the outer sect elder somewhat speechless. Although the new vice-elder was indeed beautiful, she seemed overly dramatic. However, considering her cultivation level, he deemed her reaction understandable. Thus, as he continued to sweep the ground, he quietly explained, "Stop looking. This pile of dust on the ground is the two saints. I am currently cleaning it up. Chapter 080. The Soul Palace revives the ancestor in advance. Wang Zhuma points to the heavens boom. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan was struck with shock, rendered momentarily speechless. She gazed at the dust on the ground, incredulous. They killed them? Yes, indeed. The saints of the Soul Palace showed disrespect to the sect master and deserved to be executed. The outer sect elder nodded calmly. Luo Feishuan exclaimed, they truly killed them. But how could they show disrespect to the sect master? This execution seems rather decisive. After all, they were two saints. Her pupils constricted as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, yet found no signs of battle. Could it be that an inner sect elder intervened, or perhaps the sect master himself acted with overwhelming power to eliminate them? At this thought, Luo Feishuan felt another jolt of astonishment. The Misty Sect was far more formidable than she had imagined. This incident also subtly reminded her to be more cautious in her words and actions in the future. She feared that should any misunderstanding arise, the sect's powerful members might inadvertently eliminate her as well. With this in mind, Luo Feishuan quickly calmed herself, reassured by her careful approach in speech and action, and respectfully clasped her fists towards the outer sect elder, saying, Elder, since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave. The outer sect elder nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Feishuan then departed at a leisurely pace. Unbeknownst to her, she had greatly overthought the situation. The sect master and the inner sect elders would not execute their own for trivial matters. Moreover, it was not the sect master or an inner sect elder who had acted, but rather the outer sect elder she had just spoken with, a being at the threshold of the Saint King realm. Had she known that even the outer sect elders of the Misty Sect were at such a level, she would have surely questioned her own existence. After all, they were akin to adults engaging with children. Yet, it was perhaps for the best that she remained oblivious. Otherwise, she would be terrified into an even greater caution within the sect, afraid to even greet others casually. Meanwhile, in a grand state within the eastern region, at the headquarters of the Soul Palace, the Soul Master stood in the dim hall, leaning against the grand door, gazing up at the statue of the ancestor of the Soul Palace. At that moment, an elder from the Soul Palace hurried in, holding two shattered soul tokens, and reported urgently, Soul Master, it is bad news. The soul tokens of the two saints of the underworld have shattered. The Soul Master was taken aback. Instinctively turning around to gaze at the shattered soul token in the opponent's hand, his eyes suddenly clouded with despair. The mysterious sect was indeed formidable, capable of slaying even the two saints of the Nether Hall. But did they truly believe that the people of the Soul Hall were so easily vanquished? If that were the case, it was time to resurrect the ancestor ahead of schedule. He murmured in a low voice, akin to a whisper from the depths of the abyss, imbued with a chilling aura. Upon hearing the mention of the ancestor, the reporting elder felt a chilling shiver run down his spine, paralyzed by fear, too frightened to respond, merely trembling within his heart. Was the Soul Master truly about to revive the ancestor of the Soul Hall? The ancient continent was on the brink of upheaval. Amidst his trepidation, the Soul Master spoke in a grave tone. Listen closely, summon all saints at once, and gather all accumulated souls to awaken the ancestor prematurely. The ancient continent is due for a transformation. Yes, the subordinate trembled, immediately setting off to gather all powerful beings to the altar, preparing for the resurrection of the ancestor. Within the mysterious sect, this elder, who had barely reached the half-step Saint King level, disposed of his refuse and turned back to report to Lu Tsang about the recent events that had transpired. Upon hearing the report from the outer elder regarding the slaying of two saints from the Soul Hall who had sought to instigate war, Lu Tsang dismissed it entirely. The death of merely two saints was hardly noteworthy. The subsequent handling of the Soul Hall's provocations and the insult to the sect master required the sect master's direct intervention. Thus, Lu Tsang promptly made his way to the sect master's grand hall to relay the matter to Chen Xuan. Upon learning that the saints sent by the Soul Hall had not only sought souls, but had also insulted him, Chen Xuan decisively proclaimed a more resolute course of action. The Soul Hall shall be obliterated. His tone was flat, as he directly sentenced the Soul Hall to death. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Lu Tsang respectfully nodded and departed. Their conversation was so calm, as if they were not determining the fate of a colossal, transcendent force, but rather discussing the triviality of an inconsequential matter. Elder Zhuemo, the sect master has commanded the annihilation of the Soul Hall. You are to execute it. On his way down the main peak, Song directly transmitted a message to another elder. Wang Zhumo understood. Wang Zhumo, still meditating, did not even open his eyes. His consciousness swiftly expanded, centering on the mysterious sect, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped a vast expanse of 100 million miles, rapidly searching for the whereabouts of the Soul Hall. Moments later, his consciousness enveloped half of the eastern domain. At this moment, his eyes slowly opened. I found it. With that, he tore through the fabric of space, arriving above the Soul Hall. Observing the grand and ancient architecture of the Soul Hall, Wang Zhumo raised a finger, pointing directly at the headquarters. Sky-piercing finger. Boom. A surge of destructive light converged at Wang Zhumo's fingertip, instantly expanding into a colossal finger 100 miles wide. With a gentle flick of his wrist, this massive finger, imbued with overwhelming annihilating light, descended upon the headquarters of the Soul Hall. Within the headquarters of the Soul Hall, the resurrection of the ancestor was already underway. In a vast plaza, a circular altar with a diameter of 100 meters lay, upon which rested an uncovered coffin. Inside the coffin lay the ancestor of the Soul Hall, an ancient corpse that had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Though it had lain dead for millennia, the ancient corpse was merely a skeletal remnant, its flesh untouched by decay, resembling nothing more than a gaunt cadaver. The coffin rested serenely at the heart of the altar, positioned atop a labyrinth of countless crevices. Numerous souls from the Soul Hall, armed with an array of ceramic jars of varying sizes, poured their offerings into the fissures of the altar. The souls cascaded into the coffin, drawn in by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the Soul Master, accompanied by the last 3 living saints of the Soul Hall and nearly 100 royal-level powerhouses, began to dance around the altar. Their movements synchronized, hands raised. They formed a circle, leaping and murmuring ancient, weighty incantations. As they sang and poured forth their souls, the ancient, heavy coffin suddenly trembled, releasing a profound aura that emanated from within. This essence seemed steeped in the sediment of time, evoking a sense of the relentless passage of years, as though a mere whiff of its presence could age one's heart and lungs to dust. Witnessing this, the dancers were not filled with fear. Rather, their faces illuminated with joy. A stir indicated success was imminent. They were aware that the being within the coffin was a great sage from eons past. Should they succeed in resurrecting him, the entire ancient continent would undergo a radical transformation, even if he did not regain his peak prowess upon revival. Gathering sufficient souls might enable him to ascend once more to the realm of the great sage. Furthermore, the souls they offered had been refined, ensuring that upon awakening, the ancestor would be influenced and controlled by them. This meant the Soul Hall would gain a terrifying, formidable subordinate of the great sage realm, an idea that was utterly intoxicating. Thus, they quickened their rhythmic movements, their whispered incantations accelerating in tandem. As the pace intensified, a terrifying aura began to radiate from within the coffin. The emaciated corpse seemed to respond, as ancient memories from millennia ago surged forth in its mind. Who awakens me? The ancient corpse slowly opened its eyes. However, as it began to grasp the situation outside and realize its revival, an immense beam of light, akin to a celestial pillar, struck its gaze. In that instant, the ancient being's pupils constricted in shock. Who has summoned me? Chapter 081. Rooting out the source, the divine void secret realm opens early at this moment. The ancient corpse was bewildered. It had yet to fully command its body. As the colossal beam of light approached, it chose to abandon any resistance, closing its eyes once more. In that instant, everyone felt the brilliance above, halting their rhythmic leaps in confusion, their gazes lifted skyward. The radiant light drew ever nearer. A formidable and overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, causing everyone's hair and garments to flutter as if stirred by an invisible wind. Following this, the pinnacle of the tower disintegrated first, dissolving into nothingness. Subsequently, the body of the tower, the buildings, and the very earth crumbled in an instant, vanishing under the aura of the aurora. "Run, Soul Master!" cried several saints in terror as they scattered in all directions. Yet, as the words left their lips, it was too late. The saints had barely lifted their feet when the celestial finger descended with a resounding crash. An earth-shattering noise erupted, echoing to the heavens above and sinking into the depths below. The original Soul Palace vanished, transformed into an unfathomable abyss stretching for miles. The Soul Palace was no more. All perished silently. Even the foundational essence concealed within the soul palace did not awaken, but ascended along with the rest. Gazing at the abyss that spanned 100 miles, Wang Zhumo remained expressionless as he slowly turned away atop a distant peak. As he did so, a spatial rift reappeared. However, just as he prepared to depart, two figures, one old and one young, suddenly materialized on the opposite side of the mountain, flying towards the soul palace. Boom! Upon hearing the deafening sound, the young man lazily lifted his eyelids, expressing dissatisfaction. I knew they would resurrect the ancestor. My father has lost his mind. Lord Soul, the voice emanated from our soul palace. It's possible the resurrection of the ancestor has reached a critical moment. We should return swiftly, urged the elder beside him, also raising his eyelids and speaking in a low tone. However, upon hearing the deference with which his subordinates regarded the resurrection of the ancestor, the young man grew increasingly displeased. He, endowed with extraordinary talent and standing above all, felt no need to resort to resurrecting the ancestor. With a cold snort, he declared, "Humph, my father has lost his mind. Must you lose yours as well? There is no need for such grand efforts to resurrect the ancestor. Give me time, and I shall surpass the ancestor. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Soul will undoubtedly surpass the ancestor. Let us return quickly." The elder nodded fervently, not daring to contradict him. The two then accelerated, crossing over the mountain to a place where their vision could expand. Yet, what met their eyes was not the familiar soul palace spanning 100 miles, but a bottomless chasm. Staring at this scene, both were left dumbfounded. What on earth? Where is the soul palace? Where is my home? Did we take a wrong turn? Impossible. I've walked this path for decades without error. The young man was utterly bewildered. His subordinate trembled in fear, staring at the abyss and stammering, "Lord Soul, the soul palace. It's gone." "What? My home is gone." The young man was taken aback, finally grasping the situation. They had not taken a wrong turn. This was indeed his home. But how could it have vanished? Where was his father? Where were the powerful beings of the house? A tremor ran through both of them as they hastily soared towards the abyss. Yet, before they could land, a forceful pressure suddenly surged forth, instantaneously reducing the airborne duo to a mist of blood. The Soul Master and his devoted guardian met their end. They too perished silently. To eradicate the roots of the grass is to invite its resurgence with the spring breeze. On the distant mountain peak, Wang Zhumo, his expression as impassive as stone, stepped into the rift of space, returning to report to the sect leader. After his departure, several envoys of the Soul Hall, who had ventured forth to capture souls, gradually returned. These envoys, elated and carrying vessels filled with souls, arrived with great joy, only to be bewildered upon witnessing the transformation of the Soul Hall into a chasm. The first to return was utterly confused, circling the abyss in search of the Soul Hall. "I must be mistaken. This is the Soul Hall, isn't it? Where is the Soul Hall?" Soon after, the second envoy arrived, equally perplexed, also searching the chasm for the hall. Could it be that the Soul Hall has been destroyed? Impossible. Who could annihilate the Soul Hall? Perhaps it has relocated? But I received no notice of such a move. Even if the Soul Hall has chosen to forget me, surely they would not forget others. The returning soul-capturing envoys, perplexed, meandered around the abyss in search of clues. One by one, the third and fourth returned, and soon the numbers of returning envoys swelled. After much investigation and gossip, they reluctantly accepted the grim reality. The Soul Hall had indeed ceased to exist. Furthermore, reports from distant onlookers revealed that the hall vanished with a thunderous sound, accompanied by the appearance of a colossal finger in the sky. A colossal finger? The very site of the Soul Hall had been irrevocably transformed into a chasm? Undoubtedly, the Soul Hall had been obliterated. Yet they could not fathom what manner of being could obliterate a legacy that had endured for millennia. Gazing upon the desolate expanse, the envoys were rendered utterly at a loss. Some, who had grown up within the Soul Hall, wept inconsolably. Oh, how could the Soul Hall simply vanish? What shall we do now? Indeed, we are merely soul capturers. Without the Soul Hall, where shall we go? Alas, my brothers, bear your grief with fortitude. I have only just joined the Soul Hall, and during my inaugural mission, I ventured far and captured dozens of souls, believing I would be rewarded upon my return. Alas, fate is a cruel mistress. Here, take these 2 jars of souls. I shall take my leave. Oh, the Soul Hall is gone. What use have I for these souls? The sounds of jars shattering echoed as the released souls fled in terror. Yet amidst the sorrow, there were those who began to seek a way forward. A particularly astute man hastily pursued the departing elder. "Old sir, please do not leave. I have words to share. Take me with you. I possess 100 or more divine essences. Let me accompany you." "Ah, young friend, I am sorry. I have nowhere to go. Forgive me, I intend to wander." The soul hall has been destroyed. The surviving cultivators scattered in disarray. The news of the soul hall's demise spread like wildfire, igniting the attention of various sacred lands, ancient clans, and transcendent sections. The sudden obliteration of such a venerable force, which had endured for thousands of years, inevitably stirred a tempest among the foremost powers. What? The soul hall has been destroyed? Goodness! The soul hall was no weak entity. Could it be that the transcendent Holy Land has unleashed the Extreme Dao Weapon? Yet, even the transcendent Holy Land should not be capable of such stealth. With merely the appearance of a single finger, the Soul Palace has been obliterated. It is rumored that the Soul Palace has recently encountered discord with a reclusive sect known as the Misty Sect. The two saints of Xianming have been slain by an elder of the Misty Sect. It is said that several saints have already emerged within the Misty Sect. Even so, the Misty Sect should not be able to annihilate the Soul Palace, for the Soul Palace is not without its own heritage. If it truly is the Misty Sect, one can only conclude that this sect is far more formidable than we had imagined. It must not be underestimated. If it is not the Misty Sect, then who could it be? The ancient continent grows increasingly chaotic. Within the transcendent Holy Land, has the Soul Palace truly been destroyed? Is it linked to the Misty Sect? Who would have thought that another power, rivaling our own, has emerged? Regardless, throughout the millennia, as the sun and moon traverse the skies and the stars realign, only the transcendent Holy Land remains eternal. What is the foundation of this longevity? While the extreme Dao weapons and deep-rooted heritage serve as our support, we ultimately depend upon our ability to gauge the times. We rely on the notion that when at our peak, we yield, and when we are waning, we rise. As long as the true legacy remains unscathed, nothing else matters. Indeed, we need only to remain cautious of the Misty Sect without overextending our concerns. In an instant, the news of the Soul Palace's destruction reverberated throughout the Eastern Domain. After all, the demise of a force that has long stood atop the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain bears significant implications for all, especially for the sects beneath the scattered cultivators. It has become the talk of the day. Meanwhile, the might of the Misty Sect gradually resounded throughout the entire Eastern Domain. This is a sound that resonates across the Eastern Domain. It is important to note that only forces of the stature of the Holy Lands and the Soul Palace can create such an echo. Even superpowers that have birthed saints cannot achieve such resonance. However, the reputation of the Misty Sect did not linger for long. An even greater event soon overshadowed it. The Divine Void's secret realm has opened ahead of schedule. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire Eastern Domain's cultivators were instantly shaken. Chapter 082. Direct disciples enter the Heavenly King realm. Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing achieve enlightenment simultaneously. Have you heard? The Divine Void secret realm is set to open ahead of time. What? The one that only opens once every millennium and permits entry to those under a century of bone age? No way. Is it true? This year, I just happen to be 99. Am I truly going to make it? Indeed, some have already sensed the emergence of the passage, and it is predicted to open in 3 days. Who would have thought it would open early? This is wonderful. I shall participate in this grand era. It is said that whenever the Divine Void secret realm opens, the sons of the Holy Lands and the ancient clans elites will make their appearance. This time, it will herald an era of fierce competition. No, this is not merely an era. It is said that this time may usher in a great age of contention. Some of the divine bodies secretly nurtured by the Holy Lands have proclaimed their intent to sweep through the Divine Void secret realm and emerge. Incredible. The divine bodies of the Holy Lands are set to manifest. Indeed, in the past, divine bodies typically remained low-key during their trials, but this time, many powerful divine bodies and sons have made bold declarations. It appears that the great age of contention has indeed commenced. Information regarding the Divine Void secret realm has spread throughout the Eastern Domain with the force of a tempest. In particular, the esteemed disciples of the major sacred lands have publicly declared their intentions to enter the secret realm, elevating discussions surrounding it to a fevered pitch. This frenzy is not unusual, as the Divine Void secret realm is regarded as one of the most treasured assets by countless cultivators across the Eastern Domain. The secret realm is not located anywhere on the continent. Rather, it exists as a spiritual world accessible solely through the mind, impervious to physical entry. Its emergence is steeped in legend, attributed to an emperor who, at the age of 99, traversed the ethereal void and, through unparalleled mastery at his level, discovered the existence of the realm, subsequently unlocking its passage. Thus, the realm descends once every millennium. Each time it manifests, all cultivators under a century of age and above the spirit sea realm within the eastern domain can sense the presence of the passage, allowing them to meditate and traverse the ethereal void to enter the divine void secret realm. Though it is a spiritual domain, upon entry, all experiences are rendered tangible. Within the realm, one encounters numerous ferocious beasts, divine abilities, techniques, legacies, and various extraordinary treasures that nourish the spirit and soul. Moreover, all sensations within the realm are unequivocally real, and while one cannot perish, any injuries or spiritual demise sustained within can inflict profound damage upon the soul. Such harm may hinder future breakthroughs. Its function bears some resemblance to the ultimate illusory tower of the Misty Cloud sect. However, the tower poses no danger and lacks any resources. Upon receiving this news, Chen Xuan of the Misty Cloud sect swiftly issued directives to his disciples. The outer disciples were instructed to focus on their cultivation and were prohibited from entering the divine void secret realm. Other disciples faced no such restrictions and were free to choose, but those wishing to enter must report to an elder. The announcement was met with little dissent among the outer disciples. In fact, many felt a sense of relief, as only those at the spirit sea realm can traverse the ethereal void, marking the minimum threshold for entry. Given that the divine void secret realm is accessible to cultivators from the entire northern domain, countless practitioners aim to enter. However, even if they manage to do so, their current strength would only allow them to secure a lower-tier status, rendering their opportunities less fruitful than those available through diligent cultivation within the sect. The sect also boasts the illusory tower, abundant spiritual energy, and superior resources, making it evident that for those of lesser cultivation, remaining within the sect is the most expedient path to advancement. Conversely, the inner disciples and direct apprentices differ significantly. With their higher levels of cultivation and a desire for self-improvement through rigorous training, coupled with the sect's lack of restrictions on their participation, many have begun to contemplate their entry into the realm. On the eve of the secret realm's opening, within the inner sect, Xiao Chun summoned the other 11 inner disciples. As the sole individual to have scaled the 998th level of the celestial ladder, his rapid ascent in strength has established him as the eldest senior brother, bestowing upon him a degree of authority within the inner sect. Addressing his gathered peers, Xiao Chun promptly initiated a discussion about the divine void secret realm. Dear junior brothers, the mysterious realm of Shinshu is set to open tomorrow, yet amidst the fervor of cultivation, no one has mentioned venturing into the secret realm. Shall we embark on this adventure together? Indeed, let us seize this opportunity. Han Pao Pao is the first to express his enthusiasm. Following him, Wuda chimes in, saying, "Why not? Though I wonder if there are any tombs within the realm. I've been cooped up in the sect lately. Although my breakthroughs have been swift, my hands are itching for action. Then we shall heed the words of our senior brother. I shall join as well. Count me in too. I've heard that many scions of the sacred lands will be attending. It would be splendid to witness their grandeur. With our 12 members united, we may indeed carve out a name for ourselves." Several of the later arrivals among the remaining 8 echoed their agreement. Only a few cultivators still in the skyward realm remained silent, particularly Shin Ping, who sat in pensive silence, discreetly fidgeting beneath the table, lost in thought. Noticing this, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward Shin Ping and inquired, "Why so quiet, Shin Ping? Come along with us. Staying at the sect holds little interest. Experiencing the realm may even accelerate your progress upon your return." "Indeed, Shin Ping. Are you perhaps preoccupied with thoughts of your sister-in-law?" Wuda teased, a mischievous grin on his face. "You send messages to her daily. If necessary, take a leave of absence to visit." Shin Ping replied, "Senior brothers Xiao and Wu, it is not that. You have all nearly reached the refinement realm, while I remain in the skyward realm. Perhaps I should refrain from joining." Shin Ping had always been cautious. Even though entry into the Shinshu realm does not compromise the physical body, there remains the peril of spiritual trauma, especially as his cultivation had not yet reached the refinement stage. Thus, he preferred to exercise prudence. However, Xiao Chun immediately reassured him, saying, "It matters not. Are you not on the verge of a breakthrough? We shall wait for you." the Shinshu realm will be accessible for some time. Let us all strive to reach the refinement realm together in these coming days and enter as one. Thank you, senior brother. That would be splendid. I shall achieve my breakthrough tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Shen Ping set aside his reservations and consented to join the venture. Though he remained cautious, having joined the sect, he understood the importance of camaraderie. Very well, I shall devote myself to my training. We shall go together, all 12 of us. Indeed, among the inner disciples, we are but 12. We must not bring shame upon our master. We shall make our mark within the Shinshu realm and elevate ourselves. Onward. Simultaneously, atop the main peak, the quartet of direct disciples prepared to enter the secret realm as well. However, they would enter in 2 groups. Murong Yingluo and Sherlinger would form one group and enter first, while Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng would follow as the second group. This decision stemmed from the continuous rise in their cultivation levels. Recently, with Lin Fan being the first to step into the Heavenly King realm, both Yi Qingcheng and Murong Yingluo soon followed suit into the same realm. Although Sherlinger had joined the others slightly later and had yet to attain the Heavenly King status, her relentless efforts had nonetheless propelled her to the 8th level of the refinement realm. Initially, the 4 had resolved to enter the secret realm together upon learning of its imminent opening. However, at this critical juncture, both Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng experienced enlightenment in succession. One grasped the essence of sword intent, while the other comprehended innate divine abilities, akin to Sherlinger's celestial tribulation light. As of now, neither of them had awakened from their epiphanies. In desperation, Murong Yingluo and Sherlinger resolved that if the secret realm were to open the following day and their senior brother and sister remained in their stupor, they would enter first. After all, one was a heavenly king and the other at the 8th level of spiritual consolidation, making them formidable forces among the cultivators within the secret realm. It is worth noting that even the scions of the sacred lands find it arduous to reach the heavenly king stage before the age of 100. Historically, even the former prodigies, after a century of cultivation, attain no more than the early heavenly king stage. With their decision made, the 2 returned to report to their master. Chapter 083. Murong Yingluo and Sherlinger enter the divine void. First, Chen Xuan had previously stated that aside from the outer disciples, others could choose freely. Thus, he harbored no objections to Murong Yingluo and Sherlinger entering the divine void secret realm. He merely cautioned them not to bring disgrace upon him and then left the matter unattended. Receiving their master's approval, Murong Yingluo and Sherlinger promptly vowed not to bring shame upon him and resumed their cultivation. As the divine void secret realm approached its opening, countless cultivators from the eastern domain prepared fervently. Some solitary cultivators even concealed their physical forms 300 meters underground, fearful of ambushes from enemies. Simultaneously, formidable outsiders descended upon the eastern domain, eager not to miss the opportunity presented by the divine void secret realm. However, due to the hurried timeline, the secret realm opened prematurely, leaving many factions unable to arrive in time. Thus, this iteration of the divine void secret realm was destined to be a domain for the cultivators of the eastern region. In this era, the cultivators of the eastern domain are both fortunate and unfortunate, for it appears that the number of prodigies in this age exceeds that of any previous era, suggesting a resurgence of the flourishing cultivation epic reminiscent of the ancient times. On this night, billions of cultivators stood ready. On this day, the eastern domain was particularly tranquil. As the next day dawned, a pathway to the divine void secret realm quietly opened. Countless cultivators immediately established a connection with the secret realm and entered within. Within the summit of the Miao Miao sect, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng sat cross-legged, their eyes tightly shut. One radiated an aura filled with sword intent, while the other was enveloped by a chaotic essence of time and space. It seemed that their senior brother and sister would remain in their trance for the time being. Linger, let us enter first, remarked Murong Yingluo, observing their state of enlightenment. Indeed, Sherlinger nodded, and, in unison with Murong Yingluo, closed her eyes to seek the mystical passage. Soon, their consciousness intertwined, following a thread of the pathway to a brand new world. The 2 transformed into luminous points, swiftly descending downward. At this moment, on the ground below, an endless assembly of cultivators had gathered, accompanied by countless luminous points, descending alongside them. With a rush, as the luminous points reached the ground, they solidified, reverting to their original forms. It appears indistinguishable from the real world. Yet, all present are acutely aware that everyone here is a manifestation of mental energy, creating an experience that feels strikingly authentic, devoid of any semblance to an illusory realm. How remarkably real this is. Ouch, that truly hurts. A completely genuine experience. If one perishes here, will the original body also meet its demise? It is said that death here can severely injure the spirit. Even injuries that do not heal can result in substantial harm. This place indeed possesses certain merits. The body feels somewhat oversensitive, allowing for a heightened perception and breakthroughs compared to the outside world. Upon arrival, Murong Ingluo and Scherlinger immediately overheard the excited discussions of those around them. However, while sensitivity is prevalent, the speed of comprehension still pales in comparison to that of the Misty Sect. It even induces a sense of discomfort. For instance, at this moment, Scherlinger feels an odd sensation as Murong Ingluo holds her hand, almost as if it were touching her very soul. Scherlinger experiences a tingling sensation, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, Murong Ingluo, oblivious to her discomfort, began to tease, exclaiming, "Linger, your hand feels so delightful." Scherlinger replied, "Senior sister, the tactile sensations here are more intense than in the outside world. I find it a bit disconcerting." She felt somewhat embarrassed. "No worries. I am also not entirely accustomed. However, one will grow accustomed to it with time. With so many people around, if you were to get lost, I would have no explanation to offer our master." Murong Ingluo did not release her grip, but instead continued to lead her toward the periphery. As they passed, the gazes of those nearby turned, fixating on the two. Although they were all cultivators, it was evident that there were more men than women. Moreover, the two girls were extraordinarily beautiful, causing many cultivators to reveal glimmers of admiration in their eyes. Some even stealthily followed in their wake. This caused Scherlinger to furrow her brow, preparing to halt and question them. However, Murong Ingluo, well-versed in human nature, discreetly squeezed her fingers and transmitted a message. "Ignore them. If they dare to follow, just eliminate them. There's no need for unnecessary actions." Reluctantly, Scherlinger nodded and continued to be led away by Murong Ingluo. Yet, just a few steps later, dozens of white lights flashed and numerous figures appeared on the ground. Upon witnessing their arrival, the surrounding wandering cultivators quickly cleared a path. Those who travel in such groups are typically significant talents from powerful factions, accustomed to being protected by many during their journeys. Ordinary individuals would not dare to provoke them lightly. Furthermore, these figures were astonishingly striking, each one a woman, notably alluring in appearance. Their attire was revealing, with their thigh contours unmistakably visible, every movement seemingly on the verge of exposure. Among these women stood a young man clad in a yellow robe. Though his face was pale and he appeared quite frail, a clear indication of exhaustion. No one dared to underestimate him, not due to his strength, but rather because of his yellow robe. It is well known that the depth of the yellow robe's hue varies with the level of the dynasty. The more formidable the dynasty, the deeper the shade of yellow. The man, adorned in garments of profound hue, epitomized the grandeur of a supreme dynasty, rendering him untouchable and instilling fear in those who might dare approach him. Especially after they cleared a section of the area, the group of women unleashed an even more astonishing spectacle. Several female cultivators sprawled on the ground, their limbs splayed in bizarre poses, while others joined in, either reclining or lying flat, intertwining their joints to craft a human palanquin. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were utterly bewildered. Their long-held beliefs faced an overwhelming challenge from such an extraordinary display. A palanquin formed by the bodies of women. Was it truly the case that those of the Supreme Dynasty were so audacious as to engage in such absurdity? Am I dreaming? These women possessed considerable strength. Not one of them could I see through, yet they had been reduced to mere carriers. The crowd was profoundly shaken, even neglecting the two exquisite figures from earlier. Although the beauty and physique of the women before them paled in comparison to those two, their revealing attire and outrageous actions were undeniable. Over 20 women united to create a human palanquin. Not only the inexperienced cultivators, but even disciples from other formidable factions would be left speechless at such an unbelievable sight. After all, the display was undeniably ostentatious. Particularly as the palanquin was fully assembled, the scene was indescribable. With thigh rests, soft backs, and even a canopy of bodies to shield from the sun, the draping garments formed sheer curtains, subtly concealing the interior and preventing complete exposure. Though the delicate fabric could hardly conceal, the allure it created was irresistible. The cultivators were left astonished, exclaiming, "Remarkable! I must inquire. If, hypothetically, I wish to procure a palanquin of such magnificence, how many spirit stones would it require?" Spirit stones? That could be arranged, provided one were willing to capture a few lower-level female cultivators for rigorous training. However, attempting to seize female cultivators would undoubtedly attract the wrath of righteous individuals, and I dare not risk it. Without an enticing background and lacking the boldness to capture anyone, I find myself at an impasse. Alas, how envious I am. Surrounding cultivators expressed a mix of envy and astonishment, their awe tempered by the realization that one capable of orchestrating such a spectacle over their subordinates must possess a heart of iron. Thus, no one dared to display disdain. Soon, the palanquin was fully assembled, and of the 30 women, only 8 remained, for stood by the long legs, while the other 4 positioned themselves at the palanquin's windows. "Your Highness, please ascend," said the female guard by the window, bending to draw aside the sheer fabric. Instantly, the interior of the palanquin was laid bare. The feeble-bodied prince, his expression devoid of emotion, gradually lifted his leg to step onto the body of one woman serving as a footrest and entered the palanquin. "Your Highness, which direction shall we take?" The female guard inched closer to the window and inquired. The crown prince cast a glance around, his gaze swiftly fixating on the retreating figures of Murong Ingluo and Shi Ling. In that instant, his eyes widened in surprise, his pupils dilating in astonishment. The graceful silhouettes and the alluring sways of Murong Ingluo and Shi Ling were unmistakably etched in his mind. "In that direction," he commanded, pointing towards the diminishing forms of the 2 women, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Yes, let's proceed." The female guard nodded before issuing a command. Instantly, the 4 women carrying the palanquin hoisted it onto their shoulders and surged towards the direction of Murong Ingluo and Shi Ling. Though they ran, their speed escalated, and before long, they were airborne, ascending higher and higher. As they took flight, more onlookers became aware of their presence. Some recognized the palanquin's significance at a glance. "Goodness, that is the palanquin of the esteemed Yu Sanqian. All female attendants, a human-shaped palanquin. Truly, just as the rumors suggest, he is the crown prince Yu Sanqian of the Great Yu Dynasty." The Great Yu Dynasty? The super dynasty that has thrived for millennia? Incredible. It truly is him. He even brings so many women into secret realms. Yu Sanqian? The name rings a bell, yet they struggled to recall the details. Could he be the legendary figure known for his insatiable desires, a man who could not survive without the company of women, and who had once boasted a record of captivating over 3,000 women? Indeed, that is him. Despite his pale complexion, it is said he possesses extraordinary prowess. Every woman in his vicinity, from the noble guards to the humble maids, has fallen under his spell. Unbelievable. Over 3,000. How impressive. Having such a background is truly advantageous. Here I am, struggling to find a partner. Just a super dynasty, yet they wield such power? You see, their super dynasty is unlike any other. They have saints. Yes, it is rumored that Yu Sanqian is a prodigy of their dynasty, his renown rivaling that of the saints, perhaps even surpassing them. If he successfully rises, he will undoubtedly elevate to a transcendent force, standing equal to the ancient families and common sacred lands. Incredible. Yu Sanqian appears to be heading towards those 2 enchanting beauties. His lifelong passion for women surely spells trouble for them. Let us go see just how formidable this caliber of genius can be. I'm coming too. In an instant, a number of audacious cultivators took flight, following Yu Sanqian's path from a safe distance, hesitant to approach too closely. On the mountaintop, Murong Ingluo and Shi Ling had barely taken flight when they sensed pursuers trailing behind. They turned back for a fleeting glance and gracefully descended upon a mountain peak. As they landed, the palanquin carried by the 4 women also descended at an angle. However, upon realizing that the palanquin was composed entirely of women, both ladies frowned in distaste, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over them. Indeed, they were being pursued. They simply hadn't anticipated that the palanquin would consist of women. How extravagant. As the mountain breeze stirred, the delicate veils of those women danced, exposing the lofty caves and grand canyons to the open air, leaving Murong Ingluo and Shi Ling with a burning sensation in their eyes, as if tainted. Though this world was indeed so, perceiving it and experiencing it were 2 entirely different matters. It was somewhat acceptable for women to be carried in palanquins, as certain powerful figures exhibited even more outrageous peculiarities. It was said that some individuals kept numerous female cultivators by their side, doing nothing but consuming their phlegm. Yes, consuming phlegm. They euphemistically termed it as beauty spittoon. A beauty spittoon, as the name implies, is utilizing a beautiful woman as a spittoon. They claim to disdain spitting indiscriminately, deeming it too filthy, insisting instead on spitting into the mouths of their lovely attendants. This occurred even in situations where those great figures were fasting and refraining from using the toilet. In some worldly dynasties, where cultivators possessed lower realms and could not fast for extended periods, there were even individuals who employed beautiful maidens as toilet paper. Thus, the strong reigned supreme. Many in the ancient continent clamored to defy the heavens, unaware of how many dragon slayers eventually transformed into dragons themselves. Boom. The palanquin descended. Yu Sanxian slowly extended his finger, parting the veil before him, his gaze fixated on Murong Ingluo and Scherlinger, filled with admiration, as if marveling at the wonders of womanhood. Observing this, Scherlinger furrowed her brow once more, perplexed, inquiring of her fourth senior sister, "What does he want from us? It seems we do not even know him." Although the two were of similar age, Scherlinger evidently had less experience and was entirely ignorant of what transpires when a woman captures a man's attention. Thus, upon hearing Scherlinger's question, Murong Ingluo curled her lips, instinctively explaining, what else could it be? He must be eager to unravel the mysteries of trigonometric functions. Trigonometric functions? Scherlinger was momentarily taken aback, clearly bewildered by this unfamiliar term. What are trigonometric functions? She asked, her confusion palpable. At that moment, Murong Ingluo found herself at a loss for an answer to Scherlinger's inquiry. However, Scherlinger was evidently more knowledgeable than Lu Yu and would not persist in questioning. So Murong Ingluo leaned in and elucidated the concept of trigonometric functions to her. Upon fully grasping the meaning of trigonometric functions, Scherlinger's face flushed crimson, her demeanor bashful as she stammered, "Fourth senior sister, how could you say such things? It's so embarrassing. What's the big deal?" Murong Ingluo rolled her eyes. Scherlinger bit her lip, feeling somewhat reluctant to continue the topic. However, the sight of the two whispering to each other caused Yu Sanxian within the palanquin to furrow his brow, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. After watching for quite some time, he felt ignored, as if they did not fear him at all. How dare they disregard him so brazenly? It was utterly outrageous. Yu Sanxian furrowed his brow, his hand resting on the armrest tightening slightly. The palanquin emitted a muffled groan under his grip. However, Yu Sanxian paid no heed to the palanquin's discomfort, fixing his cold gaze on the two women and declaring, "Submit to me, or perish." Chapter 085, Reduced to Ruins. Thousands of cultivators compete for the beauty's palanquin. Submit to me, or perish. Boom. As these words echoed, the onlookers surrounding them could not help but shudder. Indeed, are we truly about to take action against these two goddesses? How infuriating, my divine ones. Alas, at times, possessing beauty can be a grievous burden. Though the onlookers expressed their discontent, none dared to step forward. Some cultivators accompanying their companions discreetly retreated further back, fearful of drawing the attention of Yu Sanxian. Once Yu Sanxian had spoken, she leisurely released the sheer veil and reclined comfortably upon her human throne, awaiting her adversaries to approach the palanquin. As for what would happen if they refused? There have been countless who have defied her over the years. And what was the outcome? Did they not all end up succumbing in the end, after much struggle? The process mattered not. She only desired the result. With that said, the four maidens by her side immediately advanced towards Scherlinger and Murong Ingluo, without awaiting their consent, intent on seizing them and drawing them into the palanquin. Observing this scene, the surrounding cultivators could not help but sigh in helplessness. How could such shameless individuals exist? While the Holy Sun possesses a considerable background, he is merely arrogant. This individual before us is entirely unreasonable, infuriatingly so. I hope the two goddesses remain unharmed. Yet, why do these two women appear utterly unafraid? Are they truly prepared to submit? Oh, that reminds me. The one who seems a bit more spirited is a direct disciple of the Piao Miao sect. I encountered her within the realm of rules. A direct disciple of the Piao Miao sect? The Piao Miao sect has indeed been gaining prominence lately. But can they truly contend with Yu Sanxian? After all, she is a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of spirit concentration. The 6th level of spirit concentration? How terrifying. Indeed, this is the mark of a top-tier genius. To achieve such prowess at merely 20 or 30 years of age, how frightening is that? Frightening. It appears that the two women from the Piao Miao sect are doomed. Heh, so they are indeed from the Piao Miao sect. I sincerely hope Yu Sanqian can vanquish them. After all, we are within the divine void realm, where there are numerous cultivators of spirit concentration under 100 years of age. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the four maidens continued their approach, descending from four corners towards Murong, Ingluo, and Sherlinger. However, one being a transmigrator and the other a supreme body, both exuding an air of proud defiance. How could they simply surrender? Seeking death, Murong Ingluo raised her hand and struck towards the four. Boom. In an instant, the four maidens exploded midair, transforming into a shower of blood. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Hiss! How powerful! Did she just slay them with a single blow? Those four women also appeared to be at the spirit concentration level. Good heavens! Wasn't she at the void air level? In just over a month, she has managed to kill 4 spirit concentration cultivators with a single strike? This is impossible. This cannot be. In a moment, astonishment swept through the crowd. They could hardly fathom that 4 female cultivators at the spirit concentration level could be reduced to blood in an instant. Terrifying. It is simply too terrifying. Especially considering the youthfulness of the opponent. The last time she appeared, she was merely at the void air level. Thus, no one was left unmoved. Even Yu Sanqian, seated within the palanquin, straightened slightly upon witnessing her maidens erupt into a shower of blood, not from surprise, but from exhilaration. Her voice, tinged with excitement and approval, resonated deeply as she said, "Excellent. You two are deserving of becoming my new maidens." With a sudden dive, he burst forth from the palanquin, charging directly towards the two women. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Astonishingly, Yu Sanqian had personally intervened. Although Yu Sanqian was a formidable figure at the 6th level of the concentration stage, she could contend with those in the late stages of the same realm. This time, the two women were doomed. Indeed, the talent surpassing that of a holy son was no mere boast. It was unexpected to witness such a thrilling spectacle on the very first day. The crowd's eyes were riveted to the unfolding drama. Truth be told, many felt a twinge of disappointment at the sight of 2 exquisite, voluptuous maidens being seized by another man. However, in the presence of Yu Sanqian, all felt utterly powerless. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yu Sanqian's colossal hand surged forward. Yet, as they beheld the oncoming force, Murong Ingluo and Sherlinger dismissed it with indifference. After all, a mere 6th level of the concentration stage was hardly noteworthy. Their descent was merely to ascertain the intentions of those who followed them. Should it involve a violent resolution of the trigonometric functions, the outcome would undoubtedly be lethal. Thus, observing their adversaries' actions, the two women were resolute in their lack of mercy. However, before Sherlinger could make a move, Murong Ingluo raised her hand, conjuring a mountain-turning seal that she unleashed upon Yu Sanqian. In an instant, a transparent mountain, accompanied by a deafening roar, plummeted downward. Though not large, its semi-translucent form bore an uncanny resemblance to a true peak, imbued with immense weight, descending upon Yu Sanqian with the ferocity of thunder. Caught unawares, Yu Sanqian hastily unleashed her full might against the descending mountain. Yet, even as it approached her, the mountain remained steadfast, unyielding. Boom! The mountain crashed down, striking the ground with such force that the very earth trembled beneath it. Observing this spectacle from afar, all onlookers were taken aback. Incredible! It was pinned down. Not even a series of divine techniques could shatter it. What an awe-inspiring display of power. Wasn't this the mountain-turning seal? Goodness, when did it become so formidable? Surely, it couldn't crush her. The crowd collectively gazed at the dust-laden ground. Even the 4 women who had been carrying the palanquin turned their attention to the rising cloud of dust. However, they had already been subdued, their expressions devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Soon, as the dust settled, the scene on the ground gradually came into focus. Yu Sanqian lay utterly flattened, reduced to a puddle of mud, clearly lifeless. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd was further astonished. My goodness, reduced to mere sludge. Wait, wasn't this woman named Murong Ingluo? How utterly formidable. It was indeed a tragedy to perish in the realm of the divine void. Yu Sanqian's soul would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Her future was surely bleak. Such a level of power must possess a sacred elixir for soul restoration. Yet, even if such elixirs existed, her potential would inevitably plummet. Her path forward had been irrevocably severed. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. After all, if a genius of this caliber were to navigate smoothly, they could become at least an ordinary saint in the future. Now, with her soul gravely wounded, the best outcome she could hope for would likely be the status of an ordinary saint. The outcome is rather poignant. Suddenly, the four women carrying the palanquin, upon witnessing the flesh and blood of Yu Sanqian gradually dissipating, charged towards Sherlinger and Murong Ingluo. Murong Ingluo furrowed her brow at the audacity of these reckless women. Initially, she had contemplated sparing them. However, since they sought their own demise, she felt no obligation to play the benevolent. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and obliterated them in a cloud of crimson mist. As for the remaining figure in the palanquin, it showed no signs of retaliating against those seeking vengeance. Observing this, Murong Ingluo deemed it unnecessary to concern herself further and took flight with Sherling. Once the two departed, the surrounding cultivators could no longer restrain themselves and surged towards the palanquin. By heavens, that palanquin is mine. Do not dare to snatch it from me. Seeking death, thunderous hand, sweeping kick. Brothers, let us join forces. We shall share this palanquin. Otherwise, we will not succeed. Agreed. Let us unite. In an instant, countless individuals fervently raced towards the palanquin, engaging in fierce combat for its possession. Those who were bewildered watched in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Not only did these women fail to avenge their master, but they also allowed themselves to be stolen from? Have they lost their minds? Simply letting themselves be taken? If this were to be stolen, it would surely lead to their demise. Ah, you are unaware. The bearers of Yu Sanqian's palanquin are trained female cultivators. Without Yu Sanqian's command, they consider themselves mere objects. Even if you were to assault them on the spot, they would not react. How could they possibly flee? By heavens, does this mean that whoever manages to seize them can use them at will? And they won't resist? Chapter 086. The Emperor's Palace appears, guarded by imperial arrays indeed. Whoever seizes them claims them as their own. Of course, this privilege lasts only until the secret realm closes. Goodness, this is indeed a possibility. The Shinshu secret realm has been